How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians? I think most people have mischaracterized the true cost of corruption. I don't think the most expensive line item in the cost of corruption, right, is what it's done to the economy. I think it's what it's done to sentiment and what it does to talent. In other words, when you corrupt a system, those less deserving get opportunities to which they are not deserving.
Entitled.
The problem is that those who are deserving pick up a little green document called a passport. They get on a plane
and go elsewhere.
And they leave. Because what talent does, when you distort this thing about effort versus reward, is talent goes where it will be rewarded. If you looked at the top 100 investment bankers in Wall Street today, you'd find a healthy percentage of them are Nigerians. The top brain surgeons in the world today, healthy percentage of them, Nigerians. The top investment banking lawyers in the world today, healthy percentage of them, Nigerians.
Sure.
What does that tell you? How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians? And then you look at where you'll find those Nigerians, and typically, it's not in Nigeria. So I want to say this to all South Africans. If you want to destroy this economy, let the talent leave.
Parachuba dodiri chukuma duku chuba dodiri ndemawu eguma wego. Parachuba dodiri chukuma duku chuba dodiri ndemawu eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa hega ponto mo. Yeah, dear Google. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga bu.
And there it is. There it is. So I'm not quite sure. You know where that little detail, where that little clip, where it lands. I'm not quite sure if it's the appropriate last words for a talking show, for a talking session. But there it is. So there it is. Here we are, and here we go again. So here we go again. Another day, another halfpenny. So it is a hodgepodge of everything that we're going to be looking at today. It is a hodgepodge of everything, a little bit from here and a little bit from there. So a little bit from here and a little bit from there, but hopefully it mixes together to make a delightful delivery. So there it is. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. Let me make that hyperlink available again, because as you know, we're pushing quite aggressively for new dynamic voices to join the stream. So let me post that hyperlink again. Hopefully, I've been actually sending out hyperlinks. Hopefully, I've been sending out the right one. Let me just hold on. Have I been a silly boy? No, I haven't been. All right. So yes. So yeah, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen, especially if you haven't been already. So do all those. Let's get immediately to it as I stumble and fumble over my words. So yes, I said it was going to be a hodgepodge of everything. So a hodgepodge of everything. UK's 18 trillion slavery debt is an underestimation. And that is from a United Nations judge. So now, the verdict, during the Second World War, they said that the Israelis, they were mistreated. And off the back of that, countless amounts of trillions were paid to them in compensation. So however badly the Israelis were treated, it pales in comparison to how Black people have been treated over the course of time. So now, what price that? UK's 18 trillion slavery debt is an underestimation, United Nations judge. So we'll be spending some time with that, the narrative of slavery and what that we'll be spending some time on that and the narrative of slavery and what that means and how that plays out. So we'll be spending time with that. So we'll be spending time on that and with that. And of course, Matters Nigerian, we're spending time there as well. Nigeria never applied to join BRICS. Buhari's ex-aide reveals after new members admitted. So I think so much this is a reversal of the truth. I think some of this is a reversal of the truth because when Nigeria was canvassing to be part of that space, it was well publicized. But now that they've been rejected and snubbed, it looks as though now positions are now being reversed. Nigeria never applied to join BRICS. Buhari's ex-aide reveals after new members admitted. So let's go through this quickly. The former Special Assistant on Digital and New Media to ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, Tolu Ogunlesi, on Friday, revealed that Nigeria never applied to join BRICS after the group selected new members. On Thursday, reports emerged that BRICS selected Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and UAE to join its group in 2024. The group's previous members were limited to Brazil, Russia, India, and China before South Africa joined in 2010, hence the name BRICS. So if we just actually pause there for a moment, I cannot imagine that they can continue under that name BRICS, because of course that would not take recognition of the new membership. So what they have to look for they cannot continue to add the alphabet of new countries that come in. So they have now to look for a name. And if they continue to stick with BRICS, then that will tell you that some members are more privileged than others. So they have to look for a new name for that space. The group's previous members were limited to Brazil, Russia, India, and China before South Africa joined in 2010, hence the name BRICS. Their economies, aside from that of South Africa, have been projected to dominate the global economy by 2050 as they seek to reduce their reliance on the United States dollar in trade. Correspondents had reported that 15 countries applied for membership, with 4 or 5 new members expected to be selected into BRICS. Following the selection of Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, South Africa, and UAE, reports emerged that BRICS ignored Nigeria. However, that is not the case, according to Ogunlesi on Friday. On his Twitter handle this afternoon, the former aide to Buhari said Nigeria has... I'm not quite sure why it's reading like that. Let me start it entirely. It just sounds so much weird the way I'm reading it. Let me start it all over again. The former presidential assistant on media and new media to ex-president Muhammadu Buhari, Tolu Ogunlesi, on Friday, revealed that Nigeria has never applied to join BRICS after the group selected new members. On Thursday, reports emerged that BRICS selected Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE to join its group in 2024. The group's previous members were limited to Brazil, Russia, India, and China before South Africa joined in 2010, hence the name BRICS. Their economies, aside from that of South Africa, have been projected to dominate the global economy by 2050 as they seek to reduce their reliance on the United States dollar in trade. Correspondents have reported that 15 countries applied for membership, with 4 or 5 new members expected to be selected into BRICS. Following the selection of Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, reports emerged that BRICS ignored Nigeria. However, that is not the case, according to Gulesi. On his Twitter handle this afternoon, the former aide to Buhari said Nigeria has never applied to join BRICS. So the report that the West African country was snubbed is false. So whether Nigeria applied to join BRICS or not, Nigeria, by virtue of what it is, should be a member of BRICS. It should either by application or by invitation be in consideration for BRICS. And the fact that all these countries now, I don't even see how Iran can be ahead of Nigeria in membership of BRICS. I don't see how UAE can be ahead of Nigeria, or certainly not South Africa or Ethiopia. I can entertain an argument for Saudi Arabia, but I cannot entertain arguments beyond that, because I think Nigeria by far supersedes every other country outside of Saudi Arabia that was invited into that organization. On his Twitter handle this afternoon, the former aide to Buhari said Nigeria has never applied to join BRICS, so the report that the West African country was snubbed is false. On BRICS, emergency foreign policy analyst should please note that Nigeria has never formally applied to join, he wrote on Twitter. So the idea that Nigeria was snubbed, re-membership, is false. PS. Would be interesting to see how the newly expanded BRICS function. Requires patient observation, he added. Nigeria's Vice President, Kashim Shettima, represented President Tinubu at the 15th BRICS summit held in South Africa. So quite why Nigeria is being represented there when we were not even invited to join is the wider question. So that's the wider question. So that's that. Let's go on to this one. So we're back to Tinubu and his certificate again. Tinubu admits error in Chicago University certificate, blame Clerk. So you take this on advisement, because anytime you go into this space, it's a tale of two cities. Let's just call it that, a tale of two cities. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has blamed the clerk of the Chicago State University for errors in his academic documents and certificates. The president made the disclosure. Okay, it looks as though this was actually in a court filing. So, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has blamed the clerk of the Chicago State University for errors in his academic documents and certificates. The president made the disclosure in court filings before the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois in response to a legal process initiated by former Nigeria's president and now presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar. Atiku, in an application filed at the District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, is asking the Chicago State University to release the academic records of Tinubu. I'm not sure that we're going to labor on this topic quite heavily because, of course, we just spent too much time on this particular topic. The court had given Tinubu up till August the 23rd to make a formal filing on why his records should not be released to the petitioner, Atiku Abubakar. Atiku had subpoenaed the CSU, that's Chicago State University, to make Tinubu's academic records available for his access, believing that such discoveries should shed more light on the controversies surrounding the president's academic records. So, I'm not quite sure if Tinubu wants to prevent this under privacy laws. I'm not quite sure if he's not able to easily prevent it. Because I'm not sure that anybody should have access to his records. They should have access to the verification of his certification, of course. Did he attend? Yes or no? What did he study? XYZ, and how did he graduate at this level? So beyond that, to dig into the minutiae, I think that infringes on fundamental privacy rights. So if Tinubu wants to prevent that, I'm not quite sure if he's not able to, but will he even want to? Atiku had subpoenaed the CSU to make Tinubu's academic records available for his access, believing that such discoveries will shed more light on the controversies surrounding the president's academic records. There have been crises of authenticity about the documents that Tinubu submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and a viral document that the CSU in the 1970s admitted a female student bearing Bola Tinubu, who was born on March the 29th, 1954. So there it is. And there is, I don't know, man. It's like a Twilight Zone sometimes, a parallel universe. In complying with the directive of the court, Tinubu's lawyer on Wednesday said that an unidentified clerk of the university unfortunately made the errors as to the dates the school started on his recently issued certificate and when he eventually graduated, thereby creating the appearance of differences. Tinubu's new claim was made before the judge hearing the case, Jeffrey Gilbert of the United States District for the Northern District of Illinois in Chicago. Tinubu's response, which was signed by his lawyer, Oluwole Afolabi, and Christopher Carmichael, quoted in part, unfortunately, in responding to the illegal and invalid subpoena, CSU made several errors. CSU issued a new diplomat for Bola A. Tinubu, but incorrectly wrote the date of graduation as June the 27th, 1979. All right. So I'm going to highlight this because we're scraping at the bottom of the barrel. This is where we are now. So I want you to pay attention to this. CSU issued a new diplomat for Bola A. Tinubu, but incorrectly wrote the date of graduation as June the 27th, 1979. So put that date up as a 1, June the 27th, 1979. But the correct date was June the 22nd, 1979. So rather than write June the 27th, whoever wrote it wrote June the, rather than write June the 22nd, the person that actually wrote it, and this came out of the, it's not being disputed that it came out of the university, is the date that is being disputed. But what's the dispute in the date? So, somebody wrote June the 27th instead of June the 22nd. And that is sufficient enough to invalidate the guy's certification. That is where the argument is. So that is where the argument is. So, the graduation day is the graduation day. Everybody knows what the graduation day is in that school. So it lends more to a typographical error than anything else. But there it is. Scraping the bottom of the barrel, as I said. CSU issued a new diploma for Bola A. Tinubu, but incorrectly wrote the date of graduation as June the 27th, 1979. The correct date was June the 22nd, 1979, but that That's a scrivener's error, along with a change in the CSU logo, the font on the diploma, and the leadership at CSU who signed the diploma created the appearance of differences between an earlier issued diploma and the one issued in response to the 2022 subpoena. So let's just I did say I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the ridiculousness of it sometimes so the hub of what article is investigating is that they wrote the 27th of June 1979 instead of the 22nd of June 1979. And by the way, they are saying there's no correlation between his original certification and the newly issued one now that they've had to request for the purposes of this trial going on. So that's where we are. So they're saying that there's a chasm between the dates. So the date will reflect the 22nd of June, but they wrote the 27th of June. So that's one. And then they're saying the logo of the university, it differed from the logo that was on the original certification. They are saying the font that was used on the diploma is different, and the leadership at the CSU that signed the diploma is different. So there it is. But all of that, where it gets ridiculous and ludicrous is all of that. They're peppy little things, neither here nor there. Did he attend the university? Is the first question. And did he graduate from the university? Is the second question. So if he attended the university and he graduated from the university, then whatever font they used to type up his certification, that's really immaterial. Unless the university is able to tell us that he did not attend, or he attended and he did not graduate, then there might be something to look at there. But to say that the font, and this is where article is and the obedience space, to say that the font that they used to type the thing, and they typed that the 27th instead of the 22nd, and that is sufficient enough to step him down as president. This is where they are, scraping the bottom of the barrel. Yes, CSU, yeah, I think I have like a scratchy throat, by the way, you can hear it. I hope I'm not coming down with something. CSU issued a new diploma for Bola A. Tinubu, but incorrectly wrote the date of graduation as the 27th of June, 1979. The correct date was the 22nd of June, 1979. But that's scrivener's error. But that scrivener's error, along with the change in the CSU logo. So is the CSU itself telling you that it has or has not changed its logo? That's the other thing. The font on the diploma and the leadership at the CSU who signed the diploma created the appearance of differences between an earlier issued diploma and the one issued in response to the 2022 subpoena. So there it is. So there is, and that is what steps down Tinubu as president. So that's what steps down Tinubu as president. But does this step down Donald Trump from any opportunities of becoming a president? So up next, Trump arrested in election case, mugshot released. So how long have we been waiting to see this photograph? A lot of people would. It looks like a serial killer, doesn't it? Really, just an unbelievable guy. You know, it's only in America that this sort of element will be vying for presidency. Former United States President Donald Trump was arrested at a Georgia jail Thursday. Former United States President Donald Trump was arrested at a Georgia jail on Thursday on racketeering and conspiracy charges and released on a $200,000 bond after having an historic mugshot taken. I think this is the first American president to have been formally arrested, isn't it? But is that sufficient? But I don't think it's followership they care one jot. Trump, who is accused of colluding with 18 other defendants to overthrow the 2020 election results in the southern states, spent less than 30 minutes inside Atlanta's Fulton County Jail before leaving in a motorcade for the airport. Like the other defendants in the case who have surrendered so far, the 77-year-old Trump had his mugshot taken during the booking process, a first for any serving or former United States president. In the photograph released by the sheriff's office, he scowled at the camera whilst dressed in a dark blue suit with white shirt and a red tie. Speaking to reporters after his arrest, Trump, the frontrunner for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination, said it was a very sad day for America. What has taken place here is a travesty of justice, he said. I did nothing wrong. Trump posted the mugshot on his Truth Social platform with the caption, "Election interference," and a link to his campaign website. So the guy is already using it to canvas for money. This is typical Trump, isn't he? He'll probably make bank off the back of that. So let's move on swiftly from that. Let's go on to this. Let's go on to this. Niger's junta give French ambassador 48 hours to leave the country. So there it is. So there is that. So you don't need much more from that. So let's just leave that as it is. The next headline: NYSC confirms Art Minister Musawa is a serving corps member. Report. So a youth corps as a senator, as a minister even. But what's the beef in that though? What illegality? What is against the law in that is the question. The man, and by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio. If you want to come join, we need people to carry out the conversation. The management of the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) has confirmed that the Minister of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, is a serving corps member. Yes, she is a serving corps member. NYSC spokesman Eddie Megwa told correspondents recently. Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria alleged that Musawa is undertaking a one-year mandatory youth service scheme while she is a cabinet member in the government of President Bola Tinubu. Musawa was part of the 45 ministers sworn in as members of the Federal Executive Council on Monday by President Tinubu. So I guess the contention will be that if you are serving NYSC, then you should be deployed to a place of activity which should engage you, and you cannot then serve as a minister of state. So I'm not quite sure what's in play there. Earlier, HURIWA in a statement. Earlier, HURIWA in a statement claimed that Musawa is a core member of the NYSC and that her place of primary assignment is a law firm in Abuja. HURIWA urged the NYSC management to compel Musawa to choose between her National Youth Service or the ministerial appointment. It wondered why the status of Musawa was not made known to members of the public before the Senate screened her for the position. The rights group alleged that Musawa abandoned her NYSC years ago in Ebonyi State, but later showed interest in completing it. In September 2020, the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, nominated Musawa as a national commissioner representing the Northwest geopolitical zone on the National Pension Commission Board, but the Senate in October of that year turned down her nomination following a report from the Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters that Musawa failed to provide her NYSC certificate or exemption letter. So there it is. So Kemi Adeosun revisited somewhat is what that seems to be telling us. Kemi Adeosun somewhat revisited is what that seems to be telling us. So let me give you this headline as well. Federal government will work, and by the way, we do need the room populated, by the way, so we can actually have a session. Federal government will work with governors, others to get valid data of poor people, better do. So is that vexatious question? All these palliatives, a lot of people question how they are able to deliver the palliatives to the most vulnerable within the country when they don't know who they are or where they are. So this is the space that this minister is speaking to. Minister of Humanitarian, let's try that again. I can't speak today, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Better Ado, says the federal government intends to work closely with state governors, local governments, and community leaders to verify and update the social register of the country. Edu made this known while speaking to Channels Television on Friday, noting that this is to aid the humanitarian ministry's plan of lifting millions of Nigerians out of poverty. We're going to verify and update, and we're going to work with the governors and local governments so that they can own it, she said. According to the minister, the very first thing which we are starting almost immediately is the verification of the social register. We are going to first carry out a full verification of the social register to ensure that truly it is the poorest of the poor, those who deserve to be on that list. So I'm not quite sure about this narrative of the poorest of the poor, because of course we are hopeful that circumstances does not remain the same and permanent for these people. So it's a fluid and a moving space, isn't it? The poorest of the poor. According to the minister, the very first thing we are starting almost immediately is the verification of the social register. We are going to first carry out full verification of the social register to ensure that truly it is the poorest of the poor, those who deserve to be on that list. She stated that for weeks, there has been back and forth with the Nigerian Governors Forum and several other interested parties are saying the social register is okay, it's not okay. The people who are truly poor are not on the list. There is some political influence to it and the rest of it. The governors at the National Executive Council had previously faulted the existing social register, stating that they lack integrity and were unfit to execute any social intervention. She mentioned that one of the challenges which they raised was that they were not involved in the process of really getting the poorest of the poor. So I'm not sure quite how the government is able to establish who the poorest of the poor is if they bypass the state governors to come up with a list. Edu emphasized that as a country, we have to have ownership of whatever data that we are bringing out from the grassroots. And just to tell you how important this social register is, you see, it gives us a reasonable enough audit of our Nigerians, just how many we are, what the demography is economically. So it gives us a reasonable enough audit of that. But then it also plays internationally, because if we are playing internationally, the sort of data that we're using to interact with anything that we're trying to access internationally, it has to have some level of authenticity. So how many are you? What's the gender divide? What's the age demography? What's the economic demography? All of these parcels of data and information, they have roles to play if you go to the United Nations, for instance, or the World Bank, etc., they are asking you for data, and this is what they're asking you for. So it has to have some level of integrity and authenticity. And also, by the way, for us to be able to budget, manage, and progress the country, we need these data in order to formulate policy. So it is of paramount importance. Paramount importance. Edu emphasized that as a country, we have to have ownership of whatever data that we are bringing out from the grassroots, adding that the local government people, the governors, adding that the local government people, the governors must be involved, traditional rulers and even the religious leaders should be involved. So is that level of involvement really that usually that forms the ruination of any and everything that we attempt in that country? When you start to, I can understand involving the governors and more to it, the local governments. So really, you are involving the governors only to be able to access the local governments. And that is really where the piece of work is. But the moment you start to involve the traditional rulers, what has the traditional rulers got to do with who constitutes a poor person or not, or the numbers of people that live in that community? It's a head count, isn't it? Or an economic, they have to have a metric by which they are judging, and that has no involvement of any traditional ruler or a religious leader. So the moment you start to involve those sort of elements, you start to politicize it, and then it skews and waters down, the authenticity or veracity of anything you're looking to put out. She stated that working with this model will help the leaders attest that, yes, indeed, these are poor people in our communities. We know them. These are human beings, not just numbers and names. We can identify them, and this is what we believe. We are comfortable, and this is what we believe we are comfortable working with. She added that once the ministry works with the NEC, they will accept it because it is their own product now. According to Edu, the ministry would thoroughly work with NEC to verify, remove, update, and then bring it back so that the national, state, and local governments can boldly proclaim ownership, easing other social safety net interventions for poor Nigerians. So there it is. We see how that plays out, but really, it's quite. But we do need that data, and we need it to be as credible and as authentic as it possibly can. We don't need it to be like a Nigerian sort of data, because it's just of so much. It's of paramount importance, as I said earlier, of paramount importance. So yes, Niger military rulers give German ambassador 48 hours to leave. I thought they gave the French. Is it now the Germans? Everybody get out. It's yeah. The only person getting out is these people, by the way. They don't know anything yet, but there it is. The only person getting out is these people. Yeah, so that's the German one. Yeah, so yes, I'm not mistaken. It looks like it's everybody get out. So let's do that first. This is let's see. Niger military ruler give German ambassador 48 hours to leave. Niger rulers on Friday gave Germany's ambassador 48 hours to quit the country, according to a foreign ministry letter, a copy which was obtained by correspondence. Faced with the refusal of the German let's do that all over again. Niger's rulers on Friday gave Germany's ambassador there 48 hours to quit the country, according to a foreign ministry letter, a copy of which was obtained by correspondents. Faced with the refusal of the German ambassador in Niamey to respond to an invitation from the ministry for a meeting on Friday and other actions of the German government, contrary to the interest of Niger, the authorities had decided to ask the ambassador to leave, it said. So there it is. They kicked the German ambassador out. But then, of course, I thought I had misread the headline earlier on, but I did not misread it in any way, because it's not just the Germans, it's everybody. It's not just the Germans, it's everybody. Niger's junta gives French ambassador 48 hours to leave the country. So there it is. I suspect the narrative is the same. The military rulers who seized control in Niamey on July the 26th have given the French ambassador 48 hours to leave Niger, the country's Minister of Foreign Affairs said in a statement. It says, faced with the refusal of the French ambassador in Niamey to respond to an invitation from the minister for a meeting on Friday and other actions of the French government, contrary to the interest of Niger, the authorities have decided. So it looks as though a standard template. So I'm not sure. These people they're ultimately taking that country back to the Dark Ages. So let me give you this one as well. So then I'd have cleared out all the readouts and then no, actually, let me save this one. I'm going to save this one till after the Kegite music, because there are a couple of videos aligned to this one. So let's yes. Let me leave this one till after the Kegite. So let's come back and play the Kegite music. I'm going to send the link to the studio again because we barely have let's see, click here to come join. Okay, I'm going to send the link to the studio again because we barely have a panel, but then of course, you know, it goes like that sometimes. It's been a while since we just shut down without actually having any interaction, but you know, it can happen. So that's the link to the studio for whoever wants to hop on. So that's the link to the studio for whoever wants to hop on. So let's play the Kegites. Then I'll read you now this this slavery beat, and then I'll play you about 2 video clips on it, and then we'll see if a conversation will take place. But let me play you the Kegites first. Apologies for my voice, by the way. It's only now that I started talking that I noticed that my voice has suddenly gone croaky somewhat. But we see how that plays out. Yeah, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele elemude. ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniru agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So we're landing it. The last readout is on this now, a never-ending storyline of reparations and restitution for the slavery narrative. So we have another development in that space. UK's 18 trillion, and by the way, not billion, but trillion, UK's 18 trillion pound slavery debt is an underestimation. United Nations judge. So let's now see what the latest development is. So this already tells you that this is somewhat skewed because the judge, of course, a black man. A United Nations judge says the United Kingdom is likely to owe more than 18 trillion pounds in reparation for its historic role in the transatlantic slavery. A report co-authored by the judge, Patrick Robson, says the United Kingdom should pay $24 trillion, 18.8 trillion pounds, for its slavery involvement in 14 countries. So I wonder if Nigeria is part of that. They can begin with a debt write-off, can't they, really? But there are arguments back and forth. So I'll bring you some of the arguments as well. But let me give you the readout first. But Mr. Robson says the sum was an underestimation of the damage caused by the slave trade. He said he was amazed some countries responsible for slavery think they can bury their heads in the sand. Once a state has committed a wrongful act, it is obliged to pay reparations, Mr. Robson said. Let's take that again. I'm not quite sure. These things are not reading so fluidly today. A United Nations judge says the United Kingdom is likely to owe more than 18 trillion pounds in reparation for its historic role in the transatlantic slavery. A report co-authored by the judge, Patrick Robson, says the United Kingdom should pay $24 trillion, which is the equivalent of 18.8 trillion pounds, for its slavery involvement in 14 countries. But Mr. Robson said the sum was an underestimation of the damage caused by the slave trade. He said he was amazed some countries responsible for slavery think they can bury their heads in the sand. Once a state has committed a wrongful act, it is obliged to pay reparation, said Mr. Robson, who presided over the trial of Slobodan Milosevic, the former Yugoslav president. Pardon me. Mr. Robson spoke to the BBC ahead of his keynote speech at an event to mark UNESCO's Day for Remembering the Transatlantic Slave Trade and Abolition at the London City Hall on Wednesday. He has been a member of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, since 2015 and has been researching reparations as part of his honorary presidency of American Society of International Law. He brought together a group of economists, lawyers, and historians to produce the Brattle Group report. I have to research this report. Let me just copy this over. I have to go and research that report in my private moment. He brought together a group of economists, lawyers, and historians to produce the Brattle Group report on reparations for transatlantic chattel slavery. Right. Hold on. Actually, let's listen to this clip. Okay, let me read it up to this point, and then we'll listen to that clip. The report, which was, let me have a sip of water first. And let's take it from the top again. A United Nations judge says the United Kingdom is likely to owe more than 18 trillion pounds in reparation for its historic role in the transatlantic slavery. A report co-authored by the judge, Patrick Robson, says the United Kingdom should pay $24 trillion, equivalent 18.8 trillion pounds, for its slavery involvement in 14 countries. But Mr. Robson said the sum was an underestimation of the damage caused by the slave trade. He said he was amazed by some countries responsible for slavery who think they can bury their heads in the sand. Once a state has committed a wrongful act, it is obliged to pay reparations, said Mr. Robson, who presided over the trial of Slobodan Milosevic, the former Yugoslav president. Mr. Robson spoke to the BBC ahead of his keynote speech at an event to mark UNESCO's Day for Remembering Transatlantic Slave Trade and Abolition at London City Hall on Wednesday. Right. He has been a member of the International Court of Justice since 2015 and has been researching reparations as part of his honorary presidency of the American Society of International Law. He brought together a group of economists, lawyers, and historians to produce the Brattle Group report on reparations for transatlantic chattel slavery. The report, which was released in June, is seen as one of the most comprehensive attempts yet to put figures on the harms caused by slavery and calculate the reparation due for each country. Let's actually see if, hold on, let me just see something. Let me see if Nigeria gets a mention here. Let me just see, Nigeria. Oh, no. I am going to post. I am going to post a link to this report for whoever wants to read it. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me actually show you the screen that I am looking at. Let me show you the screen I'm looking at. So now this PDF file is yet the most comprehensive report that has put a dollar price to the reparation for slavery. So it's yet the most comprehensive report. So it is well worth looking into. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that pops out that we can. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, hold on. Right, figure 2, summary of quantification for the post-enslavement period, and then it gives you some sort of a breakdown. Anyway, that should be what a read for anybody that is interested in that sort of thing. So yeah, that should be what a read. Let's go here. Let's just pick it up from here. So that's the backdrop anyway. So let's hear from the Ghanaian president.
On overdue.
Let me state that the subject of restitutions must go along with the matter of reparations. No amount of money can restore the damage caused by the transatlantic slave trade and its consequences, which have spanned many centuries. But nevertheless, it is now time to revive and intensify the discussions about reparations for Africa. Indeed, the time is long overdue. If reparations can rightfully be paid to victims of the Holocaust, so reparations can be paid to the victims of the slave trade. And even before these discussions on reparations conclude, the entire continent of Africa deserves a formal apology from the European nations involved in the slave trade for the crimes and damage it has caused to the population, psyche, image, and character of Africans the world over. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, has unequivocally announced its demand for the payment of reparations. And I would urge us to engage with our kith and kin from the diaspora and form a united front to advance the cause of reparations. I'm happy to announce that Ghana has been chosen by the African Union to host, in the latter part of this year, a global conference on reparations for Africa, which will seek to bring together Africans and members of the African diaspora and family of all hues and perspectives to set out a concrete strategy for achieving the goal of reparations. I commend the Open Society Foundation for this event, being held under the theme African Heritage Restitution Movement, which is calling for the return of African cultural materials. It is wholly fitting that these deliberations should take place at this center, named after one of the iconic figures of Pan-Africanism, W.E.B. Du Bois, a man who dedicated...
All right, so that's the Ghanaian president speaking on behalf of Africa, demanding as we expect him to demand. So now let's now get a response from the United Kingdom.
This month marks 23 years since the passing of the late, great Bernie Grant, a former member of this House and the founder of the UK reparations movement in the UK. In his last Prime Minister's questions before his death, he asked for an apology to the people of African descent, living and dead, for our country's role in slavery and colonialism. But since then, Prime Ministers and heads of state have only ever expressed sorrow or deep regret. These are not sentiments that are befitting one of the greatest atrocities in human history. And there's been no acknowledgement of the wealth that has been amassed, or the fact that our country took out the largest loan it ever has to pay off the slave owners and not the enslaved. So I want to ask the Prime Minister today if he will do what Bernie Grant asked all those years ago, what I have asked and what countless others have asked since, and offer a full and meaningful apology for our country's role in slavery and colonialism and commit to reparatory justice.
No, Mr. Speaker. That what I think our focus should now be on doing is, of course, understanding our history in all its parts, not running away from it. But right now...
Let me just pause it there for a moment. So you've got a black lady demanding an apology for slavery, and then you've got an from white people, and then you've got an Indian about to tell her to F off.
Making sure that we have a society which is inclusive and tolerant of people from all backgrounds. That's something that we on this house, our side of the house, are committed to doing and will continue to deliver. But trying to unpick our history is not the right way forward, and it's not something that we will focus our energies on.
So that's the response from the UK. Let me play you this as well, because it's something that seems to be agitating the UK space. So let me play you this 7-minute debate on that topic in the UK.
Right, let's just assume that Britain does it. It's on that point that I want to ask about the practicalities of how this would work. Let's just assume that we do it, right? Let's just assume that Britain does it. Well, whatever percentage Rafe said there of our population currently residing in Britain, it was not British born. You'd also have a load of people who will be first and second generation, quite possibly from countries where they're saying that we owe reparations to. So who is paying this then?
So, I mean, firstly, I'm British born, but I am descendant of Nigerians. And if you compare how much wealth I have or how much income I have to people who live in Nigeria today, I make a significant, and by significant I mean tens or hundreds, or more than hundreds, more than them, because of the fact that I live in the UK, because the UK is the 6th richest country in the world, previously the 5th before Brexit. So the fact that the UK is wealthy benefits the people living in the UK now. And also, no one is saying that I, as a Nigerian, should personally put money in my pocket and give it in terms of reparations to a Caribbean. People are saying that the UK as an entity, which became rich by leading the slave trade and which has passed that wealth on to subsequent generations, because we all know about inheritance and we all know that wealth is inherited. I'm sure you're going to leave money to your children when you die. Some of that wealth should be returned, because the Caribbean today is largely poor. And of course, Africa itself, when a large portion of your workforce age, young, youthful population is stolen and taken away, your economy obviously takes a hit. If a large portion of young men in the United Kingdom was stolen from the country now, it would affect the future of the United Kingdom.
All right, Rafe, come back to that then.
Well, firstly, I would say, if as a Nigerian, if Britain is to pay reparations, and I think Femi as a Nigerian and other Nigerians should also pay reparations, because we have to remember it was from the west coast of Africa, from states like Benin and Nigeria today, that slaves were enslaved by other Africans. You know, there were as many slaves kept in bondage and slavery by Africans as were transported over the Atlantic. No white men were going inland and capturing slaves. They were purchasing slaves sold to them by the African chiefs of Western Africa. So if Britain is being asked to pay for slavery, then obviously people in Nigeria should also be paying for slavery. Also, you know, Femi has just said that the Caribbean is very poor. Actually, the Caribbean are middle-income countries, far wealthier than the West African countries from where the slaves first came. You know, the GDP per head in Benin, for example, is approximately $1,500 a year. You go to somewhere like Barbados, it's $14,000 a year. You know, Portugal, the biggest slave trader of all, is a poor country today. Slavery didn't benefit these European powers, as is often said. In this country, in the UK, slavery only contributed to about 3% of capital formation. The Caribbean states, it's impossible to tell me why the Caribbean states should be receiving any reparations money. You might make an argument for West Africa, but the Caribbean states have not been neglected or badly treated today. Sure, the slaves themselves had terrible lives, but the descendants of slaves living today in the Caribbean have a far better quality of life and a far longer life expectancy.
Okay, all right, I'll let Femi come back. So, Femi, how do you respond to that claim there that Africans and descendants of Africans should also be paying reparations for the other Africans that they enslaved?
I mean, I don't know how much Rafi knows about Africa, but of course I think that within Nigeria, there's conversations to be had about particular traditional leaders, etc., and parts of the country that have wealth. I mean, any country where one part has exploited another part, there should be some kind of retributory justice going on. And I wouldn't be opposed to certain people who have enriched themselves within Africa of these kind of these actions having to pay something. No one's saying that that's not the thing. But the main beneficiary of the slave trade, of course, was can I just finish? The main beneficiary of the slave trade was, of course, the UK and European countries. Also, when you look at the actual economics of countries like the Caribbean, yes, countries in the Caribbean tend to be wealthier than countries in Africa. However, when you talk about $14,000, we have to remember this is one purchase parity adjusted, which means when you talk about $14,000, that isn't $14,000. That's what you could buy. How much money you'd need in the local currency to be able to buy $14,000 worth of bread or of this or of the other. So in terms of actual currency exchange, that isn't $14,000. And also, when you look at Barbados, for example, a lot of the wealth of Barbados is very, very, very concentrated in some of the tax exiles and very wealthy people who have emigrated to Barbados to benefit from the tax scheme there. The actual native population of Barbados are relatively poor compared to Western countries, including Portugal.
All right, Rafe, come on.
Yeah, well, every single country in the Caribbean has a higher GDP than West African nations. Let's use another measure. Every former British colony in the Caribbean has a high quality of life and ranked higher on the UN's Human Development Index than all of the rest of South America, all of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies. And of course, Femi hasn't addressed life expectancy. Life expectancy is about 15 years higher in the Caribbean compared to West Africa, a direct benefit there. Look, if we were having this discussion about reparations in 1807 or 1833, when we led the world in abolishing slavery, of course I would be in favor of it, because the people then were alive. But as Bayard Rustin, the great socialist in America, said, and this was a man who was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously by Barack Obama, he said, if my great-grandfather picked cotton for 50 years, he may deserve some reparations, but I didn't pick cotton, and nobody owes me anything.
Okay, Femi, look, just final word to you on this. With respect, do you think that some people, this would be a controversial view, which is why I want your take on it, do you think that some people will be right in saying that people need to get over things of the past, and instead of maybe blaming things for where their own lives are at now, maybe just, try to improve their own lives now?
No, I mean, I think the clearest example that people today might still be poor because of what happened to their ancestors is the fact, as Rafe just mentioned, in 1807, reparations weren't paid, but they were paid. Reparations were paid, but they were paid to the slave owners. A huge amount of taxpayer money has been, up until about 10 years ago, has basically been paying off the debt that was given that was taken out from the public purse in order to pay off slave owners, in order to allow them to free their slaves. And these people today are still wealthy. Huge fortunes are still there based off the fact that that slave owners were bought out. So if you can pay back money to the slave owners and say, well, we're taking your property and giving them their freedom, so we're going to give you billions of pounds in today's money.
I get your point.
Why can you not?
I get your point. I get both of your points.
All right, he got his point, but he didn't actually really want to hear his point. So, unless we actually have Ajanle Koko, we may be having to round up here now. So, Ajanle Koko, are you there?
I'm here, woman. What's up?
All right, brilliant. It's back to how we started. It's you and I again. But let me take you to let me bring up the headline. This young lady, hold on. Yes, let me take you to this. NYSC confirms Art Minister Musawa as a serving core member. So this is the Minister for Culture and whatever. So she's the Minister for Arts, Culture and Creative Economy. But unfortunately for her, she's also in a youth core year. So now that conflicted somewhat that conflicting somewhat of her being a youth core member and a serving minister. So is this Kemi Adeosun revisited, Ajanle Koko?
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think our own case is different from that of Adeosun. She is actually serving. How old is she? I think is she under 30 years?
She doesn't look. I could do a quick check, but she doesn't look like she's in her 30s. She looks like she might well be in her late. Let me check. But the thing is, she was meant to be some sort of functionary under the Buhari administration. But when she got to let's see, what's her age? She's 43. She's 43. She was meant to be some sort of functionary under the Buhari administration. But when she got to being cleared at the Senate, she couldn't produce a youth service certificate, and they couldn't confirm her. So now, off the back of that, she has now gone back to serve her youth service year. But in the course of serving her youth service year, she has now been appointed a minister by Tinubu. So now the decision then has to be made. Does she give up the youth service, or does she give up the ministerial portfolio? Because she cannot be on deployment for youth service and be a minister of state at the same time.
I don't really understand what is going on. I think person over the 40 years cannot serve by that under the law guiding that youth service. I think if you are over 30 years, I think you'll be exempted, you know.
It depends on when she graduated, doesn't it? If she graduated,
depends on the age that you graduated. If she
Yes.
graduated below 30 or 32, I don't remember, you have to serve. So most likely she graduated below that age.
Okay, I got you. So I don't know what is going on. I don't know what the law says about, I don't know if it's doing what is legal or illegal right now, that she's doing her service here at the same time holding ministerial position. I don't know how the law handle that conflict.
The narrative, Ajale Koko, is a narrative of having two full-time jobs. So if she's a youth corper, then she has to be in attendance to wherever she's serving that youth service 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. So if she's serving 9 to 5 Monday to Friday, then what time then does she have to serve as a minister of state? You know, and then if she's serving 9 to 5 Monday to Friday as a minister of state, then what time does she have to serve at the youth service? Do you see?
Can I introduce option number 2?
What's option number 2?
Option number 2 is, what if our posting as a youth corper is to be minister? That is a service.
Yeah, no, she's been deployed to enough.
Can I say something? Hello.
Yeah, Princess, good to have you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are. Yeah, what I don't understand is this. What experience does she have? So you mean, of all the people in the country, she's the most experienced, has more, I mean, she's more capable of doing this that they couldn't offer it to any other person yet. So are they using quota system, or on what basis is she being given this position?
Well, she's from Katsina. That's one of the qualifying criteria.
And a party member too.
So
so she has worked hard for the party.
Is she not the one that is always speaking phone with the British accent? Kulata, she's your cup of tea now. She's your. Is that her?
Kulata like people that speak too much. So, but I don't really know. I believe they might work out something. They might exempt her for being a minister now while serving. They can exempt her. I believe there could be some way out. I don't think there's going to be any conflict of interest, some kind of way.
But does it not somewhat mirror the Kemi Adeosun sort of storyline?
That of Kemi Adeosun, it was party leaders, politicians that were responsible for her removal. It wasn't that she didn't have that NYSC certificate. She had it, but they, because of the way she was doing her job diligently, honestly, and without, allow them to perpetrate corruption or, every effort to use her to perpetrate their corrupt practices. I think she was totally against it, and they have to cook something else. So later, they discovered, you remember one man, and later, after she already left,
they was exonerated. Yeah, she was
exonerated. So it was politicians that were responsible for her own. It wasn't that she didn't have it. So, but of this lady now, I don't know. They will work out something. I mean, all this NYSC, what is even the usefulness of it? I don't even know. Anyway, it doesn't serve any purpose.
Is she able to defer it indefinitely? Because something has to give now. She cannot claim to be a youth corper and not attend youth service. And I don't think being a minister of state leaves the room for you to handle both.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Somebody want to speak?
Yeah,
please.
can I say something? Yeah. For me, I don't know why they're bending the rules for some people, because once to me, I don't really believe in the youth service. But once you are asked to complete it, why did she not complete it? So now she didn't complete it. She's going back to go complete it. To me, she shouldn't be offered this position. They should offer it all they should give it to somebody else. This will make others go for this program to complete it. It's either they scrap that program out of the country, or anybody that wants to do it should complete it. Why are you deferring? Why are you doing it, halfway and coming out of it just because you have connections and you know what I mean? So to me, she should go finish that. Then they should give this position to somebody else. Later on, they might find something for her.
I don't think that.
Let me bring you these 3 paragraphs. It says, the rights group alleged that Musawa abandoned her NYSC years. Let's do it again. The rights group alleged that Musawa abandoned her NYSC years ago in Ebonyi State, but later showed interest in completing it. In September 2020, former President Muhammadu Buhari nominated Musawa as a national commissioner representing the Northwest geopolitical zone on the National Pension Commission Board. But the Senate in October of that same year turned down her nomination following a report from the Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters that Musawa failed to provide her NYSC certificate or exemption letter. So, yes, she graduated years ago, it would seem. But she didn't do NYSC. So she lost out once. Now she's trying to complete it. But of course, Tinubu now appoints her. So now that's where she is.
Maybe she already completed, I don't know, between 2020 and 2023. I think she must have done something about it. I think the report I had earlier today, is that NYSC confirmed that she served. So
no, they didn't confirm that she served. They confirmed that she's serving. So she's currently serving.
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
Allah. Well, let's see what's going on.
That's why I said maybe they posted that to Ministry of what's the name?
But how are they going to post her to be a minister? How can she be doing a youth service as a minister? I mean, does that mean they are treating some people more special than others? She should have completed it initially when, it jeopardized her chances of being nominated. Why didn't she go ahead and complete it? She still just felt it's not necessary. What about the poor people's children that go to complete the youth service? Are they better than those people?
I think it's too late now, because already she's been confirmed.
She's old. Yeah, she's old. There's a certain age that you reach, you can't serve anymore. So they're just twisting everything to me. It's not fair.
I'm even saying that the Senate already confirmed her nomination. They screened her. They confirmed her. She's a sitting this thing.
Did they not ask her for her NYSC certificate when she was being screened by the Senate?
Forget about that screening.
They take a bow and go, Abi. Take a bow and go.
Oh, daddy, bow and go. It's all paddy arrangement. Somebody
no, that's Darati coming.
Okay.
Thank you, Mama. Please like and share.
Darati, as ever, your connection,
What I see
there's a guy called Mr. Hold on, Darati. There's a guy called Mr. James that goes. You won't even hear me anyway. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
There's a guy called Mr. James that turns up on Rudolph's channel. He's from the Gambia and is crisp and lucid. So how come you are not crisp and lucid? Are you using Bluetooth? Is that what it is? Are you using Bluetooth?
No, I'm using an headphone.
Headphone. All right. All right. Carry on. It's quite wavy.
Yeah. I think our leaders need to be very careful on what they do sometimes. see some of these things that they normally do. This is why it becomes very difficult to what? It becomes very difficult to defend them. Why should you not do your due diligence before you nominate someone? And the Senate also doing their own due diligence before they confirm somebody. You know, if you are doing this, you are bending the rules. So what examples are we setting? Are they setting for the ordinary Nigerians, the followership? You see, and that's the problem we are having. These things you are supposed to finish your NYSC. If you have not finished it, finish it. Or better still, get a kind of probably you are able to talk to people. I mean, within the NYSC establishment for deferment. I think some people normally do deferment. You know, and even some people, some people when they abscond, they will ask them to come and redo it again. If they discover that you've not been seen, you've not been payrolling for some months, they can ask you to come back and do it. But we all know that it's for power. They knew that they are going to witch on them. The day they are planning to plant their children in places of power, and that's why they always want to do it. And I can remember while I was serving there those years, there are people that are 40 years old. You still see them. They just finished though. Not that it is what you're even saying that she finished before 30. There are some people that they just finished. They are 40.
No. Hold on. I'm not sure that that's right. If they have just finishing and they are in their 40s, they are not obliged to serve. Maybe they are voluntarily serving, but the law does not require them to serve. I don't think. Over the age of 30, 35, yeah.
Oh man, there is a lot of issues on those things. I know what I'm talking about, but not naturally. Naturally, once you are above 30, before you get my own younger sister, once you are above 30, you just get your exemption letter. It's as simple as that. Nobody disturbs you. But for these people, they are politically, they are in the political limelight, so they know they might need it for something or the other, one thing or the other, like this now.
No. I'm not trying to be pedantic or anything, but if you are in your 40s, then you are not obliged. You won't need it for anything now, but by virtue of your age.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You won't need it, but I'm saying the reality that I have seen people, I have met people that are in their 40s that actually did NYSC. This is Nigeria, now. You know how they do their thing now.
Please, can I say something about that? Sometimes.
So I've seen people do.
Hello, can I say something about that, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Sometimes some people they are not obligated to do it due to their age, but because of the job situation in Nigeria, they think it's better for them to go there. At least they're going to be having the stipend.
Something doing, Abby. Yes,
yeah, they have something coming in. They have the stipend coming in better than having nothing. So that's why some people go do it. It's not because they are not obligated to do it, but it's better to them. It's better than just sitting at home having nothing.
Yeah, but just like you said, you are right. And I've met someone that actually they did it because of one thing, no political job or one thing that they may likely want to need it for. I met them. These are guys that are comfortable. They are riding cars. They are rich. So I said, sir, what are you still doing with us here now? I remember. I want to have the decade of so when I served. What are you still doing here? They will say, I just needed it. Don't worry. You just don't worry. These are guys that are okay. They don't need government's money, but they don't even collect the money themselves. They don't even do payrolling. They can travel. You see them. They are already that.
Some of them may even be doing it just for the experience, but certainly not under any obligation. Certainly not. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. But I like it that the leaders come clean sometimes, so that the followership is also looking at them when you maneuver things. But I think she can still defer. She has the capacity. Probably to talk to them. Probably let me defer it a bit. Probably.
No. She can't defer now. I don't think because she's already serving now, and then she's been appointed as a minister. And then it's been flashed up as a controversy in the news. So if she tries to defer now, it will look as though she's trying to game the system. I think
exactly.
I think ultimately she's going to have to step down. That's what you have to
She's going to have serious issues because right now she's already in the system. Now, how do you want to say you want to? Assuming before this came out, she was able to kind of maneuver her way through and say, "Oh, okay, probably I'll defy it before I come on board for the ministerial portfolio that I'll be assigned to." Probably that will still hold water. But now, just like I said, it becomes another scandal that everybody will running with, which is I don't think the Tinubu administration should have done their homework. Except they have already perfected their mind that let people say what they want to say. You know, our leadership also they have that mindset. Let people say what they want to say, Jari. They will just start for some time.
I'm not quite sure that the Tinubu administration, because they seem to be changing their policies based on public opinion. So I think they are going to make this woman step down. I cannot see any, yeah.
But what would they allow? Why would they allow one too many errors? It's becoming too much. You know, it's like misuse of power. These are things. One of the things we complain about the Buhari regime. And we expect when Tinubu comes in, we will do better, at least for the optics. Now it's just even getting worse and worse. What are we going to hear tomorrow? It's somebody serving NYSC is not a big problem. Now, Tinubu team in that House of Rock.
It's not a misuse of power, though. It's a failing in the system. You know,
okay,
I mean, yeah, because Tinubu will only ask them to check her. And then if they fail to identify that she didn't serve or she's serving at the moment, then it's nothing to do with Tinubu now.
They have a security team in Aso Rock. They have about the security officer. They have the thing. Nobody could detect that.
Yeah, you are correct in the sense that why is it that all these people Tinubu is picking up or nominating or bringing up, he has one issue or the other? I mean, it doesn't look good. It looks like they are just he's confused. He doesn't know what he's doing. At least make sure you go through all this before you bring their names out to the public. Because when you bring somebody out and then this is, he has no NYSC this, he has no this, it doesn't really look good on him. I'm sorry to say, it doesn't.
All right. Back to you, Ajanle Koko. But ultimately, that woman, I cannot see a way out of it other than her being made to step down.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. Senate already cleared her. Currently a minister. If the law truly require her to have it before serving as a minister, I think the Senate should act. They should withdraw her nomination and taken out from that place. So, but if they didn't do that, that means there are some section of the law that still give her that, right, even though she haven't served. What do you call it? Maybe the law allow her to have some kind of deferment or something like that. There must be some element in the law, some provision in the law that will allow her to serve without completing NYSC. So, but let's keep on watching that space. I know that some people will make a very big noise about it if actually that her appointment contravened the law as to not serving or complete her NYSC service. So let me leave it there.
All right. Let me take you to the space. Federal government will work with governors, others to get valid data of poor people. So this is Betta Edu, who is coming in, taking on the biggest piece of work within her ministry. So is that social register is really where the narrative is. So they are giving out all of these palliatives, but there's no proper recording of the poorest of the poor within the Nigerian states. So how do you even disburse that monies, etc.? So they're looking to re-authenticate that social register. But what criteria, how is that handled? So to that space, Ajanle Koko.
You see, one man, the whole program or palliative exercise or measure, you want to call it, I think it's not looking good. It's not looking good in the sense that the amount disbursed is not sufficient. The food given to each state is not sufficient. And listening to her during the interview, she said she's going to investigate the record, or rather, is it investigate or she's going to review or something like that?
Yeah, revalidate
the record. So it's just giving us that sending us that indication that all these things doesn't have, there's no accountability, no transparency on this thing, So, and this is what we will continue to get in that country as long as we don't have a functioning local government. It is the local government that can keep the record of their people, and those that are poor, those that are middle class, those that are the local government can give that record out clearly. But when you don't have a functioning local government, you won't have a reliable database. We don't have reliable database because we don't have functioning local government. State cannot do everything. The state government is far from the people. The only government that is closer to the people is the local government. So, unfortunately, it's saying that, oh, we're going to work with the state. They are not even talking about the local government. It's the local government that they should try as much as possible to get them back to work. When local government work, then we can get everything right. So let's see what they are going to do. They said, because look at this, it's just like a waste of money, waste of resources.
Yeah.
It is
But
5 billion that they. Yeah, say something.
Can I say something? You see, you are talking about involving the local government and to get this ineffective. But they actually don't even need the local government. Because,
yes. No, what does your son want? I've
answered her. Yeah.
Oh,
You see,
okay.
the thing is that, okay, there are so many poor people that are easily accessible in Nigeria. Like you go to the beggar village, a lot of these big cities, they have beggars. You can designate somebody that will go into the beggar village and give maybe each head of the beggar family there. You go to the IDP camp. Those people, they are poor of the poorest, right? You can go into the camp and give each family there. I mean, there are places they can go.
No, but those are already captured demographics now, Princess. So those sect of people, they already know where they are and they're already documented, but they don't account for more than 10-15% of the poorest in Nigeria. We're talking about the deep hinterlands where nobody.
The issue is if they involve all these bailers and all these obats, I'm telling you, they will start they will not give those poor people. They will share it among themselves. You know how Nigeria is. Everybody's looking for what they want to get, what they want to put in their pocket. They will forget about the poor people. They will get this money and share it among themselves. So eventually it's not going to reach those people that really need it.
All right, brilliant.
Madam
Rosie.
Yes,
all those people that you mentioned, beggars, and all of them reside in local government area. Wherever they live, they are within a particular local government area. So that is why I'm saying if we have a functioning local government administration, all the poor people, including those people you mentioned, will be captured adequately well, and that record can be used, they can use the record of the people in that area, they can easily identify people that are poor, people that are not poor, people that need help, people that doesn't need it. So they are the one on the ground. They know their areas. They know where the beggar lives. They know where the farmer lives. They know where the poorer of the poorer, the what do you call this thing? What do you call this? Ghettos and all these areas. They know there. So we have to develop our local government administration. We have to make them work. When they work, we can begin to solve our problem from there. But when they don't work, we cannot get anything right at all. As long as these governors are the ones that are going to be in charge of everything, and their eyes does not cover the rural area. Their eyes doesn't cover all the rural area. Their functionality doesn't cover the rural area. How would they be able to know? And the rural area constitute the 70 people that live in the rural area constitute about the 70% of our population. And that is where the poor people reside, the poorest of the poor. So they have to do something. This one, they are saying, oh, we're going to liaise with the, what do you call it, state governors to do this. That is not the case. I mean, the state
No. They are liaising with everybody. The state chairman, the state governors, the local government area. So all of the chain reaching down to where the poorest are, and then there are community leaders like their obas and whatnot. Yeah.
Oh man, can I put a question to you and Babaja? I want to put a question to you and Babaja. It was a kind of deliberation between myself and a friend of mine that does innovation and development work, in the UK. We agreed that is there a way for Nigeria, if we do not get our data, I mean the data of the poor among us, and also the data for planning, budgeting, and development plan, and planning our development, our policies. Is there a way out for Nigeria? Will there be a way out for Nigeria if we are not able to get that data? Those data, is there a way? Can Nigeria really get it right if we do not get those data?
No, we are not running a country if we don't have numbers and we don't have data. We need to know what our actual real population size is, one. Then we have to know the demography of that population, the gender divide or the gender numbers. We need to know that. We have to know the age demography. We have to know the educational demography. We have to know the ethnic demography. We need all of these data in order to plan. So if the abundance of our population is people aged between 15 and let's say between 13 and 18, then we know that we are budgeting towards education heavily because that's where the need of the country is. If they are in their 45s to and older, then you are looking to, how do we even plan if we don't have data, which we don't have in Nigeria? It's quite a spectacle.
Can you see what we are talking about? It means we are not ready for development yet. We are not ready yet.
Can I interject you?
Yeah. Come in, AY.
Can I interject? So, I've been
listening come in, AY.
And I bet. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on. Yes, we can. Carry on.
I've been listening in the background, and sometimes I think some of the information we are sharing is not balanced. Okay, and one of the things I'll start with first. One man, you recently saw that about yesterday when they had a rebase of our unemployment rate. We saw the way it came down to 4.1%. That actually the problem is underemployment and not employment. Now, so before people will argue that okay, MBS, so the statistics MBS has been releasing to us all this while did not even meet the international standard of measuring and capturing employment rate. Now, unemployment itself now is at 4.1%. The problem now is underemployment. That means people are not getting value for what they are doing. So people are not really getting rewarded for how they are working. And I can seem to believe that because almost of Nigerian youth are actually doing something, even if it's small, but they are not getting real value for their effort or their reward. So what the government is actually trying to do is they are trying to make sure capture our data rightly, and then they will plan correctly. That's why Tinubu had to suspend the population census, and we hope that NIMC will
Tinubu
get
did
our
not suspend it,
NIN
right?
rights when they do that.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Tinubu did not
No,
suspend
they
it.
did
Buhari,
now. They did.
no, hold on. Buhari suspended it and said Tinubu can take it on when he comes in. It should have been done under the Buhari administration.
Yes,
but he suspended it. Yeah.
One man, and you know, Tinubu met with the National NPC, National Population Census Chairman, recently when he assumed office, and they are waiting on him to actually give them a go ahead to. That's why I said Tinubu suspended it for now, kept it on hold, because the NPC chairman met him recently after he has assumed office, and he still told them that they should hold on for a while. And that's why I said Tinubu actually suspended it. So I think for our data, the process is still going on. There is a rebasing of the economy that is going on underground when it comes to even down to tax systems, taxing people. All those rebasing of the economy is going on. And we need to acknowledge that there are a lot of reforms going on to rebase our economy and to capture people rightly. So we cannot say something is not happening. What we can only wait for the results, because we know something is happening. There is a rebasing of our statistics, there is a rebasing of our economy, and there is a rebasing of the population size and who we are, how many are we in Nigeria. There actually is an ongoing reforms. And to Babanjale Koko, I will say that the angle of humanitarian aid you are thinking of for Nigeria is beyond that. You are only thinking in terms of money. When I listen to the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, you can go and listen to her this morning.
Did that mention
I saw
money?
that it's beyond money.
Did that mention money?
No, Baba Jale Goku.
No.
You are only thinking of let me
How
land
do you
now.
know what I'm thinking?
You
How
are
do you know what I'm thinking?
attacking the poor with finances.
How do you know what I'm
heard
thinking?
you. I heard what you said.
Did that mention anything about
I heard
money?
what you said. I heard.
No. Answer the question.
You are only
Did I say anything about money? Did I mention money? Did I say anything related to money?
Helping the poor. Finances, or let me use that word, finances. It's not only finances for humanitarian aid.
Did that mention money?
Baba did not even mention that now. Baba was saying use the local government to do this work, not the government, not the governor, because the local government can go to the roots. He didn't mention money or finances.
Baba didn't mention money.
What are you hearing?
Okay. Can you let me land? Please? Can you just give me some minutes? When I say is looking at, okay, let me rephrase my word. It's coming at it from the angle of possibly finances. I said possibly finances. The reason why I said it is because when the minister was talking in the morning, she said there will be a trust fund that many players will have an input, right, from the CSOs to different organizations, humanitarian organizations, to the different tiers of government, having a play in updating the register, trying to sectorize the register itself, because it is not everybody that is considered poor. They are not considered poor like generically poor. There are people that are poor in skills, there are people that are poor in education, and there are people that are poor in food and health. So depending, they will sectorize those register continually and update it continually and attach conditions to it, that even though you are getting humanitarian aid, maybe for your family, maybe you need skills, like a family needs skills, they give the mother skills. While the mother is having skills, they give her conditions that a child must go to school.
Can I ask you a question?
That's the program. It's a robust program.
Please,
yes,
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. What's the origin of this thing? Is it not when Tinubu came that he wants to help the poor because of the oil subsidies that was removed? He wants to give some money to help the poor that he started with 8,000 naira. Is that not the origin of this?
No,
Please hold on. Please hold on. Please,
no,
sorry, hold
that's
on.
not the
One man.
origin. That's not.
One man, can
That's
you
not
hear
the
me?
origin.
Okay,
The minister
I'm
said
just asking a
in
question. Yeah,
the
you can
minister
explain
said
it.
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
hold on
So
for a
the
while, please.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
while,
the
please.
minister.
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, one man.
Yeah, while, please.
Today's my daughter's 1 month ceremony. This Japanese ritual ceremony. I'm actually in the temple, so I'm showing you. This is the temple. This is my kids. This is the boy, my son. Yeah, this is the my second daughter, my third daughter, my second daughter, my wife's mother, my wife, my first daughter, my wife's sister, and my daughter. So we have to perform ritual
Hello.
today. Today she go shy you. They'll put shy you for her mouth today.
Oh,
You know,
is it? Are they going to put sake? Is it sake that
sake,
sake?
yeah,
Is it?
sake, yeah, sake.
Why didn't you invite
So
us to come over now?
yeah, I would have done
In a
that.
shower.
So this is the temple, but not the bigger temple. The one in my locality. There's a bigger one than this, but I would prefer to use this because this is where they did my wife on too. So all my kids are here. So we'll come into this temple later.
What's the process? What happens?
The priest will come. The priest will come and pray, do all sorts of rituals. Then the last part is to give that osake to my daughter. Then I think it's to introduce her to the world because she's just we have to do it when it's just 1 month. So it's a month now, a month and some days. So the priest will come. You can see if I can climb. Okay, let me climb a little bit. Let me show you. Hold on. This is at the temple.
You know you're meant
See,
to take your shoes off. Have you taken your shoes off?
yeah.
Yeah, you know me.
Yes. I'm taking it off. And see the shayo glass down there here, where she go shayo later. So this is the priest section. This is where we're going to sit. So there's a blessing there. From here we'll go to go take a photo shoot for 1 month photo shoot.
Please, what
You know?
religion is this?
Huh?
What religion is this?
It's a Shinto.
Okay,
Japanese
Shinto.
religion.
Okay.
Yeah. So
What's the belief system? What do they worship? Is it a
Shinto.
religion even?
It's a religion. It's a
So
tradition.
it has a god. Does it have a god?
Yeah, all the things God is there. You see the statues, all these are inside. There's a Buddha inside, like their own this thing. I cannot show this carving. You see, the carvings are statues of things. You know, so they have God. They have so many things. But just a small temple, like now. Hey, let me show you that one. This is one of the holy water. People come here and pray and take water. I do come sometimes. So it's not the small one. Let me show you. You see this place?
Mm.
Yeah. So this water. You pray, then you take from the water. See the water pours out. Though Japan don't have technology join now. As I put my hand, the water started flow. But how you pray, there's a place you pray, you throw coin in, you pray, you throw coin inside. Then you pray. You have all that. So anyway, I'm going to the temple now. I will join you guys later. Thanks. Let me go.
All right. Good luck with that. I hope it goes well.
Yeah, it's me.
All right, brilliant. So that's what is a bit of a Japanese culture. Yeah. Back to your wife. Well done. Now, what is that was nice.
Congratulations, congratulations, Lord, please.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And I would like to learn about more. This is the first time I'm hearing about Sintu. I've never heard anything a region like that. So, one man, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you were saying in the
man.
private chat. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay,
we can hear you.
So I wanted to answer when the minister was talking in the morning on channels. The minister said there is an SDG goal that by 2030 there has to be poverty alleviation. I think SDG goal, sustainable development goal, and Tinubu is working to achieve that by 2030, and that's what is informing the policies they want to they are developing, to alleviate poverty and humanity, to roll out humanitarian interventions. And that is
Okay,
not
thank
necessarily
you.
because of the palliative or the subsidy. So that was
Okay.
what the minister said, and which went.
Are you there?
I think the system dropped.
Yeah. It sounds like a Tinubu apologist. Are you a Tinubu apologist?
Tinubu people now, Agbado. Agbado,
No. Finally, on what I wrote on the chat, I'm not like, if I know everybody has their own candidates, but the truth is, when we hear things, we should hear them holistically and just be objective analysis. Now, on this Hannatu's case, number one is the minimum qualification to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Personally, I feel the law has run its course. There should be an amendment to the law as of today. Is SSCE. That means your school leaving certificate is same thing as you contesting for the House of Assembly or the National Assembly. That your minimum qualification you should have is SSCE. And if you have that, you are qualified to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So you putting out a degree is just like an advance, you being advanced, of course, which you can put out or roll out. And
you mean it's just like
when
an
a lawyer
advantage?
was, yes, that is just an advantage, just like SSCE, the way Buhari released SSCE without going for NYSC. So that's the minimum qualification. If you have it, you can be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, but there needs to be an amendment to the law as it is today. And the truth is, even when you talk about fine or knowledge, so the law, according to NYSC laws, after you finished your university education, you have to serve for 1 year. And if you don't have if you are not serving, it's criminal. You are liable to go for 2 years imprisonment, or you pay a fine of 4,000 naira. So let's say she even infringes on that. Instead of going for 2 years, you pay a fine of 4,000 naira, which is, for me, it's the law is just outdated. I think
AY, where you are speaking to is not where the controversy. Can you hear me?
No. Yes.
Can you hear me?
So, one man, what I'm trying to say, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, hold on. Yes, where you are speaking to is not where the controversy is. The controversy is that she's serving right now NYSC, and she's also a minister of state at the same time. So she cannot be doing both. So she either has to give up the NYSC service, which people will object to, or she has to give up being the minister of state. So she cannot claim that she's serving NYSC at the same time being a minister of state. So that's where the controversy is.
One man. So which law? Let's remove emotions. Which law makes her in what law does any law in NYSC Act says you cannot serve as a minister under the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Okay, for instance, if NYSC says they are deploying to that ministry.
Hold on, because that would look somewhat shady, wouldn't it? She's already been deployed to a law firm, where she's serving. So if she's serving at that law firm, then you have the expectation that if she's serving at that law firm, then you have the expectation that at 9 a.m. in the morning she'll be there till 5, Monday to Friday. So if she's doing that, then what time then does she have to serve as a minister? So that's where the controversy is.
Okay, but one man, do you know that under NYSC, if you post it to a place and you find a better place, do you know that you can write NYSC and inform them that you found a better place to do your NYSC program, and they will update their details to confirm that you are working in your new place? So what if she decides to go ahead and say, write NYSC and say, I'm now working in this ministry in this position, And NYSC say, okay, well acknowledged.
Ayo,
Continue
please, I have a
serving.
question.
And just
Please,
come
I have a
for
question.
CDS every Thursdays.
Please, Ayo, I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think it's appropriate for you to say you want to be doing your youth service as a minister of the Federation of Nigeria? Do you think it's appropriate? Because if you have a job as an NYSC, if you are deployed to an area and the NYSC posts you to somewhere you don't like, you can go get another place and tell them they will allow you work there. But as a minister, do you think you'll be like, I'm doing my youth service as a minister for the Republic of Nigeria? You think it's appropriate?
So the thing is, there is what will I call it, morality, and there is legality. You understand? On legal basis, without emotions, she can be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So if the minimum qualification for that role is SSCE. So let's say she did not even drop any of her certificate that she's serving or something, and she drops her SSCE, she's qualified to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And if she gets that role, and she wants to leverage it, like now.
Then why did Buhari?
No, let me just finish. Let me
Buhari's time.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me just say. Let me give you an illustration. Let's say I'm Dangote's son now, and I'm meant to take over my father's company, right? And I'm taking over my father's company, and I am serving. And I write a letter to NYSC and tell them that now I'm the CEO of Dangote Industries, and I'll be serving in this position of being a CEO of Dangote Industries. Kindly accept my notice of that. My place of primary assignment is now Dangote Industries as the CEO of Dangote Industries.
It's not possible now. You are not going to yourself. Hold on now, you can't assign.
You say it's not possible.
Hold on now. Hold on. Why are you talking like this? As if we don't know how that NYSC how it's operated. You can't assign to yourself where for you to go and sign. It is that NYSC as an organization that will assign you to where to go and sign. It's not you that will say, oh, I want to, my father is Dangote. I want to serve at my father's Dangote's place. No. What are you telling them?
No, Baba, it's possible that if NYSC posts you to a place, you don't like that place, you can go on your own, go look for another place and tell them, I don't like this place. This is the place I like. NYSC, they can approve it and said, okay, go ahead as long as you work there. It's possible. But I don't know if NYSC would say, oh, my father is Dangote, so I want to go work in my father's office. I'm serving my father and I'm serving the government. I don't know if NYSC will allow that.
They won't allow that. What they normally do, what happened to let me give you an example. When I was serving in Enugu State, then there was this I was posted to the local government. So there is this company that brought a letter again that they needed a particular people within, that is within this particular profession. So it was a requirement. They brought the letter, to the local government. So, and at the point I was having serious issues because just like what you said, morality issues. Why am I going to be able to do this thing together and there won't be serious trouble? So I had to go and talk to them. Number one, you guys will not have anything doing for me at the local government. So the best thing that they could do for me was just, okay, we will not do that because local government is also part of the governing council of the NYSC. They were saying that they won't be able to do that. What they can do is that they can redeploy me. But on the NYSC, what they call it, on the NYSC data, they are seeing me that I'm with this is where they deploy me. But the place that they deploy me will acknowledge that, we redeploy them to a particular place where it will be useful. So, but it still reports to us. I still report to them, to the local government. I still report there. I still do my things there. But they deploy me to that company. So if they did not agree,
father's office, That wasn't your father's office.
That wasn't my father's office.
Yeah.
But this one is a public office. This one is a public office. It carries
you
some
can go to two
body.
public offices or even two private offices, but you cannot say NYSC to deploy to your father's office. I don't think NYSC will not accept that. For me, I had the same experience too. When I did my youth service, I was posted to a local government in Numan. That was in the then Gongola state. I was in the local government. I felt underutilized. So I went back to the secretariat. I told them I would prefer to do something else. I found another posting at Yola College. That was in city, in the main city, Yola. And then they accepted me to go and teach at Yola College. So you are serving in difference, but you cannot say, no, I don't like this, but I want to go serve as the CEO of my father's office because I'm Dangote's son or I'm Dan Tata's. And NYC will say, yes, kudos, go and do that.
Let me please let me interject you on that.
Then
Let me put a clarification on it. So let's say let me put a clarification on it. Number one, according to NYSC, is if so far the organization is recognized within the law, is a recognized organization, whether a legal business or something, it is recognized. Most of the organizations where people deploy to, it's not necessary that your father is, they don't care about the relationship between the owner and you. What they know, what they want to know is it a legal organization, functioning organization? If it is yes, and if the organization is willing to adopt you to serve there, they will redeploy you. So in this case of me using the example of if Dangote is my father, of course, I am the CEO. It's a legal organization running well within the framework of establishing the legal business in Nigeria. So they will not look at the relationship between me and my father for them to approve. What they will look at is it a legal organization? Yes. And is the organization willing to give a letter to that effect to recognize the fact that I'm working there in this position? Yes. So if those conditions are fulfilled, they will approve. The truth is, sometimes there is morality, is issue of morality in this case now. The girl that is serving should not be called as a minister because it has not happened before. Because what we are used to coming up, like we have never. I don't think anybody at that age has ever been a minister in Nigeria before. No. We don't think anybody as young as that has ever been a minister before.
No, she's 43. She's 43. Well, hold on. She's 43. What do you mean that age? She's not a spring chicken.
Gowon was younger than that when he became.
What do you mean? She's not a little girl.
Yeah, even Gowon was older than that when he became the head of state.
And
so that age is not.
And even among their younger age than her within those cabinet members, those that are newly appointed, this thing. There's one guy there. What is that guy in charge of digital? This is it not?
Bosun? I think it's in his 30s. I think it's in his 30s.
Yeah.
Then one man. Let's not forget another thing.
Why is NYSC?
Please let me interject you. Let me finish. No. Okay. Let me explain something. Have you forget the issue of exemption letter? That once you are above 30 and you come back for maybe you studied outside the country for a long time and you want to serve, once you are above 30, all you just need to request for an exemption letter. Most of our fathers had it because they finished school above 30 and they could not go and serve again. And what they gave them was NYSC exemption letter. And when they were looking for a job, then they will tell you.
Yeah, but she's not qualified. No, that doesn't. Hold on, settle down, Ayo. That doesn't apply in this instance because she was posted to Ebonyi State years ago where she was meant to serve, but she abandoned it. And then when Buhari wanted to make her a commissioner for some parastatal, when she got to the Senate at that time under the Buhari space, they couldn't pass her through because she could not present an NYSC certificate. So she has now gone back to the NYSC to serve. But in the course of that, it's still within her service year, she has now been appointed a minister of, a minister within the Tinubu administration. So if she was qualified for the exemption, she would have gotten it. So I don't see how she's able to get around it. I don't see it.
One man, I think. I mean, what has she been doing
One
since
man,
2000?
please. I sent you one link. From NYSC portal
Can I ask you
confirming
a
the
question,
conditions to get an exemption letter from NYSC, irrespective
Can I
of
ask you a
whatever it
question?
is, whatever the situation is. Yes, you can. Go ahead.
All right. Take a question from Kulata, yeah.
So I just checked that what's the qualification to be minister. They said it's the same qualification for someone to be elected as House of Rep. And the minimum that they said is to have secondary school leaving certificate. So why is NYSC mandatory if the minimum requirement is secondary school certificate? Because if I only have secondary school certificate, am I supposed to serve for NYSC? Isn't NYSC restricted to those that have tertiary education? I'm confused. That's why I'm asking the question.
But one Kolata, if she presented in her CV that she attended college, so that will require her to surrender her NYSC certificate now.
But if she doesn't show the college, she just shows her secondary school.
Yes, I think I agree with you. Technically, by law, yeah, she won't be required to submit.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure that is right. But let me correct myself before I say what I want to say. People are correcting me that Bosun is not actually in his 30s, it's 46. So I take that correction. But if she presents her, let's say GCSE or whatever, which is the
but
minimum,
one of them is around 30. Is in the 30s.
Yeah, I think a girl or something. But
yeah.
if she better. All right, yes, that's fine. But if she presented her school cert, which is a minimum requirement, but they know that she has done university, I think they're still compelled to require her to present her NYSC if it's known.
Why?
Because what I think is the problem here is that you can't be doing two government work at the same time, even NYSC or non NYSC. But now it's said that NYSC has been posted as a federal or a government worker. Now you are getting a minister. Just like you are in the office, you are a senator, at the same time you are a minister of Niger Delta. You have to drop one for one. That's what they are saying. As an NYSC member, you are already serving under the federal government. So you cannot be serving NYSC and be a minister. It's not about you serve now or your exemption letter. In how much she's doing NYSC now, she have to choose one from the two. Either drop her NYSC now and continue her ministerial job, or drop her ministerial job and continue NYSC, because she cannot have two office in Nigeria at the same time. That is the problem.
You are posting in NYSC.
Yes, now you are posting to work. You are working under federal government.
Hold on, one piece. Let pull out. Yeah.
You start your NYSC, you go to that camp for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then they post you to a job. So if technically they can say that they posted that to Ministry of Entertainment.
No, he's the minister now. If you post out to the ministry, it's different. He's the minister.
Hold on, one piece. She's Kulata, she's already posted. She's already serving at somewhere in a law firm.
Yeah, but you can change your posting. So if they go and change your posting to this ministry, then she's okay.
Kulata, that's very wrong. Sorry to butt in, but let me just tell you one thing, Kulata.
Thank you, Kulata, for that.
The moral thing that should be done, that's on the morality of it now.
You are talking morality. Me, I'm talking technicality.
Oh, yeah, I'm going there. She should be fired. One, the technicality of it now is that the fact remains that she, under the law, in the eyes of the law, she's holding two jobs, right? Are you aware of the fact that even when Keyamo, even as a lawyer, right, you cannot practice, you cannot involve in private practice when you have a cabinet appointment or you have a government appointment. You can't do that. So what Musawa is doing right now, she was supposed to have served in Ebonyi State, but probably by virtue of big girl leash or whatever, she couldn't bear the brunt of serving in a state like Ebonyi. Probably she wanted to stay in Abuja, as they do it. She was supposed to run it to Abuja, but probably didn't work out. So she had to abandon it. So when she knew at the point that she was going to be going public, probably politically or having the ambition of serving in Nigeria, it becomes
Thank you, enigmatic. Yes,
yeah,
that is exactly what happened. You're right.
it becomes inevitable for her that she just must have it, because the same situation, the same scenario played out. That was the reason she wasn't appointed in 2020 when Buhari put her up for an appointment, right? So now what she's doing now is double dipping. You cannot do that under the law, right? In the eyes of the law, she is breaking the law. She has not only broken the law, she's breaking the law.
Enigmatic.
Hold on, Kulata.
Enigmatic, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, please?
Oh, okay.
Can I ask you a question, enigmatic? Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Now, NYSC Act says, number one, this girl is 43. She's 43. NYSC's Act says if you're above 30, you go for exemption letter. Exemption letter, because I've not seen people that have served at 43. I've not seen anybody that has served in NYSC at 43 before.
Hold on. How old was she when she graduated?
Entirely one man.
I've not seen.
Hold on there. Let me go ahead with what you are trying to ask. First of all, what you are trying to say, look, go beyond the purview of the exemption now, right? Our case is beyond the exemption letter now. This is the reality on ground is that she was supposed to serve at a time when she was mobilized, just like every other Nigerian, right? She went AWOL. That is the practical understanding of it under the law. She went AWOL. She abandoned her duty, and nobody could find her. Then, when she realized at the time that in her life she was going to be she would lead that NYC, she came back around. So, if you were over 100 years at that time, it makes no sense again. You've broken the law at first, right? Having to try to repair the law the second time now, by virtue of what you've done in the first instance, have been issue. You cannot build something or nothing. That's what she's trying to do.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is it legal? Is it legal to change your posting in the middle of serving? Is it legal?
Oh, absolutely. You are. Hold on, Lata. You have the right. I did it. I changed.
You change your posting, right? Because I know a lot of people change their posting.
My posting from one office to the other. But the fact remains that you cannot claim, I know what you are trying to do. You cannot claim that she's trying to change her posting, having to have been posted.
You don't know.
Hold on now, she could have, hold on. Now, the claim, what you are trying to say is that, okay, probably, hypothetically, now let me put that, hypothetically that she has been posted to the ministry where she's a minister. How would you be a minister at the same time? Hold on, listen to yourself now. How would you be a minister at the same time, right? Serving as a youth corps that you should have done years ago.
Yeah,
do not forget that, hold on, Kulata, do not forget that she had a record. She had a past record of AWOL, of being AWOL. That is still on ground. So if you go to court now, what you are referring to, you are looking at the first record, not this record now.
Let's address this. Wait. Let's address it one by one. Enigmatic. Okay, let's say she was AWOL. Is that an irretractable offense? Can it be settled? Can it be settled if you went AWOL and they said, okay, go and re-enroll for NYSC? Is that a possibility?
Okay, the possibility of that was she was supposed to have gone either to prison or be fined, right? And then that would have been on her record. That means she went AWOL, right? And she got the right judgment for her misdeed.
Gone to prison for not having NYSC. Is that a? I'm not.
Is that a thing?
We are sticking with the law. I'm trying to explain.
Is that the law? Enigmatic is a law.
As far as I'm concerned, as far as I know that when you are scorned, right? I don't know if it's changing now or whatever, but when you are scorned or whatever, you have either the choice of there should be a pronouncement. What was the pronouncement? What was the ruling? Is the ruling fine of 4K, 2 years imprisonment, or go back and start all over again? Even if you are going to be passing out in 24 hours and they notice an infringement, right? Or there's an illegality that was actually identified. Even 2 minutes to the time that you'll be putting the ink on the paper, they have the right to say go and start all over again. There was no pronouncement like that. So you resurface like 15 years after without actually curing the deficiencies of the past, and then you are putting another deficiency on that injury. So you cannot revisit the injury while you've not cured the first injury have been issue. So now what she's doing is that she's building the illegality on another illegality. That was the reason I said she's building something on nothing, basically. So if she goes to court, she's gonna be put out of that office. One, do not forget that Adeosun's case is quite different from this. This lady, now this is the case of misrepresentation. She has lied under the oath. She's misrepresenting the fact of what she never had. She never had the certificate of a successful completion of her NYSC. Now she's in office as a minister at the same time serving NYSC under the same federal government. Do you know what that means already?
Yes, enigmatic. The wider question is, what did she present to the Senate during the screening? What did she present?
Are you not here when the Senate confirmed that they were morons? Do you want to ask me again? They said they were morons. They cleared the guy who called them morons. So what can we be? Why are you asking me again? Do you think they do anything there? If they actually now I can't say something. The failure of our system, the failure of governance, and the failure of this, the oversight functions of all these multiple agencies that are just there for nothing. There's no way. It's just in America. It's just like in America over here. Bypass certain things, you're gonna be fired from top to bottom. Whoever is the DG of CIA or whoever is doing the polygraph or whatever missed a point, and then you become a liability at the end of the day to American government. It's gonna cause so many heads. As we are speaking now, we should be looking at somebody who is going to be fired in the DSS, who because this is a dereliction of duty. They had the responsibility to look at everything.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? What is the minimum qualification to be a minister? What is the minimum?
Forget about the minimum.
You say I should forget
about the minimum.
Hold on, enigmatic. Hold on. AY, that is not where the conversation is now. Nobody is talking about her being qualified for anything or not now. It's not that if she's qualified or not.
Okay, AY, let me answer that directly to you. Musawa, she's eminently qualified to be anything in Nigeria by virtue of her qualification, by virtue of her academic, background, by virtue of her professional understanding. I mean, she's schooled in one of the best schools in the world, right? But her case is gone beyond the threshold of the minimum, requirement to serve in an office. Do not forget that. We are looking at the illegality that has been perpetrated, and then she's actually perpetrated, and then she's perpetuating that illegality now by building more illegality on another illegality. That's what she's doing. So this is what you need to understand.
Okay.
Okay. So Ab initio. Hold on. Ab initio. Hold on. Ab initio under the law. In the eyes of the law, she has not served her country. Then if she has come around to say she wants to serve, even as it is now, she's not qualified for an exemption letter. That's her case now. She's not even qualified to be exempted because she has basically burnt all the bridges of such qualifications years ago. You understand what I'm saying, bro? So our case is not about minimum qualification or not.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What is the illegality? Specifically, what are you calling illegality? Is it abscondment from NYSC? Is that what you are calling illegality? And if that is the thing, if that's what you are calling illegality, who should be the one to punish that illegality? Recognize and punish that illegality. Isn't
okay? Let me tell.
Who should be the one to punish that illegality?
Okay, I'll start from bottom. I'll start from bottom to top, right? From bottom, number one, she's the criminal now in this situation, right? She should be punished right now, either by serving a jail term or having to have whatever punitive measure
But
they want to.
enigmatic, Tinubu can pardon her.
Who should punish her? Who should punish her?
That is another chapter. Hold on now. That's another chapter entirely. Pulata. So now I've answered you who should be punished. One, she should be punished. Then who should be punished for dereliction of duty? One, NYSC, right? They have done their job, right? By telling everybody or by reporting that this lady actually did not complete her NYSC as she should have done. She ran away. She abandoned it. It was clear. Abandoned it, right? That's AWO. In the military, it's called AWO. If you go AWO in the U.S. military, your papa self in Bog go the chick wherever it is.
I think you'll be court-martialed, right? If you go,
of course. Yeah, I tell you now. Now high level, now federal offense, madam. Don't be smart, you know. Your life will never be balanced again.
Nigeria military is the same thing. In Nigeria,
hold on. Let anybody just start so that AY can run up. Yeah.
So now NYC they've done their job, and this is the question now. The investigative agencies, what were their roles? What roles did they play? Right? Okay, let's assume it's an oversight all these years. But in 2020, they found out from the Senate that this lady actually did not complete her NYSC. So did she have a remedy then? Right? Under the law, there are several other things you can look at. At that point, she could have hired a lawyer to say, what are my choices? Do I have to go back to NYSC, or what? The lawyer will give her, okay, probably we have to write to NYSC. This was the reason why I abandoned this. Then, for cogent reasons, medical issues in America, in the UK, I have immigration issues, I have this, right? Then you give them reasons. Then it behooves the NYSC to say yes or no. We're going to give you an exemption letter by virtue of your explanation, or we are not giving you anything. You have to go back and serve regardless of your age. That's number two. Or number three, we have to proceed with criminal proceeding. Right? We have to file a lawsuit and go ahead with what you did, like every other Nigerian. So you are looking at her now because she's privileged, right? And every Nigerian, think about somebody from Igbo, right? From Ileje who does not have anybody, and that person is caught in this thing. Imagine what would have happened to that person now, right? So now who should have been punished? Then the DSS, the Senate, the DSS who claimed to Nigerians, right, that they crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's while they were screening these folks. How would you cross all the T's and dot all the I's and you miss this thing? Very conspicuous. Very, very conspicuous. If you could get anything on El Rufai, you couldn't get something as conspicuous as missing NYSC, because until NYSC changes in Nigeria, it's still a sine qua non. It's still a sine qua non, a requirement, right, to public office service in Nigeria, either you like it or not. Everybody who is on this platform, we all did it. It wasn't easy, but we had to do it. We found a way to do it. Kulata did his own. One man, I don't know if he did. Everybody almost like that, because tomorrow, if you say you want to be this, you want to be that. We've seen public officers in Nigeria who have been fired by virtue of things, by virtue of irregularities of their NYSC. Why is she different? Is it because of her closeness to Buhari or what? This is not about APC, or this is not about astrology now. The right thing that should have been done now, the right thing that should have been done right now is, madam, pack your bag and go get somebody else for replacement. Period. Go and be doing your NYC. And she's
enigmatic. Is that what ultimately has to happen? Because now that this situation has been flashed up, you know, a decision has to be made. So they cannot tell us that she's attending NYSC as a minister of state, and then they cannot say that that she has.
I want to see how they will handle it. But one man, like I said, this woman is qualified, right? She would have been a star girl in the administration, of course. But we cannot overlook what would have caused a problem for an average or any other Nigerian. She's not more Nigerian than any other Nigerian. This is the fact. So now first of all, you are not even supposed to be serving any longer.
Hold on. Can they suspend her NYSC for reasons of national service?
No. I don't know what law covers that, right? But from what I know, so far so good. As even she's serving right now, that is an illegality on its own, because you did not cure the first illegality you committed. You are pounding another one on it. Are you supposed to even be serving now at 43? The answer is no. Well, so why is she serving now? Who gave you the authority to serve at 43? Do you have any document certifying that you were allowed to defer until now? If the documents exist, let's see what are the procedures, to get those documents. So those are the things we have to ask, because there's always a process to everything, one man. You cannot say you are waking up one day after 35 years because you want political appointment, and it's going to be an encumbrance, a very big encumbrance, and it has actually been an encumbrance in the past. You cannot cure it all of a sudden. You have to go through the process. So if you are going through the process, one man, who is that now? Somebody is looking over there.
Man.
All right. Back to you, AY. Back to you. Yeah, carry on, AY.
Okay, so my final thought on this is, we are assuming we don't know the documents she submitted to the Senate. What if what she submitted is just her NYSC? So we don't know these documents she submitted to Senate. So I think the DSS will have to come to her on that. And one man, if you want to intercept in that, if you have higher certificates, why are you submitting only your lower certificate? Peter Obi did it. He submitted his own SSC. Tinubu did it. He submitted only his university certificate, not other records. So on that basis, I can give you an answer.
Can I chime in a second? Can I chime in a second?
I can only submit.
Hold on, let him learn enigmatic.
If you have what is required, so if you have what, no, enigmatic, please let me learn. If this is what is required and you submit it and you meet the requirements, that's fine by me. But the thing is, the other part of the illegality and all of that, NYSC will have to come out to us and clarify what steps she took. Probably she conformed to the law. She gave notice to NYSC, and NYSC gave her approval to go and serve the country. If NYSC comes to that tomorrow, she's cleared. NYSC is the only body that can sanction core members that go AWOL. So if NYSC says they've punished her enough and she's cleared, there's no more illegality. For me, that's it. And that's my closing thought.
All right. Baba makes an interesting point in the comment section. He says a youth corper can be drafted to play for the Super Eagles whilst serving. Not so. So if that applies, then I think I think they can just say she's on national service.
That is different, one man. The hypothesis is trying to play. It's not matching with the current situation we are discussing now. The subject matter is quite different from that. Do not forget when even NYSC, they do have their football team. Do not forget about that. And when you are serving as NYSC president, I've seen, while I was serving, I had a couple of people who were in the military, right, in the middle of their NYSC service or whatever. They have to get some exemption to go for some national duty. That's different. This lady years back did something. Do not forget about that. We are traveling back to years now. It was alleged that she abandoned something. For you to abandon something, what there should have been a ruling by now. What is that ruling?
Enigmatic. Wait. They allowed her to continue, now restart. So all this abandonment is now a moot point because NYSC allowed her to restart.
But you know who she is now. The point
I know who she is now. But what I'm saying is
the point that was raised.
Wait. That old abandonment, if they will have punished it, they will have punished it. But it looks like they overlooked it and there's a reset. They allowed that to restart. I think the question we should be able to ask ourselves is, what does NYSC service mean? Because service, you're supposed to go and serve somewhere. If serving somewhere is a government office, then does the title or the post of that government office mean? Because that initial illegality has now been overlooked, that they've allowed that to restart. So can she serve? Hold on. Let me ask this question. Can she serve in NYSC capacity as as a federal minister? That's the question now.
No, the appropriateness. Look, that is the key word now. The appropriateness of the time and the timeliness of when she was supposed to serve that she breached, right? You cannot kill that because of some pedantic, explanation. Do not forget that Bumitunji Ojo, the one from Ondo State, had a similar issue, but they overlooked his own because they did not catch it early, and he was smart to have killed this. When he went to the UK or whatever he did, right? When he came to the House of Rep, he was serving just like Musawa is doing now, right? He was alleged to be serving the same time he was in the House of Rep.
Sorry, Enigmatic, are you taking on board the point that Kulata just made? The fact that NYSC has let her restart, that negates the wall that you were saying. So, because if they wanted to punish her, then they would have punished her already. But now them letting her restart, that going AWOL is no longer applicable because for whatever they've bypassed that. So what they're saying now is she's serving now, or she has been appointed a Minister of State. So can she be redeployed from wherever it is that she's serving now to that ministerial office?
First of all, let me clarify that as it is now, we are just speaking to what we are seeing in the surface, in the news, right? So I'm not privy to what the conversation are behind the scene with NYSC or with the agency that are involved. Do not forget about that. Probably NYSC, they've met her, they've had a solution. Look, with whatever happened in the past, because of our position now, our political connection, and the whatever they want to bring aboard, right? That an average Nigerian will not have such a privilege. Let's assume because of her privilege, she has used her quote and unquote long leg, right, to overrule what happened in the past, and then they've given her the privilege to go and serve or to start afresh. Now it is assumed that her current status is being serving as a copper, youth copper in Nigeria. Youth copper in Nigeria. So what could have happened is then we had some youth copper that were deployed to work in banks, to have their services in any company, right? That is their major job. And that is where they will be for the next 1 year. When they are done, they could be retained permanently on that job, or they move somewhere else. In this situation now, let's assume again, hypothetically, that they've covered the track behind the scene, right? NYSC, they've given her maybe a document, a legal document, a legal thing that will say, okay, this is what we've agreed. Go back and serve. Now she's serving. And then she's holding another public office as a minister. To me, that is basic illegality upon illegality again, all over again. So she wants to make a choice. And the choice is so easy. So the choice is so easy now, right? The precedent is you must complete your NYSC as a requirement for a public office. So under the law, she hasn't completed that. Now she's not qualified as a minister. It's as easy as that.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's move on from there. I think we've exhausted that. Let's go to this space. Trump arrested in election case, a mugshot released. So a travesty of justice, a bad day for democracy. This was Trump's response. A travesty of justice is how he's describing it. But this photograph that you're looking at, he actually released it himself on his social media space. So what are you then making then? And by the way, this is the first time in history that this has happened, that an American president has been arrested and charged. So what are you making then of Trump's rather tortuous journey to the White House?
Yeah, one man. What we are seeing playing out in American political landscape is wonderful, and Trump, whether we like it or not, is making history. That's the first president that will be put on a public trial or charge, or how do I say it, indicted, and at the same time running for election for the position of president, and is wasting strong in opinion poll, beating other contestants within the party, having a distance of 32 points above the next person to him in opinion poll of all of them contesting that position within the party, and refusing to join them in the debate on the basis that he's the leading candidate and there is no point for him to join them in the debate, that there is no point at all. So this guy, whether we like it or not, on the good side, is making history. On the bad side, is making history. On the good side, that is performing well. People are behind him within his party. They are strong. They are supporting him strongly. His political base is the strongest in that party, and is making more money in terms of fundraising, making more money than other people. And he deliberately posted this thing to show that, hey, American, this is not a big deal. This is a political witch hunt. This is, how did he describe it in his...
a travesty of justice.
Yeah, travesty of justice and election interference. Or what did he say there? He call it election what? I think
yes, interference. Yes.
Election interference. So, Trump.
Is this guy going to be the next American president? Is that what we're looking at?
Look, one man, if they can't get him jailed before he secured the nomination of the party, official nomination of the party, this guy might be our next president. It might be our next president. And the reason is because during his time, we have the best of the best economy. During his time, we were buying gas, petrol, at the cheapest of the cheapest that I've seen in the recent time. We were buying gas like $1.30, $1.50. I think the highest we could get down there, back then was $1. It's under $2. It's under $2 wherever you go around America. I don't know in California, because their price there is kind of crazy sometimes. You can pay double of what other people pay in other parts of America, per gallon. But in most places, it was under $2. and employment rate was at its the best. Inflation was low. I mean, it was job surplus. People can get job easily, and economy was running well until the what do you call it? COVID hit. So if care is not taken because of the situation, economic situation, the inflation, and
Do
cost of
you
living.
think do you think irrespective of whoever the Republicans put up, Joe Biden's time is up? Can you see him getting a second term?
Look, the only person, sorry, other than Trump, another person that can give Joe Biden the run for his money is that Tim Scott, the black guy in the Republican Party. If that guy should secure the nomination of the party, it's going to cause division among the black and the minority. Because Republicans will want to project one thing that, look, yes, Democrats have done it. Democrats gave Obama an opportunity to be a nominee of the party, and and he became the president. So why not give this guy a shot? And if Trump give his support behind him, he'll be the next president. That's another person I'm looking at. Because of the color of his skin, the black will look at it. What is it? What are we waiting for? This is one of our own.
Baba, can I chime in a second, Baba?
Oh yeah, come in. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. On the part of Trump, you are very right. The only Republican alive who can give not only Biden, the whole of Democrats their biggest headache, if he's cleared to run for the election, is Trump. But he's not going to win him. The only person who can win Trump in the as of life is Biden, and that was the reason they brought him back. It took a coordinated effort of so many top dogs in the political arena in Democrats to bring Biden back. So then after Trump, I was looking forward to DeSantis, but obviously he's so lazy. He's so lazy, so crazy with his ideas. So now, Tim Scott that you're talking about, black people don't care a huge about Tim Scott. They don't even want to hear him speak. So all I want is, regardless of what Trump has been going through or whatever, I wish I know, his chances of surviving these legal challenges.
And enigmatic. That was the way Obama started too. Nobody cares about Obama at the beginning. It was after the primary that he defeated the what do you call it?
Hillary
in New Hampshire. That is when people start to have the thing, the black people that look, this might be.
If you look at Obama's trajectory, right, the difference between Obama and Tim Scott is Obama is more or less like a young dude that they've been grooming, quote and unquote. He has the gravitas, he has the political fecundity, and he has the political reach. And he connected, right, with the reach of the blacks. That's the core of the black community in the US, plus the oligarchs of the white politics in both Republican and Democrat. That is what Tim Scott does not have. Tim Scott, even in South Carolina, where he comes from, the black people do not like him. Go and look at the voting pattern that brings him to office every time. If the Republicans fail to have Trump on the ballot, oh my God, this would be the most embarrassing presidential election in the history of America. Biden will wipe him.
What about Mike Pence? Is he in play at all?
No, don't even go there. That one cannot. He cannot even get it. party. Don't even go there, one man. That one
So,
cannot even
man.
get it. They will.
Sit down now.
That on paper now. They have turned it to paper. He's nobody in the
Even
party.
Trump base does not like fence. You know, Trump base, the Trump base they are so fanatic, right? And this is the reason why the problem
Is that enigmatic? Please don't insult us.
Praise Daddy.
Enigmatic, you are breaking up.
That's strong base right there, Prince Daddy.
Praise Daddy. Base. So one man.
But Prince Daddy is the most unlikely Trump. Is the most unlikely Trump. Is people like Babati I can understand, but not Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy,
Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy.
So the problem with the problem with Republicans. The problem with Republicans now is that it's like they've put Trump has sucked up the whole energy, right? The whole ground and everything that has to do with Republican into himself. So without Trump, no more Republican. Look at the numbers now. Baba, I was surprised when I saw the number 2 days ago. Trump was leading almost everybody with almost 32, 35 points. Trump.
I say if they put the rest of them together, they're not even a match to Trump. Put all the opinion poll, they of others, pulled it together. They are still behind Trump, that of Trump. So Trump owned that party at the moment.
He owns the party at the moment. So the Republicans should do anything possible, anything under the sun to get him on the ballot. If they do not do that, one man forget it. The only person who can win Trump.
He has never won the popular vote at an election, though. Because it
one man, can I interject actually?
It defeated Trump. Yes, it defeated Hillary on a technicality, and it lost to.
If they get him on the ballot, Republicans will lose.
One man, if they fail to have Trump on the ballot, hear this tonight. If they fail to have Trump on the ballot, the only person who can beat Trump is Biden. The only person who has the possibility of beating Biden in America as of now is Trump. Forget it. If they do not have Trump on the ballot, forget your grammar. It's over.
Can I interject one man?
Yeah, come in, Prince Daddy. Is Biden popular though? Start from there. Is Biden popular?
Biden is safe. Safe bet. You forget about politics when Biden is there. That's why, and Biden is familiar, and that's why Biden is potent.
You know the problem is that.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Okay, Prince Daddy. Yeah, come on.
Thanks. Yeah, there's nothing potent about Biden. Biden is a joke when it comes to that, you know. And by the way, to woman's question, that Trump never won by popular votes. That is this past election, 2020. He won with the largest margin ever in American politics.
Yes. Were you at the Capitol? Were you at the Capitol? Were you at the Capitol? When to burn the house down?
The conservative Prince Daddy. Yes, that's what I want to do.
No. See,
come on, man.
I'm saying the fact it won by the largest margin possible. And in American politics,
wait. Prince Daddy, are you playing or you're serious?
I am not playing. I'm just not playing. You see, what we're talking about right here is kind of beyond.
You're dead serious.
I'm dead serious. I'm not playing. Only if you pay attention to what is going on in regards to the fraud that happened that past election. See, the reason we're not talking about it, if it was Nigeria, we were talking about it. If it was the South American countries or Kenya, sure. But the election fraud that happened in America is beyond any person's imagination. I'm telling you, the most corrupt ever. You guys talk about Tinubu's election and Nigeria's election. Compared to the America's past election, this 2020 election was almost perfect. the criminality that happened in America. See, that's why people don't know or will not talk about it, because if you watch CNN and MSNBC, you wouldn't know what is going on. But they know, and that's the reason why.
Okay, well, can you articulate the election fraud, please, in clear terms, not all this generalization?
Well, not generally. In clear terms, we have right now in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, they've talked about how ballots were transported. I'm not talking about 22. I'm talking about right now, like a couple of weeks ago. All these things are coming out, not by Trump people, by independents or the states that all those things happened. It happened in Georgia, in Georgia, Atlanta.
I live in Georgia. What happened in Georgia?
It's not real.
I lived in. Sorry, I said not live. I live in Georgia. Tell us what happened in Georgia.
Well, what happened in Georgia is what you saw on the camera. That one is almost incontrovertible. It's indisputable.
No, tell us. You're talking all this Fox News talking points.
Okay,
it's not even Fox News.
Okay, we heard about.
You're talking like what's the name of this one? Breitbart and what's the name of those two?
No. See, when you try to call names and label, when you try to call
no, that's why I'm asking you to give specifics to prove your point.
Well, the specific is, for example, during election counting, all of a sudden they said they had a broken pipe, so everybody should exit the building. Upon exiting the building by everyone, there came some people, in which we have on camera, to the wall. I'm not making it up. Not like somebody telling us a second-hand story. They came back, and under the chairs, or rather under the tables, they pulled out a bunch of boxes that had ballots. And those boxes were counted and recounted. It's documented. We have documentation.
And it's investigated, and it was bogus BS.
Well, you can call it bogus BS. That is fine. But we're not here to argue about what you believe or not. So people like you are easily manipulated.
You have to prove your point. No, Prince Daddy, you can't.
Told you.
This is not the platform where you just say, there was election. You have to prove it.
I just told you, and he said it's bogus. That is fine.
Because it's been investigated. I mean, am I wrong for saying it's investigated and it was found unfounded? It is. The links, anybody can Google that.
Okay, actually, when you say investigated, we investigated it based on what? Who told you it was unfair? That's another propaganda right there. Who told you
what's the name of this county?
It was never investigated. It was never investigated.
This black county, what's the name of this county?
That perpetrated the crime investigated it.
Exactly.
Obedience, this is obedience.
But anyway, let's concentrate on Trump real quickly.
Another Texans.
On Trump real quickly.
Please,
they are conservative.
He's going to make America great again.
Our lady in the house of Prince Daddy, they are conservative. You can't win them, Kulata.
Well, yeah. See,
I'm conservative,
we don't
but I'm not
American
a Trump.
politics on one man show, but
I'm not a Trumpist.
Well, okay. You're one of us. You don't know. But say we don't talk a lot about American politics on the one man show, and we don't investigate enough. Will you hear one side of the story, but not everything? Okay, so that's the problem. And there's no way everything you said. By the way, Trump can be arrested in jail and still win the election. It's happened before. It's happened before in American history. But what is today? If Trump says, okay, he's not running again, guess what? All those charges will be dismissed. The only reason they're going after Trump is because of election interference, just like you said. And what they're doing is absolutely illegal, because even legal scholars, they've come out to say, as a president of the United States, they have this immunity against all these charges against them, because a lot of people don't know, and because the media can blow the trumpet and lie to people. People are confused, and people don't know any better, and that's why we have all the shenanigans going on. What they're doing is listen, regardless, I'm not a Biden supporter, but in America, we don't insult our leaders. This is not about we know where it is shot in Milocon. We don't do that stuff. If you don't, it's all politics and policies, really. Biden is that president today. I don't care for Biden, but I'm not going to go around insulting Biden. We don't do that. But the fact is that Trump is leading in the polls. And I'm glad he's leading, because a lot of people are seeing through all the shenanigans. Not only Trump is leading.
Hold on, Prince. For the benefit of us non-Americans, Is it leading in the polls for the Republican ticket or for the presidency?
Well, on the presidency, there's a margin of error about 3%. On some polls, it's tied with Biden. Biden is leading by 2 points, but at the same time, in the previous election, Biden was actually leading by high single numbers or double digits at the same time in comparison. And not only that, this time around, Trump did not have a lot of support from some constituencies or categories of people or voters. Now is actually doing much better and getting more support. So I'm glad that a lot of Americans are seeing through the shenanigans.
Let me ask you this, Prince Daddy. If all of the data is showing that Trump is unlikely to defeat Biden, if the data is showing that, should the Republican not just use this window to get rid of Trump as sort of like a cleansing process?
Get rid of Trump. Well, obviously you don't know American politics one man. See, let me tell you, I'm conservative, not a Republican. I like to distinguish between the two. When it comes to the Republican Party, those politicians are weasels. They are the worst kinds of human beings. They are the worst. That's the reason why I could not be a Republican, because of their representation. I was more like a Democrat. But if you know and pay attention to what is going on in today's politics in America, the Democrats are like the party of call it whatever, evil, anything goes. That's not life. We don't do that. And I'm not a supporter of Republican politicians, because guess what? They're equally as bad. And that's why we call them uniparty, meaning there's no distinguishable differences between the two of them. Really. And that is true to a larger degree. They're really both the same. Trump is an outsider. It's totally different. And that's why many people like myself support Trump. It's not like your typical politician. He's not really. Do you know Trump's background? Trump is actually a Democrat, just like I was. Yes. For many years, until he decided to run and became quote unquote a Republican, because he had to be on the ballot. And his ideology or what he believes in we're almost dichotomous when it comes to the Democrats, and that's why he went with the Republican Party. So I'm not a big time Republican Party supporter. Those guys are almost useless for the most part. They are weak. I prefer the Democrats, actually. I prefer the Democrat politicians like Tinubu. They're ruthless and brutal. I like those people. I like such people. But Republicans, they're just weak. All these things happen to Trump. If they were strong politicians or good people, it would not be happening. None at all. The Democrat would not allow such shenanigans to happen. And that's why I like them. That's why I like the Democrats. Is that policy that's the worst. And the worst of them all, of course, is Barack Hussein Obama. Is the worst president America ever had. Absolutely useless.
Is the worst president America? He rescued that country after the mess made.
No, don't say that. You don't know about the American politics. I'm sorry. What did you say?
American politics quite a bit.
No,
I watched the young Clerk. I watched the young Clerk.
Even black people, black Americans, African Americans will not accept Trump. Okay, I'm sorry, will not accept Barack Obama. Guess what? It did not for them, and they know. Someone tell us Barack Obama said he didn't save anybody, or perhaps he said the LGBTQ
right.
people.
Came in, the black supported him. When he came in, he turned his back against them. What did Barack Obama do for Africa? This it was just packaging.
Huh?
Sorry, this is not.
George Bush actually did a whole lot for Africa than Barack Obama did.
Prince Daddy, this is not about Obama. Prince Daddy, this is not about Obama. It's about Trump. Can you get back to Trump, please?
You don't want me to expose you?
Expose me? I don't care about Obama, but it's not about Obama. That's the point. Obama is not running for election. We have an indicted. We have a 4-time. Let me make a point. Quick. Let me just make a quick point. We have a 4-time indicted person that, if he becomes the president, it's already broken so many norms. And that's why the American Constitution needs more guardrails against people as unscrupulous as Donald Trump.
Please.
Oh man, hold on. It's just like watering mouth.
Hold on, please. Let Princess come in.
Can I
Please
ask a
let
question?
Princess come
Okay,
in.
I mean, of all American presidents, do you mean that Trump is the only one that committed a crime? What about the other presidents and what they did?
That's not what I said.
No, but that's what
I didn't say that. I said he's unscrupulous. His character is flawed. And that's widely known. That's why he's four-time indicted.
The only reason you would say that because
he's not
sorry.
a politician. Because politicians lie to you. They tell you what you want to hear. Trump will tell you as it is. He said he's going to drain the swamp. And if he comes in, he will drain the swamp. This guy is...
Princess Rosie, those are talking points.
It's not talking
this
points.
Guy almost every single day. I've never seen a president that employed his daughter and his son-in-law in the White House. We talk about nepotism.
You mean like Kennedy?
Let me wait now.
Hold on.
Calm down. Let me talk now.
Kolata, I've always thought that Trump would have been an excellent president for an African country.
Excellent African president.
Is an African president in America. That's what he is.
The only difference between him and Idi Amin Dada is Idi Amin Dada is black. They're both tall, fat fucks. You bring your daughter into the White House and your son-in-law, and they're cutting deals with the Saudis and co. And nothing is wrong with that. That is norms. That's fine and dandy. Because what? Is a personality I like. He was on Apprentice TV. He's boisterous and he talks a lot of game. Meanwhile, you could literally see the corruption going under his government. But no, you close your eyes to it because no, I like him. He's sticking it to the Democrats. It's not about sticking it to the Dems or whatever. Like, if a country is based on trust, like, are you supposed to now create all sorts of laws to protect? Because if this guy goes there, it's going to go destroy NATO. You know that. To whose benefit? It's just like, it's too destructive of a personality. And yeah, I'm going to finish. His character flaws, innumerable. He lies like a bastard every freaking day. Lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. And he just wants to, he's a pathological liar. And then he has psychosis. He has, I don't know what DSM category is, but what's it called? The narcissism in him it definitely has narcissistic disorder.
And if he's able to get away with all of these things and becomes the American president, it validates that narcissism. Because he has a god complex anyway, doesn't he?
That guy is just terrible. And the only thing is, he's lucky because the economy under Obama, if you look at the trajectory, it's a straight line. It wasn't like the steep of the curve rose under Trump. It was a straight progression. Straight progression from the Obama time, no changes, no nothing. And at that same time, that was the time he cut taxes. So it's not like just giving a lot of folks money that did not deserve it. And then the debt. Obama was very terrible with debt. Obama was horrible with debt. Trump now took that on steroids. Then COVID happened, and then they unleashed money on top of everybody. And of course, now we're still reeling in the effect of the not hyperinflation. Let me not exaggerate. Inflation that happened. Please don't tell me about Trump. I can cut through the BS.
But Prince and Princess Rosie, let me ask you 3 questions, and anybody else that wants to take it on. But you are the Republicans that we know. So the first question is Trump indictable of all of these charges that's been levied against him? The sexual assaults, the misuse of classified documents, the run on the Capitol, all of these things. Is he indictable of them? And if he is it unconscionably so that he should not be the next American president? That's one. That's the first question. The second question is, if Trump gets that ticket of the Republicans, realistically, what chances does he have of defeating Biden. That's 2. And just in fantasy land, Trump versus Obama, who wins?
Trump versus Obama would not be a competition because Obama is the least qualified candidate that ever became a president of the United States. The guy's resume shows he was a community organizer. I'm not sure what exactly that meant. The guy is of no value, and it showed when he became the president. So when Kolata and some others are championing his great economic policies, that's almost a joke. Obama is a non-person as far as I'm concerned. In regards to Trump, all those charges against him, you use the word I can't remember right now, but is able to beat all those charges because of the immunity he had as a president, because all those crimes being investigated right now or being charged with, they occurred when he was a president. And in regards to this hush money or paying money for sex, that's been handled and debunked in so many ways. But there's nothing, when it comes to lawfare, even you one man, as you know, anybody on the platform, even your listeners in America can sue you for whatever reason. All those things they're bringing against Trump, most of them are unfounded. That would never come against any other politician, even a Republican politician. They won't do that against a Republican politician. Okay, talk less of a Democrat. So I'm not a legal scholar when it comes to this the charges against him. But what I've heard from like legal minds and brilliant people, these are non cases for the most part, and that's
Yeah, breaking up, Prince.
Oh, yeah, sorry, because I'm driving. What was the other question?
No, I said that Trump versus Obama. So I think you answered that. I said is crimes too unconscionable to be president, and then Trump versus Biden, who wins?
Oh yeah, sure. The crimes are not unquestionable. Not at all. It's only
sorry, and that's Trump versus Biden. That's to your head, not to your heart. So speak from the head, not the heart.
Oh, I'm speaking from my head, right? The last election was a blowout. I promise you, it was a blowout. It's an election that was won by Trump, hands down, that would never be known. But one good thing about America or the white people is that they keep record. Eventually, the next 10, 20 years, we're going to know the full details of what happened in 2020 election. But this time around, again, it's an easy win for Trump. It's an easy win. The only thing now is that, they can try to use COVID again to try to manipulate the election and the different liberal cities in order to perpetrate the evil wickedness is stealing the election. But Biden never had a chance. He never had a chance with Trump. The first time around in 2020, Biden never campaigned for nothing. If you guys remember, he was just in his basement doing nothing because they knew they were going to steal the election. That was the only reason why. And it was quite clear they knew they were going to steal the election, and that's why they chose Kamala Harris to be the VP. Because Kamala Harris was even hated by the black people. Nobody liked Kamala Harris. She was a negative to Biden. But how they chose her was a mystery. And now we know the mystery because they were going to cheat. And that's what happened.
All right. Princess, let's hear from you. Princess.
Yeah, like what he said, all what happened in the last election, the truth of it will surface after some years. When we are talking about, malpractices in election, I think it's worse here in America. And Trump, most of these allegations against him is just a way to suppress him so that he will not be able to contest for the forthcoming election. And if he's able to overcome all these hurdles, Biden will be gone. Biden is just going to use 4 years, and that will be it. Trump is coming back.
And Trump versus Obama, like Prince Daddy said, it was going to be a blowout. Do you agree with him on that?
when we talk of Obama was just like he was.
Obama then, no, not Obama now. Obama as the fresh-faced rookie that came onto the scene.
No, Obama was just okay. Obama then was just, it was a deception that they brought to deceive a lot of people. Obama came in and most of his policies was against the blacks. He was just out. I think he was just, I don't know what word to use. Obama did a lot of evil. He did a lot of evil. He turned his back against the blacks. He turned his back against Africa. He did all sorts of things. Obama would tell you what you want to hear. He would go behind and do what he wants to do. But Trump would tell you as it is. And that's, people don't like the truth. He would tell you this. When Trump, look at the economy during the time of Trump. If not for COVID, America would have come up. Our economy would have been fantastic. When Trump was in power, China was shaking. Trump tried to bring up look at all the companies that were going to China to be doing all sorts of stuff and messing up.
Princess Rosie, the data for China's GDP growth does not show that. It is now that China is slowing down. When Trump was in power doing all those, those regressive tariff, they passed the tariff to us. China just, they devalued their currency and they passed the cost to us.
Yeah, but American economy came up. American
economy was already on the ascendancy. I'm just going to bring the graph so that people can look at the graph. Like I said, there was no bump up during Trump. It was a straight line of recovery from Obama time to Trump. A president doesn't determine the economy. A president is just lucky when it comes to the economy.
Even the unemployment rate that was the lowest.
Unemployment hold on, let me explain something. Unemployment do the same thing. It was a trend. And the trend started at some point and it kept going down. Right now, technically under Biden, most of the records have been broken. Biden has blown all sorts of records. Same thing happened under Trump. It's just a trend that keeps going. You just thank God that you're let me land my point.
It's not true.
Let me just land my point. You just think as a president, you should thank God you don't fall under unlucky times. Maybe there's a recession because there's the extent that the president can control the economy. The American president, for example, doesn't control the economy. Yeah, you can put in some policies that will germinate some things, but American economy is largely on autopilot.
No,
actually, not true. I would never take that. Not true.
Trump makes some policy then that really stimulate, fast economic.
Yeah.
And I said the graph is constant. The graph is constant. It did not change. Let me go look for it and I'll post it on I'll post it to one man. The graph it did not change. It was the same trend.
Yeah, you can ascribe it that what Obama left
in the past 20 years we have the highest inflation rate in I think past 10-20 years. When Biden came, we had the highest fuel price from 139 of Trump. And now people are not working. So what? We're pumping money into the welfare system because there are so many positions that are not being filled. Because guess what? The welfareism or the welfare system is in high gear. There are so many employers that want to employ people, but people don't want to work because we have Biden in power. That can afford to give them.
Oh my God, Prince Daddy, stop making all this. The gig economy started way before Biden. The gig economy where people prefer doing Uber, this, doing that, and the payments to people, started under COVID. Let's stop all this. Let's be factual. Let's stop all this political talk.
I agree with you with the gig economy.
Come on. Who started the palliative? Is it not American palliative for COVID? Like, who started approving all those money? That they were giving people. They were giving me $300 that I don't need. What will I use it for?
Well, Well, it
That
has
was under
nothing to do
Trump.
with Trump. That was the Congress that approved all this funding.
Who signed
know
it?
that. When
You
COVID
can
came,
veto. You can veto it, can't you? What's
oh
your
yeah,
veto
right.
pen for?
It's such a bad situation when people are not working. They should veto what?
Oh, then you now complain that, oh, there's too much money in the system when it's Trump that uses his signature to sign the bill.
Well, what was the other option?
Do you know that people are receiving money and buying Lamborghini and buying that as part of the
Trump,
COVID?
and you're not being fair, because you should look at Trump.
I'm being factual. I'm not anti or pro. I'm just going to stick to the facts that I know.
Well, why don't you talk about the economic policies after, before COVID?
Which economic policy I'm not supposed to be proud of? Like, I mean, tariff. Tariff is negative tax. Tariff is a tax.
No, we did not have high price increase. China did not pass on to us the high increase in goods.
Okay, let me just look for the articles. I did not write those articles. I'll look for them. Tariff is a tax passed to us. It's a negative. I mean, come on. Tariff, China could just manipulate its currency. I mean, that's what they did. And we suffered the consequences for slight increases in prices. The tariff was nothing.
Did he stop it, those tariffs?
What Biden did was to accelerate moving of factories away from China. And I can acknowledge that. I can acknowledge that Trump started that. Let me land that Trump started. I don't know. I've not even followed up on those tariffs. But I don't know. I really, honestly speaking, I really don't know if they've stopped the tariff or not.
They campaign against Trump on that tariff then. And then
I don't know. I can check. I really don't know whether they've stopped that tariff. I don't know. I can go check. I really don't know. So I don't want to talk about what I don't know.
Even the immigration policy.
Which immigration policy?
The immigration policy of Trump.
Which
like
one?
The one in
is it the one that they call Nigerian monkeys?
Restricted immigrants that are crossing the border, that they should stay in this thing. They against it before the election. That is what they went back to.
Oh, wait. So are you telling me that they're separating kids from their mothers up till now?
That is not the immigration.
Because that was what Trump was doing.
No, it's not separating kids from.
No, Trump was doing that.
No,
Obama did that.
Are they still separate? Is Biden still separating kids from their parents like Trump was doing and he was very proud of? Is Biden still doing that?
Obama did that. Let's get the record straight. Obama did that. We have the record.
So that's why I say which immigration policy, because Trump did that.
The immigration policy that whoever that is coming from the neighboring country, they have to stop at Mexico. And
stay in Mexico policy. Yes.
Who started that? Trump did not start that.
No, it's Trump that
Obama started it.
No, it's not Obama.
No, he did not.
Obama started something similar, and Obama deported the most people.
We don't know the similar thing that Obama did, but
Obama had his own. It's just because it's the Democrats. That's why people did not call him out on all that shenanigans. It did similar stuff. Yeah, it's just because he's black, then they won't call him out.
It's not as clear as Trump did it. That look, you cannot come in, stay in Mexico, apply. If you are granted, then you can come in. You understand? And
but Trump started separating children from their parents.
The one of separation of that one was evil. That one was bad. I'm not supporting that.
No. Actually, that started with Trump.
But they
with Obama. They started with Obama. We have the record of it.
Oh yes, Obama started. Obama did it too. They didn't make a cry about it. So, but this one they criticized it that why must they stop at Mexico? That is. They got there, they didn't change it. They still remain it today. So what is this hypocrisy that this politician play on people? And
it's just hypocrisy. What about the DACA policy? What about
DACA policy? Princess, let me ask you a question. At 77, do you think Trump is too old to be the American president?
Trump is not too old. Okay, look at Trump. Look at Biden. Who is healthier? Who is stronger?
No. I mean, both of them really, but really,
but Trump is stronger. How many times did Trump fall as a president? Look at Biden; he's always falling around. They are picking him up.
What of mental alertness?
Yeah, mental alertness. He's not mentally alert. He's talking. He's forgetting himself.
That question of yours, if you were paying attention, you would not ask that question. Actually, between the two of them, if you were paying attention, you would not.
What Biden is
doing. No. I wasn't saying between the two of them. I'm just saying, just as a standalone. you know, at 77, that means he's going to be 81, 82 by the time he finishes his. Is that
But
not
the guy is still alert mentally. Okay, you look, sometimes you might be 40 years or 50 years
are you saying that in comparison to Biden, which is a low bar?
in comparison to any young man? Look, some people are 40 years, they have dementia. They are not mentally alert. And Trump, as old as he is, he's very smart. He's mentally alert. He's very agile.
He still play golf. He still play golf.
I tell you quickly, actually. So in Nigeria right now, people care less about what Tinubu is doing because people are paying so much for fuel and food and all this inflation going on. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what kind of a fancy name economic policy or economics, things you put in place. People care about what they pay at the stores and how much they pay for fuel. Now, so I'm not sure when collect and people talk about, Obama did this or Biden do that. We live here, so we know what we paid. So when Angelica said we paid $1.30 something for fuel, that's reality. But now we're paying almost $5 and some places $6. So what kind of justification or magic of policy we're talking about?
Do you know that sometimes when I travel out of the state, in some state in the south here, I bought gas $1.28 under $1.50. Most of the southern states.
Yeah, here in Texas, it was like 120, 150, 120 in Texas. It was that low.
How much are we buying gas now? $3 plus. $3.50.
Ajande Coco, what's the price of crude now and the price of crude then?
It didn't matter because we're energy independent.
Hold on. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. What was Trump policy on energy compared to
Biden
policy on energy?
Drill baby drill. I said drill baby drill.
You get the answer.
Who is drill baby drill again? Sarah Palin. Well, literally.
Compare both now and then get the
I'm
answer
answering your question now. Drill baby drill wherever possible. But
okay, yes.
Which I mean, the drill baby drill. But remember that shale collapse happened 2015. I think that was when shale collapse happened. And that was the year before Trump entered. Okay, now shale collapse happened in 2015. And the reason why Nigeria's economy went into recession, because I'm going to tie both of them together, was the Saudis were determined to push American shale industry to the ground by driving the price of oil so low that any competition coming out of America, all those Texas, all those Oklahoma people, drive them out of the market. That was when Houston economy collapsed because they drove the OPEC price benchmark down to the extent, and they maintained it. So it just killed a lot of competition from America. So for a long time, crude was so dead cheap. And of course, if crude is cheap, that's the raw commodity used for petrol, and petrol will be cheap. So 2015 was the start of that. I mean, of when the OPEC decided to drive that industry to the ground, and that industry was driven to the ground. A lot of people lost jobs in Houston. Houston economy tanked. Many economy in America tanked because all those shale drilling. I think it was, if you could not produce your oil, I have forgotten. I used to follow this thing. I think was it $24 or $30 something. That was kind of like, if your cost was lower than that, then you'll be bankrupt. You'll be bankrupt because it costs a lot of money for the shale oil. And the Saudis decided, they ganged up and they drove those people away, and they maintained low prices for so long. But now that things are settled, they're jacking up, they're playing the OPEC mafia again. So it was just a matter of timing and luck, because it started in 2015 before Trump got in 2016.
Okay, fine. So are you going to say that Trump's energy policy on American attaining energy independence did not occur or had nothing to do with it?
When did America achieve energy independence? They achieved energy independence actually under Barack Obama, not even actually under Trump.
Okay. Well, let's just give all the credit to Barack Obama. It's the
No,
best in the
it's
world,
not
according to
about,
you.
okay, what did I just explain now? I just explained shale collapse. What was
I heard
happening
what you
before
said.
the shale? Well, listen, Prince Daddy, let's use logic. What was happening before shale collapse? That was the shale oil boom. Who was the president before 2015? I mean, before 2016? It was Obama. The shale oil boom happened under Obama. I'm not lying. There's no point. I don't care about Obama. I don't care about Trump. But I'm just telling you the facts as I understand it. So let's not talk about it. Obama was lying and acting like I'm a green. I was acting like I'm a green guy. I'm a green guy. But he allowed a lot of drilling to happen. There was a client of mine that I was working with. She's in Texas. There's some oil find in her house. They were paying her royalties. University of Texas in Arlington. Go to that school. You will. I mean, during that period, I was doing some project around that time too. They were oil. That campus, they have oil rigs throughout the campus, in parking lots, in everything. It started in that 2014, 20. Just go to that place in Arlington. You'll see what I'm talking about. That's when it started. Why should I mean, it just happened under Obama. But Obama was pretending like I'm a green guy, I'm a this. But he was kissing the ass of oil industry. Everybody knows that. But his posturing was just posturing. So let's not talk about that. American economy.
When Obama lies, is posturing. When Trump does, is a liar.
Obama too is a liar. Obama too is a liar. Do you think I like Obama? Why would I like Obama for my language today is terrible. For messing up Africa, for messing up Libya. If not because Obama, we would be going through all this small arms proliferation in the Sahel. That was Obama's fault. Obama and his Western pals.
Okay, I'm glad you acknowledged that. So during Trump, how many wars did we start?
Die-hard fan of Obama.
Trump was good about wars. I liked him for that.
Oh, okay. We got one positive thing.
I'm balanced now. I'm going to tell you as I see it. I'm not going to start saying one thing. I don't care for both of them.
All right, Charles. I think you came in for this space, Charles. What is it? Are you a Trumpist or a Bidenist?
Please, one man, please. Can I say something before you go to Charles, please?
Yeah, of course.
And then also remember the NATO. Remember what Trump did. Said America has been paying their dues. They have been doing all these things. Right now, America is not ready to continue to do that, and he saved a lot of money. Trump did as much as he can to bring up our economy.
All right. I'm surprised that Black people are supporting Trump anyway, but there it is. Charles, are you there, or should we just move on? Charles.
Trump actually is not a racist. Remember Jennifer Hudson? When Jennifer Hudson had problem with she had like some security problem, she stayed in Trump Towers for months and she didn't pay a dime.
And the Trump Towers, the same Trump Towers, discriminated against Black people. So let's stop using. You're using what's it called? One example.
And Biden that wants to put them in chains. It don't matter.
But Biden too is racist. That's a racist past. Look, the fact that Trump.
Mention Biden also.
No, the fact that Trump is racist doesn't mean Biden too is not racist.
Trump is not racist. That's your opinion. It's not racist.
Trump is not racist. It's not.
Trump Tower and even his golf course, that place in Florida, they discriminated against blacks. It's public knowledge.
No, it's not true. Trump was the only one that allowed Jewish people to play golf when they were being discriminated against in Florida.
Right.
It's on record.
Jewish people have money. Jewish people have money. Trump loves money more than.
It don't matter. The Jews were being discriminated against.
His grandchildren are half Jewish. Anyway,
they are Jewish anyway, but he loves money more than anything. If Jewish carry their money, he's gonna get destroyed.
One man. This was before his grandchildren. I'm talking about many years ago when Jews in Florida were being discriminated upon because they were Jews. We have to acknowledge this thing. This is real. Okay, don't tell me because he has Jewish grandchildren. That's not true. That's not the point here. Okay, and by the way, there are
did you see what Trump did to those 4 innocent kids that were accused of murder and spent time in prison? Did you see what he posted in New York? In New York Post, did you see it?
Did he not put out a bounty on them? Did he?
He posted some nasty articles on kids that did not do anything just because they were Black.
Well, that had nothing to do with Trump. It had to do with the district attorney that convicted those children and the crime was horrendous, and you can't blame
you can't blame Trump for jumping the gun.
Well,
and
okay,
going
you can
to
say jump the gun. I can agree with you that he jumped the gun, but in the reality, he did not jump the gun because those kids were
what
already
do you mean in
convicted and wanted to
reality? He
make sure
posted
that.
nasty things about those kids. Those kids are innocent. They're black.
Was
They're
it the one
innocent.
that it was it the one that created those charges against the kids?
Okay, so why did he
was
have
it the
to
one?
go and publish something in the news?
Why not? They do that all the
New York
time.
Post?
Open head
No,
or advertisement is
no.
nothing new.
Show me where he did it to white folks, like a white criminal. Show me. Give me one example.
Well, it's not an issue of black and white. It's an issue
No,
of
I asked a specific. Give me one example where a crime happened by white kids or a white person, and Trump went to the newspaper before he was president and went to write nasty stuff about that crime. Show me one. I'm not asking for two. One.
I don't have any record of such.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
But because I don't doesn't mean he never did. Okay. By the way,
Prince Daddy, let me ask you a question. Do you own a gun? That's a yes. Then that's a yes. That's a yes.
What's wrong? What's wrong with owning a gun?
No, it's the association that are formed with Republicans. I think
no, there's nothing wrong with owning a gun.
I feel gun owners are usually Republicans. I'm not sure.
No. Gun. There's nothing wrong with owning
I take it you own a gun as well.
Yeah. That's good. I mean, that's part of the. I mean, you have to protect yourself.
That's another infringement.
Driving anyhow, you bring out your gun. Right, you protect yourself, and this gun is part of this white culture. Those that live in the sticks, those that live like some people live in maybe they live like 300 acres land. So they have to protect themselves. They have to start teaching their children how to shoot.
They try to stoke racist stuff in Virginia. That what's the name of that thing? Is it stop the oh my God, I've taken my head out of American politics. So
there's nothing wrong with owning a gun.
No, I'm not talking about gun. There was this incident in Virginia where some white supremacists had a rally. They ran over one lady with a car, and Trump was encouraging them, fomenting trouble rather than to kind of like calm things down. And there was a popular. They were saying something against Jews and against blacks. I remember the video of everything, and Trump just went out there to blot out stuff like those are his people or something like that. I can't remember. I mean, I totally tried to.
That guy that was killed by the cops that said I can't.
No, not that. There was a white supremacist rally in Virginia, and Trump.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, you mean when good people on both sides? Is that what you meant?
That's false equivalence. Yeah, that false equivalence of good people on both sides.
Not good people on both sides. They call false equivalence.
Oh, white supremacists, good people, right. Because you love Trump, right?
No, really? I didn't say that. But all those gangs shooting, killing black people, are they good people too?
What concerns black gangs? We're talking about a specific incident, and the guy went to make an equivocation out of something where there wasn't. You could have just easily condemned what was evil. And I mean, there's morality.
That's not the way. Say, as a leader, you don't go around condemning everybody because he's the leader of the country.
When they're saying Jews, and I mean, look, it's just not good to be storing those kind of nonsense in one's head. But when they were saying something about Jews and blacks and this, and you now says they're good people on both sides, a side that was clearly evil.
There are good people on both sides.
I don't want to recollect all this Trump stuff. I'm just going to shut up. That
was in Charlottesville.
That's the truth. They are good people.
Thank you, Charlottesville, Virginia. Thank you.
Yeah.
That Charlottesville incident.
Okay.
Actually, let me play it. I think I've got it. Yeah.
We want to fact check the president's statement that both sides are responsible for the violence in Charlottesville. Video and photos from the scene show protesters and counter demonstrators fighting with each other. The white supremacist side appeared to be more prepared for the unrest. Paula Reed covered the protests in Charlottesville and witnessed much of the violence. Paula, good morning.
Good morning. The rally hadn't even officially started before clashes broke out in the park. We don't know exactly what kicked off that violence, but it's clear elements of both sides showed up for a fight.
Not all of those people were neo-Nazis, believe me.
Saturday's rally in Charlottesville was one of the largest gatherings of white supremacists in more than a decade. Hundreds came. The majority of them were armed with guns and batons, protected by shields emblazoned with racist symbols. The counter-protesters were overwhelmingly unarmed, but there were a number of Antifa or anti-fascist demonstrators who also used shields and sticks and clashed with white supremacists, but they were largely outnumbered.
You had a group on the other side that came charging in without a permit, and they were very, very violent.
It appears the worst violence came at the hands of white supremacists. James Fields Jr., who traveled from Ohio to join the neo-Nazis, was behind the wheel when counter-protester Heather Heyer was hit and killed. Yesterday, the president insisted the pictures didn't tell the whole story.
It looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest. So I only tell you this, there are two sides to a story.
We've reached out to law enforcement for official estimates of the crowd size, but for comparison, the
so there it is.
Picture says it all. You guys can see it, so nothing to say.
But when he said there are two sides to a story, he's right. Abby, those people that there were good guys in both sides and bad guys in both
They're
sides.
good guys in white supremacy, right?
No, he didn't say that. He said there were good people on both sides, and that was true. Because see, this is what I was saying. One man brought a video. Hold on, one man brought a video from MSNBC as the validity
I just randomly typed it, and the first one that
well, exactly, and to the point of Collateral narrative and many other people, because these people they spin the story like rational mind. They spin the story.
That's Adam. It is.
Okay, I apologize.
It is. It is because you are taking MSN. What did MSNBC presented facts, and you're now attacking.
No, they did not present facts. They showed a video and they gave you a narrative that was false. There were good people on both sides. Yes, there were good people on both sides. Absolutely, there were.
How can there be good people saying racial stuff? Where's like the goodness? Is something good about
stuff?
What were they saying about Jews? I keep forgetting that thing. God.
Hey, don't say it if it's too extreme.
No, I don't want to say it because it's. I like your platform. I don't want anybody to block it.
Yes. You know, this guy, I'm not quite sure. You are saying is very fortuitous because it's a bit like a Tinubu actually, who might well inherit the chocolate end of Buhari's policies and he'll get the credit. So you're saying he got the credit for Obama's work, which came to fruition under him. But in terms of his judgment, the way he handled COVID, the way he handles race relations, you have to say that a lot of his judgment is poor.
Wasn't it the guy that talked about drinking bleach? You are bringing my memory back. It's like, this is insane. This is the guy that said people should, I mean.
But let's not mention it too much because somebody just goes, you know, Kaizo. There was a guy that was hosting a session earlier on my platform, Kaizo. He got struck just because he was talking about COVID on his.
Okay. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. But those Trump periods.
I don't get why people would like Trump. And does he wear a wig? By the way, is he wearing a wig?
No, man. People like him because he's against the establishment, and he's more like because America. There's this war culture in America where everybody's saying like the government have been deceiving them and all those things. So he's coming in as this guy that's not part of them. You understand? And then he's kind of like he's speaking what the people want to say to the government, like the elite. He's kind of saying that, being that voice. You understand? And also, you see how he always attack the media, calling them fake news. He's the one that created the word fake news now. You know, because people are waking up like, so this media, they've been deceiving us all these years. You know, it's like everybody's waking up to the deception of the government over the years. So he's coming in as that voice. I'm not one of them. So you guys vote for me. You know, you guys, pick me. You know,
that was a smoke screen because he used that narrative for anything and everything.
But I thought that's when it came like that. I was thinking, okay, this guy is trying to just take advantage of the situation and everything, and also the whole race thing. The time he came into campaign, it was when there was black and white division. You understand? Where they are saying, "Oh, police blacks are black," black white division all over the media. So he came in and kind of capitalized on that situation. Like, okay, since this black versus white, let me act like I'm with the whites, since they are the majority of the voters. So he played that game of I'm with the white, and someone like me didn't believe it. I don't even believe he's racist because I've known Trump before he came into politics. He was more of a celebrity, and most of his celebrity friends were black back then. The guy was a Hollywood guy. Most of his closest friends were people like
Thank you
Shaquille
for
O'Neal.
saying that. Thank you.
Yeah, he was even me. I knew
when
him.
you Mike, hold on.
Wait, let me land. Most of his friends.
Who is that basketball player with all the hearings? That is friends with the North
what's it called
Korean
again?
guy.
With the
That's Rodman. Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, Trump was a close friend. He was a celebrity before he came. So I knew him as this guy, and he's a cool friend with Mike Tyson, Shaquille O'Neal, all of them. Those are his guys. When he did his wedding, he invited all those guys.
When you have money, your race is green.
Now, Colata, those people.
Your race is green when you have money.
Wait. Those people.
Almighty dollar.
Everybody is a little bit of racist to some extent. But if you're saying this hardcore racist like KKK, I hate black people, I don't think it's not. It's far from that.
No, it's not hardcore racist.
Wait. The all those rhetoric is politics. That's why his black friends were the first to come and start defending him. Like, no, it's not. It's just politics. They were the first to come out because they knew him very well. Everybody knew him. I mean, even it was so funny that even those white people that believe, those white racists that started jumping behind him, they were so foolish not to even picture like he's deceiving them, because during his campaign, he was doing a lot for blacks. It was even some black people that were having, he was raising some blacks from, he was doing a lot for the blacks. The HBCU, historical black universities, where all these politicians have been kicking them away. Even Obama, where they've been requesting for permanent funding so they can really elevate their institution. All the presidents in the past, they've all been denying them because they don't want those schools to advance. When Trump came in, he gave them, he signed in for them.
$100 billion.
Yeah,
for
he was even
years.
asking blacks, what do you want me to do for you? I'm here for you. I'm your friend. Are
you a Republican as well?
No, one man. No, it's not about. I don't like any of the Republican guys. Trump is probably the only one I'll say I like among them. I'll be honest. The guy literally was inviting African American leaders, even as like, come to the White, come and tell me what I can do for the black community. He wanted to help them. Those political rhetoric is just deceiving. He himself said, I'm going to run for president. I'll run as a Republican because the Republican voters, they are one of the dumbest people. He know how to play. He played that game of, I'm with the blacks, and this black, I'm with the whites, and this black, and this. His politics. But his actual policies spoke otherwise. Even Africa, Africa don't know. We are saying Obama and they were doing racist things to Africa now. When Trump, they refused to sell weapons to Nigeria, Trump gave the weapon to this guy now. But he didn't. I don't see anything he did against black as a president. You can say things against blacks, but he didn't do anything against blacks. He did things for blacks. So
Mike, wait. So it's okay to divide the country on race because it's politics.
The country is already divided, my friend.
Is it okay? That's the question I asked you. Whether
it's not the one dividing anybody, man.
I'm asking you. No, Mike. I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking a question. Is it okay? Is my question, not whether it's been divided or not.
The fact of the matter is, politics is a dirty game. Now, too, you can't say it's worse. It's dividing people. He saw the division. He saw like the petty.
And he exaggerated.
Let me tell you something. The country is not divided. The people that are on the talking, dividing among each other is really low IQ people. Like real elites, real intelligent, educated Americans.
It's the operation of the media.
It's usually the low class people that want to be, white man, fuck you, white black man. It's the low educated Americans that do that stuff.
The language.
Sorry, woman, sorry. It's the uneducated population, the ignorant population.
Those are the voting class.
Exactly, they are the voters, exactly. So he saw the way they were thinking and the way they were reasoning, and he realized that let me trick these people to vote for me.
So Trump is hyper-transactional.
Igbo people. Does Tinubu hate Igbo people?
What did Tinubu say against Igbo people?
Is this not similar to
exactly nothing? Because the same point, because Trump knows where the votes were, because black people were like what 30% of the population, and
Okay,
naturally they
is that
vote for
why he called the
Democrats.
Mexican journalist? What did he call the Mexican journalist again? Oh my God, I keep forgetting all this Trump thing. Like so many scandals. He called the Mexican
No.
journalist
You're
something
picking and choosing, right? Trump is an equal
because he did
opportunity
so many.
offender.
He did so
Colata, have you
many
ever
of
lived in New
them.
York City?
Is it
I
Pocahontas?
lived in the East Coast, not. I didn't. I lived in
In New York
Jersey.
City, that's humorous to them. That's the way they talk. Trump lives in New York. In New York City, that's the way people talk. They are very humorous people. They entertain you, like they talk trash. That's what he was bringing, and people they understood that, like, okay, this New Yorker is coming here with his New York attitude. That's what it is.
It never makes racist or Arabic remarks towards the white people, though. That's
Never.
No, he did. No, he did.
Never.
He did.
One man, the man needs
No, he
votes.
did, one
White
man.
are the majority of the voters. He needs to vote for him. So that's why he's playing that game. I explain it to you.
Hold on. The disabled mob is a white guy now. That guy was a white guy. The disabled, he said, I can't, hey, what did he say? Oh Lord.
But was he not even mocking him? He was doing his hand like that. Something.
And he was doing his hand
gesticulating.
He insulted all the white politicians.
Well, that makes him an equal opportunity offender. It makes him an equal
Hillary, he
opportunity
was calling
offender.
Hillary crooked Hillary, Little Marco. He was giving all of them names. He was insulting everybody.
You know why
Exactly.
Hold on. Sorry, Princess. Mike, check your email. Sorry, carry on, Princess.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way he insulted Ted Cruz. Too. Ted Cruz is pure Texan.
Those are his competitors. That's different.
That's what I'm saying. So this guy is just not a politician. He's just very rash.
What media people like Megyn Kelly.
And that's why, that's why it's better to get the real news from this alternate media. All this other media, that's why Trump kept saying that it's fake news. Because
it's fake news. So is what's it called? Rape and grabbing VJs without consent. So those are allowed, right?
What about Clinton getting fellatio in the White House? What do you call
those
that?
Are allowed.
What about Clinton getting fellatio in the White House? What do you call that?
Trump never claimed that he was this only man, only guy. He never did. The guy was a celebrity. He was a Hollywood guy. He was dating young girls. Look at his wife. She's a very young lady. The guy is a Hollywood guy. We all know him to be like that. So he never claimed to be this holy man. And when he came into politics, he made it clear. Yeah, I'm from New York City. I'm a New Yorker. This is my attitude. So he never claimed to be holy man. So somebody recorded his private conversation, which is
it's not just that. Now there's rape too. There's allegation of rape. The civil case is rape. It's not grabbing.
So is he found guilty of rape? I mean, come on now. We all know that. That's what
he lost the civil case.
There are more black landlords that would not rent to black people. That there are many black landlords in America that would not rent to black people.
I was going to talk about that. That one Kolata is talking about the discrimination against black. I'm sorry, let me make this very important.
So sorry. Okay. Baba said it yesterday, actually, that he's a landlord and he doesn't like renting out to blacks.
Exactly.
Papa is a racist. Hey, Papa is a racist then. He's a racist then.
Wait, right? Exactly. One man in the real estate industry in America.
He gave reasons which were quite cool.
No, the fact of the matter is, one man, your property value will drop once blacks start moving into that thing, or they start in and out.
What are you talking about, man?
It's a fact. It's changing now. Wait, especially the 80s. I'm sorry. 80s, 90s.
I didn't want to join this conversation.
Is all these Niger guys with American accents? All of them are Republicans.
It's a difficult thing to accept.
Let me give
any black population area, the property value drops. It's true. It's uncomfortable to hear, but it's a fact.
See, it's not a fact. It's not a fact. Your own fact. Let me give you two examples.
Hold on, Loriola. It's a global fact. It's a
global. Don't mind them. You're too emotional.
What's the global fact? What's the global fact?
It's a fact in America. Any black population neighborhood, the property value drop quick.
See, let me give you an example. Go learn about
history.
Go learn about the Central Park 5. That's one. About I'm definitely sure you have Netflix. Go watch the video. He's out there for you.
What you saying that to prove what?
That's number one. Let me land.
What's the name of the movie again?
Central Park 5. You just Google it. It's not even just the movie only. You will see a lot of newspaper about this issue.
We just talked about it earlier. The 5 kids. We talked about it earlier.
What's the point you're trying to make? I'm trying to understand.
Wait. You just claiming that this guy is not racist. I'm trying to tell you, is embedded in this guy. That's one. Number two, the thing with the not into black, it's not just even that. Because you have to read about this. It's not even about just not renting to blacks only. The only reason why this guy is popular and everybody just don't care about his actions, especially the black celebrity, is because he has money. And when you have money and you're within their circle, they care less about what you did. But this guy is not what everybody thinks. This guy was telling you, he was saying there's good people on both sides. Do you even know what white supremacy is?
Political statement.
If you know what white supremacy is, you wouldn't even
Dude,
you wouldn't even
there's no one that's
defend
not
for saying
All these
that.
white supremacists you guys always talk about. There's no human being that's not supremacist.
Is
Even me, I'm
white
a Yoruba
supremacy
supremacist.
greater than black
My brother,
supremacy?
Okay,
listen.
so
You
okay,
too, you are a supremacist. We are all
go
supremacists.
learn about Black Wall
Exactly.
Street. Learn
Exactly,
about
Mike. We all
Black
are.
Wall Street. See, listen.
What they want is the
Learn
white man that
about
wants
Black Wall Street, and you know who
One
you're
voice.
defending. You're defending the wrong person. I mean, I'm not
Dude.
saying he's not human. He's like, yeah. I mean, he
My,
did
my
do
friend,
anything
we are
wrong to
all
me.
pro our race. We are all pro our race. I don't know why you guys are always looking for a
Oh,
white man
man.
that's not pro white that wants to be pro black. He's not. Come on, man.
Yeah,
We
because
Exactly.
You guys are always
people
looking.
are with people from the
Are
same
you-
ethnic group
wait.
with
Are
them.
you-
Once
do you-
somebody is not is pro white, they say it's racist.
Do you think white supremacy is good?
Yes,
It's
everybody.
good. Oh my
If you
God,
say white racist attacking on blacks and doing evil to black, that's evil. But if you say someone they believe in his race, oh, it's bad. Don't you believe in your own?
But that's
Black are the most
white
supremacist people.
supremacy.
The blacks they do their own supremacy in public. Oh, we black with the best. We got this. We are the. We do it. We all call ourselves the strongest. The this and that and that.
Example. This is not the black people's land.
But once
so
a white man say
give us
anything like that, oh,
example
it's
of
racist.
how they're claiming that they're better or so. How they hack like white supremacy. Tell us how black people were doing that. Tell us.
Are you kidding me? The most supremacist race
Give
people
us
in America, the most
example.
proud people that will claim we are the best, we are these. They won't talk
So what's
shit
wrong
about
with
other
saying
race of
you're the
people. It's
best?
blacks publicly these days.
What's wrong with saying I'm the best? What's wrong with
Exactly. That's it. Nothing is wrong with it. When white man does it, you begin to say, "Oh,
No,
it's a white
that's not what
supremacist."
it did. I just told you to learn
That's
about.
supremacy.
I just told you learn about the Black Wall Street. That's the example.
That has nothing to do with Trump. What we are talking about, we are not saying some white people are not wicked, evil, racist, and that they do evil to blacks.
Yeah, but they
we are not saying it doesn't exist. I'm trying to tell you that Trump is not one of those.
The person you're defending, they should never label themselves as white supremacy. That's what I'm saying. They label themselves as nationalists. That's not what
We're judging him by his action. What he actually did.
Not from.
Yes. We talk about real, not just talking about
Let me tell you something. I remember the last time that we have this conversation, especially with you and Prince. I was telling you about some things that you guys should know. See, the thing is, the system is not built for you. It's not built for us. There are people that put
are diverting, man. Let's focus on Trump. We're not talking about the system. Let's focus on Trump. We all know that there's racism in the world.
It's part of the system. It's part of the system that is fighting for.
Trump is not a system. Trump is an individual. Focus on individual.
Listen, you just claimed that Obama did nothing. But you have to remember that Obama is one person in a system. The system is full of people that don't look like him.
Actually, that's not true. Obama did something.
True.
It did something.
Okay,
no, hold on. Obama actually did something. That's what I wanted to say. And it did something for the LGBTQ people. That's what he did.
We're saying one thing and start talking about something different.
We're
talking about Trump. We're not talking about whether racism exists in the world or not. Yeah, we know racism, evil exists.
Part of your conversation was that,
forget the part. Let's focus on the Trump part.
Wait, I'm still saying the same thing. You guys just claimed that, Trump did better for black people than Obama did. And I was
yes, he did. Yes, that's a fact.
That's not a fact.
Let's look at the charts. Let's look at the charts.
It is a fact. It's a
Let's look at the charts.
Maybe Obama increased welfare. I don't know.
Let's look at the economic charts. You're going to see that it's a straight line.
See,
not just even economy. Let me just give you one thing about how Obama did well. So if you look at the attorney generals, especially majority of the black areas, why he was there and he has to change them, he put black people in place because we can deal.
So Obama is a black
How can
supremacist?
you be in a place where people that looks like you? That's why they'll be telling us that, oh, the cops, they need black people to monitor, especially the area that black people are, because they understand one another. That's exactly what some of the stuff that he did. are one of these blacks that are the problem of blacks in America.
Oh, really? Like, did that reduce crime? Did that reduce crime? in those black
Exactly. Crime
places?
even went up more. What are you saying? But Oriola, you are one of people these is not- blacks that are the problem of blacks in does not America. have The the area if you of look black at the problem you stats focus on for is crime, wait. If you look at this stats for crime, Oriola, white you're one of people these have people that more- believe police they're is your more problem. criminal than black people, though. I don't understand. Oriola, you are one. Listen. I deal with many black people like you in America. Like, what do you mean? When they want to focus on black problem, they focus on the police coming here. They appoint black man as they should. Wait, Why how are they is not it- appointing blacks here and there? What does That's that not have your to do with problem. what I That's not said? solution to your problem. Wait, what does that have to do with us? You claiming that Obama did what he did for blacks. We are giving you tangible thing Trump did. He's offering them money to improve their universities, offering money to invest in their black businesses and things. But you are coming here. Wait. We gave you something. Wait. Listen. Let me learn. We are asking you want to prove to us that Obama did better, and you are telling us that Obama he appoints some blacks. I see that's a favor, and then you are telling us the police. You are talking of area of where all these blacks that don't know the solution to their problem. Wait, what did I say about police? No, you're saying appoint more black police or something like to that effect. Because that's the way they talk. When they ask it, wait, let me say. I never even said nothing about police. I just use it like as an example. Defunding police and all those kind of things. Woman, you see these black people wait, hold on. I told Woman, you the when you last come to time America, that- I told you the last time that when you come in through, when you're part of it, when you come into a different place that you're not used to, you have to understand, integrate yourself. What you guys are doing is this: what you heard or what people tell you. You just What people tell go me. with that instead of you to actually understand why people are doing what they're doing. What you just take. Why somebody's committing just crime? pick and Like I choose said, you what sound like you one of those listen people that in the black neighborhood that just always sound ridiculous. Bro, I lived in black neighborhood for many years. So don't
Guys,
you have somebody talking from the ridiculous. outside.
Let's look at the
I've had this
numbers.
conversation. But Let you me never say this. integrate yourself into the system. All you're doing is just
Guys,
picking and choose what to say.
let's look at the charts. Numbers don't lie.
One man, he didn't allow me to say what I want to say.
Everybody hold. Hold on, Lorela. Let Mike land, and then we look at the charts. Mike, Kaiser was hosting earlier. I thought you would come and support him. You did not, but
I didn't even see. No, I was busy today. You see, one man, I live in a black
you were
neighborhood.
busy with Afridemos or yeah, all over the place. But carry on. Yeah.
The Afridemo is my guy. He always want me to come and talk on the show. But anyways, yeah. So see, one man living in a black neighborhood for many years, and like the problem they have there, it's more of a mentality problem, and it's so easy to solve. So easy. And whenever you want to sit down to talk to them about the solutions to the problem, they will tell you the kind of thing they'll come out of their mouth. You just be like, you want to cry. When you ask, if why politician anyone goes to black neighborhood, like, okay, what is the solution? How can we solve this crime problem in your community? You know what they will tell you? They will say, defund the police. They will say, like, why you blame police for the crime in your community? These kind of things they will be saying so backward that you like, what kind of people are these? When you tell them that, okay, how do we end this drug problem in the community, or how do we end these kids not being serious in going to school, rather than them saying, okay, we need to start mentoring kids or something progressive, a progressive idea, they will tell you, no, history was the reason why we are these kids are behaving like this, why we have all these problems. What they will sit down and be arguing with you is what happened in the past. And we say, guys, okay, what happened in the past is gone. What do we do moving forward? They'll walk away. Or they will tell you, no, just shut up, you can't change. They won't tell you, no, this problem can't be solved. someone will tell you that until government pay them reparation before they can start thinking right. They'll be saying some ridiculous things, man. And then when
you know that's the next topic, reparation. We've got that line
exactly.
up.
They believe when government give them reparation, that's when they will start. They are behind in everything. Education, anything positive. It's like blacks are behind. Education, any form of productivity. It's like just me. I'm like, okay, your ancestors were even more hardworking. Guy, let's stop. How can we correct these simple things? Yeah, we are lagging behind everybody. Even the black immigrant coming, they have overtaken you. You've left you behind. Nigerian immigrant have left you behind. Caribbean immigrant left you behind. And we are trying to help them to say, come, it's easy. Come on, just follow us or let's discuss why your community is like this. Why do you have this mentality that if somebody commit crime in your community, if you witness it, you must not call the police? That's snitching. First of all, that's backward. If you don't work with the police in your community, then you sentence your community to death. If someone is committing murder in your community, you don't know who did it. Someone is selling drugs in your community, you don't know who's doing it, and you believe that you can't call the police because police is the enemy. And then when I say you can't, that's a bad mentality. Someone I start arguing with me like Oriola here. They will tell me that you come from Africa, I need to change your mentality. They will tell me that I'm the one that needs to change my mentality.
Wait, can we talk now? Because everything you just said,
you will say I'm the one that needs to change my mentality because I don't understand why they do that. I don't understand where they're coming from.
Well, let me
go ahead. Respond.
Let me explain something to you. So first of all, whatever you're enjoying now, you have to understand that as a black person, the black people here actually fought for the freedom that we're enjoying now.
What does that have to do with my point, though?
It does. Listen, when you come to a place that you don't belong to and they welcome you, you need to. You don't need to talk bad about them. You need to actually understand what's going on. That's the thing about us. We come from Africa. We didn't understand that.
No. Tackle my point.
Here, listen, man.
Hold on. When you say we, are you including yourself in that?
I'm including myself. I wasn't born here. This is not my fatherland. This is not my fatherland. These are my people.
What does that do with problem solving? I'm talking about problem solving. They will start telling me that I'm
problem solving. Listen, you already talked yours. Let me talk my own.
Let him land. Carry on.
What I'm saying is this: you come into in the 50s, in the 60s. These people that you're talking about fought for us, the civil rights movement, for them to be equal, for them to be able to do the same thing. If they get a job, get the same type of job and pay the same thing, to be able to live where they want to live. 1865 or 1855 when the slavery ended? They didn't get any. They weren't able to be free like they want to. I just told you about Black Wall Street. The white supremacy burned it up. It's for black people. It's how the black people, even though they're separated, everybody has their own way of doing. They have their own separation. They were able to still be their own people. They have. That's what I'm saying. You don't know about history, and you come here talking nonsense. Excuse me. I mean. Can you believe that? And you're disrespecting the people that actually fought for you to be able to live here without you.
Oriola, you are retarded. Just finish.
You're the one retarded. You're the one retarded. That's language. That's exactly what I'm saying. You don't know how to speak. The language you're using. Why would you call somebody?
I like to be honest.
Without sense. You're not using your senses when you're talking.
No, you're not using your senses.
The thing is, you live in a country, you don't respect them. They don't respect you. The thing is, you come from Africa. Every one of us, you can do whatever job you want. You can pick the toilet. You can do all this just because from where you're coming from, the advantage you don't have. And these people are fighting for equality, and you're here disrespecting them.
Explain to me how it's disrespectful to tell somebody, hey, let's solve problem.
That's what you're doing.
It's disrespectful to try to help people to solve problem, right?
What problem are you solving? Have you even solved your own problem? You're in a country where they allow you to stay in the country.
They don't.
The fact that they fight for civil rights. Where would you be? Would you be able to even talk? What are you talking about? Instead of you to understand what's going on in the country, you're just here running your mouth.
You see, I left the black neighborhood because of this, man. I just see. I told you I used to live in the black neighborhood, right? I have to give up.
It doesn't matter where you live.
Now, are you done? Okay, finish.
Not doing good in any economy. There's always going to be people that is not doing good in any economy. It doesn't matter what color you are. Even if you live in some white neighborhood, they're poor neighborhood for white people as well. what is poor neighborhood for black people, and this rich neighborhood for both black and white people. So what are you talking about? Just because some few people or maybe some percentage of people, they're not as they're not as rich or up there when it comes to education. That's the people that you live with, and you judge everyone else that they all like they act the same way. And they fought for a lot of
land,
things.
man. Yeah, land your mumu point. I don't know what you're saying. Land.
Mumu point.
Mikey,
You don't make no sense. You're the one that's talking.
You stop talking.
See, you don't use you're not using your brain.
Okay, land, just land, man, land.
You just talk.
Because you're saying things. You're doing strongman argument. You are talking about things that didn't even talk. You say I'm judging people.
What's strongman argument?
Okay, land, so I can respond. Okay, go ahead and land. So I can respond.
All senseless. All the arguments
you made
today,
thank
all
you.
senseless. They make no
senseless.
Sense.
Thank you.
They make
Are
no
you done?
sense.
All right.
You're enjoying people's artwork.
Are you done?
The 60s, the 50s, and you can't
you've made the point, Oriola. But let it not overspill. Let it be conversational, not confrontational.
Okay.
But you left the black neighborhood because you leveled up economically. That's why.
No, I had to give up. No, when I say I left, I mean I gave up. I don't even go there again. Let me tell you why, woman. Okay, there was a time when I was still in college, man. My professor, the man is a Spanish man. Because most of the students you find in the schools are Africans in universities. Most of them, like African or foreigners. So he was like, he kind of sat us down. He made some group of Nigerians, some African students. Say, come, you guys. He started telling us that okay, the black Americans, like their youths, they don't have guidance. Those communities, they don't seem to focus on education and things. So he told us to try to help them, like get involved, and try to do. Guys, kind of So we decided to form a mentorship program, saying, okay, we'll go and start, talking to the youth about. Schools and education and things and how to, just behavior. We formed the organization. And the moment we go to the neighborhood and trying to approach those young boys and trying to see them to help them, people like those elders, like Oriola, like their elders, they'll come to us and begin to get mad at us that we are being disrespectful, we are being judgmental, we don't know their history, they are the one that fought for us to come here, and they see what we are doing as being disrespectful. They think we're better than them by coming to trying to say we want to help. You understand? When we now trying to make sense with them, like, okay, what are we doing here that's disrespectful? We're only here to help these young boys that never had mentors. A lot of them were raised by a single mom. And we're trying to show them ways to success. And you are approaching us and accusing us that we are immigrants and we just come to America, we don't have respect, we are arrogant. I'm like, what? It's like, what? And we're trying to say, okay, if that's the way you see, we apologize. But can you at least see the positive side of what we are doing? They will still dismiss you. You can't get anywhere. What they will be telling you, we say, okay, let's look at the future. They will ignore you. They'll keep going back, telling you about the 50s, 60s. We fought for this. We fought for you to come here. And dude, what does this have to do with what we are doing, what we're trying to achieve here? Just like today, everything I said, what does it have to do with everything he said now, like, I don't know the history before for me to come here. What does he have to do with the point I made?
Mike, is it this same tone that you're talking that you're using to go talk to African Americans?
Thank you.
You said the same what?
I was
this
thinking
tone.
I was thinking that just before you said Nicolata.
You said the same what?
Is it the same tone that you're using to speak now?
No. Me, I don't even talk there. It's not like literally me. I know myself. I don't have patience. Like the guys that are even doing the talking are more like the moderate, like calm people. Me, I don't. First of all, I was just there with them, but I wasn't really involved. I was just there. But then when I saw it, I'm like, this people here, I won't forget these guys, man. Like, no one was talking to them loud. Like, literally, guys, we just come dress now. Just go dress now already. They think we are sell out. We don't sag our pants. They already judge.
Man.
And
like,
Oriola, this point about somebody fought for people to come here. That's a freaking damn lie. That's a freaking lie. Let me tell you what happened in the 60s.
How are you able
let me tell you. I have to wait. Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened in the 60s. Let me tell you what happened. That civil rights bullshit is not because anybody went and march and protest.
What?
Let me educate.
I'm done with this.
Can you listen? Get lost there. Can you listen?
Don't they get lost now, Mike? Nisuru now. But
Nisuru now. One man, let me tell you what.
Because what you're saying does not make sense. You're even trying to.
Okay, let me land then. Can I land before you know if I make sense or not? I haven't even said anything. Say what I'm saying is not making sense. Let me tell you, it's the same thing. One man is the same thing I always tell those Africans that say somebody fought for independence. Let me tell you what was going on in the 60s during that time. There was a Cold War going on between the Soviets and the US. Wait, let me land.
Talking about what does Cold War have to do with the fact that
you
want to liberate yourself?
Can I land?
Because the history you're talking about does not make sense. You're talking daggers, boy.
One man, can you mute this guy so I can talk, man?
What are you talking about? Because you talking about daggers, boy.
Before this, one man, can you mute this guy so I can just make his point, please?
Yeah, go on, make the point. Yeah.
First of all, Africans were already coming here from the 40s and ever. Nnamdi Azikiwe of that king, they came to school. People were already coming, doing whatever. There were heavy, openly discrimination against blacks. It didn't matter where you come from during that time. Now, in the 60s, during Cold War was going on in the world between the Soviet and the United States. And the Soviets were trying to they both have nuclear weapons and things, so they can't really engage each other head to head. So the way they were battling for countries to be on which side, territory. But the way they can have a hedge over each other is to make the population of all those nations to be on their side. Now, America realized that for them to get the African countries on their side, they needed to stop treating black like shit in America. And also, they had to stop behaving badly towards Africans, even on the continent. And they had to even start doing this. That's why the 60s was when they were doing independence for all those African countries.
Yeah, we're
the
talking
same
about
thing,
what we know.
the same 60s was the same time. The same 60s was the same time they started changing the attitude towards black Americans, started doing those civil rights and everything. All that had to do with the Cold War. It's not because you are marching. White man, you can't march and protest to get anything from a white man. It's not. That's not where it works. It has to be some other reason. It was that Cold War that made America realize that our population, our image in the world has to be bright and good, especially on the continent. So that's why they were promoting their celebrities in Africa, promoting this Jackson 5, all of James Brown. They were pushing them because they needed the Africans to side with them against the Soviets. In America too, they started changing the attitude towards the blacks. But these people will come here and say somebody fought, they fought the Emmanuel March. It's a lie. And today, the reason America is even bringing immigrants from Africa, anything like that, it's not because they love Africans or they care. What they're doing, they're looking for human resources everywhere, and they go everywhere. The time of only bringing Europeans is over, because you can't go to Europe and start bringing your immigrants now, because Europe is the society that's progressive now. They're now interested in coming to America like back then when Italians, Irish used to all rush here. Today they have to go to India, go to Africa, go everywhere. And what they do, they're not just going there to bring you when you are a criminal unproductive. If you're unproductive, they will deport you. So they are looking for the best minds, the best people to bring. But black America will see us there and say, I'm the one that fought for you. We were the one that went there and fought for them to bring you here. I'm like, dude, white man is not bringing us here because he like us or somebody fought. He needs us here. That's why he's bringing us here. He needs productive people. That's it. So all that rubbing crap on people's head, they will start talking and say they are the only one that went through something. Everybody went through everything all over the world. They massacre people in Africa and everywhere. But they're the only one that will stick to that. We were victims. That's why we can't go nowhere. We are here. And then we tell the guy, we got to move forward, man. You're arrogant. You come from Africa. I'm the one that fought for you to come here. You come here being arrogant against me. Guy, man, do a real life wake up, man. Stop. You guys should stop that rubbish, man.
Can we move to something else? Because everything you just said now makes no sense.
Of all of the comments that people have made on the comment section, I think this is the one. It says, "Oh Lord, can I unhear this?" You know, that's just torment for you. That's torment for you.
I only do that. They just fall for the common things.
Just eating crap. It's talking. Can we move to something else?
Yeah, let's move to Colata. Let's
Trump versus Obama.
Mike has taken me go where I don't know.
Unhear what he just said, please. Unhear, because everything he said is not true.
When the black American went to fight for you, tell me.
Forget about this, man.
When did they fight for you? People that never lifted a finger. The only people that they take out of Africa that fought against the white man were the Asians and the Brazilians. The rest of all slaves, they were all Jews. They don't fight white man. They didn't lift the finger.
Kulata has been waiting to talk us through this
Okay,
chart.
sorry.
So let him talk.
Okay, let's get a break from Mike. Mike, you can resume after.
No.
Everybody loves
Mike, power.
No more. Please.
So my point about Trump versus Obama, not like I support Obama or anything. I'm just trying to tell you that Trump was lucky to inherit Obama's numbers. So there are 16 charts that proves my point. So when you go down, you'll see the first thing: job gains and job losses. That's first one. Yes, let's go. We like pictures. Let's look at the pictures. You see that Obama first started with that Bush. You remember that 2009, the housing crash. You guys remember that time that they were selling house for 08, man. That they were selling house for $15,000 and co.
That is what the subprime issue. Go ahead.
The subprime. So that was what Obama inherited. So you can see jobs. It started rising. I think this is average monthly job gain. Obama's numbers after that recession, it started growing. Obama left in 2019. He left with 195K. You see, it grew to 250K, 227K. Look at Trump's numbers, despite cutting taxes and everything. Average 176K, 193K, 178K. I'm going to skip COVID because that's not Trump's fault. That's a natural disaster.
Okay. Can we interject right there at that number?
Yeah, you can interject, but you can see the numbers don't lie.
Wait, before you skip,
that is true. The numbers don't lie, but they don't tell the whole story. You're right. The numbers don't lie, but they don't tell the whole story.
There are more charts.
Before you skip the COVID, that's how you know if you're actually the right leader. Obama took the economy when it was bad. So when the COVID hit, we need to emphasize on that. How was his leadership during that time?
Terrible.
Excellent.
Yeah, exactly. So
they told us to drink bleach. But let's not mention that C word. So one man's platform.
All right, yeah. Let's go on to the next chart.
Let's go on to the next one. So economic growth. This is GDP growth. Like we said, it took a terrible GDP 2009 minus 2.5, and it started growing it. It went down, then consistently grew it to 3.1, then to 1.7, and Trump grew it 1.7 to 2.3 to 3. He never grew it as high as 3.1 that Obama did, by the way. So Trump had 2.3, 2.2. Wait, let me finish now.
What you're saying, though, is not...
Because you don't like numbers. It's numbers. It's not Kulata.
No, I like numbers, but I need to... We have to explain what you're saying. It's not true.
What is not true? What you are saying on screen is not true.
No, I just told you numbers don't lie, but they don't tell you the whole truth.
Okay. So you can see now that Trump's GDP growth was not spectacular. It was just a continuation of the Obama pattern. But let's move on. Let's go to unemployment.
All right.
So unemployment. Oh, you've not gotten there. So you can see unemployment. Go down to the chart. Let's focus on the chart. Everybody can recognize the chart. So you see the unemployment starting from Obama. Unemployment rose to 10% that October 2009. But can you just see a straight line? Is there a dip in the line? Like, if things accelerated under Trump, the curve, you'll see the curve drop sharply. When you see that something that looks like a triangle straight to that COVID period, doesn't that look like a straight line?
Yeah, it's a straight line. We know now.
So what does that tell you? It's just the same pattern. It's enjoying what came behind. So let's move on. You see, straight line. Trump never did anything special. He just inherited something. So that's unemployment. Let's go to black unemployment. You guys says, I did something special. Is there a change in the pattern? Isn't that just a straight line? For all intents and purposes, it's a straight line. So it's a continuation of Obama stuff. Okay, let's continue. Let's go to middle class income.
Let us look at employment rate.
Employment
No, for black.
It's going up now. Just continue.
Okay, go back to black unemployment. That's black unemployment starting from extremely high in 2009. And then the pattern was just a straight line all the way to COVID.
Yes, it is. We know.
Did I lie?
You don't lie. Continue.
Okay, let's continue then. Come on, waste time. Let's go to middle class income. Middle class income is supposed to go up. It started picking up. I mean, it fell from that 2009 session. Then it started picking up in 2012, and then that pattern goes almost like a straight line too.
Yeah.
Did I lie?
You don't lie.
Okay, let's continue.
Now.
U.S. stock market, same story. Dropped in 2009, straight line to Trump, and then COVID, and then back up. Did I lie?
You don't.
Okay, let's move on. Food stamps.
Are you the collateral?
Wait. One man. He's using Washington Post. Washington Post is a
oh my God, this is numbers. Forget it is the economic numbers. God, Jesus Christ, stop doing that. That's nonsense. These are the economic numbers.
Washington Post is a non-liberal.
These are economic numbers, whether it's Washington Post or Financial Times or Wall Street Journal.
We might as well go to
these
MSNBC.
are the oh
let's
my
use
MSNBC.
God. Let's use Fox News for the.
These are
Colata, sorry, Colata. The graphs and the numbers, are they coming from the U.S. departments?
Yes.
The graphs.
Yes.
Okay, what? Let me see. Show us on the graph. Show us, please.
Oh my God. Okay, go to the next graph. I mean, one man. The graph you're looking at. Just scroll down. What's the footnote there? Source: U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Oh, hold on, Mike. You can go and bring us your data from Breitbart.
What did they say? U.S. Department of what?
Of Agriculture.
So are you now satisfied? Washington Post, blah 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 blah. You guys stop doing that. There's no difference between you guys and obedience.
Is it for all the graphs? What about the previous ones?
You guys are so.
What about the previous graphs?
So okay, now this is the only graph. The food stamp graph is the one that I think Trump looks better, but it's the same pattern. It's not like no. I scratch it.
I was skipping manufacturing.
Oh, okay. Let's go to manufacturing. So manufacturing. Trump did manufacturing. Okay, one man, please tell me, where did the pattern start? Under Trump, wasn't it like flattened under Trump?
It bent now. We see it.
It flattened, then it rose slightly. Then of course COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, Trump, this guy, blah blah. Those are the numbers. What's the source of the number? Bureau of Labor Statistics. That is not Washington Post, Abby. Okay, let's continue. Home prices, U.S. home prices. It dipped and it started rising and it continued rising, straight line. What's the source? National Association of Realtors. Is not Washington Post. Straight line, same straight line pattern. Trump did nothing special. It just gave rich people taxes for nothing. It didn't improve.
But one thing I will tell you, I know for a fact.
Let's go to debt. Let's go to U.S. debt. Oh, John, let's look at the debt. Okay, let's look at U.S. debt. So the debt started rising under Obama, In 2016 to 2017, it did not really change. 2018 barely changed. Then in 2020, look at it. It skyrocketed under Trump. Oh my God, basically. So consumer.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay, so let's interject right now.
No. We must finish it. We're not done. We're going to consumer confidence. That's people when they feel safe, they spend money, right? So consumer confidence. Obama started. You see where Obama started. From where Obama started is that gray line, all the way to Trump. Straight line or not straight line?
Straight line.
What's the source? The conference board.
People lie, numbers don't lie.
Let's go to wages. 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 It dropped from that 2009. But from that 2009, that wage growth is rising. But did it rise precipitously under Trump, or is just a straight line?
Little straight line.
It's like a straight line. Okay.
It's not a straight line. It's like a straight line. It's not a straight line.
Okay, look at it again. If you're going to draw whatever we used to do in statistics that time, it's a straight line. It's a straight line. Okay, let's go to gas. We'll go finish this matter before we argue. Let's go to gas prices. So this is what I was explaining. Gas prices, after 2009, it rose. I told you about that shale stuff that I explained before. You can see that before Obama left office, look at the pattern. It was coming down. That was the shale when OPEC
fought war against shale. This was around 2015, and you can see exactly what I said.
The oil.
Yeah, you can see exactly what I said. Before Trump entered, the prices had already gone down, and then it rose slightly under Trump, and then it dipped again. Then, of course, during COVID, nobody was driving, and then it finally went down under COVID. So was that Trump?
Hold on. So that gas, that gas price graph.
Was that Trump?
No. Say what you did right there. That's a kind of a
what did I do? Look,
wait. Kulata, let me ask you a question.
Let me explain.
Okay,
you're looking at. The question is, during Obama's time, what was the average price of gas? That's the question you answer. It's not about straight line or slanted line.
Listen, there's a reason I'm explaining this. I said the reason for this one was there was an OPEC war against the shale industry in 2015.
I understand that. But
and look at wait now. So look at it.
Why don't you find reason for others?
Wait. If the price of gas dropped before Trump, so is it because of Trump that the price dropped before he came to office? So they knew Trump was going to come to office. Then they decided to do war because Trump was coming to office. Guys,
the point is that throughout Obama's time, the gas prices were relatively high. Okay,
wait. Because everybody was booming.
Because I don't think they were ever $5 or $4.
It wasn't $5 or $4. That's, you can see it there. It's like $2 something. I mean, I think it got to $4. The peak was $4.
Yeah,
it picked $4
I think so.
three times or something. You can see the graph. It picked like $4 like 3 times. And then you had that shale war, and then the shale war drove the price down. And Trump was lucky, and he also had COVID that further drove the price down. And then it's back up. Because
what you're really showing is the incompetency of Barack Obama.
It's not incompetence. You're just an obedient.
Let me ask you a question. Please, give me a second.
Oh my God.
Let's go to the next graph.
Let me ask you a question real quick now before you go. Let me say.
No, I want to finish before one man leave.
Wait.
No, there are about 2 more. I think it's.
There's just 2 more now. We're going to finish. So this is the amount of people that are uninsured. So I think this one, Americans with health insurance. So under Obama, Americans with health insurance.
No, Americans lacking health insurance. That's what it
was. Americans lacking health insurance. So Obama started Obamacare, right? And then the high people without health insurance, it started dropping. In 2019, it dropped real hard. It dropped. Then 2015, it was stable. Under Trump, it started rising again. Good for Obama. I mean, Obama dropped it down, then it started rising slightly, started taking back up. This data stopped in 2018.
Well, on the health insurance, the only thing Barack Obama did was to mess up American healthcare system. That's all he did. That's all he did. Because hold on, I can see. There's health disparity. Hold on. There's health insurance disparity across the country.
Yes, Atigbo. So business investments. No, this is where Obama beats Trump in business investments. You see,
now.
You see the number of
investment. I don't want to believe this thing again, man.
Please,
business investments.
One man, please. What's the source of the data? Please tell everybody.
But if you tell me business investment,
Mike Jagboro now. Mike Jagboro.
Man.
Mike, please. What's the source of the data?
Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Okay, she won't power Mike.
Wait, can we?
Okay, let me ask you this. What me I know for a fact. Hold on. What me I know for a fact. Even the business community, the corporation, they will tell you. Okay, now you and I know
because they were able to make more money. The CEO.
Wait now. No. Here's the fact.
What fact? You're not talking facts.
Okay, whatever. Okay.
Oh, anyway. No, you won't go.
Okay, let's go to the last one, which is the one that will shock the Trumpists the most, which is trade deficit. Trump is taxing China, tariff. All right, look at trade deficits.
You see that under Obama, it grew a bit, it dropped. Then it started growing slightly. But under Trump, then the trade deficit went up. Then, of course, it went down in 2020 because we had the recession, because then nobody was buying anything again. But you could see that when Trump had his active tariff policy, the deficit actually went up.
Yeah,
until the economy started going down, until we had the COVID economy, then the pattern started going down because people weren't buying anything again.
Kulata, let me say something real quick. See, when we look at apart from Reagan, every other Republican president, they do bad when it comes to economy.
The economy, yes.
They do bad. So it's more like the
Republicans
always push them up.
They do bad, yes.
Wait, that's not what the corporate entities are saying. That's not what the corporations are saying. The businesses are
corporations get tax. They get tax.
Hold on. Okay, we all know the people that actually play the biggest role in the economy are the corporations and the entrepreneurial companies, right? Now, what they all claim is that, and you and I know, the Republicans are more pro corporation, more pro, entrepreneurship, more pro company, and the Democrats are more.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, that's the fact. That's what everybody's saying. Even me, I'm in the business community. I'm an entrepreneur. I own a company, and when Republicans are in, the business do well. We get to employ people more and things like that because they make it easy.
Because
they deregulate. They deregulate. They're trying to make it easy for companies to perform, to work. That's a fact. That's why I'm shocked by this thing you're saying about. And also, Republicans want to put money into the businesses, put money in the hands of corporations. They do that. They're more pro-business. While Democrats are just known to be more pro-welfare.
Well, they will increase tax.
Wait. If I'm lying, cool down. Democrats, all they do is come after your money. They come after your money and they take your money, and what do they put it into? It starts from welfare. And some of the welfare things they agree, like we got to help people out. But some of it they put into some ridiculous welfare program. They can put 30 billion into Planned Parenthood or some portion something, and it frustrates everybody. So we know that fact. That's why you're some welfare into some lazy woman that just make baby by 5 men, and the more baby she make, the more money they give her. That's where Democrats pour all the money. That's what they are more. They're more pro all those kind of rubbish. So that's why Democratic cities. The Democratic cities are the least, that the most unemployed.
I didn't want to go.
They have the highest unemployment.
And pro. What do you
Democratic states, they are the most useless states. We all know that for a fact. So when you present all these things, just shock me. Like, what's this guy talking about? Now, another thing we have to know is this.
Your choice of words. Like,
another thing I know is the fact Democratic states, man, everybody's running away from there. That's why Nigeria, we all run to Texas, because it's Republican states. My mom still went to Maryland, all those places. She ran away. Like, they are conditioned there. Any state run by Democrat or city run by Democrat. Well, it's a fact. It's a fact. It's not I'm making it. I'm not insulting. It's we all know that. It's very unproductive environment.
Now, this country or state in America. What state is it?
You want to say California? California doesn't belong to the Democrats. It doesn't belong to. It does not. And the counties, the part of within the states, in general, it may be a Democrat may win the governorship or something, but the part of that state that's Republican is the area that's more productive. Like the part of California.
Do you know that all those
Republicans, if you go to Silicon Valley, they are more pro-Republican. Silicon Valley is the pretty much the heart of.
Is pro-Republican? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Silicon Valley. Yes, go there. Yes. Even do you know most of the Silicon Valley, their companies are moving to Dallas. Do you know they are moving to Dallas, Texas now? Most of them. Okay, exactly, because they are running for this democratic rubbish.
They're all about their profit.
But what I'm saying is,
the Republican is not pro.
Cool down, let me talk, man.
Yeah, because what you're saying is not true.
What I'm saying is,
can't allow you to be saying what.
Even Kulata will tell you what I'm saying is true.
Kulata, if Kulata wants to talk, he can talk. I'm telling you, what you're saying is not true.
What is not true?
I said what you just said about.
What did I say?
Mike,
Republican is pro-business.
Are you able to take a question?
That's not true. That's not true.
Republicans are not pro-business.
They're not true. It's not true.
It does everybody hate Republicans. Even me, I don't like them. Everybody hate Democrats. Even me, I don't like them. The moment they come in, they'll start putting regulations All they want to do is, oh my
No,
God.
okay. If I can say something, if Colata is there, real
You have to
quick.
fire your employees just to meet up with their regulations, man.
Hold on. Before you say, yeah, let Enigmatic put a question to Mike.
Yeah, this is a question to Mike, to Big Daddy, and to all the Republicans in the house.
Big Daddy, have you put on weight, Prince Daddy?
Oh, sorry, Prince Daddy. Yeah, but you know, Mama, this is so funny, right? And I'm going to stir the water a little bit. I mean, I'm so surprised that I can see Mike and Prince Daddy, you know, speaking eloquently about a known, I mean, he was our president. We respected the fact that he won the election. But Prince Daddy here just justifying, still after 3 years of Trump losing the election, claiming that there was electoral malfeasance, and then trying to claim that the election was stolen. They will have to get their mandate back. And then on the flip side, Mike viciously attacking everything that has to do with with blacks and Democrats. My question to them is, why don't you just be an obedient? Because you are basically the two of you viciously attack obedience on this platform, and you hate everything about them. But you are doing the same thing in America.
You can't compare. Okay, finish.
You know, I mean, if you look at it, this is what exactly you guys are doing. And average obedience is a Republican in the US. We know that. But I'm so surprised that you guys can be progressive in one breath, and then on the other side you are conservative. How are you managing the conflict?
No, you can't compare obedience with
Yes, it's right. So there's an ideological inconsistency.
No, that's not true.
There's no ideological inconsistency.
Especially with Prince Daddy, there's an ideological inconsistency.
No, you can't compare obedience with obedience view, or we may be similar in the fact that we believe that this election on their side they believe election wasn't fair. On our side, I believe election wasn't fair. But the facts they will present compared to the facts we will present are completely different. You understand? Obedience are not presenting any facts.
Did you believe Trump won 2020?
Hold on. The obedience lost an election they insisted was rigged. Trump lost an election. Sorry, what is he saying?
Okay. Look at this. Okay, let me give you the Trump side.
Let's ask them. Did Trump won? Answer.
Let me give you the Trump side.
No, finish Mike.
Prince told us he was rigged. Just not quite an
hour. One man, for you to say that on the platform was to assume also that in 2000. When Gore lost to Bush and when Hillary lost to Trump in 2016, and there was uproar, and there was this up to today, by the way, Hillary Clinton said Trump is illegitimate, that he never won, and they did so also during Al Gore. So this that question was a trapping question that Enigmatic asked. 1 second, hold on. Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, let me correct you now. Instructively, Al Gore never, and the same as Hillary Clinton, right? As soon as it was very clear that they lost the election, they did the right thing. One, put it on the record. One. Number two.
Well, actually, let me stop you. That's wrong, because they went to court. You can't say that. They went to court. Hillary didn't go to court, but up to today, you forget about the hanging chads. Of course, you didn't forget. But Hillary could not, because she was beaten hands down.
Prince Daddy, hold on. You know what? I'm trying to juxtapose, and one man actually spoke about your inconsistency, and that's why I said, how do you guys manage the conflict? Because as you see now, right? The obedience, they are claiming they're trying to reclaim their mandate that they never had. For you to even have for you to reclaim something, it means you've had it and lost it.
And you just answered the question for me. Thank you. You just answered the question.
Why do you keep comparing us to obedience just because of
hold on? Let me listen. You answered the question.
On the same thing, 2020 election, it was so glaring. Even in 2016, Trump lost the general election by almost 4 million votes in in 2016. If America had a different electoral system, Trump wouldn't have been president.
No, that's a mute argument. Don't go there. Because was it legal that he won? Was it legal that he won?
Hold on now. We are trying to juxtapose now, because I wouldn't want to be so sharing, right? To say you and Mike, coincidentally, you come over here to say something different about the same.
Well, it's time for me to respond. Let me respond now. It's not true.
Let him land. I don't know what it's about the same word. Hold on,
hold on. Let Prince Daddy respond, and then.
But let him land one man. He said same something. I didn't hear what he said.
I want the two of them to go ahead with their conversation, but let me land. The same trajectory that we saw in the US is what is happening in Nigeria. Trump has been claiming that he won the election. He riled up his base to the point that they basically almost, not even basically, committed mutiny against the American government in the insurrectionists, right? The fascists. Now we have a version of that in Nigeria now. They are claiming that an election that they lost clearly, they are not even number 2. They are number 3.
I'm glad you say clearly.
So they said they won the election, and they are trying to burn down the country, and they are denigrating.
Well, okay, quickly. Let me say this real quick.
Now, they have a leader. Hold on. They have a leader who is quiet and leading them on. Just like
I think we get your question, but here's the thing. I think you answered the question in your explanation or in your submission. Number one, the obedience, whatever they are doing is based on nothing. It has no substance. That's my point. They are the one in third place claiming they won election, even though we may be exhibiting perhaps the same kind of sentiments in regards to. Let me finish. I said we may be exhibiting the same kind of sentiments when it comes to Trump and Obi, but the reality of the matter is that ours is based on substance, is based on reality, not just fiction like Obi going around claiming to be a winner, whereas we all know the possibility of that is far from reality.
Is that why Trump is indicted for the same fallacy?
Well, his opposition is indicting him now.
Really? We all know the injustices that's going on right now, because again, if you want to go there, the legal scholars, and I think Enigmatic can help us.
There's a system in place.
Hold on. Say, one thing that's paramount in America is the need for freedom of speech. In fact, you're allowed to lie. It's not a big deal. You should not be indicted because you're
about killing people. We can do it in America.
Oh, yes.
So he lied about.
Why did not arrest him?
I didn't say that. I know you were going to go there. I was just trying to give you the extreme. No. I was just trying to give you the extreme. Hold on. I was trying to explain to you the extreme. I was trying to explain.
Oh, okay. Land that point at Prince Daddy, and then let Pansat come in. He wants to put a question to Kolata before he.
Yeah, I was simply trying to explain.
Take the stages to us, so you continue with it. Do you believe that Trump is a pathological liar?
No.
Oh man.
And to continue.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
So politicians don't.
Your question was almost a trick question and duplicitous at the same time. No. Your question was duplicitous at the same time, being a false question. It's almost a non-question, because it's not possible for you to compare Trump supporters or MAGA with obedience. The obedience, the foundation of their argument is really devoid of reality in a lot of ways. It's not the same thing. And also trying to make it a point that Trump and his supporters were the only ones to ever contest an election is not true, because we all went through Al Gore in 2000 and Bush, and what happened in the courts. That even actually went all the way to the Supreme Court. So now Trump, and we do it all the time in local election or national election. You can dispute an election. It's not a crime in itself. Wow. It's not a crime.
You know why? Can I just ask something real quick before someone else?
Let me say something. You know why those
No,
two
hold on,
elections?
hold on. I mean, I've been trying to come in.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead, whatever.
Okay, everybody hold. Oriola, land it real quick. Mike, land it quickly, and then Pansat, put your question to Kulata.
All right. So here's what I want to say. Like the reason why the Al Gore and Hillary stuff was so the two elections were so close. Like Hillary and Al Gore won the popular vote, but when it comes to the electoral vote, it was the other way around. So
now we know about that. Forget about that. Let's just go to the next. We know about
what
that.
Do you mean? Wait. You're see, you just talked about the fact that Hillary was Al Gore was trying to fight.
Carry on to your points, yeah.
Yeah, I would just the point I was trying to make is the reason why they were fighting for whatever they fought for that went to the Supreme Court. In the case of Al Gore, was the fact that the race was so close, and was close to the extent that one won the populace, while the other one won the electoral vote or electoral. So you can see why. But when it comes to the Trump one, it was more like he lost both. So he lost both, and he was calling the system, the people in charge, to find him a vote. And
Well,
that's why
your response simply anti-Trump. It is not valid. Let's go to the next question.
Let me jump in. Sorry, let me come in. Okay, here's what happened in that election, right? Before the election, they were arguing whether they would do something that's never been done before, which is allow people to mail in their votes. You understand? And we all know for a fact that most registered voters, not most, but a lot of registered voters don't go in to vote. They don't show up to vote, right? So now they say, okay, because of COVID, this and that, people should be allowed to mail in their votes. Now it's a possibility that some more may not mail in the votes, but someone can say they mail in the vote and just vote for them, right? So now here's what happened during that election, right? Election was going on. Trump was winning with record numbers. He even did better than he did the last election, like literally record numbers, right? Now he was winning. We all saw it. All of a sudden, within a few hours, even Trump came out that night like, oh, okay, it's time. I've won. I'm ready to make a speech. They say, okay, just wait till the end. All of a sudden, within a couple of hours, Biden number broke Obama's first record, that first election record, which was the record of Democrats. You understand? He broke it. Even like Clinton didn't break that record. Biden
because they started counting mail-in votes which favor the Democrats. Like, why are you talking like this?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. So people are like, what the heck? Like Trump broke his own record from the first election, and Biden now breaks record of Hillary and Obama. We're like, what the heck? And then what they explain, I don't know if it's true. I mean, I can't say whether they rig or not, whether the election, but this is my own position why I question it. And then the answer was that a lot of people mailing their votes. So the vote they mailed in is what gave Biden all that number. I'm like, they mailing that millions of votes and you're able to count it within a couple of hours like that? So that's why people are like questioning. It was so, I mean, everybody was like,
Mike, do you know how they count mailing votes? Do you know how they count it?
Those people that went to Washington,
Mike, do you know how they count mailing votes? How they tally it?
And first of all, some people may not, some people may not have mailed in anything, but they can say, okay, this person mailed in it, and then they will say they count it. So it was something that just can't, even Trump.
Not true what you just said.
Wait, that's what happened. The only vote we can actually confirm that someone voted is the one that they showed up and point in the computer in the system. But when someone mailing a vote, they don't have to point anything to a computer and put in a system. All they have to do is just count how many mail that comes in. That's it. So there's no way anybody can prove whether it's true or not. So it was something impossible to prove. Even the Democrat cannot come and show us all the vote they mailed in. So it's not something anyone can prove. So that's why people are like, okay, there's no way we can prove whether votes were mailed in or not. There's no way to prove
it. Can I ask you a question real quick?
So that's why many people suspected that this one our Juro, man.
No, I'm sorry. Can I just ask him quickly?
So it's not the same with obedience. Obedience zone is completely different.
It would then respond and then it would look around for another 20 minutes.
No, it wouldn't be.
Just why don't you let me talk, and then when I leave, you can do that, okay?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Uncle Passat.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
You can't talk
by
like
the way,
that.
the word that Mike was looking for right there is called absentee ballot. That's what should be counted. So I don't know if it's by instinct or by intelligence that he got that one right. I don't believe in mail-in ballots, okay? Absentee ballot is one that's legal, but that's not why I'm here. Let me go to Kulata. Kulata, why I've come in is that on this platform, you bring a lot of data through the elections, and that's good. There's nothing wrong with profiling data. The only problem I have with you, I've always had that problem, it's with data analysis, which is the more important thing. That you bring the data so we can then analyze it. So I will use the last item on the thing that you have here. The
trade. That's trade deficit, right?
Trade deficit, exactly. Let me use that, right? You know, for it to make sense, when you're talking about trade deficit, you have to look at what is the projection. Let's say, let's look back and say from 2006, it was the trade deficit was just going up, right? Every year, the U.S. trade deficit went steadily. It was increasing. 2009.
But the pattern doesn't show that, though. Look at it.
Yeah, hold on. Well, what are you looking at? What do you mean?
That's the trade deficit. The gray line is Obama.
No,
that's right. The shaded area, the shaded region is Obama. So if it was growing out of control the way you claimed it, it won't go up and then maintain like a straight line.
No, it has always been. I mean, if you look at the data itself, right, not the representation by those lines. Just hold on. Let me land. The point I want to eliminate argument by just sticking to the facts.
Okay.
Since 2009, 2006, it's always been increasing, and it was projected to increase, right? By I think it was $763 billion.
It started from 711 billion. Look at that graph. 711 billion 2007, and that economic, of course, when there's an economic crash, people are not buying anything. So in 2009, it crashed. Then it started growing.
Just hold on, because that's not actually, that's tangential to the point I'm making. The point I'm going to make, it's about data and data analysis. Like when you bring this.
So let's specify which data.
Let's take. We're looking at your trade deficit right now. Okay.
Okay.
So in order for what you're saying to be correct, if you just look at Obama's numbers and you look at Trump's numbers, right? You are discounting what was it projected to be under Obama for the years after Obama. Do you follow me? Let's say in 2000 and what was Obama?
But
2015. Hold on. So if it's projected to be, say, 800 billion in 2020 or 900 billion in 2019, but Trump comes in and then the trade deficit remains the same as Obama's or even slightly higher than Obama's. The way to read data, when you do the data analysis,
do you have the 2019 projection?
No, hold on, because the actual numbers is not the point. The point I'm making is that
no. That's why I asked a specific question. Do you have the projection that if Obama was there, what will be the 2019 projection? I want to stay away from COVID years because we can't use that.
I understand. So hold on, you actually asking the question I should be asking you. The point I'm making is that just
because I'm faster,
No, hold on. What I'm saying to you is that you have to have that projection. It doesn't matter who is the president, right? So, like right now, the projection for 2030 is out there for trade deficit, right? It doesn't matter who's president. In order for this data to make sense, that's what you have to be looking at in order for you to analyze it. You're not just going to bring raw data and then have a shaded area. You have to look at what did this administration do to ameliorate that projection. Now,
okay, for us to be able to get to a point, you have to give us something actionable. That means you have to give me what the trade deficit was projected for 2019 under Obama, and then we compare with the actuals.
So you don't have that now until I give it to you.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you for it.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. You don't have that.
I don't have it. You give me.
So that's why you have to go and redo the work. In essence,
No, you sent me a message. You came to push back, so you should push back with data, not send me to do homework.
Listen to me. I am pushing back with data analysis. I'm not pushing back with data. Okay, that's it. Hold on.
For now, I will run away with the actuals until you give me the projection.
I know, but once you understand what I'm saying,
I know what you are saying perfectly well, Pansat.
Okay. So use that in almost every time you bring data here on any issue. It has to be the data analysis that is more important than the actual data that you have. You have to be able to let me tell you why, and I'll conclude with this, right? When you're doing data analytics, right? In this case, there's predictive data analytics, prescriptive, diagnostic, and then descriptive. What you're doing is descriptive data.
Yes.
That doesn't help us.
For you to help provide that projection, and then we compare with the actuals.
No. That's called you're cramming something. I don't have to.
I'm not cramming. I'm looking at it. This is not my data. This is Washington Post posting data from Bureau of Statistics. I mean, whatever bureau they're posting from.
I didn't want to be argumentative. I want you to pay attention to that. In this case, with this trade deficit, what's important is how much did Trump ameliorate that projection, because the damage were done before he comes in. So if it's projected to go out of the roof and he comes in and says, look, for North Atlantic, for Mexico, Canada, look, I'm going to cancel this. I think it's a raw deal for us. And he's able to bring back factories back from Mexico, and there's job creation here, and then start producing here. And then it reduces that projection, right? You're not gonna just be going by the normal.
Yeah, then he did a good job. I get what you're saying, Pansat. I know what you're talking about.
Wait, which factory does it bring back, though?
No, but I that was also an example. He did bring back the auto factory industry back to Detroit. Car manufacturer. Yeah,
who did that?
Who did that? Trump did, okay?
But Obama was one that built out the automobile industry during 2009 recession.
That's not what he's saying.
All right. Sorry, give me 1 microsecond. Just give me 1 microsecond. Gentlemen, I'll bail out to hand over to Mike, acknowledging your super chat. Prince Daddy joins in, and then curiously, Chioma joins in as well. So thank you for the super chat, everyone.
How could you leave when Chioma comes in? I thought you want Chioma to come in.
No. Hold on. Thank you for the super chats, Chioma. But it wasn't really the super chats that we're after. We want you to come on the screen because you've been boasting to us that you are the prettiest woman in America, and you're coming to show that off. So you've said that for a week now. So Chioma, the window is still open. We want to see you. So thank you. So are you? Did you say she's coming on? She's not coming on today. She said some other day.
Oh, okay.
So let me hand
I'm
over
living
to
with
Mike.
you. I'm living with you too. Bye bye.
No, you can carry on with Kulata.
No, Mike.
You don't want. You
can leave Pansat. You can get lost, man.
Hold on. Let me actually just say this before I leave. So Mike, try and accommodate. Free speech is not actually for.
No, you can talk as long as it doesn't come after me. He will come in after me. That's what I have problem. I told him I don't talk to him.
What kind of host is it that you can?
You can be here and talk to others, but don't come to me
you after your provocations. You are completely a whack Nigerian in diaspora. We have to come.
Yeah, piece of shit, man. You are a good idiot.
Mike. Mike.
Don't
do that now.
I will punish you for this. Okay, bye. Oh, bye, Kulata. Thank you for.
Okay, but Pansat, before you leave, before you leave, I think in the absence of having that, I get what you're saying from projection data, because if it's projected to be higher and then the actuals is actually lower, even though it continued to grow, it's a good thing. I know, I get it, but I don't have that data, number one. But the reason I brought this out was the legendary status that I think Prince Daddy was just too excited about Trump, so I just wanted to poke the bear.
Trump. Look, here's the facts, right? Nobody can over exaggerate Trump. Trump has been the best president any country has
No, 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 no. I don't
let
agree.
me just land on this. There is no doubt about that. Now, does he
Bye bye,
have some
Fansat. Bye bye.
excesses? Does he have some excesses here and there? Right, the things that I wouldn't
Do
do.
you think Obi would have outperformed Trump if he had been the president?
I thought you were gone, but anyway, no. It's like apples and oranges. The point is that with the United States, the way they were going, right? Trump had to come in and bring order to the country. I mean, Trump doesn't lie. That's another thing. They say, oh, Trump lies. No, one of Trump's bigger problems is that he cannot tell a lie. Since he came down from that escalator, right, in 2000, and I believe it was 16, he came down the escalator and he says, look, I used to be for the Clintons. I used to be for the Bushes. I've done it all. I'm better than all of them in playing the game. But from today, I'm going to be working for the American people, right? So as a Christian, when somebody does a confession like that, I have to judge them from that day. It doesn't matter what they did prior to that day. Now, biblically, you can analogize that. Let me just land by saying that Saul was very effective at buying Christians, right? He used to be one of the worst nightmares of Christians. But the Lord interjected and changed his name from Saul to Paul, right? So from that day, he became the one of the go-to people in the Bible, as you know. So Trump, if you judge him just from that day that he came from that escalator, he had the American interest in mind, right? Is he inerrant? No, he's not inerrant. Does he abuse talk in ways that is not statement-like? Yes, he does. But he is the right McCoy for the job.
Do you see yourself in the image of Trump?
No, I do not.
Hey,
No, I do
Pansan,
not. Yes, sir.
thanks for coming in and making that point. Because all along I was saying numbers don't lie, but they don't say the whole truth. And thank you for bringing the narrative to explain that part. Because I knew
On one
regardless of the
graph,
numbers,
one graph out of 16.
all of them, we had a better economy, and in our pockets, we know we're living better, just like Mike said. So it don't matter those numbers; they're not telling the whole truth.
Yeah, but you always have to add, you don't know if it's by intuition, right? Or by intelligence when Mike is right. So you guys enjoy the rest of the evening. I'm going to dinner. I will see you.
Waiting with a chop now by
Wait,
month
so he's
passat.
right because of projection.
Maybe
dinner.
maybe you should learn how to
can't
cook
believe this.
and leave those
Because
Mexican
projection is not
Passat is
He's
chasing all
right.
those South Californian Mexican babes.
You know, tomorrow, if you have time,
no,
I will put you. I'll go to my kitchen. I will turn on I'll put on the camera, and we'll check out some awesome cooking. Right? I'll do some tomorrow for you guys. No problem.
all right. Yes, we should get that done. Maybe you are not the right gender for it, but it's something that I've always thought that if people had their camera on, they're cooking in the background and conversing.
I'll have a beautiful babe here to be helping do that cooking.
Is that another one of your Instagram purchases?
No.
Look at it.
Very funny. All right, have fun. Good night.
All right, have fun with Mike. And Mike, please go easy on them. So over to you, Mike.
Ijoba Mike.
Ijoba Mike. Too late to Ijoba Thomas Law. Mike, are you there?
I was about to ask, who's more tougher, Mike or Tom?
Let that continue now.
I just wanted to poke a hole in the excessive Trump narrative that the reality is it was a continuation of Obama's economy, and it wasn't anything particularly spectacular. So all that hype, it's not that. I mean, it's not all that. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. For me, I just thought that election was questionable. I don't know. I mean, I'm not someone coming to claim that Trump won or not, but I mean, it was kind of like, what the hell happened here?
Hello, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
What Kulata is saying that
the little success that Trump achieved was as a result of what Obama has left behind. But the reality is that government is a continuum, and we cannot say that some of the policy that did not work. When we are talking about, this graphic, like he showed it to us, shows, really tell us what really happened in the, comparing both of them in the running of the economy. But the reality, the practicality of it, the way we felt it, the people. What does the people want to care about this, graph?
Yeah, well, Ajanleko, Trump is a salesman. He's a salesman. That's why.
Hold on. The ordinary American on the street that was buying the cheapest of the cheapest gas that time, that apply for job and can get job at ease, that was well paid, better paid than ever before. You can't tell them, you can't show them all this graph. What concerns them with the graph? The reality, the way they felt the impact of the government in their life is what really matters. So we cannot say. What I was saying, I never bought gas as that cheap before. Gas at $1. All the reason you are saying that, it was because of this happening, both of Saudi Arabia. What concerns the poor man on the street about that?
Presidents and economy.
Oh my God!
Especially America. It is by luck, honestly speaking. It's by luck at times because American economy runs itself. Presidential policy helps here and there, but you can see that even with all the tax returns that Trump gave, like the trend continues. It's just the same trend. So you could say that maybe the trend could have gotten worse. It did not give the tax returns and all. But at the end of the day, the actuals are the actuals.
If you compare the Trump economic performance with that of Biden now, and you see some improvement of Biden, would you say that it was as a result of what Trump left behind that is responsible for that?
There's a difference. Now, let me explain the difference. Because we had a catastrophic event in COVID.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
But Trump started the war against COVID. Trump pumped out the money. Trump was the one that invested so much in the vaccine that that help us to get healthy and get back.
Did you mean the vaccine it doesn't believe in?
Huh?
The vaccine it doesn't believe in?
What do you mean by it doesn't believe in? He took the vaccine now.
We know, but that's not what he's telling his people.
What I'm saying his people that hold on. We have to look at it both ways. If you want to say Obama left behind what was responsible for Trump economic performance, I think you should say the same thing for economic performance of Biden.
Okay, Ajanleko, so the inflation that we're experiencing now, we should also blame that on Trump.
Look at you.
What we're experiencing right now is based on bad performance and bad policies by Biden.
No.
Every policy, the fight against COVID, the vaccine and everything was achieved under Trump. They never gave him that.
I think I will give Trump the vaccine. I will give him the vaccine. 100% all Trump for the vaccine. But I'm not going to say that because the technology was already created, but he accelerated it. So you have to give him that.
You always have to take something away from him. You always have to take something away from him.
Yeah, but did he create the technology? But I say he accelerated the release.
No, it's not about technology. You see, just like we have petroleum and bauxite and magnesium in Africa, it's not about the natural resources itself, but the leadership.
Man,
The leadership was dodgy, but at least he rushed that one. I can give him that.
He didn't rush it. He just provide money.
Do you know that Trump absolutely mismanaged the COVID situation?
The crisis, of course, it did.
That's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say.
You know how they gag, and you know how they try to gag Dr. Fauci because of his and then Trump created. At least Americans, we've lost more than almost 200,000 or 300,000 before when Trump actually came out to say you should get bleach.
And the question, enigmatic, would be: where did they lose them? In what cities? Is it in where did they lose those people? Places like New York City with bad policy by the governor.
The mayors are the ones.
Horrible leadership.
Democratic mayors, they're the one that screwed up.
Exactly.
Now you are shifting blame. The president Donald Trump. Everybody, even those who are not in America, they know his position about. At least the first 1 month, he was lying about the viral infection. He was lying. He was talking about China this, China that.
But they just announced that the source of the COVID came from a lab in China. And what the position is head from the beginning. The
numbers we had in America could have been different negatively for Trump's, if not for Trump's mismanagement.
No, I guess if you understand the way America, hold on a second. If you understand the way America works, see the state, the governors, they have power, they have jurisdiction over their space.
We all know how American works.
Okay.
Wait, for instance, let him explain to us.
He can't tell them to force vaccine on people.
Hold on. Do you want to play back the videos of the daily event that happened in White House? That Trump will come to the podium and probably be choreographing, negativity into the American people. Selling this, cynical statement about the COVID-19.
Give us the example.
Yes, give an example.
He said you should inject bleach.
So you want to tell me that Trump did not mismanage the COVID-19? Is that what you want to tell me?
No, he did not. The only reason why he's saying that because of the media narrative. The only reason why he's saying that because of the media narrative.
Media narrative.
Well, it is true.
But not
everybody gets like the flu shot every year. Some people are anti-vaccine, anti-whatever. So the notion that people trying to make an argument that Trump or some people did not take the vaccine is bad leadership. It's not true. In America here, people have choices. Okay, because your doctor tells you something, because Babati tells me something doesn't mean I have to do it. Okay, it doesn't mean I have to do it.
This is very pointed. Let me test you again. I want to test you again. Do you think it was right for Trump what he did about the classified document that he took from White House? Do you think it was right?
All the other presidents did the same. Now.
Exactly. Exactly. What's your point? Even Biden, that they have the authority. Hold on. Biden as a senator, and a VP also took document that he did not have the authority to do so.
Even Hillary,
and Hillary too. Criminals.
About Peter Obi here again, or obedient.
No. You and I, we've agreed that the obedience, they lack substance. The obedience, they lack substance. And obedient is the one that will come fifth and sixth that want to claim to be number one. That's a stark difference. You can't use us as a comparison to obedience. That's not true, and that's unfair. I think you know that. And I think you know that.
Obedience on the same.
See, but here we are allowed to dispute and argue about whatever we want. But this was a competition rather between two people, and one lost and one claimed that hey, he didn't lose. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not against the law. As they are trying to make it be right now and spreading this propaganda like Trump did something. It's not uncommon. They do it all the time. I mean, what's the big deal about losing an election and claiming that you didn't lose?
Which is mathematically or sociological or philosophically impossible. How can you say you won it not? That's what obedience are saying.
Exactly. So we're not obedient. We're not obedient. You can't say that. We're not. I mean, because we exhibit in the same kind of traits, it doesn't mean we are.
Yes, you are obedient.
Yes, I am.
I'm someone obedient. Okay.
Obedient will say they want, say Nigerian youth, they will
Yes,
not.
you guys are. You are obedient.
Obedient are deplorable, man. You can't be comparing obedient with
You
Republicans,
are
man.
no
Come on, my brother,
different. You
stop
are
it.
no different than being a Trump fan.
No,
You are
no,
no
obedient, no,
different.
no, 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 no. You can't compare obedient with human beings. You can't compare obedience with criminals and animals. That's why you put obedience, man. Don't compare obedience with Republicans. Now, are you kidding me? Come on, you
Well,
obedience.
but somebody already said it. Most obedient, they're they're Republican as well. So there's no much the ideology with you
Obedience are
guys
not
are very
Republicans,
close.
man.
You have a very close ideology. Like it's the same in a way. I
No,
just
it's
don't
not. It's
understand.
not.
I mean, what's the difference between you and them? Just the fact that
Didn't I just break it down to you?
they're chasing imaginary
They
something,
are
right?
deployment and they are animals. The obedience are criminals. Bros, you can't compare obedience with me, man. Come on, seriously? Come in. Prince that just told you they came third and they are claiming they are number one. They haven't even challenged number two. No, they didn't
Prince
even
Daddy,
challenge number two. They're challenging
Prince
number
Daddy
one
and
first.
Mike. Do you guys like
And this
Prince Daddy and Mike? Do you guys like Putin?
Putin,
They do.
me, I don't know the man personally, so I don't
But
care.
you
All I can
like
say
him.
is,
Do you
no,
like him?
I don't like any of this.
You like him. Tell us. You
No,
do.
no, no, no.
You
I don't. No, it's like asking me, do I like Biden or do I like?
No, Putin.
No.
It's the same. Okay, where I feel about Putin, where I feel about all the European leaders. It's the same way. So I don't know why
Is
if
that
you
how
say
you
I
feel
like in
about
what
Trump?
context? In what context? That you gotta be more.
Okay, so Trump has been was palling around with Putin and all. Trump was pushing to break up NATO and all that stuff. So that means if Trump
I
comes in
honestly don't
now,
think that's what he was trying to do.
wait, if he comes in now and he breaks up NATO, are you going to support that?
What's my business? What you concern me?
And he's
NATO?
also fighting for national.
So you want NATO to be you are pro NATO. What's my business with NATO? What do you concern you and NATO?
I did live for America. Why you no go concern me until I start living in Nigeria? As soon as I day America, I want the protection.
NATO that's destroying Africa.
Wait, what do you think?
So NATO
about
is protecting you from what?
What do you think about
when I'm living in America?
What economy? NATO. Listen, America is protecting NATO. NATO is not protecting
America protecting NATO. Same. As long as I'm an American citizen and I live here,
even though NATO doesn't.
Whatever is American interest is also my
I
interest.
see why you are being ridiculous. NATO doesn't play any role in your. Doesn't add any value.
Because you are looking at me with Niger.
NATO is also destroying Africa. Destroying Africa. NATO is not good for anything. NATO is not good for America. It's not good for Africa. So it's not good for you.
Mike, I am both Niger and American. So it depends on which hat I'm wearing. I can be wearing Tyrone hat as I'm
I get it now, but NATO doesn't add any value to America, to be honest. NATO is just an organization to keep Europe, which is a continent, Western Europe, that they've lost their glory days, right? And America, because they are related to them, they want to help them to stay relevant. And America is just helping them to remain relevant.
So if Trump comes to break it up and empowers Putin, are you going to be happy?
No, Trump wasn't empowering Putin. Trump was just trying to keep peace in the world, create peace, and trying to keep everything. In fact, Trump actually favor Nigeria or Africa because America will find.
You mean by saying
Listen, if NATO collapse, the only people that will suffer is all these useless France.
Favoring you, right?
Yeah.
He said shit all country. He's favoring you guys, Abby. Like
say it again.
Disrespecting you guys. He just called you guys shit all countries.
Well, that's political talk now. But are we not shit? Come on, man, bros. We are third world, man.
You don't find that
everybody shit on Africa, man. Are you lying? Is France not shitting in Africa right now? And British and everybody. So let's accept that, man. We need to get out of that shit. And Trump position. Trump was trying to collapse NATO, so France won't continue to shit on you. You understand? So you should be pro-Trump. Because if Trump is not pro all these useless European countries, they don't have anything, they're no longer relevant, their glory days is over. France, England, when they were calling themselves sun never shine, all that bullshit. Without America, Russia will wipe out England in 2 days. You understand? So Trump is saying to hell with you. You ain't shit, man. You just another country. America is all I care about. You understand? You should be pro-Trump for that. Because Trump only cares about America. He's not giving a shit about neither Africa or Europe or anybody. So that's for that reason he should be pro-Trump. Because if Trump abandoned France and England, all these useless people, and allow Africa to only deal with America, then we can be free from France. France can get the fuck out of Niger and Francophone. Like, so we won't have to deal with all these irrelevant, useless countries that are no longer superpower. They're still claiming superpower on the neck of Africans. So I don't know why you guys give a shit about NATO. Are you kidding? Come on, man. Trump should be your guy. And I don't know why you guys are so blind. Okay, for example, when Nigeria needed weapons to fight Boko Haram, Obama refused to give it to them because France
is useless. Is useless. We know that.
France was sponsoring Boko Haram because they didn't want Nigeria to influence Niger and his puppet countries that surround
How
Nigeria.
is Obama useless? Because
Obama is a useless idiot, man.
Obama messed up Libya. The mess up of Libya, we're still suffering from it.
Wait, do you think?
He was selling Africa to Europe? Obama was the most NATO idiot, most pro-NATO idiot that ever existed.
Okay, wait. That's the thing. There's a system in place. It's just like what ECOWAS is going through now. There's a system in place. He can't just do anything. You have to remember, he worked with people. They made that NATO. Okay, who went there? NATO went there, right?
NATO, France was the one that caused it, I believe. Of course, America too. Obama too followed like Mumu.
Yeah, they're part of a team and they work together. So you can't just blame him.
For whose interest?
Is for European
exactly. You remember that during that time, European economy was collapsing. Greece, Italy,
I don't see the point I'm making to you. The point I'm making to you that he didn't just make. Is a collective effort.
For whose interest? For whose best interest?
Yeah, for their interest. But you live here, right?
Not for America. Not for Americans' interest. Not for Americans'
interest. It's also for American interest.
No, it's a lie. No. Listen, during that time, wait. During that time, America was doing well. Germany was doing well. And
they're always doing well when they go.
No. There was something going on in Europe. Some economies in Europe were dying. Something was happening to them because of the rise of China at that time. So it was affecting Greece and some pocket of country, and they had to figure some Robin Hood move. Wait now, bro, chill out now. They have to find some Robin Hood move to make to go do some robbery somewhere.
Stop saying chill out. You can just say
chill. To build those useless European countries.
You talk sometimes is not the right way to talk. Don't say chill out now.
I say chill out now. What's wrong with chilling out?
You two chill out. Don't say chill out, baby.
Yeah, I will chill out when I have to chill out now.
You two chill out. Don't tell me chill out. Say chill. The way the word you're
saying. What's the difference between chill and chill out? Explain it to me.
It's different, man. When you say chill out, you're telling me to shut up. What do you mean?
So chill means what?
When you relax, calm down. That's what chill means.
So chill out. Wait. Say chill, not chill out. So chill means shut the fuck up.
You don't know what you're talking about. Just because everybody accepted it doesn't mean everybody's going to accept it from you. Some word you use it does not make sense. You're just using the wrong word.
So chill out doesn't make sense.
Don't tell me shut up, man. Say chill.
I didn't say shut up. I said chill out.
When you say chill out means shut up.
No, chill out doesn't mean shut up. Maybe your neighborhood. I don't know. You live in one of those ghetto neighborhood. Maybe shut
up. Sure.
But chill out doesn't mean shut the fuck up. Everybody knows that.
People like you can just go ahead and just say whatever you want. Don't say it like that.
I didn't disrespect you now. Chill out is not disrespectful.
Okay, look it up. Chill out means shut up.
In your neighborhood, Abby.
Please.
In your hood.
You're not listening. Just listen.
Okay, go ahead and talk, man. Yeah.
No, I'm hearing what you're saying.
All right. Anyway, who wants to talk next, man? Someone come.
Well, I think you're talking about Libya. Libya, you're saying United States is the fault of United States won nothing from Libya, and I was trying to tell you that they actually won something. And what I live here, I mean, a lot of people that live here, you can't just disregard United States. I mean, if anything happened to them, it's gonna happen to me. So I understand that Greece was going through economic turmoil. Then they actually, I think they what was it? They bankrupt or something. We understand that Europe was going through some crazy stuff, but still they work collectively. So people blaming Obama, I just feel like, I mean, I understand he's the the United States that is looking after is number one in the world. But we understand that. But still, he can't just make that decision on his own. It's not like what Bush did back in 2001. He can't just make that on his own. They have to work collectively. He has a system behind him. That's why I will always say that we are blaming Obama. It's a system. You work for a system.
Okay,
If the system
you just
doesn't allow him, he can't
Bush,
just do whatever.
Bush made decision on his own because he felt with his own conviction that okay, this is what I should do, right? Which was wrong. And Obama was in a position to make a decision on his own and had opportunity to make the right decision, which is not to go and destroy Libya and create disaster in Africa. You understand? Where all these weapons from Libya is everywhere now, create disaster. He didn't do it. So now you are telling us that Obama did the right thing for having opportunity to make decision on his own. He made the wrong decision. You are saying he's better than Bush. They had opportunity to make decision on his own, and he did it, even though it was the wrong decision. But he had balls to make decision. Obama couldn't grow balls to make his own decision on his own. And you are telling me that Bush was more stupid than Obama.
What I'm saying is this: NATO invaded Libya. United States invaded Iraq. It's two different things.
Do you know?
NATO is a team.
Okay, go ahead, finish. Yeah.
NATO is a team, so there's no way for him to just like say anything. There's other presidents in that NATO. Like they would just they have to collectively work together. But in this case with the United States, with Bush, I mean, he runs on the United States, and even I think the Senate. I'm not sure. I think they opposed the war or something. I'm not sure if they actually.
Do you know that? Wait, let me say this real quick. Do you know that NATO was against the invasion of Iraq, except England? The rest of NATO was against the invasion of Iraq, but Bush still went ahead.
Yeah, but that was not a NATO war, right? That's not a NATO war.
Come on, man. Come on.
But NATO is
man.
It's not a NATO war.
Come on, man. So how is Libya a NATO war? Iraq is not a NATO war. What is NATO war? There's no such thing as NATO war. Come on.
You know, like they kill people in the United States soil. The World Trade Center. Libya, nothing happened. It's not like Libya, Gaddafi destroyed United States or anything. He didn't do anything. He just didn't listen to them, and he was trying to cooperate with the enemies of NATO. That's what it is. So I think it's a little bit two different things. It's more like if NATO decided to invade North Korea. United States, if United States wants to invade North Korea, it will be because there's something that North Korea actually did to them. That's the way I see it. I just feel like it's two different things. I mean, I understand Obama is like is the head of the most what would you say, the biggest country in the world. We understand that, but it still have to work with other people, which is NATO. They didn't just want United States to go there by themselves. While with Iraq, the United States is ready. They don't care. You kill one of us, we have to kill all of you guys. So I feel like that's like two different things that we are looking at.
So NATO don't work as a team back then. Okay, that's fine. So the European countries, they were going through some hair. They had to go and kill Libya to help themselves, right? And America needed to support them. You know, so I just think at the end of the day, man, we can't support. You know, we just can't support that, man. It's just, Obama being a black man, being
he's half. Remember, he's not full.
Yeah, and the fact that blacks, you know, the ones supporting. I mean, there's no reason to be praising Obama. I don't think Obama did anything to, you know, for you or for anyone, for any. I mean, a lot of you guys. The only reason you like, okay, let me ask you this: if Obama was a white man and he invaded Libya, And he did those things he did in Africa. And he refused to give Nigerian, even though Nigeria has an agreement, a contract that you told Nigeria as a country that you should not start your weapons program. We will supply you weapons. It's an agreement. It's a deal. And when they're going through the worst moment where we have terrorists in the country with sophisticated weapons, and then we say we need weapons from you, and you denied us. That was Obama. If that was a white man that did that, come on, you be calling him racist all day. I know you be calling him racist. You be calling him white supremacist. Same way you be accusing Trump of being all that shit. What Obama did was worse than what Trump has done. It's more racist. Okay, you say Obama is mixed, so we can't call him white, we can't call him black. Okay, we can either call it, we can say, okay, he's white, half white, half black. Okay, maybe his racist white side is what played out. This guy was evil to the continent. The worst American president towards the African continent was Barack Obama. And you still love.
Can you blame the United States? Because in that view, I kind of blame us, because here's the thing. If to say we're like Russia, for example, where we have companies that can develop all the necessary war stuff that we needed, do we have to be begging America for weapons? We don't have to. We're not even begging them. We're buying it from them.
Did you hear what I said? In the 70s, I think I can't remember when. I think 70s. Yeah, I think sometime in the 70s. Nigeria wanted to go into weapons program because during the Biafran War, on the Biafran side, there were some professors that Ujuku brought together to say, we don't have weapons. What do we do? Their back was against the wall. And then they started like, okay, we have to find a way to make weapons. And they started making weapons. The Biafrans, the Igbos, they were making weapons. And then after the war, that's when everybody woke up like, wow, so we black men, the white man is saying we are monkeys. So we realized we can actually think when our back is against the wall. Just like I've been saying, like when black Americans were in slavery, they were more creative. So we realized we can actually do. That's when the awakening came to us that we can make weapons. And then the Nigerian government wanted to start a weapons program. That was the same time Brazil wanted to start a weapons program too. The American government, because during that time the Cold War was going on, they don't want situation of this nuclear proliferation. So they convinced the Nigerian government that, hey, don't get into this thing, don't get into weapon creation. And when I guess the government, Nigeria, we all know what's going on in Africa back then. Whenever America or European tell you what to do, you say no, they will kill you, they assassinate the leader. So they were putting fear in the mind because for the fear of assassination, I guess the president back then was like, okay, we agree with you that we're not going to start a weapons program. We'll just agree that you supply us weapon we need. So that was the agreement. But Brazil, on the other hand, say fuck you. They started their weapons program. You understand?
Yeah,
today, Brazil is making all their weapons, right? Which Nigeria Nigeria is making weapons now because we realized that which was a blessing, after the Obama denied us supply of weapons and also denied us from buying weapons from South Africa, all these other countries, they put embargo on us, on weapons embargo. So we just started our weapons program. Now we are making ammo tanks. We are even trying to make helicopter now. Good thing it happened. But what I'm telling you is, you make an agreement that we will always supply weapon, but don't start weapons program. And then we are in our worst position where we have terrorists with sophisticated weapon being provided by France. And we not go to you, America, give us weapon. You're not saying no, you won't give us. Obama was the president. But when Trump came in, Trump said to hell with France. He didn't give a shit about France. He gave us that weapon, man. He gave us the Tucano helicopter. And you are telling me Trump is the racist, Obama is not the racist.
Wait,
are you kidding me?
Wait, he gave or he sold it?
He sold it, which Obama didn't want to sell it. He said no, because Obama was a puppet of the European countries. That's what I'm tell you. Obama was being puppet to France and all these useless European countries. France was Obama didn't have any interest in Boko Haram in Nigeria. France was the only one, because France want to have their hold on West Africa. So they are the one doing that shit. And Nigeria didn't from the US. So France now just had to call Obama a puppet.
Mike,
and say, Obama, don't give them weapons.
Mike, let me interject you on the point you made about 5 minutes ago. That's about Obama's activity with Libya. I believe your conclusion is correct, but your premises are wrong. One of the best things Obama did was to neutralize Muammar Gaddafi. But Obama was also the worst president that we've had. Now, let me tell you why.
Wait, please, who's talking, please?
That's me, Pansat. I'm
Okay.
in my car now. I'm going to
Go
dinner,
ahead.
so, but I had to come in. I was listening in. Look, Libya, what Muammar Gaddafi was doing, unbeknownst to us, Nigerians, especially Christians, was preparing for an Islamic takeover of Africa, and then to use that to go and fight the Europeans and the Americans. He didn't start to...
And you believe that, right?
Yeah, let me land so you can understand. I do believe that, because once he was killed, we saw the aftermath in our country, where the Boko Haram and all kinds of people were trained and they had weapons, and they pointed those weapons at us, the Christians, not the white man. Now, he had a big idea of bringing a counter force to Europeans and Americans. And there's nothing wrong with that if you're doing it to unify Africa for real. But he was doing it was an Islamic thing, because there's two traditions going on: the Western tradition and the Islamic tradition. That's it. There's no other. So we were lucky that the Americans dealt with him, because in his own country, he didn't even unify. He had rebels. He didn't spend time. He kept killing all those people who just had a different faith and nemesis to his own particular religion. Because, Islam is not a monotheistic religion. You have the Shia, and you have
his network is back. I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
But
Mike, can I interject?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just landed.
You see, I don't think Pansat is really right on that. The reason why they invaded Gaddafi was about the currency. About Gaddafi wanted, he was ready to sell oil to the West, to Europe, with not with dollars, but with euro. So America got mad. This is not about because these people really don't care about us as the people. They just care about their interest. So you telling me that because of its jihad, they don't care about your jihad, they don't care about your crusade, they don't care about all this stuff.
Okay,
they just care about their economic interest.
Hold on.
That's their economic interest. That's the reason.
I understand, but I don't disagree that there's a subsection there. Like Saddam Hussein in Iraq wanted to do the same thing, and that's why America dealt with him, right? But the you have to look at the big picture. What is actually envisaged? What is the big agenda? And I submit to you, it's a big topic. You have to go and do a research. You have to follow Muammar Gaddafi's activities. What is his idea, right? So you could have more than one interest. What's that noise? So to conclude, what I'm suggesting, just
your network is bad, man.
They didn't try to eliminate him so that he doesn't wipe out Christians. They did it also for their own interest, right? Because if he's able to galvanize and have an Islamic state in Africa, join with others from other parts of the world to be.
Yeah, he has a bad network, and I don't agree with majority of what he's saying either.
There's I don't know why people from Southeast Nigeria so stuck with this Fulani, Islamization.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Oh no,
Egypt
but
is
if
a
if
Muslim
it's not
country
Mike,
now. Algeria is
Mike,
a Muslim country. There's so many
What is
Muslim
Gaddafi
countries.
trying to gain from Islamizing the whole country?
Yeah, I know.
what
So,
is
Like,
Gaddafi's interest was to turn every country in Africa to a Muslim country, both South
yeah.
Africa, Namibia,
So
Gaddafi,
Zimbabwe,
Gaddafi
Nigeria,
like
wanted to be a
everybody.
everybody
blessing
else
to
don't have
Africa. So
mouth.
a blessing to
Doesn't even
Africa.
make sense, man.
yeah, but
Gaddafi
no,
was a
you have
blessing to Africa.
you know there's something to understand. There's something called a paradox, right? One thing I noticed in the way you look at things, there are certain things that are it doesn't make sense, but that's the way it is. We're down the whole entire Africa.
You know,
Egypt,
Gaddafi he was having issue with Saudi Arabia. He dumped the Arab League to join the African Union because he couldn't get along with the Arabs, the Arab Union. He couldn't get along there, so he decided, no, I'm going to deal with the Africans. And then he was more focused on,
we'll have
the
a
progress of
better debate
Africa.
when I'm on a desktop so I could be heard properly. But anyway, thank you very much. Good night.
I mean, what he's saying is just, yeah, that's the old brainwashing thing that goes on in Nigeria with this Biafra, Fulani wants to Islamization. Nigeria, we can't
Well,
stop.
Mike, that's the only thing. And as far as Nigeria and a lot of African countries are concerned, that is the only thing. Without that, we'll be unified, right? Let's say we're all Muslims. If
wait,
we're all
that's
Muslims,
your own belief, though. That's your own belief. It doesn't mean it's right because I don't believe what you said.
No. What I'm saying to you is this: you have to look at his activities. Why do we have the problem we have? Have you seen any of them try to solve this problem? Have you seen any of these African in the last 20, 30 years try to come and say, hey, look, if we're unified, regardless of our religion, that we're going to be a force, a potent force? You don't see any of that. Before you
Because
show
some
one,
people
Why do
like,
we need to be
some people
unified?
are not willing to unite now.
Europeans are not unified.
Are you willing to unite with the Fulanis?
But Europeans are not unified. The Asians are not
believe,
unified. What do you mean? We don't need to. We are different people. We are different
Exactly. I
ethnicities.
don't know which
We don't need to.
No, but you have to make this conversation to be intelligent conversation, right? When you say unification, it doesn't mean where every single person agrees.
But
you
that's
have
what
bodies.
you said. So where are you going with this? Go ahead. Give us the main point. What's your main point?
Okay, here I've already made my main point, but here's my supporting point to my main point. If you go to Nigeria and you have Muammar Gaddafi and other Islamic leaders from the north, right? People like Saad Abubakar, right? And their face is towards an Islamic thing, and they're against Western education, Western principles like democracy, and that's what they're fighting. And then in the southeast and the southwest, at least half of southwest, we are facing Western education and Western jurisprudence. But then they're helping eliminate anybody in Africa.
The entire northern elite went to acquire Western education. The Sanusi, all of them can do job.
Once
And
any of them say that,
they build universities in the north, Western education.
No, they
So
don't.
you can't say because a group of people called Boko Haram, they just emanate from
But look,
ignorant
Mike,
people created
you heard
something. It
what I'm
means that
saying is that if any of them, like Sanusi Lamido, for example, is an educated man, if he goes out there and knock him and talk about Western education, then they will remove him from office, right? They will
the argument you're making is that the leaders in the north are rejecting.
Right. They are rejecting because I just gave you one. You mentioned a very good one, like Sanusi. Once he made that statement, when he was a mayor of Kano, he started talking about the benefits of Western education. He's knocking down Majiris and he's talking about the leadership in the north, how they're backward. And shortly after, there was Swift. They removed him from office, right? Now, that is a big one. you have to understand that this man is like the intelligentsia of the North. They disgraced him. Even Rufai had to go pick him up in a car, the way they threw him out of office. But he got lucky though. When he's a Southeasterner or Southwesterner, they will eliminate him, they will kill him, period.
That's not true.
No, it's true. Look at historically. How many Yoruba leaders that are emerged to the top survived? Let me ask you that.
There's only
Name one. Name one
the
that survived.
only Yoruba leader that emerged to the top was Obasanjo, and he survived. Tinubu just emerged to the top.
Are you gonna count Obasanjo though? I mean,
You said they emerged to the top in Nigeria. What do you mean? I don't even mean I emerged to the top.
But you right now you're counting Obasanjo as a Western. I mean, a
No.
Southwestern.
You say how many Yoruba leaders emerged to the top? The top of what?
The top
states?
of our political system. But you march to the top, and then some didn't go to jail or didn't die.
Obasanjo is the only one. He's the only one, and Tinubu is the second one. There's only been 2 so far. No one else.
Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now you can't.
Who has died then?
You can't count. You can't count Tinubu because either he's gonna play ball and be a Muslim, or he's not gonna survive.
He's not gonna survive.
He's either gonna go to jail like Awolowo.
By who? No. Okay. Also, who put Awolowo in jail was not the Northerner. It was Nnamdi Azikiwe that put Awolowo in jail.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how it's done. What I'm saying, the finality, all right, the conclusion would be what I just told you. It doesn't matter who did it, because when these people work, you can't trust any of these people. You don't know who they are.
No. You can't tell me I can't trust them. If you want to talk about the only Yoruba man that went to prison, if you want to talk about Abiola, that was Sani Abacha, and most of the people that fought against Sani Abacha for putting Abiola in prison were Northerners. They went against Abacha.
Now you are using
if you're talking about who emerged to the top, who went to prison, Abiola, Obasanjo emerged to the top. They didn't kill him, but the main leader we had in the South, it was Awolowo. The only enemy was Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Nnamdi Azikiwe was one that put him in prison.
Okay, but like I said, I'm not going to be discussing personalities with you. I don't want to make it a Southeastern versus Southwestern discussion. You have you talk about that all the time. Right now, we're looking at a bigger picture, right? I am saying to you, looking at it from the angle that's best for them, I'm using Southwest. If I want to use another extreme, then I'll use Southeast, or mix both together. And what the result is going to be this. Those Southwesterners that are marched to the top are usually Muslims, right? Including Abiola.
That's not true. That's not true. We don't. First of all, in the Southwest, we don't do religion. We don't believe in religion like that. Religion is more like our culture and our. We don't do religion in Southwest like that. We don't fanatically. We don't religious fanatics.
That's what you say only because you're not able to do that. If you could, you're not able to.
But Obasanjo was a Christian. He's a Christian now.
Obasanjo was a Christian. Awolowo was a Christian. Yeah, Awolowo was. You can call him a Christian.
Can I interject, please?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't like the way he's thinking about this thing.
When we are talking about all those things, we should know the reason why this guy Gaddafi was removed from power. Okay, now they've removed Gaddafi, and they were preventing, according to Pansa, they were preventing a jihad. Are we not seeing it now? It's still the same thing. If that dude was there, we wouldn't have all this escalation here and there. The thing is that they knew why they killed the man. They can just put something forward and narrate something to us to believe it. But the thing is this: Gaddafi was removed because Gaddafi was attacking their institutions. Gaddafi was. Imagine, I was listening to this.
Wait, what institution was he attacking?
IMF, their monetary policies, and all those.
How is he attacking them? How is he? How did he attack?
Gaddafi wanted to trade on gold, like what the BRICS are doing today. The BRICS want to trading on maybe their natural resource. America doesn't want it. America wants everything to be done in dollars. Just look at what is happening in Africa. That is what we should be talking about, not talking about jihad or not. Look at what we have today in BRICS, in South Africa. Nigeria, Tinubu is not there. And this is where we've been trying.
What? Why do we need to be there though?
Could I interject you now? Let me interject the last speaker.
Excuse me. We need to be there because that is the future now.
Says who? Says who? How do you know that? Says who? What has what have they done? What has BRICS done?
You see, BRICS will, if BRICS creates their own currency now, or
they've been creating their currency though.
Yeah, if they do that now, the dollar will go down.
Says who? Where's the proof?
Okay, let's just watch and see. I know you guys don't believe it, but let's just watch and see. So Nigeria need to be there. Nigeria need to shift. We need to shift. We shouldn't just shift.
Let me interject you for a minute. Hold on. Let me interject you because there are two errors that you made. One of them is very blatant. The BRICS are not creating their own currency. They want to settle their debts in local currency, in their own local currency, right? Now, when you talked about Muammar Gaddafi's, fighting the interests of the Europeans and Americans, yeah, in a way, he was trying to have some kind of legitimacy as a force, trying to consolidate power. And
yeah, so what's wrong with that?
Attacking, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I would go with what he's doing if it didn't have religious connotations. If you have me choose between an Islamic state and what we have now, or even a pure European state, I would choose the European state, right? I am so far away.
Isn't European state based on Christianity?
No. It's based on the tenets of Christianity, but it's not a religious thing.
So wait.
It's secular.
So it's based on Christianity, right? So what's
secular.
wrong with Libya being based on Muslim Islam?
Well, you're pretending not to hear what I just said. It's secular, and I prefer
where's secular?
Where's
secular? Where is secular? Europe is secular?
No, yeah, Europe, America, Western.
Is not secular. You need to read your constitution. I think we discussed this here before. It's not secular. United States is not a secular.
What does secular mean? What is the meaning of secular?
That it allows different religion, not just one religion. It's not based on Christianity.
It's not based on any religion, right?
Yeah, but that's not true. The United States is not true. Europe is Italy, England is not true.
Well, it's not a debate that I'm going to be having with you because these are facts, right?
You don't have to, but because what you said is not factual.
No.
Those countries are Christianity country. They're not Muslim. They're not.
They are 100% Christian countries, man.
Thank you.
No, I'm in the United States, and it's not a Christian state whereby if I'm a Jewish person, I have less right, or if I'm a Muslim,
we know, but it's still a Christian country. Have you been to any Muslim country? They call to prayer like outside. Can you do that in the United States? Can you call to prayer outside?
Yeah, but if you're making noise, that's different. That's a noise.
See, don't disrespect other people's religion. Be respectful of it. Just because you don't understand it, the way they do it does not mean they're saying it's a noise. It might be a noise to you, but at least respect it. That's how it is. Because if you go
hold on. If you go outside and you start doing a crusade or shouting or singing, or
right,
Christian
move on.
Right?
I don't like. See, I'm a Muslim, and I found what you're saying disrespectful.
Hold on. You may be a Muslim, but I still have a right to speak, right? So
yeah, you can speak, but I found what you're saying disrespectful. How would you say people way of religion is shouting?
Listen.
What you're saying is wrong, and you're trying to capitalize on it as if it's right. It's not right. You're being disrespectful. If a Muslim says something else about Christianity, You raised your voice. Oh,
No, I'm saying something about Christianity now. I'm saying if I go outside and I'm singing a Christian carol, my neighbors can also call the cops on me and say, hey, look, you're making noise. So in that case, it's the same for whatever religion. If you're making noise, disturbing your neighbors, you should be stopped. That's an ordinance. It may be a city ordinance, but it has nothing to do with the federal government, right? So what you're not going to debate is that even in our country, when you go to Kano, you have Hizbah grabbing youngsters and giving them a haircut, for example, under a religious tenet. That is unacceptable to me. The individual is the highest order. Now, having said that, that's the point I was making earlier. I'm closer as an individual to the Western ways than I am to the Muslims. Now, with the thing that you don't like about the Western people, what they did 400 years ago, the Islamic people, the Arabs, did the same thing. Slavery, brutality, and all kinds of things. And they're still doing it up to today. They're doing it up to, they have not gone through that transformation that the Christians have. And the Christians were equally as guilty in those days.
Okay, Pansat, can I interject? Pansat, can we now say that religion is the problem of Africa?
No.
Islam
is the problem of Africa.
You're right.
Islam is the problem of Africa.
Oh my God.
No. Pansat, religion itself is the problem of Africa. Both Christianity and Islam, they are the problem of Africa.
No, because that is a politically correct thing to say. I understand, and I'm sensitive as well. I like people to practice their religion. I have no qualms with that. But what I'm not going to do.
That's not what they're saying. What we're saying is those two religions, they're foreign to Africa. They're the problem we're having. That's what he's saying.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that you have to allot equal moral equivalence to both religions, and I'm against that. That's not true.
They're foreign to us.
It's not. They are foreign to us. They are not our religion. They are foreign to us. They are foreign to us.
Foreign how? Foreign how?
You see, Pansat, we said some things here yesterday. I was here yesterday on this platform, and we did a lot on religion. You see, Pansat, just look at what is happening. Look at what is happening to Africa. Just look at how Africa has been structured and how Africa has been. Don't you think if we didn't have religion in Africa, there was no religion in Africa, do you think will be all these divisions here and there will be there? We'll be working as a unit. And see, when the colonialists came to Africa, they didn't come alone. If they came alone, it would have been much better for us. They came with the religion. And this religion is just to brainwash you and tell you of things that never happened. Our ancestors never told us about any religion. They didn't tell us about anything like that.
See, everywhere the European captured. See, everywhere the European captured, they used religion. Even included where I am today, the United States of America. They used religion. The Native American was killed, and they used religion. So to stop saying that religion that doesn't belong to us is what we should carry on our head, we can't do that. They are foreign to Africa.
Let me respond to what he just said. Right, both of you, as a matter of fact. You see, the thing you have to understand, it's not a two-religion world. You just don't have Muslims and Christians. You also have Hindi. You have traditionalists. You have all kinds of religion.
See, you're not listening.
I haven't landed, my friend.
You're not listening. You stop picking and choosing. What we're saying
one at a time. Let each other land before we interject. Like you guys don't allow each other to land. That's why you keep going back and forth. Well, it's like you misunderstand each other's position. Allow one person to land completely, so that way you get the whole point, and then you respond fully.
Okay,
so that way we won't be stuck.
I don't mind going second. If you want to go now, based on what Mike said, I'll let you go. But at least when I'm talking, I want you to listen too. So go ahead, and after you, then I'll talk. Go ahead.
All right. So what we're saying, we're not talking. We know that there's so many religions. So there's Hindu, there's Jewish, there's so many. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that the foreign religion to Africa, they are the problem for us. So we don't care about other religion because Hindu, Jewish, they're not a problem to us right now. The two other religions, that's what we're saying, that they're foreign to us, and they're causing problem for us Africans. That's what we're saying.
Good evening, guys.
Okay, who's this?
This is Choma.
Oh, okay, you're welcome. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I don't really have any. Well, I do have something to, more like a question. I've been watching like other YouTube channels, and they're discussing this type of topic about religion, like Muslim, Yoruba, Ilorin. Is that part of the confusion that you guys were having as well?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. What's your position?
Well, my position is that I love culture. I love our tradition, the Yoruba culture, and I think they should keep it. In the Lauren, the state. I don't really know where that is, but they're having a conflict with the Fulanis that are there, and the Muslim Yorubas. But I like the Yoruba culture, and I think they should maintain it. That's my own opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. It's a lot of. I think what's going on is ignorance. And the problem in Africa is most people practice what they practice, but they don't know the origin. Like a lot of the Christians, the Muslims, especially, I probably say maybe Muslims more, they are so in love with that faith. Both Christian and Muslim, they're so in love with it because it's something that's been poured into them from birth. That this is the way to everyone, and this and that, and they don't question the origin how it all started, because the people that brought it, that was the way they brought it. That was the way they were able to push it. Propaganda, force. This like they beat it into them, and then the parents were passing it down from generation to generation to generation that this is the only way. Anything else is evil. Everything Africa is evil. Everything Africa is wrong. But fortunately, a lot of people are beginning to wake up to look into within themselves and realize that, listen, everything in Africa is actually more beautiful, more reasonable, make better sense. It was just these people that had this interest, this, reason for conquest that came with this ideology. But unfortunately, we see some people that are still stuck. It's ignorant. That's why I say. That's why I think it's education that will help everyone to, particularly history, knowledge of history. Because if those people know where they are coming from, how they became Muslims and Christians, and they got a full understanding of it, they would dump it right away. That's what I believe. They would dump it right away.
Yeah, but I still love Jesus. Just put it
there. There's nothing wrong. Everyone have right to practice what they practice. So.
Thank you for clarifying, Mike.
Yeah.
Good evening, folks.
Hey, sure. How you doing, man?
Very well. How are you guys?
Oh, we're good, man. We're good.
Well, if you guys don't, if you guys don't mind, I want to rub mud into what you guys are talking about, the currency, and expand this a little bit to what's happening in Zimbabwe today, with the election in Zimbabwe, also, and with the whole BRICS thing, how that will impact Africa. I want to start with the BRICS thing. I want to give my take with the BRICS, if you guys don't mind. To me, I am very sad the way Africans are looking at BRICS or looking at any other institutions
especially the financial institutions, the way we view them and look at them as if these people are going to come in and change everything and change our lives. We have the president of South Africa pull out the biggest red carpet in the planet for South Africa for this BRICS summit that just happened. Can you imagine if we have Africans leadership using that same kind of zeal and effort for the African Development Bank or the African Union? Why worry about BRICS? China have its own interest and own reason why it want BRICS, why they're funding BRICS. They have their own interest. And their interest is not so much African interest. And so is India. India has its own interest. India and China don't get along. India and China have literally military at each other, pointing gun at each other at their border. This has been going on for years. India sees China as a strategic competitor, both militarily and economically. They have their own issues there. Russia has its own issue about this whole BRICS thing. Can South Africa tell me what their own issue, how that will benefit Africa, or why African leadership are running into BRICS instead of using that resources and time into the African Development Bank or the African Union? Today, we can change the whole game with the currency, with our goal that we have in Africa. Just one or two countries in Africa can change the whole currency game, whereby you don't need BRICS, you don't need the IMF, you don't need so much the monetary financial system, especially when it comes to currency, because we know how that game is played. It's played against us in every aspect of it.
South Africa doesn't really get much from BRICS. They're just more like a tag along, So they,
I mean, they don't bring anything to the table.
Mike, they depend heavily more on the Western countries, So it's they're more like a tag along.
Mike, I want to say something. You see, my brother that just spoke now. You're right, But the thing is this: Nigeria is supposed to be the lead, like a kind of a leader. You understand? When it comes, because ECOWAS has the biggest market in Africa. ECOWAS has the biggest market in Africa.
Yes.
So why can't Nigeria push for an ECOWAS currency? That is the
problem. There you go.
Nigeria
there you go.
Well, they've done it already now. They've done it already now.
No, we don't have an African currency.
Well, they push for ECOWAS currency is what I'm saying. They push for
but France
what
won't allow it. France won't allow it. That's the problem.
Exactly.
But who cares about France? We need to stop. We need to stop this. We need to stop this. We need to stop about what the America or the China or anyone else think.
Wait.
We need to say what they think. Sure.
Understand that the all the how do you say it? Those people that are on the
Francophone countries.
Francophone. They're still under France. That's the problem we have. And if you remember, majority of the country around Nigeria, the ECOWAS, they're mostly under France. So that's the problem. If they can get themselves
my brother, not to cut you off, but what Nigeria can do, Nigeria can pick apart the English part of it. Get Sierra Leone, get Liberia, get Ghana. Start with those little countries.
Exactly.
Start with them. Open your trade with them and come up with one currency with them.
Okay, what you said is good, but you have to understand from Nigeria to Ghana, they have to pass through maybe like 3 or 4 Francophone countries. They have to pass through Benin, all of those other ones. So it's going to be tough. I know what you're saying, that we can just, all the English countries can start, but leave those on the France
currency wise.
Yeah,
my brother,
it's going to be tough because
no, it's not. It's not. The problem with this in Africa, my brother, since the beginning, since our founding fathers in the beginning of the revolution, they spoke about this strongly, but we didn't have strong leaders then, and we don't have them up to today to follow up on this. Because if we do, my brother, just Guinea alone in the ECOWAS section, Guinea and Mali have so much gold. Mali can fill all our coffins with gold. Our currency will overnight will compete with the United States dollars. Overnight, it will compete with the biggest currencies in the world. Because at the end of the day, if you have gold, and which is where we're coming to now, is gold is going to be based, currency are going to be based on gold. That's what we're coming to. With this BRICS, if you look at the whole underlying aspect of it, that's why China is in Africa taking gold like crazy out of Africa today. Because they realized that America played the same thing in back in 1944. That's how the American US dollar was able to dominate, because
Well,
they
they're
had
still doing it. They're still doing it. They're all stealing from us, and the fact that we can't put ourselves together is making
Because
them actually do what
the
they're
reason
doing.
is that we have weak leaders in Africa. We have leaders that are not thinking out of the box. That's the thing.
No.
Like when you look at that currency in ECOWAS, if you see, ECOWAS currency can actually swallow the whole of Africa, bring them into one basket. Because Nigeria has the biggest market and the biggest population. If Nigeria can get it right, we alone, with the English-speaking countries in Africa, in along that corridor of ECOWAS, we could just come up with this currency. The Francophone countries will key into it, because everything is all about your purchasing power, your economic power. Swallow how many are the Francophone? What do they? We'll just swallow them into that economy, and they will start using one currency. We can do it. It's just that we have weak leaders, brainless leaders in Africa. That's what we have.
That's not. Yeah, that's my number one take about that. You know, because we have gold. Sierra Leone have gold. Guinea get tons of gold. Guinea got so much gold, it's crazy. Go into Guinea today and see the companies that are mining gold out of Guinea today.
But sure. What really killed the idea of what killed that gold, like what's the word I'm trying to look for? The value of the gold. The value of that gold is that when they no longer use gold to back currency, they're using a US dollar. Wait, hold on, listen. They're using the global trading current right now. The US dollar is what they're using to back everything now, to back money now. Gold.
But you know that change.
Standard is unfortunate. But if they go back to the era where they're using the gold to back every currency, then it'll be very relevant. And if Africa can figure a way to stop maybe without using our natural resources to back money, to back currencies, then we can be a very powerful force. But right now, the way the world works, it's production that determines values. You understand? But we are not productive. We don't make finished product. We don't make finished goods. We just export raw materials. You know.
Yeah, gold is still very valuable, though. I understand your point, but gold is still very valuable.
Can you use it to back your currency?
Yes, well, that's what the United States use.
People demand the dollar more than they demand your good. Trust me.
Well, hold on, my brother. The United States used that since after the Cold War. Since after World War II. In the 60s, all the way to 1974, I believe. It was 1974, Richard Nixon, whatever the dollar, by using the dollar to buy oil. You know, he made all those other countries, especially the OPEC countries of the world that produce oil, for them to use dollar in the transactions. And of course, Saudi Arabia was one of the biggest then, and Saudi Arabia was under the protection of the United States. So they signed up on that and then went with that all the way to 2011 and all the way today. That is happening today. So the gold thing can come back It's just countries are afraid to go that route and use that.
Wait, let me say something. So whenever the stock market crashes or something is going on, watch it. The gold market will go up because everybody will save their money. They will buy gold because gold would never go. Like gold is still very valuable. So I understand the point.
What can you do with gold?
What can you do with gold? You can sell it.
Wait. What finished product can you make with gold?
Tons. Tons.
Like what? Give me an example. Tell me anything you're consuming today that is made with gold.
I believe in the technology.
Jewelry.
Tell me what part of your iPhone.
Your jewelry. Some of the iPhone,
we get that.
iPhone as well.
But most people consumption today, most commodities that people consume today, gold is really not part of it. It's only maybe a rich person that can buy gold. Exactly, it's more valuable. That's why they call it black gold.
My brother,
gold is very valuable though. I know your point, but
no. Back in the days when they decided to use gold to back money,
no, it's
still valuable. I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying, like to go back to using gold to back currency, it's kind of like
but I don't think we don't need that at this point. Yeah,
because you guys don't understand what money is. Money is like what the real money is not
it's nothing.
It's values. You understand? Values, production, like what you have, what people need, demand. That's what determines money. That's what backs money. And then the money, currency is just a legal tender for exchange means. You understand?
But your economy also makes your money
exactly.
powerful.
Let's say Africa today. Let's say we become these people that produce so much things that the whole world wants. And then we can now determine that okay, for you to buy this, you need this currency. Now the whole world will start demanding for that currency to exchange for that thing.
They will depend on you.
Exactly. So that currency now become very powerful.
Good. Yeah,
exactly.
That's why America is like the thing because the economy is very powerful.
Yeah, because if you want to buy something, if you want to buy, if you want to buy something, let's say you want to buy something from any other country in the world, they're gonna tell you, okay, what do you want to use to exchange for this thing you want to buy from us? It's got to be dollar. Everybody's demanding dollar. That's why the dollar is very.
Mike, I want to ask you a question. But right now, America is not producing that much. As in production, they are not. They are buying a lot of things are coming in from outside America.
Yeah, America is not productive anymore.
American currency is still not.
Wait, that's not true. That's
they have to use their military to make things go their way.
Yeah. So for example, let's use cereal for example. Majority of the manufacturer of all your cereal that you eat, they're American. But if you look at it, maybe some of them are actually produced outside America, but they still own the company. So if you look at your iPhone, for example, they only design it in the US, but when it comes to manufacturing of it is outside. When you look your technology today, the transistors, the chip that goes into it, which country owned it and which country designed it? It's the United States, and they just give out manufacturing job to the outside world to do it. So they're still powerful in that way. So for example, let's say Nigeria, we create stuff like, let's say the machine that does gari, the machine that does different things. We create that, we design it. The company in Nigeria design it and just give it to outsource it. That okay, South Africa, you manufacture it, China manufacture it for us. When you look at that, let's say that the company I just mentioned is like $1 trillion, $2 trillion company. It still belongs to Nigeria. That's what will make us powerful. So what you guys are looking at is just the outsource. The outsource means nothing. The brain is what it is. Nike, they don't make no shoes in the United States, but Nike is owned by the US. Every design is made here. When you look at Adidas is design is just done in Germany. Germany does not manufacture them. They own the company, but who is doing it? Indonesia and China. So that's what we have to look at. Like, we don't have to literally, and they look at those other countries as slave to them. They're just doing their job that their people doesn't want to do. That's how we should look at it. That's how they're powerful.
But my brother, right now, are you telling me right now if Nigeria had a tons of gold reserve, what would that do for their currency today?
Nothing much, to be honest.
Nigeria can't have a ton of gold reserve because
If they do, the question was
we can't live on if. We can't live on if. We know exactly what is on the ground. What's on the ground is that we can't dig up the sand necessary enough to process gold and have it molded and shipped out safely. We can't do that in the next 100 years because other people are already there and they have corrupted all our leaders already. Military men, DSS, governors, even the president. They can bribe them and go and collect your natural resources. So the if part is unnecessary. We can't live on if. We can't imagine a better tomorrow.
Well, my brother, I have hope. I have hope that we can change this. I believe that we can. I don't believe that we cannot.
Hope means that you've already failed.
No,
hope means that
we haven't tried. We haven't tried yet. Hope meaning you haven't even received it yet. That's why you're hoping for it.
That is the problem of Africa. The same thing. I came in from the religious aspect. Our problem in Africa is that we have bastardized religion.
Religion has nothing to do with our problem in Africa. No, it does not. That is wrong. That is 100% wrong.
Listen, Islam,
it has,
Christianity,
my brother. It has.
Hinduism, and Buddhism.
The religion is not telling you not to think now. It's not telling you what to do.
Let me get to a point.
Mike,
please allow me. Please allow me. Okay? All religions stem from Africa. Each and every one of them, from the voodoo to Hinduism, to Buddhism, to Christianity, to Islam, all have roots in Africa, if not Northern Africa.
That's not true. I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
That's not true. Yes.
So which one? Where did Christianity, where did Islam start from? From Saudi Arabia? And when Muhammad was chased out, where did he go first? Africa.
He did not go to Africa. Muhammad did not go to Africa. He sent people to Africa.
Real quick, man. So I mean, what was this thing about the economy saying?
So you guys don't have any, you guys don't understand any history of the world. So I have to come and teach you about your own religion. You're saying that when Muhammad was chased out from the Arabians during the war, where did he end up?
Muhammad never went to Africa. Muhammad sent people to Africa. He sent delegation. He sent
Nigeria.
He sent delegation to Addis Ababa. He never did. Muhammad never left Saudi Arabia. The Prophet
Addis
Muhammad
Ababa
sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Huh?
Addis Ababa is not Africa.
He never went there. He sent a delegation.
Excuse me, sir. Was Muhammad alive? Was he alive when he sent emissaries to Africa? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Bona boy, what you told us was that Muhammad went to Africa.
You said he went to Africa. That's what I'm correcting.
That's what he said.
Islam's beginning had roots in Africa.
Yes, it does. It does.
Then I was correct.
Yes, it does. Islam have.
So let's not say religion.
So Hindu is from Nigeria. So Hindu is from Africa, right?
Corruption of religion is our problem.
Religion, my brother. Religion is a Nigeria problem. It's not an Africa problem. It's you guys. We in Sierra Leone don't have any problem with religion. So this is a specific places in specific land, not us.
You think Sierra Leone is special than
No, I'm not saying we're special. There's a lot of countries in Africa that does not have a problem with religion. They have all other problems, but not religion. It's you guys and a couple other places that do. Not all of Africa.
Wait. Which country in Africa doesn't have a religion problem? Which country? Name one.
Sierra Leone, we don't have a religion problem. Liberia don't have a religion. What is our religion problem?
Your pastors are not performing miracles.
What?
Your pastors are not performing miracles.
That is a religious problem?
No, it's not. What is it?
No, is that a religious problem?
Yes, it is. They're corrupting your mind.
They're corrupting
the religion. It's corrupted. You corrupted it. If you practice the religion as it should be practiced, your society will be a viable society.
My brothers, majority of us are much more have an intellect that the Lord
You
gave
don't have
us.
an intellect because you just say that Muhammad did not go to Africa. So I can't believe you're sure.
He did not go to Africa.
Yes, he did.
Can I interject?
Yes, he
How?
did.
If you
Come on,
prove it,
study your history
hey,
again,
my brother. Okay, hold on, my brother, hold on. If you today can prove to me that Muhammad
Go to your
went to
comment
Africa,
section. Go to your comment section right now. You see people saying it.
he
wasn't in
never.
Ethiopia,
He
and Ethiopia
sent a delegation. He sent a delegation to Africa.
Wait,
He
they're
did not
making
go
fun
to
of
Africa.
you. That's why they say he came to Africa. They're making fun of you if you don't know.
I know.
Muhammad never went to Africa.
He never went to Africa.
Hello? Please, can I interject? Can I interject?
Sure.
Okay, you see, when you talk about religion, I will not say anything about Islam because I've not studied it that much. But if you look at religion itself, most of this religion started in Africa. Or Africans were the ones that
Most of it.
Let me
All
look at if you
religions on
excuse me,
earth started in
excuse me.
Africa. All of
If
it.
you go to if you come to Asia, you know the Buddha head, the head of the Buddha, or this thing. Everything is African. The original ones
Buddhism
are
is
African.
it's a
They are all
product
Africans.
of an Egyptian
It is
ancient
now.
religion. Buddhism is.
It is now that they are changing it to suit the texture of the. But in ancient time, everything was African. Everything was African. So the thing is that our history. If you come to Asia and go to all those temples like in Indonesia, in this, you just go to the Buddha, whatever, all these temples. You see your ancestors there. The face of your ancestors are there. That is what they pray to. You understand? So everything started. I don't know about Islam, but everything else, all other religions started in Africa. Even the first Bible, it was African Christians that came out from Kemet that wrote that Bible before the Europeans hijacked it. You understand? And that Bible was written not based on all these characters. You see, there was no characters there. It was based on spirituality. It was after this thing in Asia that they started changing all these things. You understand? So religion is our biggest problem in Africa. I'm telling you the real fact.
I never challenge your point that Africans and Africa were at the inception of religion. I never disagree with that, because if you go back to the scriptures, the whole story of Moses happened in Africa. The whole story of Yusuf happened in Joseph happened in Africa. So you can go back to all those. They all happen in Africa. So for one to say that Africa have nothing to do with it, you gotta be an idiot. So that was not my argument. My argument. No, hold on. Hold on.
Africa is not okay.
My argument with him was when he stated that Muhammad went to Africa. That's why I disagree to just correct the whatever. But that's it. The all other part that he said, I agree with him, but I disagree that our problem in Africa is religion. Our problem in Africa is governance. It's governance.
It's governance. It's part of do you know why our major problem in Africa is religion? See, a religion that is built on hope, it's very dangerous for the people. A religion that is built on hope, like now, there's always hope that tomorrow will be good. But my brother, you should just check it. Your today is not good. How can your tomorrow be good? You have to fix your today to make your tomorrow good. And that is what religion has done to our people. They've given our people this false hope, and they painted all this place. And do you know the danger of religion? The danger of religion is heaven and hell. That is the danger of religion. So Africans have been programmed that here is not their heaven. Their heaven is somewhere in the sky. So they are working towards it. That is the problem with an African man. If an African believes that here is his heaven, he will build here. The Chinese are building their heaven. The Arabs are building their heaven. The Americans have built their heaven. Europeans have built theirs. Only Africa.
But again, my problem with all that is, if you go to, for example, the Quran, let me go there since I'm a Muslim. Let me talk about the scripture in this sense about justice. What Islam spoke about justice. There is no country in my land that I know practicing that. Religion is what man made out of it. We know men have used religion in every way possible to destroy another human being and do whatever they want to do. You can use anything for that.
Okay, my brother,
But-
I want to ask you something. I want to tell you something now. Let's just hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You see, our leaders, when we elect our leaders, they want to take their oath of office. They go and take their oath of office with the Quran or with the Bible. You understand? It doesn't hold them accountable because they know those books cannot do them anything because it's man-made book. Let's look at our culture and tradition. Imagine a leader in Nigeria going to his deities, the deities that are very effective, his deities, and taking an oath of office with his deities. Don't you think the deity, if he does something wrong, the deity will strike him dead? Because we do not believe our spirituality, our tradition, our culture, our deities have power. We because they've demonized them that, oh, these things are evil, these things are this, and we are looking up to a foreign religion, which is not good for us. That's the thing. We must go if we want to fix Africa, we must think African. We must go back to our
I cannot make the connection from there to governance. I cannot make the connection from there to corruption. I cannot make the connection from there of what's happening in Sudan, because our Muslim killing each other in Sudan. I cannot make the connection with Ethiopia, where Christians, brothers that speak the same language, eat the same food, have the same history, killing each other, over 600,000 of them in the last year, dead. I cannot make that connection. I don't see where religion say they could do that. It's us that are doing that. We don't have governance. Our problem is governance. The Bible that you talk about that the politicians swore upon, that is something we copy from our masters. We copied it from the United States and the British and all of them. Why should you even swear on a Quran or the Bible? Why not just take your oath to the Constitution? Because that is what you're defending. It's not the Bible you're defending or the Quran you're defending. No, you're defending the Constitution. That's the only oath that needs to be. But we copy the Western because George Washington started that tradition in America, and we have to copy them, because we don't have bold leadership again, my brother. Our problem in Africa, I will go this over and over again. I will stand with this. Our problem is us in Africa. We have solutions, but we're not going forward. My brother is telling me, the other brother was telling me it cannot be done. Why not? Why can it be done? Why can't we have so much gold? Why can't we have that in reserve? Let's just have that in reserve and see what that can do. The United States, you know how many tons of gold they have in reserve? That's what support the dollar. Did Zimbabwe pick a president yet? Because they're having problem too with the election.
So Zimbabwe. So wait. I thought Zimbabwe. So what's the issue there? Is it anything Western influence? I mean, because I know Zimbabwe, they are the only one of the probably, if not the only African countries that's more pro. They have been always pro Soviet Russia kind of thing.
Yeah, they had the election started 2 days ago. And of course, with all the nonsense, again, an African-made problem, majority of the polling stations were not open in time. So they have to put another second day for continuation of voting. So far, all the international representatives that went over and observed the election, they have problem with the election, but we are still waiting for the final result. And this is the same party that have ruled Zimbabwe for 40 years.
Since the revolution.
Mugabe. Since Mugabe.
Mugabe's party, right?
Yeah.
But Mugabe will rule most of the time. The majority of the time, he was.
Right.
So my thing is, okay. We all know, like, the country, the superpowers, they usually want their guy to be the president of all these countries, right? They always want someone that serves their interest to be the leader. So I thought Mugabe was particularly anti-West his entire time, you know.
Yeah.
And his party is anti-West. But the Western countries usually kind of like prop the opposition because the opposition is usually more like pro-West. The opposition usually promises the West, like, okay, if I come in, I'll be more pro-West kind of thing, you know. So what do you think? You think, I mean, so that's why I think this democracy shit, I don't know, man. Like,
well, my brother, the Mugabe thing was more than a democracy thing. The Mugabe thing was it was about land. Mugabe, I mean the Mugabe thing, Zimbabwe. Mugabe finally decided to take land from the white people and the British.
But do you know how Mugabe came into power?
Yeah.
How?
Through the revolution, struggling, fighting
against who?
Against the colonial power that occupied them.
Okay, so he came in and the colonialists didn't like that, so they wanted him out, and they wanted
but they dealt with him for years, and Zimbabwe was the food basket for Africa. They were well, not for Africa, but they were exporting. Yeah, they were exporting big time until Mugabe crossed that line with the lands, start giving Black African land back, taken away from white people. Hell went on fire. That's when all the sanctions start. That's when literally send Zimbabwe to the Stone Ages.
Sure. You know, South Africa and Zimbabwe, like that area, they kind of like feed Europe, right? And majority of the farmers, 90% of the people that own the farmland, the arable farmland, are Europeans, white people. So they're feeding Europe, so their wealth that they are earning from the agriculture is just to few whites that are wealthy. So now Mugabe is like, okay, what the heck? How about we involve blacks in this agriculture as well? How can few people be controlling 90% of the agricultural, sector? Farmland and stuff. So that's where the disagreement came about. But the Europeans didn't like it, like, because their corporations are heavily invested in there and they're profiting, So the Europeans basically, they want to feed themselves and profit from it. Like, they don't want them feeding themselves to be something that Africans are profiting from.
Absolutely, my brother. They hated him for that because he was a Pan-Africanist, and Africa, his neighbors, decided to go with that freaking embargo and everything that they do to Zimbabwe, including South Africa. You see what I'm saying?
The problem with Africa, you notice that when they want to sanction an African country, they use other African countries.
That's it.
That country.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, my brother. Exactly, my brother. So this is what they have done to us. For the longest time, they play us against each other.
Zimbabwe, and it's so easy because all they have to do is just open a briefcase, like, okay, I'll give $1 billion. Go
That's it. That's it. That's it. So they're killing us for years. Look what happened. Zimbabwe is a perfect example because Mugabe stand up. Look what they did to him. And
Zimbabwe also, do you know the #1 country that used to sanction Zimbabwe? South Africa. And Zimbabwe, do you know that the South African, the apartheid, ending of apartheid, the revolution, because the apartheid was going on in both Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and I think Namibia and all of that. So when Zimbabwe used the Soviet assisted them. So Zimbabwe was able to defeat the white apartheid regime. And the South African rebels, the ANC rebels, were in Zimbabwe getting trained, getting harmed. And they were about to invade South Africa to start a race war. It was when the white began to realize that, wow, they're not going to win the war, because once the blacks begin to get harmed, they begin to have weapons. There's no way the whites can defeat them, because they become fair fights. You understand? Because the white were the only one they were able to own weapons. So that's why they were able to subjugate the black population. But now that the Soviets were sending weapons to Zimbabwe to harm the blacks, the South African blacks, that's when they went out and released what's his name, Mandela from prison to squash the whole thing, and then they ended up ending apartheid, right? So Zimbabwe actually helped the Black South Africans to be free from apartheid.
Absolutely,
But then
100%.
down the line, when they wanted to sanction Zimbabwe, the same West had to sit with Zimbabwe to make a deal. They made deal and just end apartheid peacefully. But down the line, they wanted to now get Zimbabwe. They now use the Black South Africans to sanction Zimbabwe.
Mike,
You see how foolish black people are?
Mike, it's because they are controlling every country in Africa. You see, the way they chopped us in Germany.
No, we are just stupid. It's not like they are controlling us.
No.
We know what we are doing.
Mike, you see,
exactly. We know what we're
Mike,
doing.
let me tell you something. When we will have gotten it right was at the beginning in 1960, when Kwame Nkrumah went to AU, then OAU, and went and told them that the only way we can survive this imperialism is let's unite as one, have one president in the whole of Africa, one army, one everything, one currency, one everything. You understand? When Kwame Nkrumah was shouting all those stuffs, they killed him. They overthrew him. He died in exile. So Patrice Lumumba did this. Thomas Sankara did this. A lot of people have been doing it, and they eliminate our best of the best. Then their stooges are there. You understand? So that's the problem. We have to see the only solution to our problem now is bringing in. I'm happy our youth, the Africans of today are waking up. Let's get them in power.
They can wake up all they want. If they don't change their greedy mindset, nothing is changing. Brother, let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something. Okay, go ahead. Finish.
That's what I'm saying. The mindset, you see, just like what you're saying now, the mindset of the current Africans. If you go to social media now and look at people that are against this war in Niger, most of them are the youth talking from all over the continent. You understand? So you could see that this awareness of this imperialism has to stop. Is there? You understand? So what we need now is let's start bringing, because the leaders today ruling Africa are analog leaders. Let's bring in leaders that now will think Africa. Now they are saying that Africa needs to lift herself from that position where it is today. We have to lift ourselves up. We have to do a lot of things. Let's start putting those people in place. When we put those people in place.
Don't you? Let me ask you a question. Don't you look though at this youth? Because what I am saying from YouTube and protests is like they're going from one master to another master. They're not looking at Pan-Africanism. They're not looking.
Excuse me, my brother. I understand what you're saying, but as it is now, there must be a pushback. We must belong to a side to push back a lot of things. If turning to the BRICS is going to make us push back, because if you look at it in the real sense, the West are exploiting Africa the most. What since 1960 or since colonialism, what have we gained from these people?
But what's the BRICS going to offer you, though?
Excuse me. If you look at we turning to the, I don't want to. Let's look at the infrastructures we are building today in Africa. Before, you know what they were doing? They will give this money. They call aid and grant and all. They give it to a stooge in Africa. They know it's corrupt. He's going to eat it. That is why they tell you, even if you give them the money, they're going to squander it. They're going to eat it. They're going to mismanage the money. They give it to them. They mismanage it. They'll tell you, see, look at the Africans. They can't even govern themselves. But what China is doing now is China asks you, what do you need? And you say, you need this, you need it. They come and build it for you. At least that is a fair play. It's better than when they give you money.
My brother, let me tell you something that'll break your heart. Do you know that what China is doing as they're coming right now, telling you, what do you need? I'll build it for you. Just give me access to your territory. Do you know that's the way Europeans did it too when they first came?
No, they didn't do that way.
Wait. Look at your colonial infrastructure. Go to your country. A lot of those roads that were built from region to region, rail line, all those things, and many of those infrastructure. The Europeans, that was the way they built it. They say, hey, just allow me in. I'm going to build road for you. I'm going to build this rail line for you. Just allow me in. It's the same approach.
No, Mike, it's not.
There's no difference. That's the same approach Chinese want to do. They want to access you. So they come first with, hey, I want to do this for you. Just, hey, they come simple. They need to access. It's like a fisherman that wants to catch a fish. You have to put a fish on a hook, feed a fish with food. You're fishing. It's the same thing. There's no difference. So what I'm telling you is, we need to side with. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, we need to side with the Chinese right now because the West already get their deal done. They've get a deal done on us, so they're in us in our belly. The Chinese are trying to come in, so we can utilize them, use them as a tool to get rid of the West or whatever.
Yeah,
But we have to be
now
careful.
you're
Is the
talking.
point I'm saying, because they are
Yes, we
coming in
have
to
to
do
be
the
careful,
same thing.
definitely, yeah.
But
Definitely,
they're
we
already
have
doing this. They're already doing the same thing.
My brother, let me say something here. You see, do you know what the West were doing when they came? They built all those rail lines. They built was rail lines because then it was coal. They built the rail line. If you look at it, it was connected to all this raw material, all these natural resources that they needed to power their economy. That is where the rails went to. They never built airports for us. They never built.
No, they build airports too. They build airports. They build more than they won't build cities. A lot of capitals in African countries were built by the Europeans.
No.
A lot of capital
Mike,
cities.
You see, Mike,
They did it. I'm telling bro, my brother. Trust me. Anything Chinese is coming to do in Africa today, the West did it too in the beginning. For them to, that's why our people submitted to them because they were building these things. That's why when people say colonialism was done by force, I say no, it's a lie. It was done by trick. When they came up, our forefathers were not stupid. Listen. They were not as cheap as they described them. These white people figure out to build things, and the way they got our forefathers was they figured out to build things we couldn't build, and they came in and say, look, I can build this for you, build that for you for free. They built a lot of those African cities for free.
No.
Listen.
Mike, no,
Listen, my brother, listen. Wait now, I will let you talk. I will let you have all the floor. I'm trying to explain to you why you have to be careful with the Chinese and the Russians and everybody. I'm not saying you shouldn't welcome them or whatever. I'm just trying to tell you, like, what they are doing is not new. The Europeans, when they came as well, even South Africa themselves, they came, okay, let's work together and build this country together. They didn't start apartheid until it was fully built and they had control. They had the upper edge before they started apartheid. Apartheid didn't start from when they came in. They were all organic, black and white were kumbayaing, hugging each other in the beginning. When the black finally say, okay, let's work together. Apartheid just started after the white realized they took over completely. So I'm trying to tell you that the same way in other part of Africa, when they came, this whole colonial thing people were talking about, the white man came and shoot us and start forcing us to be colonized. It's a lie. Africans colluded with them. We welcome them in because they have some knowledge that we didn't have. Knowledge of how to make something, build things, build cities. So we welcomed them, allowed them, and they were like, until they gained upper air and tricked us. And then the moment they got their way, and then they started just maltreating you and start colonizing you forever. But unfortunately,
Mike, I slightly disagree with you. Do you know why I say that? Let's use Nigeria as a case study. When they amalgamated Nigeria in 1914, and the North and the South, if you look at all the cities, what are the cities they built? They built Ebutemeta. And if you go to Ebutemeta, they built a place for them to stay. And under them, Africans, especially Nigerians, were under colonialism. They were all governed by the British. The British are everything there. You are just there to serve them.
With the approval of the African leaders, your traditional rulers.
Okay, when they came, Africans said, "Come and rule us. We cannot rule."
Your African leaders agreed. Go and look at. Wait, okay. Let me tell you something. Go and look at the Berlin Conference. The agreement in Berlin Conference. The agreement was that whoever get to convince the African chiefs to accept them first own that territory. That was the agreement of the European powers. They say whoever get the kings, the traditional chiefs or kings of a territory to sign on this thing that you are accepted here is the owner of that territory.
And these kings were killed. They were forced to sign.
No. They were not forced. No, they were not forced. Some of them were, but majority of them were not forced. All they did, wait. Let's call it scramble for Africa. All they did were started running to Africa. They went in Berlin in Germany. Say, okay, how can we take this continent without fighting each other? And they came to the agreement like, okay, whoever gets to territory first, and the people there, the nations, because Africa, those people, they call us tribes. So it's a lie. We're not tribes. We are nations. We are just like nations, like European nations. This ethnic group were nations on their own. They control. They know their boundaries, their borders from the next tribe and everything. And Europeans knew that because they spent 300 years. They spent I don't know how long, studying Africa first before they start their invasion. Now they agree among themselves. Okay, now we figure these people. We figure their territory. We'll map everything. Now it's time to go in and take territory. But how can we do this without fighting each other? And he went to Berlin and said, okay, we're going to go in. But whoever gets to this tribe, whatever tribe first, and get the king or the people there, the rulers there, to sign that, okay, these people were here first, is the owner of that territory. That's what he did. And the French and the British, the French and the British they outsmarted the Germans because they already had their back deals on those things. And they were doing some fake deal. They already had a back deal. They already had people already planted in many of those territories. But when the Germans realized that the French and the British played them, and even the Italians and all of them, that's when the World War started, because they realized the French and the British also them. That's why Germany was trying to conquer England and France, so they can go to Africa and take their territory from them, because they realized that if they wasn't fair. Because when they went to Africa, Germany was getting to most of these tribes, and they realized that most of them they realized that the French and the British were already there, even way before Berlin Conference.
Okay,
So they were playing each other. That's why they had to fight World War I and World War II.
But
Mike, let me come in here just slightly, and I'll give way for you to speak. You see, actually, the Berlin. Do you know why they had this Berlin conference? They had the Berlin conference because of Congo. There was this rush in Congo. Everybody was. Do you know why they went to Germany, to Berlin? Because
I know that story about because of Congo.
They were fighting each other. They were at each other's throat. A war wanted to break out in Africa. So they had to wait. Why are we fighting? Let's go back. They went to Berlin. Maybe the king there or whatever called them. They had a meeting, or the emperor there called them. They had a meeting and they said, okay, now they chopped up Africa. When they chopped up Africa, you have this, you have that, you have this, have that. When they came to Africa, they killed our kings.
No, they didn't kill our kings, man. Stop making this shit up, man.
Okay.
Name a king kill in Nigeria. Name a king kill in Nigeria. You from Nigeria, right?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm from Nigeria. See, the Benin kingdom resisted them.
The Benin invasion, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Benin invasion was
the Benin invasion has to do with Berlin Conference. It has to do with urban environment, beheading a bunch of Europeans that came to talk to him, and they came for revenge.
On what?
The Benin invasion has to do with some Europeans wanted to come in. They've been coming, talking, training, and everything. So the time those white men came in, they were desperate to quickly get to urban environment. But the Benin people were doing the Ogu festival, and during that festival, they can't allow strangers to come in.
I know the story. Wait.
Okay. So the Europeans trying to force their way in, and the Benin people massacre all of them. So the British came back for revenge. That's what the Benin invasion was all about. It wasn't about Berlin, the killing king to take over territory. And at the end of the day, they didn't even kill any king.
But
environment was not killed.
But my brothers, we don't even need to go to history. In my country today, in Sierra Leone today, we have a Chinese mining company that built their own railroad. This mining company is from a diamond sector in the eastern district of our country. It goes from the mining to the sea, just like what the Europeans used to do. So we have China doing this today in Africa.
Exactly, they do the same thing. So it's not different.
I mean, everyone. This has been the history of Africa, my brother. You can go back all the way from the Romans.
Exactly. So it's not different. You don't have a friend. You just have to be strategic.
Yeah. All of them are using us for strategic reasons.
Exactly.
Everyone.
But some African will come and say, "This is my friend. That's my enemy." No, they are all the same.
They're all the same, my brother.
What I understood is this: everybody has their own interest, but the thing is that
let me finish this point. Let me just finish this point. China needs us more. It's over 1 billion population that they need to trade with. Look at all the junk that are coming out of China to us. You know how much job that is people are employed in China? You know, so China needs us not just from mineral sources, but also from economic standpoint. They need us. Now, we need to get our own affairs inside first. Sierra Leone cannot trade with China. That trade balance is not going to be fair. But if Sierra Leone was, if ECOWAS was talking on behalf of Sierra Leone, we'll have a better pie on the table. My brother, this, until Africa, we can blame everyone else. We need to come in. As we was talking earlier, Nigeria, start with Nigeria. Start putting pressure on your government. Bring in the English-speaking countries into alliance with Nigeria. Bring them in. Bring them in into one currency, one economic. You will see the Nigeria economy will grow. Let's start within Africa, man, my brothers. Let's forget all these other people. They don't have our interests in heart at all.
The thing is that our leaders are not ready. That is why I'm saying that we, the youth of Africa, should rise up and take over the leadership. That's what we should do. That should be our #1 goal. Let's go for the leadership of this.
But you can't say with the youth, just youth in what sense? Like, you know, the youth, are you saying youth have monopoly of wisdom?
No,
a lot of foolish youth. But
what I mean,
which youth are you talking about? The greedy youth? Which one?
You know the thing is, do you know why I like platforms like this? Because platform like this is there to help us, to help our youth shape the way of thinking. You know, that's why social media is really, really good. Because now the mainstream media is not encouraging the youth, but from what we say here, from what different views are different views being aired here, you will see that a lot of our youth will be saying, wow, this is the way to go, this is the way forward. We have to keep on speaking so that we can get it right in the next 10 years, because if we do not, we are done for. We are finished as
100%. 100%, my brother.
We are finished as a people.
If we lose the next 10 years, because the world is changing right now, the world order is changing right now. If we lose that in the next 10 years, my brother, we're going to be in darkness again for the next 70, 80 years. It's going to set us back. We need to be in that table, but on that table, one word. We have to come in united. We cannot be this divided. We need to take care of our own security in Africa. Africa Union should have its own kind of NATO force in Africa to take care of our own security. Where we don't need a white man or Chinese man or Indian man, none of them in our land in the name of security. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that we need to do for ourselves.
But sure, where do you start from, you know?
Where I start from like this with Nigeria. Let's start with Nigeria. Nigeria co-opting the English-speaking countries in ECOWAS.
You know, when there was problem in Liberia and Sierra Leone, Nigeria used to have this very good force they called ECOMOG. I don't know why ECOMOG just fizzled out.
Because they never funded, my brother. They never funded. They never funded, my brother. That's the problem. But if Nigeria can take a leadership here, Nigeria can lead the English-speaking countries in ECOWAS, and they could be a force because they have a lot of resources and they have a lot of population, and educated population, and very creative population too.
Yeah,
you got to remember.
I think I met a Ugandan guy here in China, and we're having a conversation. There were like two of them. We're having a conversation because when we meet to talk about Africa, the guy said Nigeria has really disappointed them. Yeah. And when we started talking, and I kind of agree with him. You see, Nigeria has one of the most brilliant and most intelligent people on the continent. Nigeria has one of the richest people on the continent. Nigerian economy is so massive. We have the number. You understand? Why can't we turn that country into a manufacturing hub so that all Africans will come there? It will be a melting point for all Africans. For all Africans to come to Nigeria and work.
But you're working on it. I mean, it's not only Nigeria. Everyone is working on trying to figure it out and become manufacturers and things. But it take time, you know. Well, I don't think many Africans that are becoming educated, becoming intellectual. I mean, it's a matter of time. You don't understand? So it's not just Nigeria. You go to top university in the world, you see Sierra Leoneans there, you see Liberians, Ethiopians, you see everyone is doing it. Maybe because you see more Nigerians because we have more population, but it doesn't mean we are the only one
my brother,
moving.
as the Sierra Leonean, let me speak of you people. From in the 80s when we were growing up, literature is Nigeria literature we read. Nigeria cinema, Nigeria music. You hear me? Especially the English speaking part of it. And even to our war, is in Nigeria that come in. You know, we have, when I was growing up, we have like from the soccer ball that we play with and the plastics that we use for shoes and different things, all that used to come from Nigeria. Today, now, all that is replaced from China. You see what I'm saying? Nigeria need to put in the effort. They cannot just say no more this, that. They need to put in the effort. ECOWAS, I hope Timbo, this president will put in that effort and bring in, forget the French side. They're too confused. That I agree. The French side, they're not in one word because Abidjan will go down with France.
I don't think the present president of Nigeria can do it. I don't think so. I'm seriously. It's not like I don't think that currency thing. I don't think so because one, he's actually in bed with the French, and let's
who's in bed with the French?
I'm telling you, Tinubu, from his attitude and all the stuff, I feel he's in bed with the French.
No, he's not.
But maybe I
okay, for what reason would he be in bed with the French?
I hope I'm wrong. I hope
You're
I'm
wrong.
wrong.
You're wrong.
Yeah, I just hope I'm wrong. You know, I just hope I'm wrong because, you see, I live in China. Anytime I see the Nigerian, the African news, I see the way African economy is. It bleeds my heart. You know, I want Africa to succeed, and I know the future lies with Africa. The future lies with Africa. So, if we can get the right people into governance, I'm telling you, Africa will. I don't like seeing my brothers and sisters dying in the Mediterranean. You know, it's an eyesore. You see Africans. You see, we all over. We are at the bottom.
Joseph, hold on. Give me a second, man. You keep saying until we get right leaders in place. If you go to US, you go to these advanced countries. Usually, there are private sectors, the corporations and individuals within a society that come up with the technological discoveries and things that transform change in society. So why do we Africans keep saying we have to find ways the day we elect one leader, one super leader that will change everything? We need to change that mentality. I think you and I have enough. We're born with brains, we're born everything. We have enough to be the people that can figure out to enforce change, invent or solve problems. Because governments, listen, the primary role of government is to create policies, to make things that already exist, to elevate or flourish. That's one. Two, the other function for government is to create, protect life and property. That's the only job. That's what politicians are there to do. Politicians are not scientists. Politicians are not innovators. They are not inventors. That's not their job. When you elect someone in the office, his job. Wait. When you elect somebody into office, his job is to look at what's in ground and try to make whatever in ground, put resources behind it to make it flourish. So if you and I haven't invented anything, we are not creating anything, what is there for government to back?
Mike,
but
I want to come in. I want to come in really quick, and I will leave the other speaker to speak. You know, Mike, the problem we have in Nigeria is this, and I guess it's all over in Africa. Do you know why? You see, I quite understand that the government does not create job. You understand? They just create policies that create the job. But the problem we have in Nigeria is our educational system. You see, our educational system is all about this system that makes you, when you finish as a graduate, you go to work. It's just like how would I put it? I don't know how to put it. It's just you are meant to work. You are meant to work for the establishment. But look at what we are missing. I remember in the 80s, we used to have technical schools, technical colleges, where they train people on how to become a bricklayer, hairdressing, all those small
We
things.
still have it now.
No. Most of them are dead, Mike. Seriously.
No. But what they did was they transferred it into community thing. Like Nigeria today. Wait. Nigeria today.
Okay.
If you want to learn anything technical that you could have gone to the so-called technical school in the 80s to learn, you can learn it from private individuals. In Nigeria today, if you want to learn hairdressing, you can go to someone, private individual. If you want to learn mechanic, you can go to this thing. So that thing that was there is still there. It's just that it's no longer government running it. It's more individuals running it. In fact, we have more of it today. So let's stop this. Oh, it was better in the 80s. It was never better. Let's stop
Let
it.
me tell you something. Mike, let me tell you something. Just hear me out. You see, why this? When you establish these schools now, you make them understand the value of money, how to create wealth, because that is what that thing teaches them. You see, the problem, I live in China. There's a policy now, a new policy in China that they don't want everybody to go to the university to have a degree. They only want super intelligent people, not just go, super intelligent people in specific field. Now, what the Chinese government is doing, they want to establish more vocational schools. And these vocational schools, when they establish them, there are funds for them. And the banks, they've opened up banks can now, if they finish, maybe somebody that does so maybe a mechanic, government can actually give them some soft loan. When they get this soft loan, they can go into the, and these people, you're not going to do that job, and you're going to create another, maybe you're going to employ like 20 people. Now you see, they are grabbing people from they are creating job opportunities for people. So that is what we should do in Nigeria. When these people come out there, you teach them, because see, I understand. You see, what we are doing privately, like individuals are doing, is in the small scale. If we do this in the government, like big scale, where all those alimajiris, all those people, all those, even in the southeast, in the southwest, that doesn't listen, they can actually, somebody as a graduate, you can actually go in and learn something that you can create, you can be creative and create jobs for other people. And that is what we need in Nigeria.
But I also agree that I'm one of those people that believe that African governments should say to hell with the Western thinking in this. African governments should massively invest in their people. Massively. Because if you look at our competition in the West, they massively subsidize every aspect of their economy. We here in the United States know that. From the agriculture industry, we know how much billions of dollars the United States government give. We subsidize every aspect of our economy in the United States. Why can't we do the same thing in Africa? Especially since we are being so much behind. The government should take the lead in massively investing in our people and in our land, and that will create innovation and entrepreneurship. But they have to be the lead. They cannot wait for someone else or say private investors, because we'll be waiting for 60 years. It is time to forget that attitude and massively go undertaking and invest in infrastructure and in all the basic things that we need in our land.
Let me ask, I think Josefa, all right? Is it?
Yeah.
What do you think is the way forward for Nigeria? Like, do you think Nigeria should split or remain? I mean,
No. What I see, I do not believe in a divided Nigeria. You see, because why Africa is weak today? Why Africa is weak today? Because they chopped us into tiny. Look at Togo. You know, there was a time Togo was begging to join Nigeria. You see, Togo is too small to be a country. And like what my brother said, if Togo is having an economic deal with America, what can Togo offer?
Well, you agree. You have to agree. I see where you're going, but you agree with me that in Nigeria today, one of the reasons why we can't move forward is because we haven't decided whether we want to be together. There's so many secessionist movement going on. There's this ethnic blackmailing. We're in the South. We like to like say the North is all this propaganda. Those eternal issues, and there's some people that just don't want the country. They don't want to be part of Nigeria.
You see,
so if we're having all this going on, what makes you think we can now start leading African countries, or even start discussing I want to build Nigeria, talk less of leading anybody else?
You see, Nigeria needs to be together. Nigeria does not even need that.
No, it's not a matter they need to be together, but that's your opinion. But with the fact that we have the massive
No. You see, Mike, I remembered in the 80s when my uncle when I was a kid, when my uncle used to go to work in Isolo, when they had this Isolo industrial park, everybody was working. If you in around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, you see people trooping out from factories. You understand? Nobody was talking about, oh, I want to go my separate route.
No, that's been there.
No, it has not been there. You see, let me tell you something.
It's been there, man. The idea of succession has been there from the jump. You can't say stop capping out with this. It's because we are suffering. It's a lie.
Okay,
it's a lie. Even Pastor here, we agree with me. Even though he doesn't like me, he agree with me that the idea of breaking Nigeria up has been there from the beginning.
Let me come. The problem.
I know you people like you wanting to be. You just can't be trying to excuse the secession is saying it's because they don't have jobs. I know secessionists, they have jobs, they are rich, but they still want the country to break.
Okay, let me tell you. The problem we have in Nigeria is this. When we got independent in the 60s, sorry. When we got independent in 60, there was no like a unifying force that was there to hold the country together. Like even Awolowo, the great Awo said, Nigeria is just a geographical expression. Even Awo himself never even believed in the unity of Nigeria because because there was nothing that glued the country together.
Based on that statement or based on something else?
No, based on the way he saw the country, because Awo was right. Let's just
Nigeria is a mere geographical expression. But doesn't mean it doesn't saying that doesn't mean you don't believe that maybe the people that are different can build a country.
I understand where Awo was coming from. Awo was coming from that what they gave us was just a flag independence. And the people that wanted us to be divided were the colonizers. They wanted us to be divided.
No. Let me tell you where I was coming from. Hold on. I'm a Yoruba person. Where I was coming was he saw reality, he saw that okay, we are giving a country where you have people that have completely different ways of life, ideology, right? And I want to understand the Yoruba history, where the Sonic invasion of Fulani and all those things for years and things like that to conquer. He knows all that. So he was like, now these people, you now bring them all together to be a country. There's going to be a lot of misunderstanding. So he's trying to understand how. He said, well, he saw the good side of it, like there can be strengths in their differences, where if they bring their positive from different, ethnic, put it on the same table, and it can be a force. But you also understand that their differences can create conflicts and create a lot of intolerance and things like that. But his advocation, what he was advocating was, you need to come together and decide how you're going to do this. That's why he made a statement like, this is a mere geographical expression. You can't just say you want to start a country. You have to have a lot of conversation.
I quite agree with you. But
then what we had back then was people like Zeke was saying, you're being a travelist. No, you are Pan-African.
No. Zeke, you see, let me tell you. Excuse me.
Let me chime in for a minute. Can I chime in for a minute? Just 1 minute. Let me chime in.
Hold on. Pastor, I would like to hear you. I would like to, in fact, I would like to hear Pastor be the one to respond. But Pastor, just be patient. Let him go.
Pastor, let me finish.
Pastor, you come after him. Let him go. Go ahead.
All right.
Pastor, please. You see, the thing is that do you know, like I was looking at Nigerian history or Nigerian structure recently, and I said, if Awolowo, Zeke, and Ahmadu Bello has come from the same school of thought, like for example, the movement of independent state of Africa started from America. It was the Marcus Garvey movement that created all this. Everybody was now, we have to have independence, because Garvey said, if Africa is not united, the African Americans cannot be free if they don't have if Africans don't have their own freedom, like independence. But so I was wondering, if Awo and Zeke had come from that school of thought, the unity of Africa would have been strong, and especially that country, Nigeria. But let me tell you something. Ahmadu Bello never believed in Ahmadu Bello never believed in Nigeria. He never believed it. I would never believe they want Nigeria.
Based on what?
These people, if you look at their utterances and what they said, and they never believed in this Nigeria.
But they're being realistic now.
That is why they came. Excuse me.
But what's going on today proves that they are right. They were right. What they were saying was real. They're trying to express reality of the ground. It's not their own personal. Wait, listen. Pastor, you come in next. My brother, listen. Those guys were seeing the bigger picture. Like them as individuals, they know they don't have problem uniting with someone from another ethnic group. But what they are saying is that the population of their people may not easily see the same way. And they're speaking from that perspective. But what Zeke was making was that, this is where I see it. No, that's where it should be. But you're not seeing it like your brother from Inewi that wasn't raised in Islamic culture. If he traveled to Kanu and he accidentally see a page of a Quran and he doesn't know what it is, and he picks it up and uses it to pack akara or uses it to pick up trash, they can behead him. Zeke wasn't thinking like that. He's just saying, let's forget it, let's just be Pan-African, because he spent time in America. He wasn't thinking. That's what, and those ones are understanding like bros. It's not just because you and I are educated doesn't mean the rest of the population is educated to understand things better like we do. So that's the mistake of Zeke.
My brother.
Awo was saying it. Ahmadu Bello was saying it like almost, because I won't understand like this. Not people they don't even tolerate. Okay, Pastor, go ahead.
Let me just respond to that. Then.
Don't you think,
sir? Are you ever going to?
I want to ask Pansat. I want to ask Pansat and Mike. Don't you think that was the Nigerian greatest problem, for we not seeing Nigeria as one? We seeing it as the smaller nations in it, and that was why the South, the Midwest had to succeed from the Western region. So don't you think if we had maybe let me say, viewed Nigeria in the lenses of Zeke, would have gotten it right by now? Don't you think so?
You're right, but the entire population, it's not possible to get the entire population to see things the same way. That's the problem.
Mike, your
point, go ahead. Yeah.
What I want to do is to start from the beginning, okay? Because you make these points a lot, and you are ubiquitous on the internet. So it's very, very important for you to buy into what I'm saying. So I'm not just talking. I want to convince you, right? Off the top, I could just say, even if I look at this debate in the light most favorable to you and say you're right, that's what happened. Just because a group of people don't want to assimilate and be one country, it's not a good enough reason to abandon pursuing that, if that's what the solution is. In essence, if the Northerners do the kind of things you're talking about, but Zeke wanted to assimilate the whole country into one nation, then Zeke is right. The state is powerful. It could start from education. It could use carrots and sticks to bring that about, because most developed countries had to fight that. Even the United States, they're fighting up to today.
How did it work out in Europe?
Hold on. What did you say?
How did it work out in Europe?
There's no reason to use anecdotal evidence. Let me
How did it work? No. Tell me where it worked out. How did it work out in Yugoslavia? How did it work out with Soviet Union?
I will tell you. Okay. So just hear me out first. Now, a lot of those things you're describing are primordial activities, primitive. It could come from religion, it could come from all kinds of things, but that's why you have a state. The state is powerful. If what we want is Nigeria, then Nigeria has to do everything to bring everybody under that flag to be proud. That's why we have things like our, what they call it, federal character doctrine and things like that. But you need to use education. You have to use all kinds of things, punishment, to bring that about. But that's what you want. You say that all the time. When you just said it a minute ago, people, they want to go their separate ways. That is just so you don't go blaming somebody who is right, such as Nnamdi Azikiwe, who is known as Zeke of Africa. He's more of a Pan-Africanist than anything. When it comes to Nigeria, it doesn't look at the clannishness. So somebody like Awolowo, who is the opposite of that, you keep let me land. Hold on. So, but that's not to keep picking at that level with you, clannishness and tribalism. That's just too low.
Tribalism. It wasn't. What's tribalism in that? Explain.
Well, it without evoking things that's going to make you keep going down. What I want to do is to convince you from today.
No, it's not tribalism you're talking about.
No, the tribalism is you have many tribes in Nigeria. So if you're pursuing any interest that is favorable to just one tribe,
who did that?
I'm not going to go into pointing fingers.
No, I asked you a question about how you say I
will conclude with that. But because right now, what I want to do is to convince you yourself, because you're important in this. Your attitude is important in this discussion, right? If I could convince you to change your behavior today, from today.
Which behavior?
The behavior of having tribal sentiments. Right?
As the response to other tribal sentiments, right?
Being primeval, right?
As the response to another primeval, right?
Yeah, even if somebody else is being so, right? Being instinctive, right? If I could convince you, I want you to hear me out, because this is important.
No, if you're tribalistic towards me and I respond tribalism to you.
Right.
It's a high for an eye, two for a two. You understand?
Okay, but Mike, let me land. Don't spoon feed me. You gave me time to talk, so please remain quiet. Let me land. I am appealing to you, not by force. I'm saying, based on everything else you talk about, it seems to me, the way I boiled it down, you prefer Nigeria to be one.
No, I don't. No.
Okay, when I'm wrong, you just please stop me and then tell me why I'm wrong and what the correct answer. But do it fast so we could get to somebody else, right? The way I see you is that your ideal position is that you want Nigeria to be one.
Not necessarily.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
If it's gonna be one, let it be one. If not, I don't care. Okay. The fact of the matter is, your ethnic group.
Yeah.
Unknown.
Can you
wait?
Let me land at what I'm saying.
You guys want to ask me to come in, right?
No,
go ahead.
I want you to come in, but quickly tell me I'm wrong here, that you prefer the other one, because it's either you want Nigeria to be one or you don't want Nigeria to be one. So you're gonna say, I want Nigeria to be one. Like I said, I agree with you. Or actually be quiet when you agree with me. But if you disagree, say no, I don't want Nigeria to be one. So you could do that. So the way I see you, your position is that you want Nigeria to be one.
Not necessarily.
So you don't want Nigeria to be one.
If Nigeria wants to be one,
no if hold on. When I say you want Nigeria to be one, I'm saying it under your ideal. If everything else,
I'm saying I'm neither here nor there.
Okay. So let me.
What I want
Hold on. You couldn't interject with. I agree with you. You don't interject me when I agree with me. When you disagree with me, you say I don't want Nigeria to be
No,
one.
you can't guide me at all. You can't guide
I'm
me.
not.
No, that's not what you're gonna do. Yeah.
It's my. Hold on. So now your position with Nigeria is that you don't care either way, which means you could live with it to be one. You have no choice. I mean, you have no preference. It could be one, right?
It could be one if it serves my
right. Okay.
interest.
Okay. Fine. Okay. So
my group interest.
I would take that to be a yes in the context of
if it's going to serve my group interest.
Your group.
For example, let me give you example. Hold on. If your ethnic group continues to show bitter hatred towards my ethnic group and say you don't want to be one with me, then I don't want Nigeria to be one, because I don't want to share a country with people that have bigotry and hatred towards my ethnic group, which is something a lot of Igbos express. And I'm like, hey, if you want to go, you say you want Biafra, then I don't want Nigeria to be one. Go your way, I go my way. But if you say, hey, let's be one and let's respect each other, and however way we can be one without problem, then we can be one. That's my position.
That's what I'm saying. What the last option you just mentioned is what I'm saying. That our ethnic group wants to be in what accord with you for the benefit of the country, right? Assume that's what I'm saying. I don't speak for everybody, but from what we're talking about, I'm saying to you, I'm appealing to you from tonight to change your behavior, your primeval behavior.
No. Hold on. I will change my behavior if you and your people change your behavior.
Okay, very good. Okay, so assume that I'm saying this. That exactly. Whatever
you gotta change first, because you started the behavior first, and I responded. So you have to stop it, and I will stop mine. Okay.
Let's not be childish here. Okay.
No, we're not being childish. I'm being factual.
Okay. So now, my appeal to you is that because I understand you to want, first of all, Nigeria to be one, Africa to be one, and now remember, you're supposed to stop me when that's not what you want. Okay. I believe that you want Africa to be one enough to then compete against, say, the Europeans or Americans and the white people and other outsiders who have interest in doing us harm. All that, I'm assuming that's what you want. So I believe that peace, unity is modular. It has to start from the family and then go to the clan, go to the tribes. By the time you get to a national cohesion, it has to be a fair society. Now, I would recommend for you to check out a guy called Dahl, D-A-H-L. Okay, talking about how a society can be ideal and fair, and because that's actually what it comes down to. But in your case, you are quite an extreme tribalist, right?
Against who?
Oh, hold on. I'm assuming they must have done something to you. So I'm not judging.
No.
Mike,
wait,
please let me land.
No, I can't let you get. No. When you told me to interject where I don't agree,
please, guys, let's leave this.
No, wait, hold on.
Nigerian cause,
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait, chill out. You told me where I don't disagree as you can't. That point you're making, saying I'm this extreme tribalist against a tribalist, someone that hates other tribe, or I'm issue everyone except his own ethnic group. No. If I'm only having an issue with your ethnic group, there's something wrong with your ethnic group. Your ethnic group have been on the internet being extremist, insulting my ethnic group.
Okay.
Right? And I'm giving you the law of physics, say action equals opposite reaction.
Okay.
And that's what I believe in. So I'm giving the same energy back. Like, yo,
Mike, yeah,
it's online. It's not something on real life. It's on the internet.
Hold on.
You guys have been all over the internet spilling bigotry and everything. And I give you the same energy back. So if you want to stop it, you tell your people to stop it first. Call on Radio Biafra. Call on Edo Watch. Call on Dr. Damages. I'm telling you to stop that bigotry against Yoruba people. And I will stop mine against your people.
Will you be
simple as that?
Be civil in this discussion, all right?
No, I'm just telling you facts. Okay, so don't call me a bigot. Call yourself a bigot first.
Be civil and sincere. But most importantly, listen to what I'm saying. I just told you before, just respond to me when I'm done. You could respond item by item on what I'm saying, right? But don't keep interjecting and being, objectionable, right? So here's what I'm saying to you. whether another tribe provoke you into being an extreme tribalist or not, you are an extreme tribalist. But you're saying, I'm an
No, I'm
extreme
not. I'm
tribalist.
not.
Here's what you're saying.
You just said
I'm
I'm
an
not.
extreme
You just
tribalist
accused me
because
of being extreme tribal.
somebody made me do it. That's
Answer,
what you're
calm
saying.
down. Wait. I gotta stop you every time you make this. A tribal is someone that hates other tribe and only love his own. You can't tell me I hate other
That's not what a
tribes.
tribal is. Let me
I
tell
don't
you what
have
it is.
issue with tribes.
Hold on.
I only respond to a group of people from a
I know, but
tribe.
you keep talking.
Listen,
You made your point. Hold on. I'm saying
exactly. So that's
you
not a
say you have
tribalist.
a law against
No, in
tribalism.
fact, you're more extreme tribalist than me because you hate more than one tribe. You hate Hausas, you hate Fulanis, you hate Yorubas, you hate so many tribes. Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
Okay, first of all, if there's a law against tribalism, let's say you do something out of bigotry and there's a law against it, and you do something to a Southeasterner, an Igbo person, and you go to court, you can't say, hey, look, I didn't do it to the Efik. I don't hate the Efik. It's just the Igbos that I hate. So you've got to go with at least simple logic, right? In this conversation, else you're going to be...
The law says self-defense law. Self-defense rule applies, right? Self-defense is legal.
Minutia, right? So just assume also that other people are listening to this conversation.
But call it self-defense. That's what I'm
just
trying
in this panel. You have a lot of people listening to what you do online. So let me be respectful in the way I address you on this, because I told you my goal here is to convince you to start afresh today and be a normal Nigerian. It doesn't mean...
How about you start with yourself and start with your people, your group, your IPOB. Are you not a member of IPOB? Start with them. Start with yourself and start with IPOB before you come start with me.
So it's no talking to you is what you're saying, right?
No. If you want to stop bigotry on the internet, go start with IPOB and yourself.
Excuse me.
Because that's what IPOB does on the internet. They speak bigotry and hatred towards everybody.
Let's drop this.
You understand?
Look, my
so if
friend,
you want to hand that, you start with IPOB. You go and preach to them before you come and preach to me.
The guy that's interjecting, right?
Hello,
you are here discussing.
Let's drop this, my brother. Let's drop
you
this.
can't drop it and then talk about how to be a cohesive, strong country.
We
that is one. You have to. You have
the thing is that we are just going back and forth.
No, we're not going back and forth.
Believe
it or not,
it's not helping us at all.
No, it's helping. What he wants to show is machismo. He wants to show that he's a tough guy. He wants to show that he's going toe to toe with somebody.
I'm a very tough guy. In real life, make you shit on yourself. Trust me. In real life.
You just let him get all that out, animus out, right? So, Mike, the only thing I have to say to you is that whatever I'm appealing to you to do, when it's your turn, then you appeal to me to do the same, right? And that's fine. Somehow we have to start this conversation. You have to understand.
Pansat, please. Yeah. What's the way forward? What's the way forward from all this?
The way forward starts, unfortunately, from this conversation, believe it or not, as small as it is. As small as he is, it's one individual. I'm one individual. But when we want Nigeria to be strong, Nigeria has to be a fair society. Mike, one of the bigger themes of what I'm trying to say to him is that Nigeria itself has to be a fair country. When you have people struggling to cut away, disintegrate the country, there's a reason for it. Nigeria is not a fair society. It's not a fair country. It's not.
Now, I agree with you that Nigeria is not a fair country. There's no question.
Absolutely. Okay, so
I will tell you where you and I agree. Let me tell you where we agree. We both agree.
You let me land though first. Let me land.
Yeah, but you will land, but you have to give me a chance to sometimes interject a little bit. I'm interjecting where we agree.
But I haven't finished.
But wait now,
when you finish, then I'm going to say something.
Discussion is good between you and Pansat. You and Pansat. It's very, very good.
No, you come in. Wait. Pansat, hold on. Let me tell you where we agree. We both agree that Nigeria is not fair. You came earlier to talk about how Nigeria put Abiola in prison. I think Nigeria has not been fair as a country. Yeah. Now, for you to express your grievance and think you have to start attacking other people that Nigeria has not been fair to, like my people. When someone like them, they kind of go on a radio Biafra, I'm insulting, calling all Yorubas bastards and saying Yorubas are cowards. The Yoruba Alafia for you is as an idiot, insulting my ethnic group. and his followers are doing the same thing. Is it Yorubas that make Nigeria unfair to you? I feel Nigeria is not unfair to, and Nigeria has been fair to me as a Yoruba person. Like Biora won an election, they arrested him and they killed him in prison. I will not wanted to be president. Wait, hold on. Hush,
Mike,
my brother.
Mike, I want to ask you just one
Cool down. Wait. I will not wanted to be president. They went against me, everything. Yorubas felt the same thing, but I didn't go online. I didn't start saying, because I have issue with Nigeria as a country being unfair to my people. Now I go on the internet and start calling Igbos bastards, saying Igbos are cowards, attacking Igbo tribe. Igbos are not responsible for the oppression of Yorubas by Nigeria. You understand? So why do you have your Igbo brothers attacking Yorubas because of the oppression by Nigeria? Nigeria is your problem, not Yorubas. So when you're doing that, is what provoke Yorubas like me to respond to you. Like,
Mike,
fuck you too.
Mike,
You understand?
hold on right there on that very point that you continue. Hold on. Now, I've heard people like Kene and Jewel of Nashville and so many others. I forgot the other guy's name that used to be here a lot. What's his name now? Some of your regulars here who are people who are Igbos, they've come here and they say, we don't agree with Nnamdi Kanu. We're not.
No. They don't do that. They come here to support Nnamdi Kanu.
No. Hold on. It's either you're gonna lie or you're gonna have to agree with me.
Those people. What do you support? Did you come here to support Nnamdi Kanu?
Hold on. Forget about me for right now. What I'm saying is that
no, you speak for yourself.
The point
they can come here and speak for themselves.
Will you be civil, please? Be civil. So I'm interjecting. I'm gonna pass it back to you so you could then bring it back to me so I could continue. I'm trying to tell you that when somebody says something who is from Igbo, or even say myself, I say something, yeah, it can upset you, but you can't place that on all Igbos. That would be ridiculous, right? That would be stupid, actually.
No, it's not.
So you have to understand, listen to what I'm saying. Igbos, they're not a monolith. Igbos are as individual as they come. There are people who would not even want to talk to you.
Do you preach the same thing to Kanu? Do you tell Kanu the same thing? Like, hey, it's not all Yorubas that are your enemy. Do you tell them the same thing?
If I talk to Kanu,
do you do that?
Would you hold on? Why should I do that?
Exactly. So why are you doing it with me then?
I'm trying to talk to you first. So
No. You don't do it with your people. Don't come and do it with me. If if your own brother
you don't like
say all Yorubas are bastards, and you don't tell him that it's not all Yorubas that are bastards,
don't like all
then if I say all Igbos are bastards, then don't come and be telling me all Igbos are not bastards. Charity begins at home.
You don't like
answer.
Right?
Charity begins at home. If your brother is throwing stone at people's glass house, if you can't caution your brother, I think nothing is wrong with that. If I throw stone at your glass house, they don't come and be cautioning me.
Okay.
If your brother is saying all Yorubas are bastards, and I come and say all Igbos are fucking bastards, don't correct me. Go and correct your brother first.
A debate, right? You can't.
No. I don't give a shit what you think. I'm just telling you that's where I wrong. When war starts, no one give a shit who's good or bad. If you start killing Yorubas, I start killing Igbos. That's all. That's how it goes. That's war,
you are
my friend.
Expanding the debate. What we're talking about, what I said, my mission to you is I want to call you to order. And
you can't call me to order. I don't need you, man.
And I don't need you. That you want Nigeria to be one.
I don't give a shit if Nigeria is one. I already told you that.
Okay, but we narrowed it down that you want Africa to be able to compete against the other part of the world, especially white folks, right? Europeans, Americans. You want Africa to stand up. So if that's what you want, I am then appealing to you to say, in order for you to have that, we have to have the entire Africa come together as a unit by integration or other means. And it has to start from families to clan to village to regions and tribes. We have to do that in order to for Igbos, for example, the South is where I'm from. In order for them to say, you know what, yeah, it's better for us to be with this country and build it out into Africa. You have to be fair. You have to be fair to them. You should be indistinguishable whether you are Yoruba or Igbo when it comes to national affairs. That's just the bottom line. You cannot, for example, muscle the Igbos down. You know you're wasting your breath doing that. A lot of Igbos don't respond to you because you're like a little mosquito. You think
I give a shit about bro? I don't give a.
Nobody does. Nobody gives a shit about you.
Your pastor, this preaching you're preaching to me.
So why are you belligerent and making noise as if There's
The
something
same
you
reason
can
you
do.
are belligerent and making noise.
Once you know there's
Don't
nothing
you go
you
on
can do.
Pastor, didn't you go on Niger Watch and talking about Yorubas and you won't go against Yorubas? Didn't you do that? Because
Yes, I
some
did.
few Yorubas kill Igbos during I guess election. So why don't you focus on the few Yorubas that kill Igbos?
But
Why do you go after why do you want to go to war against all you?
Can I answer you?
You say you wanted war with Yorubas, didn't you?
Exactly. Can I answer you
Okay,
then?
yeah, you want war with Yoruba. Answer that. Tell me why
Yes,
you
I
want
do.
war with Yorubas.
Yes, I do. If like I'm appealing to you now, if you're not gonna listen and your people
No, tell me why you want war with all
I'm
Yorubas.
telling you, I'm answering you. If your ideas went out and the Southwesterners keep doing what they've been doing.
Oh, all of us, right? Okay.
Yeah, right. So then the only solution,
All Southwesterners,
the only
everybody,
solution is that we have to deal with you guys, right?
all of us, right? Okay.
All of you, including by war,
All of us,
right? Especially by war.
all of us were guilty of whatever it is. Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, you are, because you're
All
not
of
listening. I'm talking to you now. I said it's gonna have to start from family. I'm approaching you, right?
No, I finished answering that question. Why you
Instead,
want to go to war with all Yorubas?
you said, just listen to me, right? I could just be as foolish as you are, right? So
Okay.
I'm appealing to you to reason, but if you don't want to listen, then the next thing is to just be like you, right? So, but if you do listen, then we're gonna have one country. But we can't waste the rest of our lives having your people come in, bringing people like Buhari, bringing people like Tinubu, because you're trying to put the Igbos down and being foolish and making noise. Because I know one thing, we can defeat you in a very, very short period of time. I know
Defeat
that.
us in what?
In a war.
No.
In a couple of weeks, we can.
Really? So
Yes,
why did you do it in 1967 to 1970?
Can I answer you? I'll tell you.
Yeah,
Okay.
tell me.
Number one, we're actually fighting the BRICS. If it were just the rest of Nigeria,
Really?
Biafrans would have overrun that place.
Wasn't it? So when Benjamin Adekunle overran half of Igbo land within few hours.
No. All those are silly history.
So was it the British?
Capacity, do you manufacture any guns? Do you manufacture any vehicles?
Bros. Do you manufacture aeroplane? Do you do?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Stop capping.
We
Okay.
have always done that. So.
You doing it right?
You made that point.
Wait, Master. You just say within 3 weeks you will overrun Yorubas. How can you do it right now?
You made that point.
No. You said right now you can overrun in 3 weeks.
That's right.
Explain how you can do that in 3 weeks. Right now.
Let me tell you what's happening.
Okay, tell me how you do in 3 weeks. Tell me.
Let me tell you. See, before the war and during the war and shortly after the war, the Yorubas came across, for example, to the Edos and to Northern Muslims at sound, right, on their side. Right now, the anthropology has separated you from all these people, right?
Master, you're not making sense.
No, because you're not listening. So the point I'm making to you is that those artificial allies you had, they're gone, especially what you're doing with this election. There's no part of the country, you've been isolated completely. And as a matter of fact, the House of Fulani will want us to do it.
Okay. Pastor, let me explain to you how you lose a war. When you are done, I will tell you how Igbos lose a war.
Overrun you in no time. Just
with what? With what? With your you eat akpu and then start beating your chest and overrun us. Right? That's what you do. You sing double and you overrun us.
I've watched 30 fights and I've been in 3 myself against Yoruba, and each time the Igbo is able to beat the shit out of the Yoruba guys.
What kind of fight? What kind of fight are you talking about?
Fist fight.
Fist fight.
So, exactly.
And I'm sure you beat Anthony Joshua, right? So you Master, you can face Anthony Joshua in a boxing
Absolutely.
match.
I'm 6'4". I'm 6'4", 200 and
okay. You will knock Anthony Joshua out, right? Yoruba man, right?
I beat the hell out of him. You know what I mean?
He's good at this point. Okay, so modern war is fist fight. Wait, first of all,
you want to be stupid.
Modern warfare is fist fight. That's so you use fist fight.
I'm strapped too. So
okay, no. You use fist fight to defeat Yorubas in war. That's what you're talking about.
To, like I said,
in 2023.
Whatever. Okay.
Let me tell you how I want to
listen to what I'm saying about having a conversation. Let's do that.
Oh no. Okay. No. Before you move, let me respond to your war. Let me respond to your war talk. Let me tell you how Yorubas will finish you.
Come on.
The way I want to finish. Wait. Yorubas will
every time
listen.
I will over. Just
calm down, man. Calm down. You just told you how you will finish Yorubas in war. You say you finish you overrun us in fist fight and you beat us because you have whatever physical. Let me tell you how Yoruba will finish you, right? Let me first tell you how Awolowo finished you back then, and I will tell you how we'll finish you
Come on,
today.
look.
No, hold on. All Awolowo did
You don't
was,
want to listen to my point.
bro, chill out, man. Chill out. Wait, let me give you my
have to
own
listen to
response.
my point. Or I'm out.
You give me your own, how you finish
Bye-bye,
us. Let me give you
bye-bye.
my own. Wait, I will put you in the back. Okay. Yeah, I think I had a back. My stuff kind of went out. So Pansa, let me finish what Pansa was saying. Pansa is saying his ethnic group overrun us within 2 days or whatever, for 2 hours or whatever, 3 weeks or whatever the hell he said. Now, my response to him is, and I asked him how he's going to do it. He said, we'll face fights. And that's the mentality these morons have. People like Pansa, CM, and all those dumb morons that goes on the internet trying to start war in Nigeria, pumping Igbos, Nnamdi Kanu, Samuel Ekpa, all these Oludo that didn't learn from their mistake or their forefathers like Ujuku. War is not fought with muscle. War is fought with intelligence. Use brain. You don't say Zobu Zobu and because you eat Akbu and you start running. That's not where war is fought. Use brain to fight war. You understand? So I'm telling Pansa how they lost Biafran war. They lost Biafran war. People that defeated you use intelligence to defeat you. All they had to do was change currency. You couldn't buy weapon anymore. And they stopped food from going to your land. That was just brain. And you were starving. You couldn't fight anymore. You have muscle to fight anymore. So that's what I'm telling you. Now, today, Pansa, if you saying you Igbos should go to war with Yorubas, you're making big mistake. For one, every Igbo business, you have to get your product through Yoruba land. You have to get your supply through Yoruba land. That's one. Two, you're landlocked, so you don't have the economic means. You don't have the you don't have the advantage at all. So if you're relying on your Zobu muscle fist fights, then you are doomed. And I don't want this to happen to your women because I know at the end of the day, you guys are always start war, really want to run away. The only people that will suffer will be the Igbo children and women. So that's why I wouldn't agree with you that we should go to war, because people like Pansa will just do what Ojukwu did and they will start a disaster and they will run away at the end of the day. Ojukwu, he was talking just like Pansa. Hey, I will burn down Igbo man, will defeat, will conquer the whole Africa, will bomb Lagos. We talking rubbish like Pansa, people like Pansa, CM, and all these Igbo idiots that goes on the internet. And we all know that when the war starts, when the disaster is created, they will run away. They will dust their passport and run to America and England. They will not stay there to face the consequence. So that's why I can't take Pastor serious. I can't agree with him because he's an idiot. He's not going to stay there to deal with the consequence. He's just going to run away. He's going to run. They're going to come and talk tough. At the end of the day, they'll run away and leave innocent Igbo children and women, and the good Igbos will suffer. So that's why I can't respect people like this. That's why when I run into them, I can't be nice to them because these are devilish human beings, So, so that's my response to you, Pastor. If you have issue with that, then it's all on you. Anyway, I'll shut down, sir. Whoever want to call in to challenge my position, you can call in. I'll give you 2 minutes. You call in after 2 minutes. If no one calls in, I'll shut the show down. I'm doing this only because so that way it don't sound like I'm not fair in my analysis. Like, if you want to debate my points, you can debate. But it's factual. Chama, you call in again. I want to know what your position is. If you disagree with me, let me call in, and let me see if you disagree with me. I mean, I know you're Igbo, boy. You may be thinking I hate all Igbos, but that's not true. But if you disagree with my position, that either you type it or you. Okay, don't call it. All right. So okay, let me shut it down there. I guess Adewale is there.
Good morning. Is it morning already?
How far, man? You see me on Pastor?
No, I don't even. I didn't have enough time to watch. I just it was you and who else earlier. I was listening to you.
Do we not come back?
Pastor.
No, it's gonna be you and Pastor fighting this time. I don't give my own points. I don't think he has any comeback to what I said. So, Pastor, if it's gonna be you and Adewale debating this time. So I'm out of it. I've already cooked you. So I'm done with you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Adewale. Adewale, how are you?
I'm fine. What is the conspiracy today? Which one did you bring to the studio?
It's been all Mike. I told him that I want him to change his behavior. Let's be brothers and one.
What do you want him to change in his behavior?
I just want him to speak Pan-African, Nigerian.
He has always been Pan-African in his approach.
Right, but he says to me,
you may not like the tonality of his voice.
No, but let me. I thought you want to know. You want to know how far we got here. I was saying, give me time to make a case to you, no matter what the Igbos have done to you. That
you think he hates Igbos?
Well, no, I didn't say that. Just hear what I'm saying first. So where we are right now is that his activity on the internet, the way he talks, and the way I talk about the Yorubas.
So between you and him, who has more propaganda most?
Well, mine is usually facts, right? Just like I'm doing now. I'm playing the
role.
You are. Hold on. Right now, there's 2 tiers. One tier is for us to start talking how to be a unified country, Nigeria, and then how to be a unified Africa, Pan-Africanism, right? Regardless of who's made mistakes in the past, right? I'm saying drop the primeval bullshit, right? That it makes a difference. Yeah, that's what I was saying to him, that it makes a difference if we change behavior from tonight. That is going to make a difference, because I was saying to him, the way I understood him from the totality of his position is that if everything else is okay, that he prefers Nigeria to be one and he prefers Africa to be one. If that's the goal, then it's okay for brothers to make up, no matter what Awolowo. For example, Awolowo was not privy to the internet. He doesn't know what the internet is, right? Doesn't know a lot of things. Zik doesn't know what internet is. at his time. So now, I'm not in the same generation as him, though, but let's say his generation, he's not quite a kid himself, but I'm far more older than he is. I'm saying if we, just on this platform, start from today to change the narrative, because you just can't go with, oh, the Igbos hate the Yorubas, the Igbos say this. Yeah, some Igbos. So I said to him, if you recall people like Joel of Nashville, there's one that's here almost every
Yeah, I
night.
haven't seen him in a while on
In
this
a while,
show.
right? And his stomach to tolerate a Mike kind of person.
No. I think sometimes people maybe run out of.
Yeah, but if you have somebody like Joel, it's somebody who is not pro Nnamdi Kanu, or he doesn't. Yeah, maybe support Obi and things like that. But somebody like Joel is where the conversation could start with people like that, from their demeanor here and what they talk about. They're one Nigerians. I can't remember the name. There's another gentleman that comes here. He's got a unique voice. He's got a bass in his voice. I can't remember his name. I haven't seen him lately. Maybe you could help me. I don't want to remember the name of this guy.
Oh.
He used to be here a lot, especially during the election. He has a baritone voice, and he's
enigmatic.
He's Igbo guy, but he's not like a radical. One man like to talk to me a lot. People like Ekene. You have a lot of Igbos who come here to talk. They are not like me. They're not like. So you cannot say all Igbos are like me. No, I'm the kind of person.
I thought you used to be pro iPod before.
No, IPOB is to my left.
Is.
Here's my position. IPOB is to my left. IPOB wants that eastern region, Biafra, right? To me, I believe that we can conquer the entire country. We can take it, right? We didn't do it the first time.
You forgot some of your rhetorics on this show.
That's what I'm saying to you. To me, Biafra is the entire Nigeria. Biafra is entire. That's the difference between me and IPOB.
It is illusional to think that IPOB is going to be sustained or sustainable in the future.
But did you hear what I said? I said I'm not IPOB because IPOB is thinking small. To me, Nnamdi Azikiwe brought independence to the country. The entire country belongs to us, right? And we have to take it by force. We didn't succeed before because Ojukwu was going and fighting, thinking the enemy is the Fulanis and the Hausas. No, the enemy is right after Onitsha and right after Enugu and that area. Anybody else out there should have been shot, because that's what our problem is. Those people let these people come and take that oil, and they're using it, funding it to try to defeat us. So when they come here, they say we're Southerners, and they keep talking nonsense, right? They went armed. Our soldiers were not looking at them as a target. We just passed through them to go far north. But that's useless. We should have started right there, right at the border. So if it happens again, that's what in my generation, that's what we're gonna do. The war is gonna be a brutal war against anybody.
You are here preaching a war.
If you're not gonna listen, if you don't want peace, you're gonna get war.
No, I'm not. Listen. When it comes to the domestic issue in Nigeria, there's not going to be war. Nigeria has always been united. Politics or no politics. You claim to be an older person, or you belong to the older generation, and you should know better. If you are born in the era where there's a civil war and all that, then your generation should know better. Not someone like you should be preaching the war, because war does not bring anything productive. So somebody like you should be the one to preach peace. Okay. So you should know. Someone like you should know better, other than just beating this drum. If your preferred candidate who came from your region had won the election, you won't be preaching a war. But of course,
I'm not preaching war. Listen to me, Adewale. First of all, I said to you, the present is unsustainable. We cannot just waste our lives in this mediocrity, right? Nigeria is going to hell. These politicians are playing us.
So let me tell you.
We've
Let me
wasted
ask you a question. Let me ask
60
you a question,
years.
Parasite.
Yeah, but I wanted to respond to what you say because it's important. I don't want you to think I'm preaching war. I'm not preaching war. I'm saying
you want war. You don't want peace.
I don't want war. I want peace. I
You
want
know,
one
you know what
Nigeria.
happened?
You're not listening. I want one Nigeria. I want one Africa, right? But it has to be based on fairness, true and false. We can't have idiots.
What do you think fairness is all about?
Okay, fairness to me is same thing every other country who's fair have done. It's not rocket science. You have to have institutions, strong institutions. You have to have a constitution that recognizes every citizen as an equal person that's protected by law, right? By rule of law and by due process with all the constitutional protections, plus those things, those rights that are given to every man by God, pursuit of
So which
happiness,
one has you been
life.
denied of? Which one have you been denied of in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, everyone, they're killing people every day. In Nigeria, it's like nothing. If you go home, say you
So who do
just
you think is responsible or are responsible?
don't spoon feed me, right? I'm trying to tell
I mean,
you.
I have to ask a follow-up question.
No,
You
yeah,
are saying things in
but you're going in rapid as if you didn't even listen to what I just said. Did you disagree that the loss of life in Nigeria is rampant? It's all over the place, right? You cannot, your life is not guaranteed. Your freedoms, it's not guaranteed, right? You can't pursue happiness. So those basic rights those are constitutional. But some are by God Himself. Not even the government could take it away from me, right? For example, the right to bear my arms and things like that. Those kind of freedoms. You can't have it to where the state, through certain tribes, they have the exclusivity for violence, right? And it's all political to use it to buy our people. So we need a progressive country where the Constitution guarantees those rights equally across from the sea to the desert, north to south, east to west. No tricks, no takia, no nonsense. So when people vote, their votes should count and should be counted, right? Just your basic country where things are fair. That's all. We don't. I mean, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Yeah. Do you understand though? Adeba, do you understand?
I think I have an idea of what you're trying to say.
You disagree?
No. It's not even about matter of disagreeing. You were born in Africa, you were born in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
So for the fact that you live in a Western world, if you are going to continue to benchmark what you see in the Western world to what is obtainable in Africa, you are going to miss that opportunity. You should also know the oldest country in Africa is how old? And comparing to a country that has been practicing democracy for a very long time, to a point that the institutions that hold democracy in the country, I'm making reference to America now, how is foundation of this democracy shook recently in recent year. So when we talk about building on what we already have, building capacity, and continue to build and modify what we have, especially when you consider the tradition and culture of these people. Remember, we don't speak the same language. We are very different in culturally. So now to bring democracy into a society that have differences, among themselves, it's going to be tough, and that is what we've been trying to find solution to over the years. Thank God that democracy is continuing to sustain, and we are building, and it will continue to change. It will continue to modify. But you see, the one you just mentioned about the right person being elected, being into the office, except we are deluding ourselves. In every country, democracy is not a smooth running like a business. It's a process, a process that, you know, if care is not taken, could easily be destroyed. But you have to believe in it first. Is it possible that at the point or at the beginning, um, probably not, we're not going to, or the people not going to get it right? Absolutely. What we have is uh, a very young democracy that is still growing, and we want it to grow overnight. I'm not saying it's not possible. It is possible. We are now living in a digital age, and I believe with consistency from the civil movement and all these changes, I mean, between you and I, who would have thought that we'll be using the digital equipment to register and to, you know, screen out uh, fake electorates? We're talking about beavers now, but it was reintroduced and it did its job, right? Is it possible that, you know, during the election process, you know, things were not the way it's supposed to be? Absolutely, but with time we are going to get it right. But because now it's like a double whammy. You didn't get what you wanted, and at the same time, the system didn't work the way you expected. And it's like crying over the spilled milk. The milk is already spilled. Mop what you have and move on. Strategize for future. You are building, remember. So that is where I see it. But if you continue to suck
Exactly. No,
all day
you're
long
right. You are right on
because of
practically
the
everything
world
you
will
said.
move past you and you'll be neglected. And
Right,
at the end of
but
the day, you'll not be able to catch up.
Adewale, hold on. Let me first of all, you are right on the money. If there's any criticism of what you're saying, that will be in the consequences, right? You are agreeing that okay, there's a possibility the beavers worked and but just live with it. No, that's where I disagree with you. But I do agree with the premises. In this case now, I disagree with your conclusion, right? You are apparently practicing what most people in Africa, especially in Nigeria, do with northern Nigerians, right? Which is the soft bigotry of low expectation. I don't participate in that. I look at them as smart as anybody else. They are smart as Igbos. Igbos are smart as they are. They're just like the Yorubas, the Jaws, whatever. We're all the same thing. We're Africans. We've been bequeathed with all kinds of poor leadership, but the citizens themselves are not spared in this foolishness, right? So if the beavers were introduced and it took a long time to pass that with a lot of money, over 400 billion naira was spent in that electoral act of 2022. Buhari didn't want to sign it because he had a re-election, but he finally signed it, right, in December or something like that of last year. So now we have a law and we have technology. The way other countries develop is they have to have respect for those two things. Law, you have to embrace technology. You have to be able to differentiate between true and false. You have to have that in the system, true, false, right? Now, when it comes to good or bad, you could be flexible with that. When it comes to wrong or right, you could be flexible on that. But true and false is sacrosanct. You have to embrace technology because if they succeed in what they're doing, our young people, it's like, oh, technology is no good, but it is good. Law, rule of law is sacrosanct. Even if somebody did something 10 years ago, let's say Tinubu and Buhari rigged this election with Mahmoud 10 years ago, they should still be, as far as there's no statute of limitation, in this case, it has, even if they're aware, it hasn't run out yet. They have to be held accountable for that. It's nothing you could just say, okay, let's move on. Because it's the law. This particular act is one of the most important acts that took so many people a lot of hours. A lot of good Nigerians worked very hard for that law. and it was eventually passed and acceded to by the president at the time, that was Buhari. So you can't have this geriatric drug baron, right? With a cabal. It's not even like it's him doing it. Coming to a great country such as Nigeria, rig an election, right? Had the chairman of INEC make just a pronouncement. Remember, Mahmoud could have said that he himself won that election. How do you stop him? It's the same way you're gonna, because he could have made that pronouncement that now, you know what? Everybody participated in this election, but I, Mahmoud, won it. What are you gonna say? Because INEC made that pronouncement that Mahmoud should be the president of the country? Of course not. He didn't contest. He didn't run. So you will go into a tribunal. That's what you would have done if he announced himself as the winner. So the action hasn't come down to a head yet. I believe that even you would be involved in what's going to come after this tribunal render their verdict, because it's going to be a slap on the face of one side or the other. Now, if Nigerians are not mature enough, like other countries, to say, you know what, enough's enough. We, the people, were sovereign, we're taking this country back, then so be it. Then wait for whenever they're ready for that, because at some point, that has to be what has to be done. Nobody gives up power voluntarily. You have to take him out of that office. So I believe that when that tribunal rule, if the youth and the old people and everybody else in that country want to be docile and let this go on, then they're not ready. So then you'll be right. But if I could push a button, we shouldn't wait for this tribunal. There's not up to 1,000 people who are perpetrating this nonsense. And they will actually run to other countries where they have their treasures. You know, they can't stand the heat if Nigerians want to take their country back. All this talk, like Mike here, who's always thinking that we have more evil people in that country than good people, because that's what it is. Most good people keep quiet. They don't talk. They don't do anything. So you have a boisterous, evil noisemakers all over the country, right? So I say I agree with most things you said, but what I disagree with you on are the consequences on the things you've already agreed happened or possibly happened. Or if they do happen, what should we do? We should not wait until we're mature. There's no date certain, right? There's no date certain for maturity. We are bequeathed with other people's experiments. So it's true that we started in 1960, but we don't have to wait 200 years like the Americans who had to begin it. So we know how they did it. We can learn from history. Shortcuts. You follow me, Adewale, right?
I'm with you.
Right. So it's like me going and watching a movie, and I come, let's say I want to watch Enter the Dragon movie. I went to Amy Theaters, I watched it with my friends who want to save money. I just tell them what happened, how Bruce Lee did it, right? So we don't have to learn from beginning. There are many countries such as Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, all those people, 30, 40, 50 years ago, they were deserts. There was nothing there. Granted, they're still dictatorial in nature and ecclesiastic in nature in their governments, right? But they managed to do something. Even China, as you see, their real beginning, even though they're an ancient civilization, their actual history, as far as modern times, began after 1949. You know, so we do have to don't give these Northerners a pass, because you'll be the one who has that soft bigotry, right, of expectation from them. They're just as smart as everybody else. You can't go deceiving them into thinking what they're doing now is going to go on forever in perpetuity. No. If you're wrong, right, that's one thing about this world. It's progressive. If you're wrong, you're gonna get crushed at some point. Do you see what I'm? Do you see what I'm saying? If you're not going to school, and other people are going to school, you're not cheating them. You have to go to school because at some point you're gonna reckon with the fact that you're lagging behind. And that's what happened, for example, in Iraq, which fits Nigeria like a glove. I use that anecdote all the time. Saddam Hussein was a strong man, right? It's a Sunni Muslim in Iraq. I'll conclude with this, and then you could come in. Thanks for the courtesy to let me land. Let me just land with the Iraq thing, because it's just like Nigeria. Saddam Hussein was a strong man. He's a Sunni Muslim. He had the army and the apparatus of state to hold down the Shia majority for decades with his Republican guard, and it's oil producing like we are. So he's propped up by other countries such as Britain, merchants, oil merchants, and all kinds of things. And he was menacing the United States, disobeying UN resolutions, lobbing missiles at Israel, doing all kinds of things, gassing the Kurds in his country, his fellow citizens. And it worked for so long. But the significant Shia diaspora from his country were in the United States. So when Osama bin Laden went and knocked down the Twin Towers in New York, the president at the time was in the United States was George W. Bush, and he's malleable. And he's not into talking all this bullshit with anybody using takia and all that stuff. He's not like an intellectual. So these one particular guy from Iraq, his name is Mr. Shalabi. He's dead now, but he was here in the United States. So he joined who they call the neoconservatives in America and convinced George Bush to escort them home to be with the Shia and to fight Saddam Hussein. That's all it took. That was their clear jaw. That war lasted for 2 days. And Saddam Hussein was on the playing cards with his henchmen. America made 54 playing cards, and each one of those people menacing that country were in those cards. Within a couple of weeks, remember the war in 48 hours, America was in the mop-up operation, which means the Republican Guard been decimated or they're on the run. 2 weeks later, they pulled out Saddam Hussein from the ground, handed over to the Shia to try. And Saddam Hussein and Iraq is more powerful country than Nigeria, militarily, technologically, and otherwise. So I'm saying that it fits Nigeria like a glove because that's just how easy it is to demolish Nigeria if we don't come together and build a strong country, not based on artificial bullshit that Muslims are smarter than Christians. It's not true. They're not. They're not. You could be cheating all these people because it's very, very hard to provoke any group or a nation to war. War has a bad rap out there. I don't think it's all that bad. When they say war, young people get a lot of girlfriends when they join the army. When they start training, you get a lot of girls. You could be online during the war. You could have fun during the weekends. It's not all that bad like people make it out to be. Especially if your cause is just. So you can't keep doing what you're doing to Southeasterners who you know can defeat you in a war anyway if nobody else interferes. There are a lot of Igbos all over the world, very educated, they have technology, and they're all over the place. But do they want to go to war? They don't. But you just can't keep doing what you're doing in perpetuity, where you don't go to school.
There are a lot of Yorubas all over the world as well.
That's right, but you see, but Mike, those people you're calling Yorubas that you think are with you are gonna be with the truth. That's one thing you don't understand. When we say that the Igbos are going to go to war with any. It's not. It's like, for example, in Lagos, right? Tinubu lost Lagos because a lot of Yorubas voted for the right candidate. You don't, when you're counting the Afenifere, they're Yorubas, right? More than you are.
I want to see.
Yeah, let me just land and pass it to
please.
Adewale.
See, we already see. I understand.
Could you hold on, sir?
Can I please hold on? Can I please ask a
Yeah.
simple question and give me a simple answer, please?
What is it? What is it? What is it?
What is this constant bashing of the president? Has the president ever been convicted in Nigeria of corruption?
Okay.
What has he done that he has like you guys have gave him the power he didn't deserve? Like he would just pick phone. It was hold on. It was a citizen, ordinary citizen.
Who you call it? Who are you talking about? Tinubu? Are you talking about Tinubu?
Yes, I'm talking about Tinubu and control INEC chairman to ring election. Where is the proof that he control Mahmoud to ring election for him? Where is the proof? Do you have the evidence and proof?
Okay, can I I will answer you. Let me see if
Yes.
is that okay for me to answer that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so what's your name? I can't see your name on the screen.
I'm USC super fans. That's my name.
UFC, okay, yeah.
UFC.
Yeah, UFC.
Yeah.
Listen to this, okay. The way you have to look at Tinubu, we have electoral laws. They're not criminal statutes where you have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral, moral certainty, right? Even though he does have that, you say you demarcating it with Nigeria. In Nigeria, I've seen him in the defendant's box as well. Okay, but that's a difference between the courts and then the court of public opinion. In the eyes of most people in the public opinion, like you observed, yes, he went to England and he said you go ahead and you snatch that election, run with it, do this, do that. Okay, he did that. That when he ran
no. Hold on.
So I'm answering you. Hold on.
There is a contest to that statement. There's a contest.
I understand.
It was a public fair. I know. And do this thing.
No,
I understand. Say so.
Please let me answer you, please.
Yeah, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm going one by one.
Yes, go ahead. Then
appearance
to answer you also.
Right. So you have to understand that the standard, okay, there are three standards when it comes to guilt or innocence, right? In the criminal statute is the one I just told you, by finding somebody guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a high standard, and that's for criminal activity. And then there's a second one, it's a lower standard, but it's also a standard of proof, which is by preponderance of the evidence, right? Let's say you sue somebody, you go into court and you sue that person, right? Now, the other one is just a minimal, even by observation, is what one is called a prima facie standard. Now, I believe in all three standards in his case have been met. He's forfeited $400,000 as a drug heroin dealer in the United States. He forfeited that money. Hold on, sir.
Let me respond again.
I know, but respond at the end.
Hold on. Where's the evidence that he was dealing on drugs in the United States? Do you have the evidence?
Yes, I do, and it's not.
Then provide it. Send the link here now. Let me see the evidence.
You have to do because it's not in dispute. You don't be lazy. Google it. It's right there. Once you Google it, if you don't find it, then I'll tell you. Hold on. UFC.
It is fake news.
UFC is not. Hold on. So
okay,
now,
go ahead.
Yeah. So now,
answer the rest of the question.
Also, when he was governor, when he ran for governor, there are opponents of his that were whacked, right? That were killed. They were whacked. Funso, I can't put up the whole name, but you have to Google a lot of these things for you.
Okay,
but
let me
let me land. Let me land, please.
Because you are making an accusation, fake an accusation.
I'm not. But here's one that I probably the only one.
See.
UFC, you're not being fair. You're not being
fair. This is the
fair.
problem I have with my Eastern brothers. They always dwell in propaganda without facts. They will come online. one did it yesterday. He said Nigeria is now the third largest economy in Africa. I said, no, they are the first still. I said, then we provide data. He said, no. He have his own data. Okay, post the data. Let's see it. Then
Okay, but UFC, you said somebody yesterday and from the southeast and me. That's only two people. So how could you say
what
the
I'm
entire
trying to say
southeast
is that,
brothers, your
hold
southeast
on,
brothers?
hold on. I always say this thing. You see, no matter who you are, sometimes always be fair and balanced in your discussion when it comes to politics. All these things you are accusing the man for.
Okay, but
you hold on.
You interrupted a discussion
but
here.
You don't.
What is your tribe? What is your UFC? What's your tribe?
What you guys are doing?
UFC.
Instead of you to hold on,
what is your tribe? No, hold on. Answer this. What is your tribe? What is your tribe?
I'm from Edo State. I'm an Edo man.
So what is your tribe?
I just answer you.
I know, but you're from Edo State. But what is your
tribe?
I'm
not going to give you more because we are on.
You don't have a tribe, right? You don't have a tribe.
Yes, fine. Let's agree on that. I don't have a tribe. No problem.
Okay, so stop talking about people. You could say somebody from Abia State or somebody from, because that's the only thing you've got yourself is your state. Stop talking about tribes where you don't have a tribe, right? So I can't hit you back. So you
because I'm not going to tell you my tribe.
You don't have one. You don't have a tribe. You don't have a tribe.
Yes, I cannot tell you because we are
you are tribe. You are tribe envy.
Why should I give you more information about myself?
You are tribe envy. You don't have a tribe.
Tribe envy. Yeah. Envy of what?
If somebody does something to you,
envy
such as myself,
of what?
You could then knock me by my state because that's
if you observe, then
if I'm
the minority tribe, the minority tribe in Nigeria, they don't cry as you guys. They don't come online and cry and cry and cry.
I don't care what you do. You don't have a tribe.
They rather compete with the rest of the.
You like to come and say two tribes. You like to come and have two tribes.
You want everything to be handed over to you for free.
Yeah.
You don't know how to compete in politics or nothing.
Let me ask you something.
You want the presidency to be given to you.
What can you compete? Let's say somebody from Enugu State. What do you have in Edo State to compete with an Enugu State?
Okay. What do you have above the? What do you have in Enugu?
Do you have more? Do you have more degrees? What do you have?
What do you have? What do you have?
Okay, so
what do your state have?
Well, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Something. Now, by the way, I like at least you took that correction. When you're gonna be discussing something with anybody you consider to be from the south, you find out their state, and then if you want to be general, talk about their state. Don't go aiming your gun at the mighty Igbo tribe where you don't have a goddamn tribe.
And be saying all sorts of BS. He did this, but you don't have
like what? What did I say? Give me what? What did I say? Give me.
That Tinubu is he killed his opponent. Do you have the evidence that
I was telling you, I was giving you the evidence, but you're not listening.
Because you don't have it.
You interrupted me. Okay, so why don't you then wait for the tribunal who's looking at it? Hold on. The tribunal.
Let me tell you something.
The
tribunal right now.
Could you hold on? Let me finish what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
The president will remain president.
Let me insist
Nothing
on
will happen. Nigeria will not fall. Nigeria will not break.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
You will come online and complain and cry also.
No, I will not.
Watching.
I will not. If the tribunal doesn't do the right thing, we're gonna get in gear to make him do the right thing. Okay, I'm not gonna complain to you. You never seen me. You never heard me.
You saw the Fulani tribe for 8 years.
Okay,
then when it comes to election,
there you go talking about tribe.
Like them, that they should come in and vote for you.
UFC. Let me tell you what it is. People like you you don't have a tribe. So your job in Nigeria is to set two tribes to be fighting one another, right? I just asked you, what's your tribe? You don't have one.
See, the thing is that the good thing about the South is that you don't even need to push them to do anything. They by themselves know how to divide. It is as simple. With their words and the way they do things.
Okay, thank you.
So you don't need any push.
You don't. You're right. What is wrong with that? That's
nothing.
the way
It
we
is
are.
good, but see,
Okay.
the reason why I'm tired is that if you want to, one of your leader, you want him to become president, at least those that will support you in the future, don't insult them
Hold
now.
on.
And when it comes to
Who
time
won
for
Edo State?
election, and start playing
Who won your
with them.
state?
You think they
Who
are
won
fools?
Edo State? Who won Edo State? Your state. Who won?
Yes, Peter Obi won.
Okay, then. So
And so what?
So what are you talking about? What are you talking? I mean, your point is you're making P2B to be a southeastern or Igbo candidate, and it's not. He won your state. He won
You are
Lagos
okay.
State,
Let me ask
right?
you simple
He won.
thing.
Hold on. He
As we
won.
speak now, Yoruba people are being called bigots.
But that's not your business
that.
because you're
But
not Yoruba, right? What
some
is
of
your
them,
tribe?
hold on.
What is
Some
your
of
tribe?
them vote for Obi. Some of them
Yeah,
vote for
I
Obi.
Fenifere vote for Obi.
But if you look at
vote for Obi.
But if you look at the result from the southeast, Tinubu did get up to 5%. But who are the bigots now? Is the Yoruba, not the Igbo.
Okay, so you make an important point there, right? Hold on. Yeah. Let me answer you because I encountered you about a month ago. The first time I saw you was about a month ago with two Niger. I don't know if you recall that discussion between the three of us. Do you remember? Do you remember you and I being in a conversation with two Niger about a month ago?
Yes, of course.
UFC. Okay.
I know because that's the reason why I came in, because I hear your voice again. You are into the election BS again.
All right, thank you. I just want you to know that I do recall you coming in with the same kind of sentiment. But I boiled it down for you then, and I'm boiling it down for you now. You are behaving like a minority. For example, here in the United States, the Jews play that politics.
But at least you are not majority. You are not majority in Nigeria. You are also a minority.
Can you let me land?
You are not the majority.
I know, but can you let me land? Let me land. My point is not nasty. It's not trying to pick on you. I'm trying to tell you, it's a normal phenomenon when you have a tiny minority, and all they want to do is to have two big giants fighting, right, all the time. But what they forget is that when two elephants fight, those little ants get crushed in the grass, right? Which is what's happening to you. For example, when the first time I came on this program,
I'm not going to cry over that. Go ahead.
No, I understand. Let me tell you why I said that. The first time I came on this show,
you don't have to explain why you say that. Just say,
are you sure?
Give your opinion. I'm okay with it. You can insult me.
Fine. I'm not right. Trust me. You're a youngster.
No, it's okay.
I want to be able to tell you why I'm doing something so you know. I'm not against you. Trust me. The phenomenon it's called,
you can say whatever you want.
I want you to Google it. It's called bandwagoning effect. That's what minorities do, right? Weaker people do that. Okay. If you are not strong, you try to bandwagon. Hold on. When I'm making a point. Okay.
I know the people that people that did that in the past election.
Hold on. I want to explain something to the audience. And it's called bandwagoning
effect. Yes, I know about it. But you guys are the one.
Hold on. What is it? What does it mean?
You guys are the one involved in bandwagon effect, because
what does it mean though?
Hold on. Majority of the people, they said they wanted to vote for the Southeastern, that he was the most competent one in the race. But have you heard both of the three of the candidates speak? If you are honest deep down, when they answer questions, have you seen the way they because Obi, I have listened to Obi. When they ask him any question, he hardly answer anything. Hardly. It will bypass this question and answer another thing. If you pay attention, listen to him speak. Whenever they ask him
remember, that's not what we're talking about. I am not here to defend Obi. You may be right in what you're saying.
But a lot of people voted for him and said he's the most competent.
Right. Okay. But hold on. I don't know if you watched Dr. Damages on last Saturday, about a week ago. Did you watch the guest that came on that show?
Yeah, Doctor. Yes, the doctor.
Dr. Wumi, right?
Okay. Dr. Wumi. Yes, I watched. Right. I watched it.
Do you think he's a rational person?
Yes, of course, because he gave his opinion, and I agree with
Hold
some
on.
of his opinion.
Okay, good. You do you think he's educated?
Yes, he's a highly educated man. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he knows history and historical figures, especially in Nigeria, more than
Of
the
course.
average person?
Yes.
Right? Do you do? So, do you think he's a good man, a patriot?
Pastor, the man was only telling you what you wanted to hear. You didn't want to be insulted on Dr. Damages.
Hold on.
Let me
So
say this.
I watched
Hold
that show.
on.
That man was
I'm not going to
telling
say,
all of
hold
you
on.
what you want
I'm
to
not going
hear.
hold on. I'm not going to say he's a patriot. All what he did in that show is that he just gave his opinion.
I understand, but what I'm saying,
And he also gave them what he wanted to hear. So that way they don't insult him.
As a matter of fact, he was treading softly. He said, I think he was at the point it was measured. They were calculating and watching what he was going to say. But when he was started towing that line of obedience, they gave him soft landing. But
okay,
some
but
of
hold
the
on.
things
I
he
was
said, the interview itself was a shit show from get go.
hold on. You were. I was gonna ask
Let me say
UFC.
something.
The next.
The
Hold
reason
on.
why
Hold on.
most
UFC.
Nigerians don't
Hold
want
on.
to speak the truth is that
Hold on.
they don't want to offend. They don't want to
UFC.
offend our Eastern brothers.
Okay,
They
I
don't
was
want
gonna
to
ask
speak
you.
the truth
My
and
next
offend
question
our
to you
Eastern
was gonna
brothers.
be:
For
Do
me,
you think Dr. Wumi is a coward? Do you?
What will I say?
No,
Is a
answer
coward?
that.
He gave his opinion.
Oh, hold on. Okay, do you or do you not? I mean, anybody else could answer that. Do you really think that Dr.
I'm not going to
Wumi?
call him a coward.
You're
But
not, right? You think he's
no, I'm not going to
courageous then?
call him a coward.
So
But he gave
he
his
cannot be
opinion. But
intimidated.
opinions are not facts.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Okay?
Mike, do you think Dr. Wumi is a coward?
Coward in what sense?
In the sense that
because he's
he was afraid of say obedience, or because he's afraid of Southeasterners, or he's afraid of even the owner of the show.
I'm not saying they are afraid. They don't just want to say it.
You know, the only thing that irritates me is when somebody's not being civil. We're having a conversation here. Relax. So my question to Mike and Adewale, and yourself, you want to answer it, is: do you think Dr. Wumi is the kind of person that would say he will support Obi because he's afraid of the crowd, or the host, or me? Because I did have an engagement with him. Are you saying that Dr. Wumi, who's written scores of articles against he's been in government, against the most brutal dictators, he's been against Buhari, he's fought the good fight against people who could actually do something to him. You are saying here, without shame, without respect, you're saying that he's a coward.
Nobody says a coward, Pastor. Who says the coward?
Nobody called him coward.
Well,
you are the one asking.
If you say half a dozen, you mean 6, right? If you say that he would
do you want me to give you my
he gave the
opinion
answers
about
he gave because
no, he didn't want to deal with the headache of the obedience. He just didn't have time for you guys. So he just have to agree with your rubbish and just move on.
Because I know the person that is speaking now. You are the one who accused the is it the journalist, former journalist in Sarah reporter, that he was biased against former petroleum minister and.
So you did watch my
yes, I did. Because if you observe what you did, hold on, if you observe what you did there, you single out the people from your tribe only that you believe he was biased against. But you did point out other people that
it was not him. I said the organization, not him.
Yeah, the organization. But you did point out other people, other tribes. So you guys always claim that other tribes are bigots, but you are the one. Because what you did there, you only point out people from your tribe that you thought
hold on,
biased
against. You are the only one here who talks about tribe. Nobody else is talking
yes,
tribe.
because I have to mention it. Because
you don't have a tribe.
The people you single out and mention their name, they are from your tribe.
You're from Edo.
You
don't
guys
have a
will
tribe.
not let anybody interject. You just
go ahead. Go ahead. This kid is just annoying.
Let me speak to that.
I'm tired of the older generation causing division and creating division in the country.
You know, if
you guys put us in this position.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Pastor, if you have studied Dr. Damages very well, when he conduct interview, he put his interviewee in a very comfortable position. Hardly you will see him throwing jabs or putting them in a tight corner so that they will be free to express themselves and express it freely. But at a point, this man was sounding, he may be academic, may be good in academic and all that, but when what he was saying at the point was not actually, to me, wasn't coherent enough. What, as someone who had contested for governorship, California, twice or three times, I expect him to be more. He wasn't fluent at the point. It was.
That's not the same. That's not the
Hold on.
same guy. You're wrong. That's not the same guy.
Dr. Adewo made the interview last week. I watched the show. I watched.
No, but
the
he didn't
interview.
contest for anything in California. That's not. You're talking about the. I guess.
No. I remember the one you were talking about. Oh, that old man in New York. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the one that was in the Californians and all that. Well, yeah, if it were to be for that particular man in New York, I think he was. He too was playing safe at the time. At the point, he was. It was more or less meeting the obedient in the middle, because they both agree that Nigeria's situation is more than meet the high and all that. But where he disagreed with them was, I believe, when he was talking about the system itself in general, what he believes and all that. And a lot of people on the show were actually not in agreement with him. But the last interview with the one in California was one I was trying to speak to, because that one was just a messed up interview. The man wasn't able coherent at the point. He was churning out the conspiracy when he was talking about turn by turns and all that. And I was like, wait a minute, this is not fact. We just you're just coming up with your own makeup or made up stories and all that. So some of those things are just.
I didn't attack him. I could have attacked him. I didn't attack
him. Yeah, but at the point, of course, it was on the obedience. As long as you are not on the side of the incumbents, then you're on the obedience side.
Another thing is that I'm not an obedient. I'm not on the obedience
side.
Yeah,
your own is even on the extreme side. If you have to be obedient, that would have been better. Your own is completely
listen, I am on the true and false paradigm, right?
How do you judge
you don't want? It's not somebody. I'm judging situations. When I asked Dr. Wumi if you will listen to that thing, because I said our kids.
As long as you are IPOP sympathizer or supporter, there's no way you can hold on to the truth. Everything you say is not true.
Okay, are you trying to derail us or send us way back? Forget about IPOP for now. There's no.
Let me.
That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about.
Pansa, let me go a little bit more deeper. This ideology of we have to take it, with force. It never works. It never works. When I'm not saying the agitation.
I said it worked in Iraq.
Hold on.
It worked in Iraq.
The Iraq is shadow of itself now. See, I'm not against the agitation from the southeast. Okay, I am a firm believer of once you believe in something that you are being cheated, you have a voice, you can speak up. But you see, where I disagree is when there's no fundament, there's no concrete in the ideology itself. This person will say this, the other person will say that, and at the end of the day, there's no cohesiveness, and there's no harmony in what is being information being propagated. So, and when it took a south turn to me was when Nnamdi Kanu was preaching violence. That was where I lost it completely with them. And then his disciple in Finland, the one that was on change, decided to start acting like a deranged human being. That's when I lost it. I lost complete respect for both of them. You see, you can't preach love or preach hate, and you now want to come around or turn around and try to justify what you've said or the preaching you've said in the past.
Okay, look,
I am of opinion. Hold on. And it's also snowballed into politics. You see, it's very disheartening to see the older generation getting it wrong and the younger generation also following the same footstep. at least someone has to get it right. You know, the hatred, or should I say the violence you and every other IPOP supporter are preaching, you would not take it them to the promised land. You have to find your way to that union table whereby you table your case and then you find a political solution to it. That is the best. It may take long. At a point, it may seem impossible to accomplish. But I can tell you, consistency will do the trick. But when you have the youth saying something else, and you also have the elders also saying something different. Look at Niger Delta. Today, Niger Delta Commission is ensuring a constitution. Today, in 1999, when we started this third republic, that region was on fire. That Southeast is like a child's play compared to what was happening in the South there.
Exactly. Look,
But you see,
they
look, came. Hold on. They came with. Hold on now. They came with the same narrative of, yes, we will make sure that that region is ungovernable, is unrest, and everything will be thrown into disaster.
Okay. So
at the point,
we support it. Look,
hold
we
on
supported
now.
that. You're never gonna land. I can't stay here the whole night.
But you spoke.
Let me interject.
You spoke earlier for a longer time, and I did not interject.
Don't try to get even with that. Don't worry. I mean, I understand, but let me interject what you're saying because it's good. It's a dialogue, right? The kid came in here, UFC, and he was all over the place, derailed our conversation. But what I'm saying is that one thing you have to understand with the Southeast, right? Now let's put it by region. When the Niger Delta were going through what they were going through, we thought it was unfair to them. We supported them, right? When the Yorubas get attacked and their forests taken over, and they want to form Amoteco, we supported that, and we say no, they have a right to build their outfit. Anybody, you could be in Benue, and they want to create something in their constitution to prevent people from taking cattle and menacing them and killing them, taking over their lands. We support anything that's progressive in the country. We don't occupy forests. We don't take people's lands. So what is the problem? Like this kid here, UFC.
But you're trying to claim South side as Biafra.
Let me land. I'm telling the truth, right?
Let me give you the difference between what the Southwest leaders did and what the Southeast did.
No. I'm not talking about that. Hold on.
They handle the security issue. Whereby
a host when I'm talking. Try to control this kid. Try to mute him because he keeps interrupting me. I'm making a very good point. The point I'm making is that he comes in here with a strategy employed by weaker tribes or weaker states or entities. People who find themselves in a weak position is to bandwagon.
Because we are tired. You guys see that what Mike, you guys accuse people of.
Mike, do you have a mute button or you don't? Mute the guy.
That's what you guys
mute him, please.
You are the bigot.
All right, he won't let me talk.
You are the bigot here.
See, Mike,
you are the one accusing everybody for what you are doing.
Could you make this kid stop talking, please? So now, I am saying to you, Adewale,
you can't take what you are ditching out. You won't even let me talk earlier. You now want me to mute somebody for you after you've spoken for a longer time.
Okay, let me. You're right. I have spoken for a longer time, but let me conclude by saying, by the way, I have a lot more to say. That's why I'm speaking for a long time. But let me conclude by saying to you, my mission here after dinner, as a matter of fact, I made a call while I was on the dinner table, is to say to Mike, in your case, I used to admonish you the same way I'm admonishing Mike now, but you kind of, I don't know how to put it. You kind of straightened up a little bit, but Mike is all the way out there. And usually when I listen, his reason are probably what kids say in the chat room about Yorubas or historically what's alleged to have been said between us. And we have ours.
Answer, if the care is not taken, your people, they will miss the chance of being in charge of the affair of this country.
No,
Take
but
it
what
from
is
me.
there to be? What is there to cherish about that? Being in charge,
Wow.
I don't even think the average Igbo person cares about that president.
Yeah,
Honestly
yeah,
speaking,
right.
now I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
right. When the
the
entire
average,
region
no,
voted a
only
mass for
people who
90
care.
something,
No, listen,
90
the only people
something.
who care are one Nigerian. Okay, real Igbo people. You see, the only people you guys know
They did
in
not
that.
care, but they voted
Yeah, no,
99, 98% for their son.
if you go and look, that's the same way they voted for Atiku, for example. When you have two
That's not
people,
true.
go and look. All right, when they voted with them, the PDP, just those two parties alone is enough to demarcate, to differentiate the two. Okay, APC, the evil party. So the other regions are not matured enough yet, like the southeastern. I'm going to tell you why. This is not knocking them. It goes in metamorphosis. Okay, if you look at metamorphosis, there are two types of metamorphosis: the complete metamorphosis and the incomplete metamorphosis. Because of the war and other reasons, the southeasterners went through the entire complete metamorphosis. They went because they're like a butterfly. They went from the egg to the larvae to the pupa, then to the adult. Okay, each one of the stages in that type of metamorphosis, the youngster is very different. The egg is different from the larvae. The larvae is different from the pupa, and then to that adult. Right, it emerges and it flies. But the Yorubas and the other tribes, they underwent what's called incomplete metamorphosis, like the cockroach. They went from the egg and then emerged as a nymph, looking like the adult. Do you follow me? It's metamorphosis, but you didn't go through the complete metamorphosis. You just emerged as an adult, right? You look like an adult, but you're a nymph, right? You don't have wings, you can't fly. But every other feature, you look. So that's what's happening. The other
He
tribes.
metamorphosed into confused people. That's what happened. Man.
He's
The way
taking
you
it.
guys conducted yourself, you are confused, man. That's what happened to you.
he's taking it as a tribal war, right? But let me finish. Listen to this, Mike. What I'm saying to you is that we want progress in the country, right? We are not all the same. Like me, I'm different from Nandekano and Simon Eba, right? I understand what they're trying to do, but it's woefully inadequate. So I'm not against them, but they are to my left. We have to use our head here. We can't take that country. And that's going to be the only salvation that Africans have, because if we don't, we're going to be in perpetual regression until these people kill us all in that country. We can't let them do that. They're weak. It's about 1,000 people talking
Mike,
nonsense.
I would have believed that you guys would have been able to fix the country.
What was
But
that?
with the evidence on ground, I don't think you guys can do the same also.
Yeah, we can, because
After
like I
30
said
years,
before,
they
you know,
will.
The result is there.
let me end by telling this to you. There's
The result is there on
I said,
ground.
the guy that I quoted earlier, his name is Mr. Shalabi from Iraq. There's something that he said that's remarkable, and it's indelible in my mind. He says to the United States, he says, look, when America punishes her friends and rewards her enemies, the world makes progress. That was a remarkable statement. That's what we need for the United States to do for us. Either stay out of it, make sure Britain stays out of it. Let us handle it. Let the Igbos handle it. We can handle it. If the rest,
let me
hold
say
on,
this
hold on. Let me land.
Even
Let me
without,
land.
hold on, let me say this. Even
Let me
without
land.
this, hold on. Even without the Britain, the America, it will end up the same result as it were before.
No, it's not, because
it will.
When we
I'm
first,
telling you, because
you went in the war.
Hold on,
I
it will
was in
end
the
up the
war.
same thing, because this is the thing,
Let me land. Let me
other
land.
generation,
You
other
just
generation want to lead the new generation into
let me tell you,
disaster again.
the same
Because
thing
you don't
happened
think,
with
you believe
Germany,
everything is done by violence, and violence doesn't end well.
Germany and Britain, right? Britain would never let Germany rest, especially they went into First World War and they lost. So Britain were just sucking it to them, right? But eventually the Germans went back again. They did lose the Second War. with American help and everything else, they lost, but they won a perennial peace after that. They were left alone after that war because Britain then got to see. They got to see what these people are made out of. So it's the same thing that we have.
They were not left alone after the war. It was until 1990 that the Berlin
whatever. Yeah, but what I'm saying, the process of say United
they
States
were occupied for about 50 years.
Right. Okay, but at least they without the United States, they were going to take over that Europe, and they know that. So what I'm saying to you is that what's going on in Nigeria, right? Remember, the good forces are coming. It's not the Igbos, it's not the Southeasterners, it's everybody who wants the right thing in that Africa. Okay, even African countries are on the side of the right thing, right? You saw what Tinubu is trying to do in Niger. Good people are saying, hey, no, we want you to knock it off. We don't want you supporting France and United States interests, right? So it galvanized to where the good forces are overwhelming the evil ones, such as Tinubu and his cabal, right? So what I'm saying to you is that the Edo, who were normally, don't mind this wayward UFC here, he says from Edo, maybe he's from the northern part of Edo, who are Muslims and they don't know what they're talking about, right? So, but the Edo, they are with the good forces. If you go to Niger Watch, right, there a lot of Edos there. They support the right thing. They're not like this UFC kid here.
Hold on. Let me give you what is happening there.
Go ahead.
See, that's the thing. One thing I observe, anyone that said nice thing about the Southeastern and when it comes to Obi issue.
I didn't say Southeastern.
Hold on. They will pull up. Let me tell you what Niger Wash is my brother. Let me tell you what he's doing. He knows the truth, but he's just making money. Go and check his view.
Come on.
Yes, that's what he's doing. Let me see.
He's not that kind of a guy. He's not that kind. What can you say?
That's what he's doing. You know what?
Elvis is not that kind of a guy.
Man.
Come on.
I did my research on why a lot of people are bashing Prince Harry and his wife. Then when I go through YouTube, I discovered there are some pages. When they were not talking about those two couples, their view were very small. But immediately they start bashing and talking about this couple, their views skyrocket. So it's all about money. When
That's
people come and say all kind of things about obedience, they are just gaining popularity and making money from views.
Can I ask you something?
Niger was using them to grow his channel. They don't even know that. And they collect donation from them. That's all.
It's not that kind of thing.
Social media, I understand.
UFC.
I know what people are doing. People are just playing.
Niger was using you guys to grow. That's all. And make money. That's what it is.
Mike, do you know why?
He doesn't give a shit about you guys.
I don't get along with Elvis,
because right? I went to that time. I told him,
can you mute this? This guy is worse than you, Mike. Mute him. He wouldn't let anybody talk. So what I'm saying is that I used to go to Niger Watch. I don't get along with him, and I used to be one of the ones that would donate money there, right?
Exactly. That's why they keep you less coming.
No, but if he wanted money, right? If he wanted money, then he'll get along with me. He doesn't get along with me. I don't get along with him, right? I'm firing him. So I haven't been there, I don't know, 6 months, right? But so, and he doesn't mind it. We have each other's phone numbers. It's not like we've talked, but we don't get along. So if money is what he wants, I'm one of the top donors there. I saw that because it's small monies that we're giving to these people on this. It's like one man on this platform. So nobody's gonna change their principle based on that kind of money, right? So, but what I'm saying to you is that this UFC came here to insult Elvis and say that he's doing it for money, right? Now, people can read people who do something for money. Now, what kind of money are we talking about? For you to say that this Elvis is your brother and he's doing it for money, shame on you, UFC. Right? Shame on you. Now, my question to you is, what part of Edo are you from? Are you in the north or south?
I'm being honest. I call into that show. Hold on.
What part are you from? What part of Edo?
When I call into that show, I tell them, Tinubu won the election. I gave them reason. Before I know, a lot of people start insulting and pants on me.
That's right. You deserve it. For you to say that, you deserve to be pounced on.
No, it's okay. I was fine with it.
No,
Then
I mean,
one lady,
it's
then
not
one
true.
lady there, she was extremely agitated. I was scared that this lady should not get
What's her name?
have
What's
an
her
heart
name?
attack because of the
What's
way
her
she
name?
was
What's her name?
agitated.
What's her
Then
name?
because of that, and I told the Niger Watch, I said, please be honest with these people. Be honest. Just tell them you have you are educated. You have the information. Just tell them the truth, even if
Which
it
is
is
what?
bitter.
Which is what? What is
Because
the
it
truth?
was regarding the issue of I think the last court case. I don't know the issue of the last case before the swearing, when they said okay, they said they are not going to swear the president in. And I told them,
Right.
just tell them the truth that it will be impossible for that to happen. The court will not rule in favor of that. Be honest.
Okay,
Just
but wait, UFC. Okay, let me first of all, I want you to apologize to Elvis. He works very hard. I disagree with him on things, not in the issues, right? I really don't think if it's your brother, like
But
you said.
if I was the owner of the
Can
channel,
you?
I would have told the people.
Could you hold
it
on?
would be possible for that to happen. I would just be honest with my.
No, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that when you say he's doing what he's doing for money, this is a guy. He loves our country, right? I've seen a lot of work that he does every day, hours, just like one man does here, but even more so in Elvis' case. For you to say it's your brother and he's doing that thing for money, how much money? How much
Yes,
money?
he is.
Hold on.
Listen, he is. Because you know why I said he is? He's withholding the truth for profit. Instead of him to just say it,
two people
if
can disagree on what you
Okay.
just cited, which is if he's gonna be sworn in or not sworn in. I'm sure two people could make that. It's a debate, right? You cannot say when you said it or when you went to that show and you made your case on the fact that yeah, he's gonna be sworn in, right? Given Nigeria, you're not doing so by
You guys were-
intuition,
you
right?
guys were
You're not
saying
doing
that
it because you reason very well, you're smart, and you figured it out. You just guessing, right? You guess and then but to come because of that and say that he's your brother, you're from Edo State. Now, Edo State is as diverse as Nigeria. You have the northern Muslim ones, which I suspect that's where you come from, who are quite different from the southern part of Edo, which will be like our people.
Wasn't that the
right?
same channel that was called Edo Watch now became Niger Watch?
Yeah, they have a subsidiary, which is the same thing, but
So
that
it's
one's a
been
Nigerian one.
monetized.
Pardon?
It's been monetized.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not monetized, but is the truth being monetized? That's what is somebody saying something?
Yes,
no,
it's being monetized.
It's being
The guy is
monetized.
just playing game with people's emotion.
Because
what I'm trying to say is that people should be honest, even if it costs you some support. That's fine. But be honest with the country first. If you really love the country, when you go through, when you analyze your information, always come out with the truth. Just tell your support. Just tell the people.
Okay,
See,
UFC.
You will reduce. You douse the tension in the country.
It's my turn. Let me ask you questions now. Will you guys indulge me to ask UFC some questions? Adewale, could I take permission from you, Mike?
It's your cousin. He's listening to you.
Okay, let me ask you something now. UFC.
Ziggy.
Yeah. Do you believe that Nigeria is on the right path right now? The trajectory. Do you give me a snappy answer on that? Yeah, give me a snappy one.
The answer is hold on.
I have a lot of follow-up, so just yes or no. If it's no, why?
The answer is no, because the issue of leadership is spread across the country. We have bad leadership everywhere in the 36 or 37 states in Nigeria. So this spread across. It's not just, I'm not going to point one tribe out here.
Right.
Including people from my tribe, leaders from my tribe also.
Right.
They are part of the problem.
Okay.
So I'm not going to single out one person here.
It's a national issue.
Yes, a national issue.
Issue performance-wise. Nobody's performing very well. It's not based on their tribe and all that, right?
Yep.
Okay. do you believe that in that last election that it was conducted according to law, according to the law that governed that election?
Yes.
Yes, yes, it was.
It
Let me answer. Yes, it was.
Okay, go ahead. Why do you think so?
The reason because the INEC official chairman, he followed the procedure. Yes, they didn't post the result at first on time, but the posting of the result take off that very day, that very Saturday evening. They started posting the result
on the 25th of
that same day. In the evening of it, they started posting the result of the election.
Okay.
They post
hold on. If you're saying, okay, he conducted the election according to the guidelines, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to find out that the guideline clause 38 of that guideline calls for that election to be transmitted from the polling unit, right? Now, this is not an opinion thing. You don't have a choice in it. That's just what the law says, that the election results should be transmitted from the polling unit directly to the center. Yeah, I'm almost on.
That's what you are reading. It's not from the Constitution. It's from the INEC rules, rule book, not from the Constitution.
Exactly.
Because
Okay.
the Constitution is focused on the hard copy of the election, not the transmission or whatever. It's from the original hard copy. That's the evidence you need to provide to the court or anything, not what they post on social media or anything.
Okay, but listen,
on the website.
Listen. The point is that you are making a differentiation between the Constitution and that clause 38 of the electoral procedure and guideline, but there's also the Electoral Act, section 60 to 65, that gave authority to INEC to pick the date of that election and do that procedure and guideline, which are extensions of the law now, right? So that Electoral Act of 2022, it's in tandem with the Constitution, but it's an electoral act that was passed by our National Assembly, ascended to by the president. So they're all laws, right, that gave INEC, for example, INEC, when they published that procedure and guideline, they picked a date for the election, for example. They picked February 25th, right? So they couldn't, after they publish that and it becomes law, right? There are people who would use all kinds of nomenclature, right? I call it law, right? So if, for example, they conducted that election after they published that thing and they picked February 25th, they couldn't, for example, run that election on the 10th. Let's say Mahmoud, hey, look, I know you guys are waiting for the 25th. We published that in our guideline, but we now had it on the 10th. And here's the winner, right? They couldn't do that because that 25th is sacrosanct. That's the law. Now, they have the power to change that, but it's not Mahmoud. It's not going to be him. Say, look, I changed it. They have to go back as a commission and then vote on it and then come up with another date, for example, on another. So that's the way it works. When you have a law, the Constitution can be amended, but there are procedures to do each one of those things. You can't say there's a Constitution and go ahead and just change it overnight. No, you have to go back and do same thing with that electoral that clause. On that clause 38, procedure and guideline, that is what it is. He cannot change it unless it goes back to the commission and they do it as a commission. Mahmoud couldn't go on TV like some people say, oh, he says it, he changed his mind on it. He doesn't have that kind of power. So that's what I want you to understand, because you're just talking as a layman and say, oh, they did it exactly the way it's stated. No, because that law also specified that if you, for whatever reason, you're unable to transmit that result from that polling unit, then you cancel it and rerun. That's the way it does it. And also, if you tamper with that and you don't do that, then it says you go to jail for 6 months and you pay 500,000 naira or whatever it is, million naira, right? So that's the law. So that's I was telling that day earlier. We cannot be in a country where there are laws there, and then you're gonna come out and say, "Hey, do your worst." Tinubu won the election. That's bullshit, right? That is
Language.
in this. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's now time for us, now for any good African, even if I was born in Togo. Once I know this is going on in Nigeria, I will don my helmet, get my AK, and go over there and do that battle, because that's the battle we have to do in Nigeria. Okay, the law is sacrosanct, right? Technology, true and false. Those 3 things.
You see,
and for anybody else who comes and they say they're gonna go near this, we'll go to
the
war.
good thing about this conversation is that the court will prove INEC right. You understand me? When the court, when they deliver their judgment,
right,
the court will prove INEC right. You see, they were clear. See, people, I always tell people, if you want to remove incumbent in Nigeria, it is simple. You have to go back to history. There's a way APC removed PDP from power. You know why? It was because of the unity of the opposition. Because the opposition, all of them came together. Let me call the names. Kwankwaso was part of it. Atiku was part of it. Buhari, Bukola Saraki. A lot of political heavyweights, they came together and they united. They were able to remove PDP from power. This past election, I told a lot of people, I beg, even some of the obedience, I said, I know Atiku will not step down, but if Obi can step down for Atiku, so they can unite, they'll be able to remove APC from power. But I was insulted, I was bombarded. Even there's this other guy,
You should be.
Hold on, this activist, popular activist in Nigeria, Deji, same thing with Deji. Deji said same thing. We were bombarded because people were being too emotional. They didn't see the bigger picture. We saw it coming.
I know, but what you just said is ridiculous, though. I mean,
no.
How do you miss it? How don't you get it? I mean, what you just said.
Listen,
hold on. Could you
guys?
Can you tell me? Can you tell me what part of Edo are you from? What part of Edo are you from? What part of that state are you from? Can you tell me? I really want to know. Are you from the north?
I'm from Benin. Can you speak Benin language? Then let me respond to you. Then you know I'm a Benin boy.
No, I believe you. If you say
I don't understand. It's like you thought that everybody in Benin, like Edo speaking, that they all support obedience. This is just a fake news you are
okay, all right, here. Okay. By the way, I appreciate that, and you didn't have to, but you told me where you're from. And unfortunately, there's a few of you over there.
You can speak the Benin language, and I will respond to you.
No, I cannot speak. I cannot speak.
Okay, then.
Okay, but I believe you though. I'm not doubting you. I wanted you to answer that, and you did. You're sincere. I believe you. But what I'm saying to you though, particularly you UFC, I'm very surprised at you as a young man, right? What is your problem? Is that you didn't go to school?
Because you know why?
Did you go to school? Do you have college education? Hold on. Do you
live in reality?
I know, but do you have college education?
Hold on. I don't live in bubble.
Can you tell me? Do you have college education? Do you have college education?
Hold on,
Wait,
sir.
I really want to know.
Hold on. I won't give you that personal information, okay? But what I'm trying to say,
just tell me if you have.
No, I'm not going to give you any personal information. You can
that's not personal. That's not personal. Tell me.
You're a bully.
No,
I'm not going to give you that information.
If you don't give me, it means you don't have it.
Yes, I don't have it. Fine. I'm okay with that. If you say I don't have it, I'm okay with that. Fine.
Okay, let me ask you something. Can you answer me this? What does paradox mean? paradox?
You think I should be answering you?
No, just tell me. Do you know what
Well,
that means?
no, I'm not going to answer you anything.
You don't know what it means.
Yes,
You've answered
you
everything else. You've answered everything else.
You can say so. Fine. Okay.
What is the square root of 9?
You see?
What is the square root of 9?
Fine. I don't know. Go ahead and answer your question.
See, here's the problem we have. Hold on. Here's the problem we have. We're coming on a platform, right? In Nigeria, we're gonna let somebody who is not educated, right? You don't have education, but you want to come here and tell us
hold on. Let me
you want to come here with primordial.
You cannot. Hold on.
Antediluvian.
You cannot battle me this debate, and you are bringing up other things because
you need to go to school. You need to go to school. You need to go to school.
Fake news here.
Because once you go to school, you will understand
Hold on. With your education and exposure, what have you done to develop your region?
Okay, can I tell you?
To impact life there. What have you done? Nothing. You are there in America, wherever you are, developing other people's country and be there causing trouble in your country.
But can I answer you? Let me answer you, because that is one thing. See, I've been trying to figure you out. I don't get it. You say you're from Benin.
Because you cannot figure me out.
Hold on. But you see, the problem is that you think that our dignity is in our buildings or our roads. No. That's a mistake the Northerners make all the time, right?
The thing is that the Southeast is not livable. Make Southeast livable for people to stay behind instead of running away from there to other states.
Let me answer
you. Make the region livable for your people. If you can do that, then I will take it serious.
It seems you went to evening school, right? And you are kissing someone and asking the square root of 9.
Yeah.
You are a real bully, man.
No. What it is that I kept trying to figure out UFC, right?
You don't have to.
And now
say it's from my dude. What else do you need from him?
Because you know the reason why he's surprised that he finally met an adult man who does not support obedience.
No, that's not what it is.
So he's surprised.
I just told you that I used to go to that Niger watch. I don't get along with them over there, right? So I have a fight with them. Every time I go there, I have a fight there with them, right? So, but that's not the point, though. In your case, that last time that I encountered you with 2 Nigerians, I just couldn't figure it out. You were worshiping 2 Nigeria's heirs, right? And you were against the proof.
Hold on. And I also disagree with 2 Nigerians.
Okay, hold on. Me? I'm saying. By the way, how old were you when you left Nigeria? How old were you? Can you tell me?
It was 13 years old.
No, hold on. Now.
I'm in Edo State here. I live in Edo State here.
Oh, you're back home.
Yes,
you never travel.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
The man never travel anywhere, and yet you are accusing him.
I got it. Okay.
See, you that been in America for 50 years.
Now I finally, you see, I have to apologize to you because I kept trying to figure out what is the matter with this kid, right? But you see, you're back home. You don't have a boot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, right? Because our internet in America here, that is YouTube that you're on, right? It's an American thing. Even these British people that you see around here, like Adewale and who's the other kid here, right? They come up here and the space is narrowed down. You're not supposed to be here arguing with any of these people you see on this platform. You're not in the same league.
Because why? Because you live in a white man's country. Because you live in a white man's country.
No, let me tell you why. Now, when I left Nigeria, right? When I left Nigeria, okay, I was as sharp as they come, right? I was smart, right?
Yeah.
And I was courageous. I was brave. I was a tough guy, right?
Okay.
But I left Nigeria. I stopped over in Frankfurt. Then I came to America, right? I came to understand how dumb I was, right? Until you left, because you're back home, right? Anymore. You have never left. The day you step your foot outside of that Nigeria and go to, say, New York, Atlanta, Los Angeles or whatever, you're going to know how dumb and stupid you are, right? Because nobody's going to understand what you're saying. You're not going to understand what anybody's saying for a couple of years. And and you be dressed like a bum, right? I mean, you be the most stupid person in your city, right? And that means that's for a smart guy now. That's like maybe a governor, right? I don't know your governor. What's your governor's name over there? What's his name now? I can't think of his name. If your governor,
Obaseki,
if he lands in New York, right, he's gonna be the most stupid person in that city for a couple of years. Nobody's gonna understand what he's saying. He's not gonna understand what they're saying. He be doing everything wrong, right? That's how backward you be because you're in Nigeria. You don't have lights. You don't like I said, you don't have a boot to piss in, right? So when we hear,
okay, fine. I am not exposed. I am not enlightened. But you have lived in America. Hold on.
I'm
So let
telling
me
you,
ask you. You have lived in America for years now. But still, you still have the Nigeria and Uzobu mentality.
Yeah,
you want chaos. You want chaos in Nigeria. But I don't. I live here. I don't want chaos here. But you want chaos.
I gotta give you a little
who's
credit
the smartest one now? You
I
have all
wasn't
the
able.
degree.
Hold,
You have all the.
Mike, mute this guy, please.
You are the stupid one here. I believe you are in your. I believe you are in your 60s or 70s or something like that. But look at the way you reason. Look at
you're talking to me. You're talking to me. You're talking to me.
United States for years.
You're talking to me like that because there is a social media. Before, like when I travel, I go to Nigeria, right? Everybody in your clan, I could have told them.
Let me bust your bubble. Most of us are living. Hold on, come on, bring yourself down. Most of us are living.
Get on your knees, UFC, and
we have wealth. We have wealth more than you guys there.
It's not.
You understand me? Let me put it to you now. Most of us who live here, we have wealth more than you guys there. That is why Nigerians that live in Nigeria, they are more wealthy than Nigerians that live abroad.
That's what you think, right?
Okay.
But it's not about that. It's not about that.
So keep quiet. Stop using this. What you are not. Trying to project what you are not here.
The only reason why somebody,
if you are smart, you won't want chaos.
Is going to be on this platform and talking while I'm talking is because of social media. Because what I kept trying to figure out, what's wrong with this kid, right? I had no idea. So I give you credit for that. That you were able to.
Listen, if you say this on my face in Benin here,
I'll beat the hell out of you too because
you will have your head. You will have your head chopped off. Don't know you are talking.
First of all, you won't talk to me if you saw me in person.
Please, not this. One thing about us in Benin here, we don't make mouth.
Yeah,
we deliver.
You keep
when it comes to violence, we don't make mouth, we deliver here.
You keep delivering yourself. I hear you guys always talk about how you do this, you do this. Not with or you say
we don't do that with anybody else. If you do anything here in our land,
as far as I'm concerned,
you to where you belong. We don't make noise. We don't come along and say we are powerful and all that.
Conquered you first
before we
go to the Fulanis. We should have taken you over. First of all, we should have just grabbed you all and taken you over. The first 48 hours, you conquer you. That's what we should have done. Because you keep running your mouth. If you saw me in real person, you wouldn't do that. Because first of all, I'm not in a good mood with you, right? With your people over there, all right?
It's not both of us are giving ourselves the same energy.
The only reason why
we're projecting our energy here. Just as you don't like people from the same I don't like people from the southeast because of their crying and wailing all the time. I'm tired of it.
What's wrong with this kid? I had no idea he's back home, and he's right here on this platform talking because America is so good to open social media, and you could just get on it. No matter where you are, you're in Nigeria. You on this here running your mouth.
To speak all this BS.
If it's left to me, you would have cut off from this internet, right? Go and make your own.
Mike, you observe most of this Nigerian diaspora from the southeast that want violence in the southeast and in Nigeria, they don't live there. They cannot survive here. They will be beat down. Can you? Okay. Can we make a bet right now? Can we make a bet right now? You buy ticket next week. Let's meet in somewhere in let's not use Edo State. Somewhere outside Edo State. Let's meet there.
Listen to this.
Can you do
now
that?
He's showing that he lives in Nigeria. Did you hear what he said?
Now can you do that? Like can we meet in somewhere in maybe let me say Ondo State or somewhere or in Asaba in Delta State? Can we meet there?
All right. Enough of that. All right.
You will disappear.
now that I
young
know,
man to
now
reach
that I
you.
know he's in Nigeria, I'm never ever gonna spend 1 ounce of energy talking to that kid, right?
Because you know why?
What a what a
All
what
of
a
just because you
what a
live
bunch
in the
of
United
bullshit
States doesn't
to
mean you
have
know more than
this
people that live
kid.
in Nigeria here. You don't
Yeah,
know more than people that live in Nigeria here. All you
okay,
get
so
is the news we want you to hear there.
you know, but you see,
Sometimes most
that's
of
the
you
thing.
get your news from WhatsApp.
I forced it out of you eventually to show that people such as yourself in Nigeria,
Oh,
you're
God.
fighting Nigerians who are in diaspora. You think you're smarter than we are, right? When people come home, you rip
Because
them
the
off
reason why we
and
believe
you
we are
kill them,
smarter,
right?
because most of you don't have the lever
See,
to join the political
now,
structure in
see what
Nigeria
I'm saying?
and wrest all
Adewola,
the
do
power
you
from
see
them.
now?
You don't have
Do
the
you see?
you don't have the lever to do that. If you have the lever,
Adewola, do
join
you
the
see? Do
political
you see
party,
that it's not just me? This
uproot
kid is insulting. It's Nigerians
uproot
in
the
diaspora.
leaders, the so-called leaders. You said they are not doing anything. Remove them from power. Let's see. Since you said you are so powerful,
You
you
see,
guys that live
you
outside.
have a complex against people who are in diaspora, right? That's what your problem is.
Because
But I
what the
don't blame
let me tell you
I
something.
don't
The
blame
reason
you
for that
because
is because
I
some
would
of
have
us that live here,
kicked you
we
out of
have
this
a lot.
platform
Hold on, hold on. We have a
if
lot
I
to
knew you were in
lose.
Nigeria. I would have kicked
I
you off.
have a lot to lose here.
Go and
Okay, I
protest.
have
Go
business
and
here.
protest and get the
I have
government
properties
back.
here. I have a lot to lose. You don't.
Okay, fine.
You
Good for
don't
you.
because you have second passport. I don't have.
Good for you. You're just
So I will
jealous
do
of
everything to protect
your
this country.
you got a complex against people in diaspora because you think we're all
Because
I guess
most of you are sellout there.
we're security
Most of you
guards
are
and we're
sellout. You
sellout
sold your country out to get
and we're
peanuts.
stupid. We don't have a
Most of you
gun.
are sellout.
We can't fight you when you come home. You rip us off and you do all kinds of things, and we just ignore your ignorant ass, right? So you're gonna get on our social media here and running your mouth.
Right.
Yeah, it's our social media. They don't have
Because
one
it's
back
trying to
home.
put you guys on where you belong. Because
You
most
see?
of you,
You see what I'm
we want
saying?
this. We need to put you where you belong.
Mike, over to you. Fight your mates.
Most of
on
you
this
want to
because
cause chaos. You said you
it's not.
AK-47 and call me. Do you know the terrain of this place? Do you know the
See?
terrain? Do you think
See
you
what I'm
can match with the locals here? You will be
See?
beat down.
See? Now,
You hear what now?
Hey, hello, guys.
Yeah, but
Hey,
first daddy. Oh, come on, excuse me.
you know, it's been funny for the past. It's been hilarious in the past couple of hours with Pansat and UFC. But Pansat, why are you profiling UFC? What are you trying to gain? What are you trying to do to them?
No, it was just that it was a conundrum, right? Here's this voice. It's not based on just tonight, right? There was something wrong, right? If a rational person, somebody who's in diaspora, right, the choices he's making is just so irrational that I thought he was outside, like Britain, United States, or somewhere, Germany, something. But I had no idea. If I knew he's in
No,
Nigeria,
are you saying that makes him less intelligent, or he should not share his opinion as he sees fit?
absolutely makes him less intelligent. Now, hold on. Before you, it's not a politically correct. Hold on. Now, do you recall, Prince Daddy? Did you ever live in Nigeria?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
He
How
live
old
in
were you
Iraq.
when you left Nigeria and went overseas? How old?
1 year old.
Hold on. This serious stuff. You were smart, right? In Nigeria, I'm sure. If you were an adult, did you leave Nigeria when you were an adult?
Don't profile me like UFC. I'm trying to get to the point.
No, here's my point is that normally, because like me, like I told him, I was sharp, right? When I left Nigeria, I was the sharpest person you could imagine, right? But when you land, when you got to the United States,
the way
right?
to his village no more.
Then you're gonna find out how dumb you are, really. I don't care who it is. The moment you leave Nigeria for the first time, you go overseas, you're gonna find out that you were dumb.
No, but remember, Pansat, you also said you came from the village. Now, someone that came from the village going to overseas like the U.S. or Great Britain would suffer a great shock. Okay, to the level of intelligence and perhaps the way people do things. But quite frankly, but hold on. But quite frankly, when I left Lagos and landed overseas, I wasn't that shocked.
But you were shocked, right? You had a culture shock, didn't you?
Well, somewhat, because if you live in a cosmopolitan city like Lagos and exposed to a lot of things, you are already exposed to things before you got there. So
A
it
little bit,
wasn't
a
like a
little
great
bit.
shock.
I know, but a little bit. I mean, that's still a
But
shock. If you're in those states,
it goes
isn't it?
both ways though. You know,
Yeah,
if a Westerner goes to Africa, also Nigeria, they too will suffer a culture shock. So
but it
it's
will be
not about
counter. It will be counter. Okay. For example, if you left, let's say New York, and you go to those states, right? When you try to turn on your faucet and there's no water, then you're gonna be shocked and say, "Oh, wow! How come there's no water?" Or
So
they
they were
say,
living in the village before coming to.
where could I use the toilet?" And they point you to the forest somewhere, right? You're gonna be shocked. You're gonna go, "God damn,
Pansa,
where's the toilet?" Right?
Pansa,
So
Pansa.
it's yeah.
Where is your village?
Why? What difference does it make?
I'm just saying.
It doesn't make any difference. Every village is a village in
I'm trying
Nigeria,
to
right? A
profile
village is a
you.
village.
I'm trying to feel
No,
you out where
no,
you
but
come from.
you heard Prince
How long you been
Daddy,
in
right?
America? How long
Prince,
you been in America?
hold up,
You've
Prince
been
Daddy,
here
right?
50 years, right?
Wait a minute.
What is the where?
I've been here longer before you were born. I've been in
That's what I'm
America long
saying. That
before you were born.
you see, you're actually right because I've been trying to figure you out. So that you've been gone for
But
almost.
I go home every year though, so it doesn't matter, right? I go home every year. I've got a lot of things going
Which
on in
local government
Nigeria.
you came from?
Well, it doesn't matter.
And
I
who
could
is
come
the
from any.
governor of
Okay,
your
I could
state?
come from any local
hold on.
government.
Okay, let me quickly ask him this question. Do you have businesses and properties in Nigeria?
Yes,
He
I do.
doesn't.
No, you
Yes,
don't.
I do.
No, you don't. If
Yes,
you
I
do,
do. And
no,
I'm
you don't.
about to. Let me tell you the big one.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me give you a reason why you don't have anything there. If you do,
Why?
you won't want chaos in the country.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you why you're wrong about
Just
that.
like,
Right?
listen, I have
See,
interest
you
here. I
mentioning
have business.
things.
I have properties here. I don't want any chaos here.
UFC.
That's the reason why I'm here fighting
let
you
me
now.
tell you. Let me tell you something. There's a difference between you and I, right? I don't worship money and that kind of things. Or I just told you my dignity is not in my properties, right? It's not in none of those. I love our people. I love my people. Africans, blacks, right?
Let me tell you something.
Hold on.
If you do, you won't support IPOP. You don't.
Hold on.
You don't like. You don't love your people. Because the people you are supporting, they are murdering your people there. You don't like them.
Right now, I cannot have a conversation with you because number one, I know you in those states, right? You're not exposed.
You should not be in this platform.
Let me
land.
Let me land, right?
Should not be in this platform.
Let me land. Number one, you're not exposed. You and I are not equally yoked, right? You got no business even.
The one who is not exposed. You have lived in the United States for years.
I
you still have this
you
mentality
to find out that you're not even educated, right? You're not educated. You have respect or you worship in property, right? You're talking nonsense about property, right? But let me tell you, just hear me out.
I acquired these things by myself. Since
I've been coming online,
okay?
I have never
I didn't steal to get it.
I've never talked about.
Also, my family,
they live here. Talked about IPOP.
I will do everything to protect them.
Since Prince Daddy just came in,
let's
pass it over to Prince Daddy.
War in Nigeria. I don't want war in Nigeria.
Things
can be done amicably. I have never seen any of your leaders present any motion for secession in the National Assembly. I have never seen it, and the Nigerian government reject it.
Okay,
so
Prince
what
Daddy,
you are doing, you guys are playing dangerous game. They have never.
Prince Daddy, you hear?
Any video whereby the Southeast leader they present motion for secession and the Nigerian government reject it.
Go ahead and take over. It's not when I want to talk now that you start talking.
No, let's answer. Let's just
Prince Daddy wants.
Let's go at it. Can you point to me any video, anything I can watch that they present it and the National Assembly reject it?
No, but
it is
that's
not there. You cannot find it.
You are
why the chaos?
Listen, UFC. I am not here to talk about IPOP. I've never given my.
But you are part of them, and we need to discuss it because what
I have not. I'm not against. I'm not against them.
Using it to meet your people and collect money from them.
I'm not against them, but money seems to be an issue with you. Know that we're not
that's
talking
what
about
you guys. Money. That's what you guys love most.
You don't have any money.
You guys are the
you
greatest
don't even know
sellout
what
in
money
Nigeria.
is, right? You know what money
You guys
is.
are the
So
greatest sellout in Nigeria.
you don't have the courage to come on this platform and talk because number one, you're not educated. Number two, you're all the way back home in a Dose state somewhere, right?
Yes,
You're
fine.
not
But at
exposed.
least
I
I
just
live in my
told you that
country.
even
I
if
didn't run. I didn't
Governor,
run. Because
Governor,
see,
Governor,
you did
Governor
hold on, you did
Baseki,
succeed here. You
if
did
Governor
But
succeed. You
no,
were a failure. You were a failure back
Pansat,
home here. Then
yeah.
you run away. You were a failure back home here and you run
See,
away.
that's what they think about
Pansat.
us.
You were a
Yeah.
failure. You were a total
See,
failure.
educate. Because somebody lives in Nigeria doesn't mean they're not educated, regardless
Well, he
of.
admitted it. I asked him a couple of square root of 9. He doesn't know
Because
what
I
it
don't
is.
need to answer you.
Well, then what
Because you
is it?
No,
Okay, ask him. Ask him.
he did not. He didn't want to
Okay,
indulge you
ask him
in
then.
trying to
Okay, you
profile him. No,
indulge him.
Yeah, that's
Ask him.
no.
what is trying to do.
Ask him.
He
See,
thinks he knows me. So you guys can
no.
ask and look and search for my information. I won't do anything.
I mean, I can only agree with you, Pansat, that when people are well traveled or they've been to different places, they have perhaps a better frame of reference to a lot of things. But to draw a conclusion that because someone is a non-traveler, that means that they're not smart. I don't buy that. I mean, that is to assume also that
Yeah. No, you're right.
that is to assume that a lot of Americans too that don't travel. Are you going to say that they are not smart, or what will be your conclusion because they live in America?
No, because the difference normally most people
it's from dimly.
most people
It's
in
never
America,
trouble.
right? They may not be educated in the orthodox manner, right? They may be educated in the unorthodox manner. Do you understand what I'm saying? Basically, there's a big difference. There's a chasm between the people of, say, the United States and people in Nigeria. It's a big difference. Right? Let's admit that.
Okay.
So you
Answer,
cannot say,
what are
let
you
me
doing
land.
in the southeast to impact the poor
Let
in
me
the
land.
southeast? If you see,
Let me
if you
land.
can give me the answer,
See the way
I will go
there's no
ahead
educated
and
person
verify.
that
Hold on, I
can
will go
jump
to
in
the
like that.
location and
It's not
verify.
civil.
Then I will
It's not
report.
civil.
Hold on. I will report
It's not
back
civil.
to this. I will report back to this platform. Can you tell me the things you are doing to impact life in the southeast?
Okay, I'm on this
Or in
platform.
Nigeria in general, what you are doing?
I'm on this platform talking. That helps the whole Nigeria.
No, you
Just
see,
talking here, right?
talk
but
is cheap.
no, but
and
I
free.
also occasionally I would donate my money. If money is what you respect. I do that too. But listen to this. I employ over 1,000 people in Nigeria.
Oh,
right? And none of them is in the southeast. Not even one.
Mm.
So one thing you have to understand is that this debate, when we come say on this platform especially, it's usually couched in tribal terms, right? We respond to that. And most of it is caused by people such as yourself. Not because you are in a do somewhere, but because you're uneducated. Right?
Listen,
and you come from a minority
of you
group.
guys, the educated one, babbling online, complaining,
and you also
and spew fake news
because
here.
you come from a small tribe.
You came
are doing what's called the bandwagoning effect.
I'm not educated, fine. But you came here.
You can't let me talk.
Hold on, you guys.
You're being rude.
You that is well read. You came here. You accuse someone falsely with evidence. You came here. You accused Tinubu. You say he killed son William. He killed the man. You accused him of different stuff, but you don't have the evidence here.
No, but
you
before
claim
oh, by the way, Prince
Daddy,
could you mute him? Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Prince Daddy, are you there?
You know that.
Prince Daddy,
you should know that.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know if you missed the dialogue between he and I on that issue that's raising. He raised the issue of accusing Tinubu of stuff without evidence, right? So I tried to tell him in law, in courtrooms, there are three types of standards to judge somebody, if it's criminal or if it's just, a lawsuit, civil lawsuit, or if it's a simple infraction and you just need a prima facie to deal with that. And then the court of public opinion, right? So I try to elucidate these things for him. And I spent quite a long time doing that. he apparently doesn't understand. In essence, like when you talk about standards, and you go down and say, okay, you need to convict somebody beyond a reasonable doubt here and there to a moral certainty. You've actually answered that question, but he doesn't understand things like that. Do you follow me?
Hold on.
So could you
Hold
then
on.
explain
Hold on.
how
Hold on.
would you
Okay, go ahead.
answer what he just said right there? Because I've already gone through the exercise. I spent time with him now. I trying to know if he's understanding what I'm saying, right? I said, what is the meaning of paradox? He doesn't know. I wasn't trying to ridicule him, but it's because in order for me to communicate with him, when I use words, he has to understand what I'm saying. You follow me? Do you understand? So that's what it is. It's not, at that time, I didn't know where he was. So, but now that I know that he's just in a state somewhere, hustling for money, because the easy access to get on a platform such as this with people in diaspora. I was trying to tell him, everybody you see here, everybody you see here on this platform, it's not the same thing as you see.
I can afford internet. I live here in peace.
Right.
Okay.
And
I live here in peace.
You get credit for that. But you could also be watching the house for a malam somewhere, and he has internet access, and you are a houseboy somewhere in the backyard.
Yes, yeah, fine.
So we can't judge you based on the fact that you have internet access.
I'm not doing human trafficking. I'm not selling drugs and all that.
I don't think you are. You don't come across as a criminal or some bad actor somewhere. You just come across as an ignorant person, period, that didn't go to school. Because you keep wanting tribal animals, and you want divisions among tribes. And hold on. So that places you, like for me, every time I've encountered you, what you're talking about is tribal, right? Tribal. Can I land? Will you be quiet?
Most of you guys are the one spreading tribal language.
Before you talk about it tribal all the time, that means you didn't go to school.
I gave an example. You go to Dr. Zambi's page platform. You accuse the former presenter of Sarah Reporters. But what you did there, you thought you were smart. You singularly picked people that you thought they were attacking. And those two people you single out were people from the tribe. Some of us are observing. We might not come there to speak all the time, but we know what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I did question people. There was
maybe
a
if
decline.
you are
hold on. Let me respond to that. There was a kid there who was an editor. Will you be quiet? Please. Let's have order. No, let's have order. I was there. There was a kid there called the Clan that used to be an editor at Sahara Reporters. And I was questioning Sahara Reporters about the way they treated Dora Kunyuli, for example, right? If you go through that publication, you're going to see that they published pictures of her in the hospital undergoing chemotherapy treatment. And they published the pictures of her at the hospital, and they were just writing a lot of articles, negative stuff about her. Plus, they also wrote 151 articles on Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, okay? 151 with one neutral and 150 negative articles. And I thought that was unfair, right? So I was questioning that, right? And the kid himself declared, said that he's the one who did the Dora Kunyili one. But he was also confusing it with Diziani, the former petroleum minister. But all of them come under what I thought was unfair treatment of women at Sahara Reporter. But now it begins to make sense. See, if I didn't question them on that, I had no idea that because it made no sense that Sowore or any of the African journalists would do what they did. So he identified himself as the one who did it. That particular Dora Kunyili one, he's the one who did it. No African really with sense would do anything like that. We have respect. Number one, have respect for women. Number two, their privacy. And then the sick, people who are dying. There's no way any African, actually continent-wide. So that was it opened my eyes. So now I'm gonna go back to go look at. There are certain things I want to see because it was perplexing at the time for me. I couldn't figure out why would Showore do this, but it's not him. The clan said that he did it, and that makes sense. He may be African. I don't know where he's from, but he
ain't no damn African.
yeah. So, but Adewale, you understand what I'm saying, though, right? So now the piece of the puzzle that I've been, because it was a conundrum. Showore publishing this article against Dora Akunyele, who is a public servant.
A daughter
I'm not.
of Igbo land.
I don't know if he did any fraud or not. That's not actually the issue. But my thing is, in a country where you have people like Erufai, for example, who was active at the time, Buhari, and so many other very, very bad actors who involved in killing people, genocide, and all kinds of things, then you're just picking on these women who are public servants. Maybe they're a little corrupt here and there, they get a BMW here. but to go that far, you couldn't be an African to do that. So, but I have pinned that on Showore's head all along as I was going through this thing. But this decline says in front of the world, it's like a confession. It says, look, I did that. Now, because that one is the most egregious. Remember, that's not even what I started with. I just wanted an example. So I used the one that has magnitude, not intensity. The one with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was significant. It's 151 articles with one neutral, the rest negative, right? So I used that example, and then in passing, I just mentioned the Dora Akunyele one, and he took credit for it. And then it started making sense. Showore wasn't the one doing a lot of those articles. You had somebody who was detached from our culture, who had no sense whatsoever of propriety. Yeah. Okay. So that's what it was. Prince Daddy. Thank you. And Adewale is gone. So if there's nothing else, I will be going to. Is there something else? So UFC, that's what I mean.
Hold on, sir. Please, I will beg you with one thing. If you have kids, I will beg you, I'll plead with you. Please, don't transfer this hatred you have for your mother country to those kids. Please. Let them grow up in a society where they will love their neighbor as themselves. Because what I observe is that most of you pass down this same hatred. There's one guy I normally bow to here, but he's a young fella. He was born in the United States. Always have this mentality. It's like they transfer the thing.
My kids
no
are
one is your enemy. The Nigerian political structure, the entire Nigerian political structure is the problem. Is the problem of the country.
Older and smarter than you.
All tried.
Kids are older.
You understand me? Then we should focus on those people. We can bash the politicians. Fine.
It's not a bad advice, but too late. My kids are older and smarter than you are, right?
I pray so. I pray so they should be smarter than you also, and not follow your ways. Because you can't be smart enough. See, if you live in Nigeria, and you are saying all this thing, you want to sponsor violence, I won't take you serious. Because I know, okay, you can go out there and do what you say you want to do. You cannot be living in the United States and want to cause chaos here.
All right.
That's why I don't take some of you serious here. Because you live far away. You have 2 passports. You have options. Some of us don't have that.
Too bad. Go get you some options. You
I'm not going to do that.
You are not a super Nigerian.
Here, I will live here.
You are not a super Nigerian because you're still in Nigeria. We are just as Nigerian as you are.
Some of you got nothing. I understand why some of you have resentment for the country. You guys were a failure here. Then sometimes, so you guys are also struggling there.
Okay.
I get it.
All right. Well, you could make that. A rational person could make that argument. But as far as I'm concerned, there's no difference. We're all the same, right? Some are in Nigeria, some are outside Nigeria, but we all are patriotic. We love our country. You're not a super Nigerian because you haven't left. As a matter of fact, we're here trying to make life better.
You know why? I don't encourage violence in the Southeast. I don't
Okay,
like the
but
killing that
it's
is going on
it's not
there.
only the southeast where you have violence. You have violence
Yeah,
in the
but listen,
northeast.
because
You have violence
listen,
in
my
Edo
state is
State.
more closer. My state is more closer than you guys. Instead of for me measuring northern state, I'm more
Okay,
closer than you guys.
I understand, but you also have violence in Edo State, right? You have Fulanis in your forests
Yeah,
raping
but
and
they are not
killing
doing
your
any. They
women.
are not causing any harm there.
Oh, really? Let's ask Tony. Tony, let's look in the comment section. Tony, would you answer this guy here from your state? He says there's no violence in your state. As a matter of fact, not long ago, maybe last year, you have Fulanis or Islamic terrorists ransack a train going to Edo State that was packed with people from Edo State, and they
No,
hijacked them and
no,
killed.
no.
Hold on, and killed a lot of them.
Hold
Can I
on.
land? Let me land.
Hold on. I live here. Let me explain to you. I heard about the
It
train
doesn't matter where you live.
Hold on. The people that carry out that operation, they were people from Edo State, not Northerners.
Are they Islamic?
Yeah, they
in
were
nature?
people from Edo State here. They were
But
our brothers and sisters.
But are they Islamic in nature? Is it
They are
Islamic
not.
terrorism?
They are not. No.
They were
They were not
Christians.
Islamic in nature.
They were Christians.
Yes, they were.
Why would they do that then? What was the rationale? Why do you say? Do you know who did it? Do you know who did it?
Oh,
you apprehended them? Did you apprehend them?
Yes, some of them were apprehended. You can Google it. You are online here now.
Well, I disagree with you, but go ahead. I thought it was terrorism. It was Islamic
the
terrorism.
thing.
It's like Boko Haram.
Let me hold on. Let me say something here. I don't live in the United States. I don't have all the facts there. I'm not going to come here and argue with you that live there. I'm not going to do that because I know you have more information than me because you live there. This is the problem. Some of you that live out, you will get information.
Tony is Mr. Edo State himself. Tony Africa. He just called you a useless guy.
See, what I'm trying to say is that if you are living outside,
Tony just called you a useless guy.
Always research your information. The information you get, always process it.
I know, but UFC, Tony Africa is from Edo State. He says you're a useless guy.
It's fine. He can also share his opinion.
You're not original Edo. That's what he says.
He can say that. That's okay.
And I believe him. I believe him, by the way. Tony says
okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay, then.
You have the right to share his opinion.
Then get lost, all right? If you're useless, then get lost.
You see the difference? I can allow people to say whatever they want. I'm okay with it.
You are a Hausa Fulani guy that lives in the state. That's what it says. So get lost.
You see.
I believe Tony.
And okay, you hear him now.
You are here to defend terrorists.
He's the saint.
You're trying to defend terrorists.
Oh,
get out of here. You lied about your origin. You're not an Edo guy.
I'm not.
You're not original Edo.
Bring someone here. Can you please control any Edo man here? Let's exchange language. Let's speak this language.
And you said, you know how I know you're a liar? You said that Elvis is doing what he's doing because he's doing it for money. That's when you expose yourself.
Of course. I'm speaking facts.
Nobody can say anything like that about his own brother who is not.
Why not? See, listen.
It's a lie. That's why.
If my brother commits crime, I will snitch on him.
No, but that's not a snitch. That's a lie.
No, let me tell you, I'm just giving you the kind of person I am now. If my brother
once you said that, I know you.
I will expose him. That's how I was raised.
Once you said that,
I'm not here to guide my. Listen, let me tell you the difference between me and you.
You know,
it's a lie. To guide and protect my tribe here. If they
you don't have a tribe. You don't have a tribe. Okay, hey, my friend, you don't have a tribe. So knock it off.
No, it's okay. It's okay. As
a matter of fact, go to your people's platform. This place is not for your people, right? Terrorists. So get the hell out of here. Go to school.
See, I would say some of the most educated people in Nigeria, they are the most dangerous people.
UFC. Okay, you know,
they have all these degrees, but when they think,
hold on, UFC.
That's why our country is not developing. That's why our country is backwards. You have people like this.
Let me say this before I go. All right, with all seriousness, I gotta tell you, the next time I see you, I want us to have a polite discussion.
No, I'm not going to have any policy as far because I made note here that you are a supporter of IPOP. There's nothing to discuss with people
Okay,
that support that
hold on,
ideology. Sorry.
hold on. All right. Do you support Boko Haram?
No, I don't.
Okay. So why do you say I support IPOB? Why do you
You
say
do
that?
because someone confirmed me here earlier.
Who?
That you are a supporter of IPOB.
Somebody said that I am, right?
Yes. Someone
But you
said
didn't
here
ask
earlier.
me. But you didn't ask me. That's hearsay, right?
But
Hold
the
on,
way,
hold on. Some
hold
of
on,
this,
for the things, hold on,
some of
the
this.
things you are saying, you already is proving something. So I don't need to ask for.
But listen, like when I say hearsay, you have to have gone to school to know what that means. You don't know what that concept is, right? You're supposed to ask me, right? Do I disagree? Let me just tell you, do I disagree with IPOB in totality? No, I don't, right? I believe that there should be fairness in the country. Do I think that the goal of IPOB should be bigger than what it is? Yes, I do, right? So they are to my left. If it's me, right, and I'll be coming home soon, when I come home, I'm going to deal with anybody occupying forests, buying our people, being unreasonable, trying to push an Islamic agenda. I'll deal with them, right? So my point I'm making to you, UFC, is that you cannot come to a country where you have a bunch of terrorists in the north harassing and killing people, and then you leave all that to go to people who are defending themselves.
Defending
Right?
yourself.
So, hold on. Now, if those people, you want them to go away, then stop your terrorism. If you don't want the reactionary thing of defending themselves or being criticized, they say, I come here and I'm criticizing Islamic fundamentalists, right? You don't want me to criticize you, then stop doing the wrong thing.
No, you can't.
Right?
See, that's what
Go
I'm
to school, right?
That's what we are doing here. That's why we are criticizing the IPOB here.
Now, listen to
Because
me.
what they are doing
I have not said
is
to
evil.
you're saying I'm IPOB because I'm from the Southeast, and that's okay. A lot of people make that mistake, right? I've already said many times, not only am I to the right, I told when at Dr. Damages, which I'm sure you watch all the time, when Simon Ekpa came there, I told him myself, one, I'm to your right. Number two, you haven't said anything wrong, right? But you need to expand your goal.
Okay,
can
I ask you?
Let me land. You were there. You saw me talk about that with Simon Ekpa himself, right? And that is my position.
Okay,
I believe that they're wasting time. We can take the country by war. We can.
With this, I will agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this question and be honest. And that will make me take a stand. Did Nnamdi Kanu commit any crime against Nigeria state?
No, he did not.
Okay, fine. I'm okay. Then you come here and tell me you are not IPOB.
I'm not IPOB.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Did Osama bin Laden commit any crime?
Okay, hold on. But before I answer the last one, right? You do know that Nnamdi Kanu has been through our courts. The only thing.
Oh no!
Hold on. And the courts.
The courts have not made any ruling. The issue about what they are saying is that
no. See,
the courts have not made any ruling concerning the case.
Hold on.
No, they have not. No, they have not.
Hold on, let me tell you.
Hold on, they have not.
The courts up to the Court of Appeal discharged him.
They have not made any ruling. It's about the bail. Hold on, it's about the bail. The issue of how to bail him out.
No, that's not what it is. Okay,
listen again.
Listen, maybe that's why you're that way. You don't.
Okay, answer the last one.
You don't know.
Okay,
hold on. I'm gonna answer the last one.
Answer the last one.
Hold on.
Answer the last one.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
The Court of Appeal discharging Nnamdi Kanu.
Hold on. You can say it's something like against the country, but based on what is going on in the country and what the Boko Haram are doing, Nigeria government pardon him and let him go. But don't come here. I want to think. Well, all of us are not fools.
You cannot say I just told you what's your problem. You have a problem, right? Here's what your problem is. I told you we all had it. Everybody's here on this platform.
Let me tell you what.
Here's the problem you have.
You guys are divorced from the truth. You guys are divorced from the truth. That's the big problem.
No, listen to this.
Let me give you the proof. If you take your time, man, you go to Dr. Dami's platform and watch any show. you will see that 90% or 95% of people from the Southeast, they all agree, they go the same way. See, I'm not zombie.
Well, that's a zombie statement you're making.
Yes, no, it's what you guys do. Because pay attention and listen. Whenever there's any issue, you guys go the same way.
All right.
That's my observation.
What you're doing now is employing that strategy that I told you before.
That is my observation.
That strategy.
That is my observation. So if you guys claim you are so educated, you are smart,
as a weak
and
person,
you guys always go 90% in the same direction, come on.
You want to align yourself with other bigger tribes.
That is not smartness, sir. That is zombie behavior.
Because of Southeast, you're trying to align with the Yorubas.
If you look at it now,
right?
People from Edo State, they are disagreeing with hold on. People from Edo State, they are disagreeing with me. We are the same people, the same brothers, the same state. They are disagreeing with me, and I love it.
They say you are fake. You're a fake.
I don't want to hold on.
He says you're the House of Fulani boy.
Agree with me, because when they start doing that, I'll be afraid.
Well, that's your problem. I don't give
you see the difference.
The way you see yourself. The point is that your Edo brother says you are a fake. That I should ignore you.
Take your time. Just process what I said. You guys think that when educated, but you almost agree 95 or almost close to 99% all the time.
Yeah, because it's true. Let me ask you something.
It's crazy.
Right? Can I ask you something? Right? Let me ask you something. If you ask everybody in Edo State, right, say one by one, right, not at the same time, you just call them on the phone and you say, what is 2 plus 2? What would they say? Every single one of them.
Let me tell you something.
What would they say? Answer that.
Hold on. Let me give you why.
No, please answer that first. Hold on.
That's a question.
No, answer it first.
Hold on. I'm not going to answer that BS. Let me tell you why those state people support them. Let me blow this.
All of them.
All
of them will say 4.
Hold on. Right? Let me tell you why our people.
It doesn't mean they're agreeing. That's the truth. That's what it is.
Hold on.
That's the way the truth works.
Our people support Obi as a candidate. Let me tell you something. In Edo State, we always, if you look at Edo State history, we always support the underdog. Always.
So
when we see injustice, hold on.
Edo people agree. When we
sense,
you said the Igbos agree, right?
Hold
so
on.
All Edo agree to support the underdog. So what's wrong with the Igbos agreeing to support?
Hold on. When we sense injustice, we go. We support the
okay, but you hold on. But can you hold on?
Hold on. If you look at it during the election, Oshiomhole was against the governor. He didn't want to give the governor the ticket of APC mandate.
Right,
but you know the people
wait,
because the people said that's
I agree. Okay, I give you that. Hold on. Let me stipulate to that. Let me concede that point to you. Hold on. But what I'm saying, you just said that all Edo people support the underdog. Right? All of them. Hold on.
Yes,
and I have nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But then how could you with the same breath, just a couple of sentences back, knock the Igbos for agreeing to support Obi? I mean, so you have tribal support for something.
Hold on. What I said is that you guys always say other tribes are bigger. Because if you look at the Southwest, the Yoruba,
right.
You see, you guys Obi won a state there in Lagos.
Right.
And Obi got some vote in the Southwest.
Right.
But when you come to the Southeast region,
right,
Tinubu only got 5% of Southeast vote.
Right.
So if you look at it, the Yorubas are not bigots.
Okay, can I answer that? Because do you know what's called a fallacy?
Okay.
Do you know what that means? Fallacy. Have you ever heard that word before?
Ooh.
Can you answer me? Just this is a.
Let me ask to you also. Osun State went to PDP. That's a Yoruba state.
Okay, when you have an unsound argument and you then end up with a mistaken belief, a misconception, right? A delusion, false notion,
Okay.
misbelief. That in logic is what you're committing by saying that because Obi got some votes in the southwest and Tinubu didn't get it that much in the southeast, that automatically the southeast people are bigots, right? Let me ask you, did Obi get votes in Edo State? That is a neutral state. It's neither southeast nor southwest.
Yeah, but hold on. Then Tinubu also got the 25% he need there.
Right, right.
You see the difference?
Yeah, I know, but listen to what I'm saying. Yeah. Now, when Jonathan, right, is Jonathan Igbo?
You guys said it was Igbo, yeah? You said it was Jonathan Billy.
Okay, do you
guys
believe that?
call him Igbo. He's no longer your brother again.
No, but what I'm saying for you, is Jonathan Igbo.
Yes, because you guys said it's Igbo.
Okay. Now, what about let's say Obasanjo? Is he Igbo?
No, Obasanjo is just the Yoruba.
But the Yoruba say he's Igbo. So let me use another example.
Okay, fine. I agree with them if they say so.
Okay, what about Yaradua? Is Yaradua Igbo?
No.
Okay. What percentage did Yaradua get in Southeast when he ran?
Because let me explain to you.
No, but answer that first, and you could give me.
No. Southeast has always been a PDP state.
Okay, so it's
partisan. Let me go by party. Yeah.
So it's partisan. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. So you're saying that's because it's partisan, right? It's they voted like that because the Igbos voted for PDP in those days mostly, right? Right.
Yeah.
Now that makes sense. If you say that, hold on. If you hold on.
They did that, and also that was the reason why they got all the position they deserve, because they brought something to the table.
Right.
See, when I see people on the Southeast attack the APC, you guys didn't bring anything to the table.
Okay.
A game of number. If you bring something to the table, they will give you something.
Hold on. Your opinion is the APC a good political party? Have they done well?
Yeah, they have been fair with the Southeastern. Yeah.
No. I'm not talking about Southeastern. I'm talking about have they been good for the country? Have they delivered?
Hold on. The whole political structure in Nigeria has not been good to the country.
Okay, not even APC.
No, not even APC. All of them.
Okay, hold on. So if somebody then votes against a political party that has not been good to them, those people can be considered to be rational, correct?
Let me tell you something.
Hold on. Look, if you're not gonna have, I want you to have an intellectual debate.
Said they are not being good to you.
No,
the reason for that is that you didn't tribute anything to their victory, so you don't expect them to just hand over power and give it to you.
Okay, well,
it's not done like that.
You like I said, you're in Nigeria and you're myopic and you're ignorant. Everything is about.
See, we are being political here. Let's be honest.
About tribe, right? Everything about
game of number. If you bring something
to you
is
about
they will give you something. You will bring something to the table.
Okay, but hold on. I have not even talked about that. Okay, because you keep going to Southeast and what they want. That's not my point here. That's not what I'm here for. I want you to rise above that tribal issue. If you're going to talk about the APC and how much they're delivering to Nigeria, okay, let's say to Edo State. You say you're from Edo State, right?
Have the South state?
Pardon?
I said Edo State is a PDP state.
Okay, so they have not delivered to your state.
No, PDP have none of the party.
That's not what I asked you. I'm saying APC has not delivered to your state, right?
Yes. None of
they have not. They have not, right? Okay. So if they have not delivered to you and you choose as Edo State to accept them anyway, that you're entitled to that. What you're not entitled to is to tell the Southeast how to respond. to APC.
No. What I'm saying is that Southeast can respond, but not always come online and complain to everybody that you are being cheated.
Not? They have no limitation. The sky is the limit for them. Okay.
Then if that is the case, then tell yourself, mobilize and get the power and wrestle the power from the elite. It is possible.
That's exactly what they're doing, and unfortunately, some of this takes time, and there are stages to it. Right now, they are the tribunal. When the tribunal renders their decision, then we're gonna determine what we're gonna do. See if it's fair. Did they do it according to law?
Hold on. Can I stop your bubble again? If the tribunal wants
you haven't bought my bubble.
Stop again. If they want to rule, the people, if they want to rule for maybe a rerun, the contest will be between Tinubu and Atiku. Those are the two that will run for rerun.
Why? Why you say that?
Because they came first and second, not third.
Okay, but you do know that the process itself is challengeable and is being challenged, right? Hold on. It's challengeable. The Constitution allows for a challenge to be made if there's an error, right? If say INEC erred in the conduct of the election. You do know that is within the parameters of the law, that the ambits of the law allow for a challenge to take place, right? You do know that. You're very slow and reluctant to answer truthfully.
Because I'm not going to answer your question.
Very, very quick to talk nonsense. Why is that?
Because you have not answered anything here.
Quick to tell the truth.
You support everything that is wrong with Nigeria.
And reluctant
anybody
to lie. You have it mixed up. You have it
anybody that supports everything that is wrong with Nigeria, I'm not going to support them.
Okay. UFC has been quite fun engaging you, but like I said, you are way, way ahead, above your head here. You are outmatched, outclassed by me.
No, I'm not.
There's no.
Because I put where you belong.
No.
I put you where you belong.
You can insult and talk
nonsense.
That's
you belong.
That's easy to do. But as far as
I like this platform, they didn't take me out. If it was in the last page and the rest, they took me out. That's the difference here.
No, they shouldn't.
There's no one. There's no one trying to.
You don't have anybody to take you out. But the point is that your own brother, Tony Africa, DPT, he says you're a fake Edo guy. I won't say the rest.
And I agree with him. I love that. That's the difference between me and you. My brother can disagree with me.
Says you're a fake Edo. If you're a fake Edo, then get the fuck off this platform.
Thank you very much, Tony. Or whatever said that.
All right, I'm heading out. Thank you very much.
Hold on. My ideologies need to be challenged.
It's not a challenge. It's not a challenge. It's exposing you as a fake, as a fake guy.
Hold on. You see the difference between me and you? I can accept other opinions.
I know, but
I'm fine with it.
Let me tell you something.
But you guys,
the kind of person I am, let me tell you.
You cannot stand the other person because they are not towing your line. That's the difference.
If you admit, right, like that you're a child molester, then I will shoot you, right? I don't care. I don't care for the fact that you admitted it, right? I'm not gonna give you.
You just expose yourself.
I'm not gonna give you. I'm not gonna give you credit.
You should be investigated. You just expose yourself.
Yeah, but listen to this. If you
just expose yourself.
If you go, I'm saying for those who are in law enforcement and they're out there to apprehend you, and you just say, I admit it. That doesn't resolve the issue, right? If you come in here and you're talking about Southeast all the time and making it look like the Edo people are against the Southeasterners, and somebody who's truly from Edo State is saying that you're fake, it means that you're trying to cause animosity between two tribes who don't have one, right? So hold on, let me land. So it has consequences.
So you can disagree with me, I'm fine with it. Right? You can disagree with me.
But listen, you don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand. If you come in here and the Edo people are cordial with the Southeasterners. The both tribes respect one another. They don't have any issue aside from your usual thing that goes on between tribes. And you come in here purporting to be from Edo State and then keep hammering Southeasterners and bringing animosity to the Edo
I
people,
said,
right?
hold on.
So hold on. So it has consequences.
Tony, I beg if you enter this platform, more exchange language, more speak language.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just to confirm now.
That you're
Just
from
to
there. I
confirm.
believe you. I believe that you speak it, but a lot of people come out from the forest in that area, all right? And they're Hausa Fulanese and they learn Igbo and they learn Yoruba and they learn Edo and they want our land, right?
You guys are not living in reality. That's the thing.
And you could speak the language, but are you truly from there? I mean, you've been exposed here tonight as agent provocateur, right? But anyway, it's nice talking to you, UFC. I have to go. It's about 2 in the morning.
You need to change your ideology, please.
It's 2 in the morning.
Okay,
your
ideology is divisive.
It's 2 in the morning where I am. So I've
your ideology is not good for the country, please.
But I had no idea you all the way back home.
Let me say this. You guys are one of the most beneficiary of Nigeria. You benefit a lot from Nigeria.
Who are we?
You benefit a lot.
Who are the we? Who are the we? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, the three major tribes benefit a lot from Nigeria. The Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausa. They benefit a lot from Nigeria. And most three of you are the problem of the country because you always at each other's neck.
Go on.
Yeah, 3 of you are the problem. You always at each other's neck.
But go on. Talk.
I'm just saying. I'm speaking in fact.
A reasonable person can make that argument. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. That is true. That's a correct statement. And now that's the way to talk, right? The 3 major ethnic groups are the problem in the country. First of all, because of their size, obviously. And they're all over the place. So you would expect for the problem to be emanating from them. But that's the way to talk. And you may be wrong at the end, right? But a reasonable person should be able to make that argument. Do you follow what I'm saying? Now,
yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So when you talk like that, I want to hear why you're saying that. Could you elucidate more? Why do you say that? Aside from by observation, it seems to make sense. Just the sheer number. You're a minority, so I don't even know if you're up to the clan. You wouldn't say where you're from, right? You don't have a tribe, right? I have villages in my neighborhood in Nigeria. Bigger than your entire tribe.
You may be in Nigeria, America, working for the CIA or FBI. I shouldn't be giving you my information now. I'm not going to say more than what I've said. This is internet, social media. You don't give out informations like that.
About what? What do you mean? What are you hiding?
See. Anyone can always disagree with me. Listen, I understand social media. I don't put out information out there. No.
Okay, but let me.
I would be stupid to give you any hint about me.
Since you've been talking here tonight, right? I've noticed something. You're right once in a while, not by intuition, just by sheer instinct, right? You make a cogent point, and every time I'm giving you that credit. You understand? So the last one you made, which is that the 3 tribes are the problem in the country.
Yeah.
Used to be true, but who is instigating it? Without the minority, because I wanted you to be able to elucidate more on the point. But let me tell you what the phenomenon, what's going on. For example, the war the Civil War, is actually caused by minorities, because they went to Aburi, the major tribes, the 2 sides basically, the eastern region and Nigeria. They went to Aburi. They made a deal that would have resolved everything. But when they came back, the minorities in the South, what they call South now, they said, hey, we don't want to be under the Igbos. Ojukwu did, they played you here and there, and they caused the war, right? So I also pointed out that you are practicing bad wagoning. You keep instigating the tribes in every forum. Who started tribal wars? It's usually the minorities, people who don't have a tribe, right? They go and they start using the Yorubas to fight the Igbos, or using the Igbos to fight the Yorubas, right? So that's what.
Hold on. Hold on. So the minority started the war.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Go and read the Aburi Accord.
What are the names of the minority that started the war?
The names?
Yeah.
Well, one of them are incidentally, by the way. I'll tell you, right? One of them, he started that war, ends up being in government, and these Fulanese gave him a bomb that blasted him in the South, right? Go and look it up. He was the stickler, one of the major sticklers. I say,
what's the name of the person?
Look, it's a historical figure. We don't want to invoke the name of the dead. Let them rest in peace. But go and ask your people. Ask to Niger and others you respect. All right. Now he to me started that war, right? He started the war. And do you think that these Fulanese Muslims in the north had any respect for him after? No, they didn't. They still gave him a bomb that blasted his ass, right? And blew him into. So go check it out. So that is a typical example of what I mean. Yeah, the Yorubas and the Igbos, they go at it, and they include the Hausas and the Fulanese. But do you think the Fulanese get along with the Hausas? No,
okay,
they don't.
Fine. Okay.
So the Fulanese don't get along with the Hausas.
Let's agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we agree on that.
Okay, since 2015 in now, all that's been going on between the Southeast and the other two major tribes.
Yes.
The minority started that also.
Yeah, you are a typical example of what I'm talking about on this platform. You've been trying to have the Yorubas fight me, right? Since you got
No.
Listen, you've been. Hold on, let me land.
Let me tell you what I've been doing.
Let me
on
land
this
now.
platform. I always observe.
Yeah.
I will see. It's based on my observation, both on Twitter, on space like this. I always observe. See, let me tell you something. You guys always claim you are very smart, very educated. I get it. But if you are so smart like that, if you want to take over the country and become president, in my observation, the way you are doing it, that's not the way to do it. Ask me why. You cannot be cursing the people, insulting them online every day, calling them all sorts of crazy things every day, and when it comes during the time of election and you expect them to cast their vote for you, it will be possible. Sometimes for you to get what you want, you have to behave like a snake. You have to be smart. You have to dance to their tune and smile when you are with them and do all kind of stuff. Then you get what you want and you do whatever you want to do.
All right. So what you've done there, hold on. What you've committed there is a bunch of fallacies, including what they call a genetic fallacy, right? So fallacy of origin. Hold on.
The way you have been doing it, it has not worked out. See, you cannot be doing something.
I know, but
the same thing and expect the same result.
I was
this
trying to
booze up weighing bad thing. It doesn't work. Sometimes you have to be smart.
I know you've heard that many times, so I'm engaging you on this. Hold on. Just hold on. I heard you out, right? Hear me out. The point is that, like, I remember when I told you, because you're back home, you're not exposed, right? When you open your mouth, you're making a fool out of yourself talking like that.
Okay.
People don't care if you were outside Nigeria. Let's say you've been outside for 3 or 4 years. All right.
Okay,
hold on. Listen.
Hold on.
No, you hold on.
Hold on.
Look here.
He said, I can pay for this election. I
you
can't,
shut your mouth and listen for a minute. Listen, let me answer what you said.
Okay.
Let me tell you why you need to be outside of Nigeria, so you'll be exposed.
See,
people don't go
you see the
looking
difference
for
between me and you.
presidency, right?
Hold
What that
on, hold on, hold on.
presidency
I
means
am
to
living
you,
in reality. Did you know
what that
that?
presidency means to you,
Hold on.
right?
You are using the.
It's
Hold
not
on. You are
what it
using the.
means. It's
Hold
only
on,
because you're
hold on.
Nigerian
You are.
that
Hold on.
you
Hold
think
on,
your
Passat.
glory is in the
Hold on.
presidency,
Let
right?
me explain this to
It
you.
shows
You are
how.
using the Western. Hold on. You are using the Western system to evaluate Nigeria. This is Nigeria. You have to do things with the way people do it here. Sometimes you have to play to their tune for you to get what you want. It is Nigeria.
Okay.
If you don't understand that, then sorry, there's nothing I can do for you.
I know,
Most
but
of you are
listen.
living in denial.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. To you, that presidency means everything, right? I've just told
Oh,
you.
okay.
Even though
So you
people,
guys, you guys don't need it again.
now let
Then
me
why are you here complaining?
can I? You
Why
have
are
to
you here
listen.
waiting for the?
Let
Why
me
are you here
let,
waiting for the verdict from the court if you
let me
don't
tell
need it?
you. Let me tell you something. You're not listening
Okay.
to me. You don't have a certain tribe waiting for a verdict. You have Nigerians, the Labour Party, waiting for a result of their candidacy, right, for that election. It's not the Southeast. As a matter of fact, if you look, the pure IPOP people, they don't give a shit about voting in the Nigerian election. They don't care. They know that it's going to be rigged. They say, sit at home, don't even go out to vote. They had to, their hands had to be twisted for people to go. People in the Southeast who are IPOP, okay, which is about 3-4% of Igbos, right? They don't care about the Nigerian presidency. They're completely tuned out to all this nonsense, right? So, but when you see people like Afenifere, they support Peter Obi, right? You see that guest you're talking about, Dr. Wumi, supports Peter Obi. These are not Igbos. I try to question him about that, and I particularly asked him to speak with moral clarity to wayward kids such as yourself, uneducated punks like you, right? Who keeps attributing anybody who support P2B to be Southeast, even though it's glaring. Afenifere
Because
is the social
hold
culture.
on.
Let me land. Afenifere is
You
the
guys
social
made it.
cultural
Hold
group
on.
of the.
You guys.
What,
Hold on.
you're
You
not
guys made
listening.
it so.
You're not
Hold
listening. You
on.
can't keep telling me to hold on.
You guys made him so. You know why you end up made him so? When people try to criticize Obi in some central area when what he did when he was a governor, you see they will pounce on you. All leaders can be criticized. Fine,
No,
you can
but
criticize
you
Tinubu,
keep. I
but
keep reminding you
criticizing
that
Obi
P2B
has been
won.
has become a
P2B
sin.
won
Because
Edo State.
whenever you criticize Obi,
Peter
you have
Obi
committed a
won
great sin.
Edo State. Peter Obi, get that through your score right now. Peter Obi
Yeah, but I
won
didn't
Edo State.
support him
Peter
because I've been
Obi
following Nigeria elections since 2011.
won Lagos State. As a matter of fact, Peter Obi won River State and so many other states. Once this tribunal come in, you're gonna find out that Tinubu did not win a single state, right?
Okay.
So that's one thing you have to understand. There's the official result, and
Let
then
me
there's the
break
right
it to you.
result.
Hold on.
So break
Let
it
me
down
break
and
it
know
to
that
you.
Peter Obi is not an Igbo candidate.
Hold on.
Peter Obi
I
is
was on
not
the,
an
I was
Igbo
on the, I was
candidate.
on the, hold on. I was on the Peter Obi's space on Twitter. Someone asked him, "Are you challenging the result or what?" He said he's not challenging the result of the election. He's challenging the process.
Right.
That's what your leader said. He's not
He
challenging
did
the
say
result.
that. He did
He
say
said
that.
it on. Yeah.
He said that. Yes.
Yes, he said that. So
Right.
so what? If he's not challenging the
So
result,
what?
then he says challenging the process.
Yeah, but you have to be educated to understand what he meant, right? I wouldn't have put it that way, but he did put it that way, and the next day he tried to correct it. But he, in essence, what he's saying at that moment in time, okay, at that moment in time, he's challenging the process.
He didn't correct anything.
Yeah, he did.
Came
But
back
listen to
and
this.
correct anything.
It doesn't.
He said
It really
challenging the
does.
process.
It doesn't. You see, only somebody, right, would expect P2B to be perfect all the time. I don't expect. I'm not saying he's perfect all the time. So he could misspeak. He could say. Hold on. But hold on. So it's only you who thinks that P2B is some kind of giant superhuman being. He's not. He's a human being like all of us. So occasionally you may come across where he didn't say enough. He's errant. He's not inerrant, right? So he could make mistakes. He could say inadequate. Instead of being adequate, right? He could be improper instead of proper in certain situations. So no, you're not breaking any news. He did say that, and a lot of people said, well, especially his critics say that, oh, he automatically is conceding to Tinubu, but that's not what he was doing, and you know that. So did he say it inadequately? Yeah, a case could be made there. Right.
No, when
So
he
but
said that,
he's not conceding. He
hold
never
on.
in that case
When he
conceded the
said
election.
that, hold on. When he said that, he put the issue of ringing to bed.
Yeah.
Because he didn't.
No.
He said it's not challenging the result; it's challenging the process.
No. Only you see that's what I'm saying now. There are people such as myself who is really eager and willing to deal one day, right, with punks who think that they have some kind of authority over us, that we have to walk on eggshells or we have to be perfect, right? I can't wait to show them that they're punks, right? So what you're doing is like he's walking on an eggshell. If he says that, automatically he means he's going to be defensive and start telling you, I didn't concede the election, because you are imbecilic translation of what he said, right? He's not walking on eggshell. He's a solid guy. What he said is inadequate for that point, but that's the only time he talked. He's been talking all the time. And in most cases, you have the spirit of what he's saying. Number one, they rigged the election. Number two, he won. That's what he's saying. So if you go automatically, because he says, I'm challenging the process here, you go automatically consider, well, that's because you think you got some kind of power over us, whereas we could trash you in a war. And I can't wait to show you that you're the one who should be walking on eggshell.
Wait,
especially you,
UFC,
who come from a
you
small
can trash
tribe.
you can trash who in a war? Who?
Everybody.
So you believe you can fight the Nigeria? You believe your people can fight the Nigeria army?
Absolutely.
You are
Without a
living.
doubt,
See,
we could take over that country by force any day, and it wouldn't take weeks.
See, this is what I'm saying. You guys are not living in reality.
Well, you're gonna find
see,
out.
you guys have submerged yourself in the bubble whereby. Hold on. You have put yourself in the bubble whereby they feed you. Hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
How many soldiers come from your family?
Hold on. You are feeding.
How many veterans did you have during that war? How many in your village? None. You didn't have any soldiers in your entire village. You were defenseless. We could have wiped you off on our way up.
The thing is that,
and we should have.
You guys are not men.
Right?
You are not.
You didn't have anybody. You don't have any soldiers in your village, right?
You want to send,
you want to send
another soul, another bunch of souls to lose
you can
their
always
life.
hide under the Nigerian army and talk nonsense. Who do you think were the Nigerian army before the war?
I'm saying. You guys keep on repeating the same thing, and you are losing.
You couldn't talk more nonsense.
In national politics, you are losing.
The Sadwana of Sokoto, who insulted the Igbos. Yeah, but in those days, you had Igbos all over the place, and they went over there and they dealt with him man to man, right? So you could stay there and roll your mouth and say, "Oh, you Igbos are insulting your king and talking nonsense."
No, you can say what. See,
it's not as big as the Sadwana of Sokoto, right? But he insulted Igbos and talked all that nonsense, and then when the boys went over there, he couldn't back it up. So it depends on who's in the Nigerian army, right? At the time that you're talking, you're making noise. The Biafrans made a mistake of going to your village and wiping you out before they go up north.
Since you perform,
they should have gone right through you there. You don't have anybody in the army. You don't have anybody in the army from your tribe. You don't have a single helmet. Nor do you have an AK-47.
Then why are you crying that Nigeria?
Nobody's crying. We're gonna come after. We're gonna come for you. After we ask you to do the right thing, if eventually you don't do the right thing, when we finally come, now you're dealing with the people you're dealing with now. You haven't dealt with us, right? You haven't dealt with me. So if you don't do the right thing, right? At some point, we're gonna make you do it. We're gonna make you do the right thing. And we're not going to spare you this time. The minorities, the Biafran soldiers should have gone right through your village on their way.
Let's meet in Asaba. Let's meet in Asaba. Buy ticket next week. Let's meet in Asaba. Let's see.
So anyway,
so I can beat you down and beat you down, cut off your head and stick it on the on the thing. Yes.
Well, anyway, if you got nothing else, I have to.
If you are so strong,
you don't have any power. You don't have any soldiers. You don't have any soldiers in your village.
Leave your comfort zone, leave your comfort zone from your chair.
How many soldiers from your village? How many soldiers from your village? How many?
Let's see what you can
do.
do.
You're defenseless, right? You know, it's funny.
They're not
UFC. Let me tell you something. UFC. You know,
talk about truth.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something.
Let
me tell you something. Let me tell you something that's funny, right?
When
the South
let me not go to extreme.
No, hold on. When the South produce a president such as Jonathan, or they produce a chief justice such as what's his name there from the Cross River, right? Or even a CBN governor such as Emefiele, right? What normally happens is that they try to divide the Igbos from the South and give them this post, but then they wrestle that power right back from them and put them in jail, right? Or buy some of them. Somebody like Jonathan, they took the power from his hands. Somebody like that, on again, the Chief Justice, the Yorubas especially, they would take that from you, right? Let me land. Or Emefiele, CBN governor. Let me land.
All you have to say is that all you are seeing is the tribe
where
he's from, because they are doing it because it's an Igbo man. You see?
No, let me land. What I'm saying is that the South, you only run your mouth when you're talking to an Igbo man, right? But you could stay there and the Fulanis will come down and take your oil, right? Or disgrace you out of office and you don't do anything. It's like CBN governor, right?
What you are saying now. You can only say it in your comfort zone in the United States. You cannot come to Benin City here and say this thing in my face.
What would you do?
You will be put down.
How?
I'm not going to tell you.
How many people
I'm just giving you an hint.
How many people have you put down?
Okay.
How many people? How many people have you put down? Or you just talking nonsense?
Okay.
So I was giving you an example. I said they come and they take your oil.
When it comes to when it comes to combat, one thing I know about your people, all they do is they know how to talk, and the talk is cheap. When it comes to let's face the danger, they are not there. They're not.
All right, like
your leader,
I'm not gonna get mad at it.
Even your leader.
Tony say you're a fake.
Hold on. Your leader, if he say to face the rocks, he ran away. He's as weak as every other person there. So don't come here and want to lecture and show your power, your strength. You got no strength. You got no power.
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, Tony Africa say you're a fake Edo person, so I'm not gonna get mad at Edo people when you talk like that about my people.
The way I reason, but if you want to go into
you reason with what? You haven't reasoned here all night. What are you gonna reason with?
Easy for me. It will be easy for me to defeat you. You know why? How? I can think with my brain. I don't think I can do.
You don't have any brain. Come
down.
on.
I don't have to do the zobu. It doesn't.
You cannot do it.
Okay.
Only the Igbos can do the zobu.
The Igbos are very easy to catch in any situation. If you want
to fight,
no, let me not say this, because if I say this, it's fact.
What is it? What the Igbos are what? What did you say? The Igbos are what?
They are the sellout of Nigeria. Sellout.
Why do you say that?
Because why I say that is that I told you before, always pay attention. If you look at during that last election, yes, you may call Yoruba bigoted or something, but if you observe what they did, all the leaders. Hold on. All the leaders. Hold on. Let me tell you something. All the leaders, both in opposition, the PDP, they all come and support what they call it, Tinubu with their full chest. That is power. But your leaders there, they were hiding behind closed door. They were saying, I support you in the background. They come out and say, okay, I support Obi. They didn't do it. That is cowardness.
Who didn't do that?
How many leaders in Southeast boldly came out? Let's say governor and the rest came out and said
because they're no good, right? Those leaders are no good. But wait a minute, are you Akokedo? Are you from Warri or Auchi or which part are you from? You're not.
You see?
Why?
We the minority, you know what we do best? We just sit down and watch. Hold on. We just sit down and watch you guys. We just sit down and watch you guys fool yourself.
Are you a Sako?
Because we observe from behind the scene.
Okay, anyway, look, listen to this UFC. The thing I accused you of doing before, which is trying to bandwagon, run to want to have ethnic groups fighting. That's all you've been doing all night. Either you want us to be Igbos to be fighting Yorubas.
You already fighting them already.
You're hiding your own ethnic group. I want to fight your ethnic group, right? Benin is the largest area there. The Benin people from the Benin, they don't talk like you, right? You're not from Benin.
We all are not going to reason the way you guys are doing in the southeast. We are going to reason. We are not sheep. We can disagree and agree peacefully.
All right.
That's how we behave here.
No problem. And I'm not against that. That's where it should be. That's where we are as well. And you try to hold your own. Stop trying to cause trouble between the ethnic groups.
No, we are not. You see, if a minority cause trouble against the bigger tribe, that means it's not as smart as you claim you guys are. Because even let me tell you something. Even the majority tribe can't cause any trouble here in Edo State. We will settle our issue by ourselves. We have other ethnic group here. We will not to settle ourselves here. So that's the difference. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes, if you want, if it's the reason why I respect the white men. You see, if you observe, they control the world. Black people might come out online and insult them and all that. They don't care. They will silently do what they want to do.
Do you know who's called Delegiwa?
Yes, he was killed. Yes, he was killed. He was murdered.
He was murdered by who?
By the Nigerian government.
Okay. Did you know that he was the cause of that civil war? Did you know that? Did you know that when they went to Aburi and made a deal, that he went back and said to Gowon, hey, look, we don't want to be with the Igbos, blah, blah, blah. You need to rescind that Aburi Accord. And then eventually, the Igbos don't go saying to you, let me land.
It's a Yoruba, not a minority group. You see, you got it wrong again.
No.
Delegiwa is from the majority tribe.
No. It's not Delegiwa I'm looking for. What is the name of the other activist from the South that was killed by these people? What is the name? I think it's a Joe. The name I'm looking for.
Is it Ken Saro-Wiwa?
Yeah. There you go. You're not as dumb as I thought you were. So you do know that one. So he was a cause. When I say that the minorities are the ones causing all these problems between the ethnic groups, right? Ken Saro-Wiwa tried to make that deal not work out that was agreed to in Aburi, and he was able to say they don't want to be under the Igbos, and he wants, to join Nigeria. But eventually they still whacked him in a brutal way, unfairly, 5 of them or more at the same time. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. What the role you're playing is exactly what Ken was doing, which is no good.
Yeah, let me tell you why.
You have to play a positive role. Hold on, let me land on this. So what I'm saying to you, yes, it goes vice versa. The minorities try to instigate these major ethnic groups to be fighting one another, and consequently, these major groups try to court the minorities, right? And it's just a vicious cycle.
Okay, let me tell you something.
That's dealing with the country. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. I cannot. If Ken Saro-Wiwa take that position, I can't agree with him. You know why? This social media have opened my eyes a lot. You know, I always respect the Southeasterners, but what they call Lunatic successfully did is that when he started, I was in support of this thing. I was following him. But when he turned it into an ethnic something, then I left.
Who is
Because
that?
I was
Who are you talking about? Who? Whose platform?
Unani was a supporter
yeah.
of him before.
Right.
But when he started going into the ethnic gutter, I decided
right.
to stop. So what I'm trying to say is that
that's a rational thing to do. Who's knocking you for that? What's wrong with that?
The way most of you behave mostly on social media.
Most of who? Most of who?
Let me tell you
something.
I will be afraid to support any move. Hold on. Any movement that will allow my state to go with the Southeast. Sorry. I won't.
Okay.
Because you know why? You will behave. You won't allow other people to have a voice at all in your so-called world you want to build.
Okay, all right.
You won't allow.
Hold on. Let me
give
say.
other people position to have their own opinion to live in peace.
UFC. Listen to this, right? Because
on that, I agree
with fine. Okay, and that's a rational thing to do. But the mistake you're making, like I said, you keep making that mistake over and over, which is to lump all Igbos don't agree. First of all, they don't agree on anything. You said that earlier today, right? Igbos they're not a monolith. They don't agree on anything. Let me respond to what you're saying, because I want to help you out here. Hold on, I want to help you out on this, because it diminishes you whenever you lump any ethnic group together, even small ones, such as your own little clan right there, right? You can't lump all of you together. How much more the Igbos? There's a lot of Igbos. Millions, right? So Nnamdi Kanu was not elected by the Igbos to represent them on anything or do this or do that. He is a freedom fighter who is fighting for his right for self-determination, right? Hold on. It's not alone. It's a lot of people who agree with that fight. Some people agree with his logic. Some people disagree. Some people agree with his strategy. Some people disagree. So that's a whole area. But the way I treat that, those who are fighting for freedom, it could be Nelson Mandela, it could be Nnamdi Kanu, it could be Simon Ekpa, it could be anybody, it could be me, right? Is the cause is just. That's it. I look at it if the cause is just, and his cause is just. Now, you cannot detect. Now, you do have right, like you've been espousing your right all night here, right? But you're like an ant compared to the Igbo cause and the Biafran cause. You are an insignificant little sand, not even a pebble. You're entitled to your stupid opinion. The Igbos are not going to be subjugated by people who can defeat in a war. Just because.
You are proving my
let me land. No, because nobody's ever come to you and say, come and join them. No, I haven't had anybody. Hold on.
Because you guys,
it's like
you guys want the oil. You guys want the oil and gas in our region.
No. The Igbos have more oil and more gas.
To the oil and gas in our region.
No. The Igbos have more oil and more gas in their region.
No, you don't.
Yours is just. Would you let me answer you? Hold on. You made a statement.
Southeastern states, they don't.
No, they have. You're ignorant and you don't know.
No, they don't, because you know why?
Go and research it. Yours can be taken. Ours cannot be. See, so yours is next to the easy. It's like the weakest link. They go there and they take that oil. You don't even have one in your area. You don't have one
volume from each certain state. Then you see
that is what.
And those states is higher when it comes to production. And those states is higher than the
listen to this. It's because the Oyibo they're not stupid. They fly the airplane across Nigeria, they detect where those resources are. Yours, Edo State, is the easiest one to go there and get. So in our case, they're on top. They're not gonna reveal this and reveal that. They know that if you go to those wells, right, then we're gonna start immediately to get you out of there, right? So they'll go and they take it from the areas where they've politically been able to soften, right? So they did it by trying to divide the South Easterners from that Southerners, right? Now, why do you think there was a war? The war was because of that oil. So it's the same thing going on in Niger right now due to the uranium, right? It's a phenomenon in the entire Africa. You go to the Congo, they find diamonds here and there, or cobalt or whatever. So they start a war there, and they go to the minority or outsiders and try to make them own that place where the resources are, and then they start fighting the war, right? But at night, we were fighting the Egyptians. The ones when we shut down the planes, we know it was Egyptians and Brits were the pilots. Nigeria at that time, northern Nigeria didn't have any pilots. They didn't have anybody. They didn't know how to drive a tank. They were stupid, right? So the Saduana was whacked easily, right? So it was Brits that we were fighting. Same, it's like Niger right now. If France,
you see,
hey, my friend, be quiet. Let me tell you something. Be quiet.
Hold on,
so like I said, you can talk all the crap. There is no, you didn't have a soldier. You didn't have a single soldier in your village. Okay.
Hold on.
So we were fighting Britain. So if that war comes again in a couple of days, we're gonna take over that whole country.
Then shut the fuck up. If the low IQ Northerners can defeat you, if the low IQ Northerners can defeat you, then shut the fuck up and listen to what the minority is saying.
We should have,
because you have done something
if Ojukwu did the right thing by starting from the Onitsha border and start capturing everybody after Onitsha, you won't be here talking right now.
You don't want to learn. You don't want to learn because of your ego, because of your pride.
He was going after the Fulani. He should have started from south, right after Onitsha, start capturing everybody.
You were beat down and brought to Ash.
That's not true.
So don't come here.
No victor, no vanquished. That's what the result of that was.
Yeah,
for
they
3
decided
years.
to say
For
that.
3 years.
They decided to say that
entire Nigeria.
Just to make you happy.
Let your clan go and fight Nigeria for 3 years then, right? Show me.
Even your so-called
we fought you to stand still. We fought you, the entire Nigeria, Britain, Russia, and we're manufacturing our Winigwe, we're manufacturing our bombs, our guns.
The most easy group to defeat.
They sued for peace.
Easy group to defeat in Nigeria.
That's keep thinking
guys.
We've already won the war. We've already won the war.
Right? I used one word earlier. I said you guys
another one is coming. Be ready this time because, like I said,
Ojukwu
made a mistake of going and looking at the Fulani. Should have started right after Onitsha. Everybody out there is an enemy. Everybody out there is an enemy. All right. So and that's what you're gonna get next time because that's why you're talking nonsense.
And when it starts,
the casualties would have been.
Give me your number. So when you fly into Nigeria, let my battalion and your battalion meet. Let's exchange something.
Keep talking. You're gonna find out one little village in
let's see.
There's one little village in Aba conquered your whole state. One little village in Aba conquered your whole state, right? Okay. So keep talking nonsense. You're gonna see very soon. Don't threaten that and you see what you're gonna get. Next time. Like I say for you,
you don't have.
You have all this impetus of trying to cause trouble between the two large groups. And next time, I would support going after the minorities first.
All you do is complain. Is it victimhood? That's what you do every day.
When the next war goes down, we're gonna capture all of you motherfuckers.
Be a man. Let's start the war now.
Before we start going up north, first of all, get you guys down.
Can we start it
so
next
you won't be here talking nonsense all the time.
Can we start it in September?
Right? You don't make anything. You have no technology, right? You don't go to school. You have no technology. You're always knocking the Igbos who can fight Britain themselves, right? Igbos can fight Britain and beat them in a war. Igbos they can go after Britain and beat them in a war.
Even Port Harcourt, that is a minority state. It's not developed than the whole.
Who do you think is there developing it? No, it's 90% Igbos in that Port Harcourt.
No, they're not. Because see.
Okay, well, keep talking like that. Name a governor. Name a governor of River State that's not Igbo. Name one.
Let me tell you something. Just because they voted someone from your tribe in as governor doesn't mean you are the majority. You are just 200,000.
What do you think?
Calabari, hold on, Calabari.
Why do you
Calabari
think
people they are the majority there?
From
hold on, let me explain to you.
Akopedo and the northern Muslims in Edo State
are the majority in Port Harcourt, in River State. The Calabari, the Ijaws.
You're gonna understand all those people.
The population of the Ijaws there are 200,000.
As far as geopolitics are concerned, all those people you mentioned are Igbos.
They are not.
That's the way you have to
They
look
are
at it.
not.
All right.
They are not.
So wait till it goes
So
down
that's
again.
the,
You know
that's
that you're
all.
from
That is the thing. The
Akokedo,
thing is that
Muslim.
you guys
Is
want to
only
force other minorities to
is the only
join
part
your
of
cause,
Edo
and we are
that's not with us. If you're another Edo guy, Muslim, right? Yeah, then you're with the Fulanese, so that's okay. But aside
let me
from
tell you,
that, when it jumps down again, we're gonna come to get you.
Edo people is that when you want to make it behave as if we are a fool, we will show you our two colors.
That's not you. You always talk that nonsense. It's not. Oyibo come
yes,
there.
We'll show you our
come,
colors.
come there. Come colonize you. What did you do? Nothing.
The same thing. They colonize you too.
No, but you say that you say you're different from other Africans.
They ask you, they not colonize you. Almighty Igbo. They not colonize you.
Listen to what I'm saying. You are saying that you're different from other ethnic groups, right? I'm saying you're not. I saw these Muslims capture an Edo train, whack a lot of people there, and you keep hiding it so that we don't say, "Hey, we told you so." Right? No, wait a minute. You won't come out and admit that that northern Muslims have dealt with you. Right here, you were saying it's Christians that captured that train. You're a liar.
I will send you proof now.
What did you say?
Go on and speak.
No, I'm saying you were hiding the fact that an Edo train.
Hold on. Edo State meeting after thank you. Charged with kidnapping. I'm posting it now. You see the names. You see, the thing is that most of you who live
what are you talking
in
about?
that
What are you talking about?
You guys have consumed so much fake news. You no longer being able to differentiate real news and fake news. I want to post you the listing, those who perpetrate this thing. So they were arrested. Then you share the names. If those names are not found, I will apologize to you. Hold on, I will apologize. Hold on, I will apologize to you. I just post it here. Check the link I sent to you on the private chat. The 8 suspects were arrested.
What is that supposed to
mean? Follow the names.
You have an article by Abiodun Sanusi, right? You think I'm gonna believe that? That Sanusi name there, that doesn't tell you anything.
You see, Sanusi.
Were they convicted?
Well, it's a news from the hold on. It's a news from Punch.
No, but the article is by Abiodun Sanusi, right? Sanusi. That's
look
Muslim.
At the names
I'm
now.
not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take anything that says, right?
A correspondent. Police charged the suspect.
That doesn't mean anything.
The suspect, Odion Okoje Ewa.
I don't believe.
Okay, Patrick. Friday. Look at all these names.
At Ibrahim 25. You missed that one. And Aliyu. Ibrahim.
Aliyu
right?
Also fine. Ibrahim. So
okay,
they were,
okay, so no, wait a minute. So if Ibrahim and Aliyu take
listen, Ibrahim.
Hold on.
Aminu Ibrahim. Isa Aliyu. See, I mentioned all the names.
Okay, but
are they not all of them from Edo State? Are they Muslim only?
Yeah, Muslim only because let me tell you can I tell you?
You said the difference between me and you. These were criminals.
That's a big difference between you and I. We have nothing in common. You and I have nothing in common. So let me say to you, listen to this. If you go and you have a Sanusi guy writing an article, right? But still, in that article, you have a bunch of Muslims, right? So who went and they committed terrorism, right? So they conspire with this right hand. He puts the name of their driver who's probably.
Okay, let me tell you something.
Hold on, let me land.
Hold on, the suspect. The suspect, Tiri. Hold on. Let's call it now. The suspect, Tiri, where they have a Muslim name. Then about 5 have a other minority name. So what?
Yeah, let me tell you what. Let me tell you.
Hold on.
Let me tell you.
If you look at the majority, it's not. Hold on. Majority of the criminal here, they are not honest.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you something to you, right? Let me tell you the way I judge something. It's by rule of thumb, right? Listen to me. Once you have a Halilu Umaru, Aminu Ibrahim, Esa Aliyu, right? That's all I need, and I know it's a Islamic terrorism. I don't have to know anything
Okay, what
else.
about the other 5 names there?
It doesn't matter. Okay, that's it. Is the way it works. You got that? You got an
Wait. You see,
you got
you were laughing. Wait, you were laughing at me earlier today that I have not left Nigeria. That you are well exposed, well read, and you are thinking like this. Oh, come on.
How else are you gonna think? You think you're gonna have five Muslims and a couple of Edo guys?
No,
and,
you have
and those.
you
hold
have
on.
5 Christians.
When's the last time? When's the last time?
Hold on. 5 Christian, 3 Muslim name. Let's both appear here. Let's say 5 Christian name, 3 Muslim name. So the 3
Yeah,
Muslim
but you're not putting 2 and 2 together. Listen to this. If five Muslim, even 3 Muslims, right, and 8 Christians or whatever you call them, right, they did something and it's terrorism, right? What are you supposed to conclude from that? What conclusion would you draw? You have an Aliyu, you have a Ibrahim, you have Sanusi, that kind of name, right? And there is bombing. Hold on. And there's bombing of a train.
Hold on. Same you today, You suggest that I should not generalize. But what you are trying to do now, you are using 3 against 5. That means the 5 are clean. The 3 that bears Islamic name, they might see funny enough, they might be Christian. Because hold on, just because they bear Muslim name doesn't mean they are Muslim. Because if you look at it, Boss Mustafa is a Christian, but his name is Boss Mustafa.
Listen to this. That's another rule of thumb. Anybody?
No, I'm just telling you.
Anybody called. Listen to this. Anybody called Mustafa, right?
But you that hold on.
Listen,
hold on.
You
that went to school.
Are you tired?
You are judging people based on name.
Yes, I am.
You are judging people based on name.
I am judging people based on name. If you're called a Mustafa, you're a Muslim. I don't care what you call yourself. Right?
Wait.
So that's the way it
is. Mustafa was a Christian.
It doesn't matter. He's a Muslim. Period. It's a Mustafa. You're a Muslim. Period.
Okay.
It's like you're Muhammad. You're a Muslim. Okay. That's the way it works. If your name is something Christian or Christian Joshua, all right, you're a Christian. That's the way it works. You can't say, "Hey, my name is Boss Mustafa," but I'm you know. But anyway, it's nice debating with you, UFC. Take care of yourself. I'm heading out. It's 3 in the morning here.
See. I understand we need to go now, but see, sometimes all what we have discussed today, take your time. See, whatever you want from Nigeria, your goal should be a way to galvanize other people. It might be in a deceitful way, but you can go ahead and do it. I'm okay with that. I want to see the Igbo intelligent. Because whatever they are doing now, they are not showing me any intelligence. I want to see that intelligence. I want to see them perform something. Because I'm not going to lie, give it to Tinubu. He's an intelligent man. You know why? Even the body government tried to make sure he didn't win the election. He didn't complain much. He was intelligent enough to find a way to win the election. That's what I call smartness. You guys can do it. I'm counting on you.
All right.
It can be done.
All right.
Change the way you are doing it, because the way you are doing it now, you are not going to win.
Right.
I want you guys to win.
All right.
Okay. I want to become president in
no problem. No problem.
I want to observe that.
That's not a.
They always say they are more smarter than everybody.
You're gonna learn how to talk and debate civilly, not argue and keep making noise, right? I'm saying to you, that's not a bad advice to give anybody who cares about presidency in Nigeria, right? It's not, if the approach doesn't work, you try another one. But there are many ways to skin a cat, right? So you better pray to your God that tribunal does the right thing, because I have a much better way. I have a much better way to
Let
get
me
their
tell you.
presidency is to go there and take it back from whoever stole it, right?
Let me
And
tell you
that's
something.
exactly what you're gonna get.
You will be
You
back
better,
here.
you
I
better, you
promise
better
you.
get your ass ready for
I'm
it.
let
If
me
the
tell you something.
if the tribunal doesn't do the right thing, the people, they're sovereign.
Yes.
The people are gonna
Thank
go
you.
there
Thank
and
you.
take that office
Thank
back.
you. That's
Period.
what I want to tell you now. I want to break it to you now.
What is it? What is it?
The tribunal will rule in Tinubu favor, and I promise you, nothing will happen.
Okay. All right. Let's
Yeah.
see. You
I
could be right
promise you
because
that.
Nigeria is a strange place. Maybe they're not ready to move
Because the reason
forward.
why I'm telling you,
No,
what you guys
you don't
are
have to
watching
give me the
online,
reason.
see,
You don't have to give me the reason.
on the ground is different. Everybody's going about their business on ground. So you are not on ground. You all
Yeah,
see.
that
You're living in a
is
bubble.
true. That is true. Nigeria is like that, right? They are not the smartest light bulbs in the room. That is true. They're suffering right now. Is it enough to make them take their country back? We'll find out.
Let me
Now,
tell you something.
if that tribunal comes with a good reason,
Let me tell you something.
and hold on. If
Nigeria have been spoon-fed for too long. Electricity subsidized, education subsidized, fuel subsidized. If we say we are practicing capitalism, we should go ahead and practice capitalism.
why are you saying
The
that
way
now?
we are running our country,
Where's that coming from?
hold on. With the way we are running our country, the country won't grow. This constantly we must subsidize everything. It's not going to grow the economy. It's not
UFC. I want you to hear. I want you to hear me. I want you to hear what I'm. Let me tell you something, right?
Yeah.
First of all, that country is not gonna do any good until it's inclusive. For example, women, about almost half of the country are women. They are not treated fairly in the society. Okay, so they don't contribute as much as they could. The Igbos, Southeasterners, they're not incorporated as fully because they are the conscience of the country. They've got technology. Hold on, they got technology. They're hardworking. They're all over the country. They're all in all fields. Let me land. You cannot take your ear and hear anything good about Igbos. You go wild. You go crazy like an animal, right?
Not animal, because you always projecting what you don't have. I have not said it.
Let me say to you, you can't stop it because you've gone around collecting all kinds of junk in your head about the Igbos, right? Igbos are your neighbors, your friends. Let me land. They're your brothers and
I live with some of my friends are Igbo.
Okay, good. So one thing you have to understand, you cannot stop the Igbos. The Benin's always try to compete with Igbos. You know, like Tony there is my friend. They don't like to hear when I say things like that. When I go to Niger watching, I'll be telling them, no, you're not a match to the Igbos. You're a small tribe, right? Compared to the Igbos. You are not the Igbos. Hold on, you're not the Igbos pinky toe. That's not your competition. It's not the Igbos. You're supposed to join with Igbos. Okay, so you can be always doing that and be on the defensive. When you hear Igbos, you get all jittery and you jump up.
Because let me tell you something.
The Igbos are your. Let me land. You gotta be able to handle the truth, right? What is the population of the Ejo? I don't know if you're up to 1 million, right?
What you are projecting is fake news.
Let me land. So what I'm saying to you is that you are boxing shadows. We're not in the same league. We're not fighting you as far as we're concerned. Now, I'm against that Ojukwu did that. In my opinion, if I was the one with the strategy on that war, I would have captured the Jos first. I would have taken care of that South first, secured it. You don't have defense, you don't have soldiers, nothing you could do will take you in hours, right? We should have taken you and shot anybody who's raising their ugly head over there, right? Before we then go to the enemy itself. Because that's a mistake we made in that war. All of you are competing against the Igbos and talking nonsense like you're doing on this platform.
You see what I say? You see what I did yesterday?
What I'm saying to you is that
you know what I did yesterday.
If you're not gonna listen,
I exposed your intention.
Well,
you see,
like I said,
if you are a big man, you are listen here now. I have exposed this their intention. Their intention is not their intention.
You do what you have to do. Like I said to you,
conquer every other tribe, and we can see it from afar.
If you keep it up,
we can see it from afar.
If our peacemakers come to you and you don't want to listen, when it gets to our hands, those who are not happy anyway, right? And you want to deal, we're going to have to deal with you. You bet your ass that's what we're going to do, because we have peacemakers out there, we have Democrats, and they've been out there trying to make the country unite. I've come here tonight and I was talking to Mike. I said, look, Mike, it's about time to think Pan-African, right? We can't go building a unified Nigeria when we keep squabbling over here about one tribe or the other. So let's elevate this conversation. Don't ever go out there and talk about the Igbos making general statements, because most Igbos, a lot of them are doctors, lawyers, they're in courtrooms fighting for one cause or the other. They are in theaters. Hold on. Hold on. A lot of most Igbos are they're doctors and lawyers and teachers and professors and engineers. You don't want to hear that, right? Because you're jealous of a bit, right? So when you have all
let me tell you now,
when these Igbos are in theaters operating, taking care of patients, right? They're not on this platform.
Hold on, you want women empowerment. You want women empowerment, but you reject Bianca.
You don't want to hear. Whenever you're talking about Igbos, you want to know that a majority of them are doctors and lawyers and physicists and engineers, and they're busy in their work. They don't have time to be talking about you, a little minority groups here and there. So don't be generalizing, because a lot of them are not online talking. A lot of them are busy doing something. They don't even know you exist. So don't generalize. Maybe you have a couple of wayward kids from Igbo race, or even minorities who speak Igbo, just like some people. Even you have more Igbos in your compound than you have people from Akokwedo and all that. You have more Igbos in that neighborhood than you. It's just that you intimidate them talking nonsense and they're quiet, right? But there are more Igbos in your ethnic clan there that you're talking about, but you don't know that. So I want you to understand that you're small. You're tiny as pebble, not even a pebble. Stand green.
You cannot project this I'm powerful all the time, and not same mouth you are complaining, you act like victim. I don't like victimhood. That's the same resentment I have against the Black Americans. Because they always complain too much. No one wants to listen to complainers because it makes you weak. I hate weak people. Don't project yourself to be weak.
Nobody.
I believe in competition.
I'm not
a hater of when it comes to business. I'm not a hater of people. One thing I love about them when it comes to business, they know how to compete, and I like it.
Hold on. What I'm saying to you, on a serious note, I know you're in Nigeria and you don't know your ass from your mouth, right? Because you're not exposed, right? Please don't go talking about Black Americans and creating enmity between us and them, because we're one. They haven't done anything. None of those things you hear. Hold on. Because I hear Mike and other people talking ill and bad about African Americans. And it will be very hurtful to them if they actually come across one of these things, because we are way beyond that, or when they used to divide us. So just keep your hate and animus towards the Southeasterners. Don't bring it international, right? As a small, tiny minority in Nigeria, you're always speaking on people. Just speak on us. Don't bring it to Black Americans.
Hold on.
Just keep it with the Igbos, all right? You can talk about us you want.
Hold on. The minority are the seller.
Yeah.
During the Senate presidency vote, your people voted for the Awusas, for the people you claim you hate. Even us at those states, we supported Akpabio, because South right now. The reason why I'm having fun. South leaders have wake up. They have decided to face South interest only. South can decide on their own.
Exactly.
So that's what we are doing now. That's why I'm a huge supporter of.
Let me say this to you, because dude, I have to go in a minute. Let me say to you, right? Do that, because those people you see in the Senate, right? They are rejected by us. Those are not our leaders, right? those leaders.
don't care.
Hold on.
We
Would
don't
you be
care.
quiet? Would you? Because every time we say this to you, you don't want to hear it, right? I just told you here on many occasions. Somebody like Fabio, we reject. It's not from our side, but we also know that he's no good, right? Somebody like
well-educated person like you can support Nnamdi Kanu, that shows the level of your delusions. If you can support Nnamdi Kanu, that shows your state of reason.
Hold on.
That alone, I've already told me the kind of people you guys are. You guys are the most dullest people in that country.
in this conversation,
be goofing
because
about their own
you are
that
in Nigeria and you're not
but
exposed,
they are
so
more smarter.
you are being rude, right? Because you're not exposed, and that's okay.
You are not the one. If you are,
But let me say to you, what I'm saying to you is that for the 10th time, those leaders, including all Joseph Carlo and all those
then Samuel Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu, those are your leaders.
Those people, when they do something, don't use it against us. Okay, good night and get lost. Get lost, you fake Edo boy.
Samuel Ekpa is your leader. If Samuel Ekpa is your leader, that means you are lost. This is how you deal with these people. You match the energy with them. You don't give them space to come here and be saying all sorts of BS. You said you are smart. If you are a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa, that shows the level. That shows the level of your reasoning. That you are a low IQ human being. Degree my ass. Man, up Nigeria, the Nnamdi Kanu last. Mike and it's like everyone is sleeping already. Okay.